Chapter 1. Transformed into a hanged ghost? Cough, cough. Jiang Yangshua coughed several times in succession. His eyes remained shut, yet he felt an overwhelming difficulty in breathing, accompanied by a sharp pain in his neck. It was as though he was hanging. Had he been suffering from a lack of rest, and thus fallen prey to nightmares? Jiang Yangshua attempted to awaken himself, reaching out but finding nothing but empty air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The dim room around him was shrouded in a haze. Creak, creak. A sound echoed from above his head. Jiang Yangshua sensed his body suspended in midair and looked up to see a rope ensnaring his neck. No, this cannot be the end. I still have 25 years left on my mortgage. Feeling the remnants of air in his lungs dwindling, Jiang Yangshua summoned his last ounce of strength to grasp the rope above him and began to shake it vigorously. Snap! As the rope broke, he tumbled to the floor. That was close. I nearly met my demise. How fortunate I am to be alive, Jiang Yangshua quipped to himself. Wait, why am I hanging from a rope when I was sleeping soundly at home? As the blood flowed back to his brain, Jiang Yangshua began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He examined his body and noted that he was clad in a rough linen shirt. Where's my cotton sleepwear? Jiang Yangshua had no time to ponder, as he felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, beads of sweat forming incessantly, as if he were trapped in a steamer. Chirp, chirp, the sound of cicadas drifted in from outside. To his relief, the room was not overly dark. He could barely make out his surroundings thanks to the light filtering through the window. To his left stood a window, beneath which sat a single desk crafted from yellow peach wood. The desk was cluttered with several books, a bottle of black ink with a half-covered wooden stopper, and a light brown bamboo pen holder filled with several steel pens. At the left edge of the desk rested a brass candlestick, its base resembling a flower bud, giving it a distinctly Western appearance. A half-burnt candle remained seated atop it. Jiang Yangshua steadied himself against the headboard, letting his feet touch the floor, the icy sensation confirming that this was no dream. He then slowly made his way to the window, the brightest spot in the entire room. Through the window, he could barely discern that the building across the way was also topped with a pointed attic. Jiang Yangshua lifted his gaze, hoping to ascertain the date. Amidst the leaden sky hung a rose-colored moon, roughly the size of a coconut, with a smaller light blue crescent moon situated just above it. 2 moons, one red and one blue. Jiang Yangshua rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. This was no longer the Earth. He knew a singular thought lingered in his mind. After a few moments of stupor, he began to clear his thoughts. Had he been transported to another world? The notion of transmigration or rebirth, so commonplace in web novels, had left him weary as a reader in this era. One could hardly commence a tale without an eye-catching gimmick. Yet, when the scenario of actual transmigration unfolded before him, Jiang Yangshua felt akin to the legendary Yi Gong who encountered a true dragon, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed onto the floor. Stay calm, do not panic. He had read enough transmigration novels. Jiang Yangshua had once fantasized about the day he would find himself in such a predicament, and he had even summarized 3 steps to adapt swiftly to this new reality. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? A classic philosophical trifecta. This was Jiang Yangshuo's conclusion after perusing numerous transmigration novels. The first task upon arriving in a new world was to seek clues about his identity. He began to scan his surroundings. To the left of the candlestick lay a brass box. Upon opening it, he found it contained matches with red phosphorus heads. Jiang Yangshua recognized them as red phosphorus matches, which he had used in his rural hometown years ago. With a flick, a small orange flame leapt from the match head, igniting the nearby candle and restoring light to the room. The space he occupied was not large. A single bed claimed nearly half of it, while a red wooden door stood opposite, and to the left against the wall was a wardrobe with a glass dressing mirror. Above the wardrobe, a black-gray pipe snaked along the wall like a serpent, equipped with valves and a glass gauge. To the right was a small square table cluttered with several white teacups, a wooden box, and beneath it, an iron coal stove, atop which rested a bronze kettle, with a few coal balls scattered on the floor nearby. Jiang Yangshua held the candlestick as he approached the wardrobe, the candle's faint glow illuminating the dressing mirror. Reflected in the glass was a young man with short brown hair. His green eyes, slightly prominent nose, sharp features, and slender chin, coupled with his sun-kissed complexion, made him appear like a delicate scholar plucked from an old film. Suddenly, unfamiliar memories began to unfold in his mind like a slideshow, slowly yet distinctly. An assassin, 21 years of age, born in the northern region of the Kingdom of Brugge on the western continent, the second son of a small farmer. He was a fourth-year student in the Faculty of Arts at the National University of Edinburgh, located in the capital of the Kiarang region. His father had served in the military for a decade before retiring with the rank of captain. With his savings and retirement benefits, he purchased a farm on the outskirts of Edinburgh and became a farmer. His mother was the only daughter of a small merchant and ran a grocery store at home after marrying his father. His elder brother assisted their parents in managing the farm, while he had two younger sisters studying at a church school. The family's economic status could be considered comfortable by 21st century Earth standards, and in this world, still in the early stages of industry and technology, they were deemed affluent. The ability to support a university student and two church school students was thanks to his mother inheriting a considerable fortune from her late father. Jiang Yangshuo was taken aback by the sudden influx of memories, stepping back in shock. A sharp pain in his foot made him cry out, and he glanced down to find he'd stepped on a smooth, hard object. Setting the candlestick down, he examined the source of his discomfort. A pale shell lay quietly on the floor, as if nothing had ever transpired. To the east of the shell was a dark red pattern composed of circles and a six-pointed star. Jiang Yangshuo touched it, realizing it must be dried blood. What the hell? As he gazed at the familiar pattern, he suddenly recalled that this was the very summoning ritual he had drawn a few days prior. A chill coursed through him. How could anyone in this world have drawn such a thing? He hurriedly rifled through the books on the desk, hoping to find some clues. The texts were all inscribed in the universal script of the Western continent, resembling ancient Babylonian cuneiform. Perhaps due to the inheritance of the original owner's memories, Jiang Yangshuo had no difficulty comprehending the contents of the books. Regrettably, the existing texts were filled with various legal codes and writing techniques for official documents, suggesting that the original owner was preparing for both civil service and legal examinations. Beside the textbooks lay some sheets of paper and a bilingual dictionary in Brugge and the universal language. Opening the dictionary, he discovered a recently copied sheet tucked inside. Though the handwriting was messy, Jiang Yangshuo instantly recognized the peculiarity of the text. Unlike the universal script, the title on the paper was written in traditional Chinese characters, square and orderly. The title consisted of merely 7 words, striking Jiang Yangshuo like a bolt from the blue. Ritual of summoning from another world. A ritual of summoning from another world? So, I have been summoned here. Is there a phrase added upon a successful summoning? Jiang Yangshuo, the couch potato from Earth, summoned forth. You are my master, right? Unfortunately, this ritual seemed to only summon souls, not physical bodies. Otherwise, his 140-pound frame should be lying in the magic circle. The contents of the summoning ritual were entirely written in the universal language of the Western continent, and it detailed the same procedure he had performed at home, gathering the 4 elements, drawing the corresponding magic circle, and reciting the appropriate incantations to complete the ritual. However, at the end, there was a small passage written in Chinese characters. Regardless of success or failure, the summoner must sacrifice their soul. Jiang Yangshuo read aloud in astonishment. Chapter 2. The Ritual. Was this transmigration a stroke of misfortune or a twist of fate? Jiang Yangshuo could not help but compare his past self, the couch potato on Earth, to the scholar of this new world. Relative to his previous mundane existence, the original owner of this body, Anik, seemed to possess a promising future. If he had not taken his own life, it would have been easy for him to lead a comfortable middle-class life, especially since university students were not as prevalent in this era as they were in 21st century Earth. Suicide? The greatest enigma surrounding Anik Sisana, second son of a small farm owner, a promising youth on the verge of graduation, found hanging in his rented room. The remnants of memory suggested that he had been frequenting the library in recent days, and a note regarding the summoning ritual must have been found there. Could have been the price paid for the ritual's success? If so, why had he chosen to hang himself instead of dying by the ritual's design? Jiang Yangshuo rifled through the drawer of the desk, discovering an unstamped envelope. He pulled it out and found it resembled a suicide note, written in hurried black ink. Dearest parents, I am Onik, eternally grateful for the nurturing I have received over the years. I ought to repay this kindness, however. I have committed an unforgivable sin, a blasphemy against the divine. I wish not to let my transgressions affect you thus. I can only atone with my life. Your son, Onik, in his final words. Black Iron Era, June 9th, 1886. Jiang Yangshuo clarified his thoughts. The original owner of this body had either chosen to end their life voluntarily, or had been incapacitated and hanged, or perhaps subjected to some form of magical incantation or hypnotic control. In any case, Onik's death remains shrouded in mystery. His mind was somewhat muddled. It was best to start from the beginning. Jiang Yangshuo resolved to ascertain the current situation before determining his next course of action. What time is it? He found no semblance of a watch on this body. However, a civilized society must undoubtedly possess a concept of calendar and time. Fragments of knowledge regarding time and calendars surfaced in his mind. On this planet, unlike Earth, a year is defined by one complete orbit of the planet, totaling 360 days. Based on the cyclical phases of the large red moon, each year is divided into 12 months, with each month consisting of 30 days. Following the phases of the smaller blue moon, each month is further divided into 3 weeks, each containing 10 days. The current temperature is approximately 28 degrees Celsius, reminiscent of late May or early June. Onik deduced the season by correlating it with his body temperature. Apart from these fundamental concepts, only fragmented remnants of the legal knowledge Onik once possessed remained. If there were a judicial examination in this world, I would surely fail miserably. Perhaps influenced by lingering memories, a sudden wave of guilt washed over him for having disappointed his father, who had painstakingly nurtured him. Guilt aside, returning home remained a priority. Jiang Yangshuo had no desire to linger in an era devoid of air conditioning and Wi-Fi. He recalled the ceremony he had conducted at home before his transference. Perhaps I should attempt it once more, striving to return to Earth this time, Jiang Yangshuo resolved, establishing his first course of action, to perform the ceremony again. His motivation for conducting the ritual on Earth was quite simply sought to alter his recent streak of misfortune. Last month, the colleague he harbored unrequited feelings for resigned to inherit her family estate, departing joyfully with her belongings, while he had yet to confess, left only to witness her elation as she exited the office. Not even a token of goodwill was bestowed upon him, leaving him in a state of despair. Following that, he faced a relentless series of late arrivals to work, incurring fines, returning home in the rain without an umbrella, and even discovering his instant noodles devoid of seasoning. In an attempt to reverse his ill fate, Jiang Yangshuo unearthed a compendium of Eastern and Western esoteric rituals he had purchased for a mere 5 yuan. He selected a rather dubious-looking mystical ritual purported to harness the strengths of Wiccan magic and Kabbalistic life magic, lauded for its simplicity and comprehensibility. Fortunately, the required materials were nearly free, making the attempt a riskless endeavor. Jiang Yangshuo conducted the ceremony at home, yet his misfortunes persisted unabated, leading him to nearly forget the entire affair. Listening to the cicadas outside and observing his surroundings, Jiang Yangshuo couldn't help but smile bitterly. His life had not merely changed in fortune, but had transformed entirely. No, I was summoned here. I must perform the ritual once more. I must return to Earth. Perhaps it will succeed, or at the very least, I might summon another unfortunate soul to traverse with me, ensuring the presence of a companion. Jiang Yangshuo firmly resolved to conduct the ceremony again. Let me think. Onik must have performed a similar ritual, albeit under a different name. The materials should be relatively easy to procure. Perhaps I can gather them with a mere cursory search. First, the items representing the 4 great elemental symbols must be found. The feather symbolizing the element of wind could be represented by a quill from an ink bottle, after removing the pointed tip. This will suffice for the purpose. Jiang Yangshuo reassured himself. The matchsticks, or fuel, embodying the fire element, were readily available, as a piece of coal lay beside the kettle. Next came the item representing the earth element, which naturally had to be minerals or soil. Jiang Yangshuo procured a shoe from beside his bed and knocked some dirt off its sole. Finally, the water element was represented by the seashell he had just stepped on, with all four elements gathered. The next step involved the formation of a ritual. Jiang Yangshuo collected ash from the stove and drew a circle on the floor, subsequently sketching a hexagram within it using a book as a guide. The hexagram contained 3 mutually perpendicular lines on the left, symbolizing space, and a clock face on the right, symbolizing time. 8t, the 4 cardinal points of the circle. He placed representations of the elements: soil in the north, feather in the east, matchsticks in the south, and seashell in the west. As above, so below. Thus, the miracle of the One is achieved. All things originally stem from the One, created through differentiation. The sun is the father. The moon is the mother. What I think aligns with the desires of the master. What I seek coincides with the will of the master. Returning to the beginning, extraordinary achievements are realized, just as the ritual concluded. The entire room was instantly engulfed in darkness. Jiang Yangshuo felt a sudden difficulty in breathing, as if the air was solidifying. His body became rigid, making even the simple act of extending a finger impossible. The room grew increasingly dark, and he felt his body becoming lighter. Jiang Yangshuo was enveloped in a void, struggling to open his eyes in search of a glimmer of light. Whispers of low chants, malicious curses, devout prayers, and greedy demands filled the air. Different languages and voices, varying in volume and distance, flooded into Jiang Yangshuo's ears, followed by a sharp headache, as if someone had stuffed a firecracker into his skull and ignited it. He attempted to move his limbs but received no response, as though they were mere clouds of air. Chapter 3. A hardcore game of life and death. Have I failed? Is this truly the end? Is death merely a descent into this abyss of emptiness? This singular thought consumed Jiang Yangshuo's mind. Just as he felt his consciousness starting to unravel, a delicate breeze swept across his body, and the cacophony of voices receded like receding tides. Jiang Yangshuo sensed his limbs returning under his control. A soft, milky light enveloped him from above, and his body felt weightless, gently floating toward the source of illumination. The light source revealed a colossal palace of pearlescent white, which expanded from a mere speck to a grand structure as Jiang Yangshuo approached. The palace's foundation was made of white marble, floating amidst a starry sky. The radiant light guiding him ceased its illumination at a step height of 1 foot. Gravity reasserted itself, and Jiang Yangshuo ascended the staircase. The sensation of his feet touching solid ground returned. The palace's facade bore several bronze doors, each intricately carved with different symbols. Directly before him was a massive clock design. Upon pushing open the grand doors, he found himself in what resembled a vast library. Every yard or so, a towering bookshelf stood, requiring Jiang Yangshuo to look up to see its pinnacle. Each shelf brimmed with books, some of which floated in the air, while a quill pen wrote upon them at varying speeds. The books varied in thickness, from ordinary hardcovers to lavishly bound tomes, and even volumes that appeared to be made of gold. Naturally, the quill writing on the golden books was no ordinary feather. It was a gigantic plume wreathed in crimson flame, continuously shedding golden flecks. What a waste! If I were to collect those golden specks, I could sell them for quite a sum, Jiang Yangshuo thought greedily. Books floated from the shelves, while a quill descended from the ceiling to commence writing upon them. Completed books would return to their respective shelves after the quill ignited briefly before turning to ash. Jiang Yangshuo glanced at the shelf before him, which bore the name Brugge on its side, while another shelf nearby was labeled Luke, suggesting a categorization by different nations, amidst the myriad of books. A stark black metal box stood out, its dark surface featuring a glass panel with several silver buttons, shimmering blue light flashing across the glass, displaying a series of numbers, 21 for 28. A buzzing sound emanated from within the iron box. Jiang Yangshuo recognized it instantly. It resembled the Blu-ray player from Earth. How could such a thing exist here? Jiang Yangshuo pondered aloud, in a library seemingly pulled from a fantastical realm. A technological artifact had emerged, provoking curiosity in anyone who encountered it. Just as Jiang Yangshuo was about to reach for the metal box to discern whether it was a player or a set-top box, A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not touch items that do not belong to you. Should you break it, I cannot save your life. The voice was cold and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of the mechanical tones of early mobile assistants. Jiang Yangshuo turned to find a comical being resembling a weather doll, emitting a glow as it floated behind him. It appeared to be about the size of an adult, with two black dots and a horizontal line forming its eyes and mouth, as if drawn haphazardly with a marker on a large glowing sphere. Below the head was a conical body of pure light, lacking arms or legs, resembling a child's simplistic drawing. Are you the master of this library? Jiang Yangshuo stifled a laugh and, driven by curiosity, posed the most straightforward question that a library. Perhaps at first glance, one might mistake it for a library. However, the name varies among different cognitive backgrounds or other intelligent beings. In any case, it is merely a label, and if you wish to call it a library, then so be it. The glowing sphere's mouth remained still, yet its voice resonated directly within Jiang Yangshuo's mind, likely a manifestation of telepathy. And who might you be? Did you guide me here? Jiang Yangshuo inquired cautiously, noting that the peculiar being seemed amenable to conversation and had not threatened him. Me, I am known by various names across different cultures. At first, I was called the little person in a bottle, later referred to as the omnipotent being. When the first earthling encountered me, he called me Radish. Radish, a homophone for the English word robot. Wait a moment, an earthling? Jiang Yangshuo nearly leaped in surprise. You mean to say earthling? He carefully confirmed once more. Indeed, an earthling, approximately 10,000 years ago, a soul from the same planet as you arrived here. That individual claimed to be an earthling. I believe you are compatriots, as your essence appears incongruous compared to the beings of this planet from my perspective. The glowing sphere continued to respond with an impassive demeanor. This implies that an English-speaking earthling visited here 10,000 years ago. Jiang Yangshuo felt a sense of relief, realizing he was not the sole unfortunate chosen one, of course. The mention of 10,000 years refers to the time on this planet known as Tej. It is certain that the individual who referred to the glowing sphere as a robot was a contemporary of his. Could you provide me with information about the earthling who came here 10,000 years ago? Jiang Yangshuo asked, excitement bubbling within him. I cannot, as it involves confidential matters. I must decline to answer. Jiang Yangshuo felt a surge of frustration, tempted to dismantle the entity, but after weighing his chances, he concluded he would likely fare poorly in such a confrontation. Then, what is the purpose of summoning me? To sign a contract to end this iron black age. That is your task, signing a contract. Hello everyone, I am an idle trainee with years of practice. I can sing, dance, and rap. Music begins. The mention of signing a contract immediately conjured that thought in Jiang Yangshuo's mind, in the iron black age. Dismissing the trivial thoughts in his head, Jiang Yangshuo asked earnestly. To lead the transformation of this era, at its smallest, to orchestrate a global upheaval, and at its grandest, to usurp the position above. The glowing sphere pointed toward 12 chairs floating in the air, each bearing a colossal book. Jiang Yangshuo barely recognized one of the tomes, its cover illustrated with a simplistic snowflake drawing, the sacred emblem of the winter god. Become a deity? Jiang Yangshuo hesitated to imagine such a prospect. If one were to define beings or spirits that have usurped a portion of the primal authority as gods, then indeed they are gods. The tone of the glowing sphere suggested an indifference, as if deities were as insignificant as insects before it. What benefits would signing a contract bring me? Esteemed one. Benefits. I possess the knowledge you seek, encompassing all scientific and mystical understanding since the inception of this planet. Goodness, this entity before me must be a supercomputer, exhibiting capabilities that surpass even the most advanced quantum computers on Earth. A mere computer? Information alone is insufficient to reconstruct such a marvel. The luminous orb seems capable of comprehending Jiang Yangshuo's thoughts. I must decisively cease my internal musings about the orb, and after organizing my thoughts, Jiang Yangshuo began to extract benefits. Can I attain a method to return home after completing the task? By home, I refer to Earth. Very well. Only by bringing an end to the age of the gods will you earn the opportunity to choose between two paths. I possess a portal that leads to two distinct universes. Due to the collision of the laws governing these different universes, the outcome can only be entirely random that I cannot intervene. However, you have a 50 chance of returning to Earth. This probability is akin to the chance of flipping a coin and having it land on heads. Quite significant indeed. As for ending the age of the gods, must I eradicate them all? Jiang Yangshua pondered. Termination does not necessarily entail annihilation. One could isolate the deities from the mortal realm or dethrone them instead. The orb added that you have specific tasks to assign, such as assassinating a particular politician or rescuing a princess. No, there will be no assigned missions. All will be at your discretion. This is akin to playing a completely free open-world game, with no save points where one must complete the journey in a single life. Jiang Yangshua was taken aback by the hardcore difficulty presented right from the outset. Chapter 4. The enhancement package. Jiang Yangshua shook his head and audaciously inquired, "Is there a novice gift package available? Perhaps something that could transform me into a demigod or provide me with a magnificent artifact? Surely, you cannot expect me to confront the gods empty-handed. Not only you, but I will also summon more individuals in the future. It is impossible to directly endow you with power. The means to become extraordinary must be discovered by yourself." The orb's words echoed like those of a heartless employer on Earth, expecting you to bring your own salary to work. Then, how about a boon of good fortune or a blessing? You cannot expect me to overthrow 12 deities only to learn their ancient methods to gain strength. In doing so, would I not merely become a new deity myself? Jiang Yangshua attempted to negotiate for further advantages. "This is feasible. Extend your finger." The orb appeared to be persuaded. Jiang Yangshua extended his left index finger, and the orb gently touched it with its head that a warm current surged from his fingertip, coursing through his body before vanishing at his forehead. There was no noticeable change. Jiang Yangshua merely felt slightly more alert. "Alas, I feel nothing. My power has not increased, nor can I unleash any waves." "Have you made an error?" "No. Once you acquire extraordinary power, you will understand. Your magical attributes will allow you to traverse a path deeper into the origins without relying on any of the 12 families." The orb seemed to be painting an enticing picture for itself. "Is that all?" Jiang Yangshua retorted. "Your soul is unlike those of the beings on this planet. You are not born of the origins. Thus, you confuse the powers of the 12 different attributes, but this will place a heavier burden upon you, risking loss of control or becoming a puppet of one of the deities." Loss of control? Puppet? These are not favorable terms. If one were to liken his current situation to a game, it seemed the orb's actions had effectively given him a reset, transforming him into a versatile player. Jiang Yangshua could only interpret it this way. This is merely the future. What options do I have for enhancement now? Indeed, you may choose one, but the greater the reward, the higher the risk. The orb had managed to extract further benefits, revealing its potential as a shrewd merchant, and Jiang Yangshua couldn't help but darkly reflect on himself. What are the options? A potion of strength that significantly enhances your power and endurance, at the cost of shortening your lifespan and hastening aging. The orb conjured a floating blue vial in its hand, adorned with an image of a flexed bicep. Shortening my lifespan? I categorically refuse. Jiang Yangshua nearly recoiled in horror, for he held life in the highest regard. The orb seemed to understand his sentiments, dismissing the blue vial with a flick of its finger, only to reveal a red potion with a heart emblazoned upon it, that a potion of charisma. Drinking it will enhance your allure. Not only will the woman of your dreams be enchanted by you, but you will also thrive socially. The cost is that your male characteristics will become increasingly indistinct, progressively feminizing over time. The next option presented was a potion of luck, promising to grant you the ability to survive a life-threatening situation, albeit at the price of enduring constant misfortune to accumulate good fortune. A purple vial appeared, adorned with a golden coin. Jiang Yangshua felt a flicker of temptation, but the side effects seemed daunting. Are there any other choices? A potion of wisdom, enhancing your mental acuity and logical reasoning, at the cost of emotional dullness, leading to an increasing loss of sensitivity to love as your abilities grow. This time, a blue vial appeared, emblazoned with an image of a brain and own need to deliberate further. This one sounds entirely beneficial, with negligible side effects. What does it matter if I lack love? I've been a singleton for nearly 30 years. I need not fear the rain while swimming naked. He felt indifferent. I'll take this one. Should I consume it directly or dilute it in water? Jiang Yangshua attempted to lighten the mood. Consume it directly. The potion only affects the first person to drink it. The remainder serves merely as a flavoring, the orb replied. Flavoring? So this substance is akin to a health supplement, with only a fraction of it being effective, while the rest is merely starch. Jiang Yangshua grumbled, but resolutely took the blue potion from the orb's grasp. Upon opening the cap, he was surprised to find it resembled a carbonated beverage, bubbling with effervescence. Jiang Yangshua closed his eyes and downed the potion in one swift motion. Bitter, a bitterness that penetrated his very soul. As if he had burst his gallbladder, surged from his stomach, accompanied by the carbonated gas. Jiang Yangshua felt as if he might regurgitate his dinner from the previous night. After a moment, the bitterness gradually dissipated, replaced by a tingling sensation coursing through his body, both itchy and oddly refreshing. So, I must seek the means to become extraordinary on my own, correct? Jiang Yangshua sensed a newfound agility in his thoughts. Indeed, your first task is to discover the means to attain extraordinary status. Upon completion, as a novice reward, I shall allow you to ask 2 questions. The orb outlined its current objective, at least providing him with direction. Then, how shall I find you when the need arises? There will be scheduled gatherings. The next one will be after you achieve extraordinary status, at which time you will be summoned. Newcomers will join as well. The orb's emotionless voice resonated in his mind. With a snap, a spark of blue electricity emanated from his fingertip, and the tingling sensation throughout his body subsided. It seems you have adapted well to the effects of the wisdom potion. You may now depart. The orb indicated it was time for him to leave. Wait, orb, esteemed one. Do you have any parting advice? Jiang Yangshua sought to extract one last morsel of wisdom. Not place blind faith in the words of others. Learn to judge for yourself. Even if they speak sincerely, it is merely from their personal standpoint. You must understand that the path you tread may lead you to stand against the world. With that, the orb waved its conjured arm, and the entire library, or palace, rapidly collapsed in its wake. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Yangshua found himself back in the apartment he had rented. He contemplated for a moment, for he had already discerned the way home, albeit a challenging road ahead. First, he must disguise himself as Anik and seek the means to become extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not even meet the orb's other side. Lying on his bed, Jiang Yangshua's mind swirled with these questions. What is the true nature of the orb, and how does one become extraordinary? What are the different attributes of magic? 12 paths to divinity. Could he forge the 13th? What is the Black Iron Era? With so many uncertainties, Jiang Yangshua attempted to slip into slumber. Upon awakening tomorrow, he would embody Anik, living fully in this era where science and the extraordinary coexist. Chapter 5. A new world Anik would awaken each morning to the sounds of washing and grooming, serving as his alarm clock. The former master lived a good life. From this day forth, I, Jiang Yangshua, shall be Anik. Jiang Yangshua resolved to rise from the depths of despair, and, after clearing the magical array from the floor, he would incinerate the rope, the letter, and the ritual notes, thus obliterating all evidence. If one intends to venture outside, the first step is naturally to change attire. Anik opened the wardrobe against the wall, where on the lower shelf hung a sharply tailored black 3-piece suit, complete with a jacket, waistcoat, and trousers. The jacket featured shoulder pads, and the trousers had slits on either side of the waist, crafted from a coarse tweed blend of wool and linen. This ensemble appeared far more austere and antiquated compared to the modern so-called Korean slim-fit suits. Anik couldn't help but scoff at it. Beside the formal were brown and black cotton coats and trousers, while the uppermost shelf displayed a black silk top hat, 2 black bowler hats, and a light gray felt hat in the middle section. Several beige and white shirts were neatly arranged, with those on the left crafted from a linen blend and those on the right from cotton. The bottom shelf held several woolen garments, likely intended for winter wear. Were it not for the 2 moons hanging in the sky last night and the knowledge that this planet contains only 4 continents, Anik might have believed he was in Western Europe 2 centuries ago. Uncertain of the time, he recalled that he had a watch. Anik rummaged through the left drawer of his desk and found a golden pocket watch, adorned with a rose-patterned casing. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a hollow dial, revealing the flywheel and gears that drove the hands that IT felt as though it was made of gilded brass, accompanied by a silver chain. This was likely the most valuable item in the room. Beneath the pocket watch lay a brownish-yellow leather wallet. Upon opening it, he discovered a neatly stacked assortment of gray and dark green banknotes, along with several coins the size of soda bottle caps and steel coins about the size of broad beans. As he examined the coins, Onik noted that the currency of the Kingdom of Brugge was categorized into gold pounds, silver shillings, copper pennies, and iron bits, all following a decimal system. Unlike that of certain European nations that employed peculiar currencies based on a vigesimal and duodecimal system, this was enough to bring joy to many with obsessive tendencies. The larger denominations, the gold pound and shilling, also had corresponding banknotes. In Onik's hand was a 5-pound note, printed in dark green ink with intricate anti-counterfeiting features. The front of the gold pound bore the likeness of the only emperor of the Kingdom of Brugge, Alfred the Great, whose portrait from over 1,000 years ago depicted him with a pair of goat-like beards, a long, thin face, and somewhat sunken eyes, not particularly flattering in appearance. Yet the thought that this piece of paper was worth 5 gold coins made Onik find Alfred the Great's goat-like beards rather endearing. Both the front and back of the currency bore the number 5 in the upper left corner, with a unique serial number in the lower right. The reverse featured emblems representing the issuing banks from 3 regions of the Kingdom of Brugge. The emblem for the Kairang region depicted a shield with a pair of vertically opposed unicorns, beneath which were 3 thistles. There were also 3 slightly smaller 1-pound notes, similarly printed in dark green ink, featuring the likeness of George I, known as the Saint King of Brugge. Gold pounds are high-value notes, while the Kingdom of Brugge predominantly utilized shillings and pennies. The shilling notes were significantly smaller than the gold pounds, and their anti-counterfeiting ink transitioned from a gradient dark green to a matte black. The silver coins and banknotes bore the likeness of Edward III, who enacted political reforms 3 to 4 centuries ago. The copper pennies featured the current king, Charles II, depicted with a receding hairline and an eagle-like nose. The unique Fosheim currency bore no monarch's image, only the emblem of the region. After tallying the entirety of the paper currency and coins in his wallet, Onik found himself with a total of 8 pounds, 6 shillings for pennies, and 9 FA shine. In an age where sustenance was the greatest expense, this sum would sustain a destitute student for quite some time. In the capital, Egersberg, the wage level for employing a male laborer for 8 days a week was approximately 1.2 pounds, while part-time female laundry or seamstress workers earned as little as 1 shilling per day. Onik's hometown was a small city adjacent to the capital, where his father, Old John, would hire temporary workers during the autumn harvest season, providing food and lodging for a wage of around 8 pennies. When considering food alone, 1 penny had the purchasing power equivalent to about $5 on Earth. The relatively low financial standards corresponded with low inflation. Suddenly, a joke crossed Onik's mind that a so-called economist is merely someone who does not work or labor. Yet under the guise of helping you amass wealth, they manage to swindle the coins from your pocket into theirs, and you must thank them for it. And why annual tuition is 100 pounds. Isn't it? The National University's annual fee of 100 pounds effectively extinguished the dreams of many impoverished individuals seeking further education. Even the free short-term general education offered by the church rarely saw students over the age of 12. Here, there was no concept of illegal child labor at T12. One was already deemed old enough to be sent off as an apprentice craftsman. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. His stomach protested, for although he had managed to rest somewhat after a night of fitful sleep, his physical hunger required ample carbohydrates to satiate it. After donning a beige shirt and black riding trousers, Onik retrieved a shilling note from his satchel and tucked it into the pocket of his trousers. He took down the brass, key hanging on the door, locked it, and descended to the 2nd floor, where his toiletries were stored in the communal washroom, just as he prepared to enter for a quick wash. The washroom door creaked open, revealing a figure as imposing as an iron tower. Good morning, my brother. What's wrong? You look a bit under the weather. Let us grab a drink later. Believe me, a fiery whiskey and even hotter ladies will cure all ills. Ha ha ha. The booming voice belonged to a rather robust man with golden wavy hair, blue eyes, and a bushy beard. Anik had to tilt his head slightly to see him clearly, feeling as though he were face to face with an upright brown bear rather than a man. Shimiao Bogus, a hybrid from the far eastern continent of Livwan and Brugi, was the son of a naval officer in the kingdom. Shimiao inherited his father's giant genes, towering nearly 2 meters tall. And his strong physique, along with his father's connections, had granted him entry into the Kairang Military Academy. He was one of Anik's 3 roommates. Such seemingly common knowledge automatically flooded Anik's mind. "Good morning, my brother. I simply didn't sleep well. Perhaps the pillow was too hard for drinking. Let us save that for another day. I've been quite busy preparing for graduation." Anik waved his hand dismissively. Shimiao was a straightforward fellow, with a fervent passion for alcohol ingrained in his very being. In Anik's fading memories, he often dragged the 3 of them across town in search of the best taverns for all-night benders, usually resulting in the others passing out while he bore each one back to their apartment. The washroom was small, akin to those tiny bathrooms found in first-tier cities on Earth during the 21st century. A wooden flushing toilet took up nearly half the space, flanked by 2 iron faucets, with a wall-mounted cabinet featuring 4 compartments, the bottom one housing personal toiletries. After a quick wash, Anik prepared to step out in search of some food. Upon exiting the apartment, the early summer morning sun bathed his face in warmth without being harsh. The street on which the apartment was located was lined with 2 to 3-story row houses, primarily rented to students from nearby universities and colleges, resulting in a relatively clean environment, with iron gas lamps spaced about 10 yards apart along the roadside. At the corner stood a restaurant run by the Elma couple. Frequented by students in the area who preferred not to cook for themselves, Mr. Elma fit Anik's image of an excellent chef, with a round beer belly and a prosperous chin, often smiling so broadly that his eyes seemed to narrow to mere slits. Ding! Anik pushed open the restaurant door, causing a bell to jingle and alert the owner of his arrival. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" "Ah, it's our little Anik. Are you here for the toast with fried eggs and red tea?" said again. Mrs. Elma poked her head out from behind the counter, her long red hair complementing her ever-present enthusiasm. Anik felt as though he could devour an entire cow. After glancing at the menu on the counter, he noted that prices remained quite reasonable, especially in comparison to the shilling tucked away in his pocket. 1 serving of roasted potatoes, 1 serving of toasted bread, and 1 serving of oatmeal. "Mrs. Elma, you look as charming and delightful as ever. Just like those fresh-faced newcomers at our school." Anik placed his order, as was his custom, while complimenting the hostess. "Ha. Thank you. That'll be 3 pennies and 1 fazhine. Given your sweet words, I'll waive the fazhine. By the way, you're graduating soon, aren't you? Once you find a good position and move out of South Cross Street, do remember to visit us occasionally. My husband quite likes you for. But please don't get him drunk next time. Dealing with a drunken man is quite the chore." Mrs. Elma collected the banknotes and handed 7 copper pennies to Jiang Yangshaw before making her way to the kitchen to inform Mr. Elma about the food preparation. Anik found a table by the window, idly pondering how to acquire extraordinary powers. The most comprehensive and accessible materials were certainly to be found at the library. Anik resolved to visit the library after finishing his meal to seek out valuable information. Today was Sunday, and public institutions such as the university and the post office were closed. The restaurant was sparsely populated in the morning. And a few minutes later, Mrs. Elma approached with a wooden tray, placing 2 plates of food and a bowl of soup on the table before Jiang Yangshaw. 3 fist-sized potatoes, roasted to a golden crisp, released an enticing aroma that wafted into Anik's nostrils. He used his knife and fork to peel away the potato's skin and took a hearty bite, the starchy, tender texture and sweet flavor igniting his appetite. Crunch, he bit into the crisp toast, devouring it voraciously until he felt full. Anik planned to return to his apartment to retrieve his student identification before heading to the library, hoping to uncover some useful information. Chapter 6. The library National Augsburg University was situated in the southern Lade district of Augsburg, forming the core alongside the neighboring Kairang Military Academy and King S. Art College. This was perhaps the nascent form of a university town, where, due to the absence of student dormitories, most apartments surrounding the school were rented out to students, with proximity to the campus dictating higher prices. This concept of educational housing had evidently transcended worlds. Anik chuckled wryly, surprised that even in this alternate realm, the idea of educational districts persisted. Coming from a modest background, Anik resided far from the university on South Cross Street, nearing the commercial area of Gonia to the east. Upon returning to his apartment, he retrieved his wallet to confirm the presence of his paper student identification, a reddish-brown card roughly the size of half a palm, containing specific information about his department and class, alongside a black-and-white photograph of himself. The expression on that face bore a striking resemblance to his own on Earth, after changing out of his cotton slippers into a pair of broad-headed leather shoes. Anik donned a black bowler hat and hung a pocket watch from the left pocket of his shirt before stepping outside. The capital. The city boasted a public carriage system catering to the transportation needs of its citizens. Much like the bus routes on Earth, the carriages had designated starting and ending points, interspersed with signs marking their stops. After waiting for about 10 minutes on South Cross Street, a bus carriage headed to the university gradually approached. Two horses pulled a long, orange-painted carriage, which featured a single compartment but was double-decked. The lower deck, equipped with glass windows, was generally reserved for the elderly or women with children, while gentlemen typically ascended to the open-air seating on the upper deck via a spiral staircase at the back. Passengers were charged based on the distance traveled, with a fare starting at 1 penny. "Good morning, sir. Where are you headed?" The ticket collector was a young man in his 20s, with short brown hair and a sprinkling of freckles. Dressed in a red uniform, a leather box hung from his chest, containing coins and white tickets. "Good morning. I'm getting off at Augsburg University," Anik replied, handing the ticket collector a copper penny. The collector tore off a white ticket and handed it to Anik. After passing through the carriage, Anik ascended to the top. With a morning crowd on this day off was sparse, he found a seat in the middle row and gazed at the scenery along the roadside. Due to limitations in architectural technology, most buildings along the streets were primarily constructed of brick and tile, accompanied by wooden windows. As the sun rose, various itinerant vendors began to arrive from outside the city or from the eastern Gonia district, driving horse-drawn carts or pushing hand carts laden with assorted goods and food for sale. Street performers could be seen strumming short guitars while surrounded by children in short shirts dancing in harmony, occasionally earning a few copper pennies from passing ladies, which elicited a chorus of gratitude. After about half an hour, the carriage arrived at Augsburg University Station, as the largest comprehensive school in the Kairang area. Augsburg University was impressively constructed. Even though Anik was accustomed to the steel and concrete marvels of the 21st century, he could not help but admire the beauty that wealth could create. Passing through a grand archway of white marble, he encountered a brick building with small spires and numerous windows, which stood proudly along the university's central axis. The library was housed within this structure. After ascending several flights of stairs, Anik entered the library's main entrance and presented his student card to the gatekeeper, who permitted him access to the collection area. The library was divided into 2 floors, one for literature and history and the other for science and technology. Anik made his way to the historical section, but he picked up a thick volume titled A Comprehensive History of the Continent and returned to the reading area. As he opened the book, he noted that the first section discussed creation myths, reflecting how, in the absence of modern science, people often attributed the inexplicable to deities. Anik silently critiqued this notion as he delved into the text. In the beginning, the universe emerged from a chaotic void devoid of time and space. After an indeterminate period, the first light of the universe was born, heralding the emergence of 8 righteous gods and numerous malevolent deities. A cataclysmic war raged between the righteous and the wicked for millions of years, during which the clash of divine powers imposed order upon chaos, elevating the lighter elements to form the heavens and myriad stars. The heavier, darker elements settled to create the earth, while the 4 fundamental elements, water, fire, air, and earth, composed all things within the world. The righteous gods bestowed wisdom, courage, and resilience upon the earliest humans, though some fell prey to the seductive whispers of the malevolent gods. Succumbing to greed, cruelty, and evil, under the guidance of the divine, humanity triumphed over giants, elves, and dwarves, ultimately becoming the masters of their world. Anik set the book down and shook his head. It seemed that in any realm, the absence of written records in the blank eras of history was invariably supplanted by myths. This was what it meant for history to transform into legend, and for legend to evolve into myth. The remainder of the book provided a basic overview of geography and historical narratives. The planet was divided into the Old World and the New World. The Old World comprised two connected continents, separated by a mountain range, with a vast desert stretching southward. Trade between the two continents was reliant on itinerant merchants. Politically, a feudal system prevailed, with some smaller nations adopting republican structures, with advancements in maritime technology. Approximately 30 years prior, the Western continent had discovered new lands while exploring sea routes to the Eastern continent. The New World was divided into northern and southern regions. The north was predominantly inhabited by reddish-brown indigenous tribes, while powerful nations from the Western continent began colonizing the northern continent over 20 years ago. The southern region, home to black-skinned peoples, had established early slave kingdoms, while the commercial republics of the Western continent developed numerous trade routes. The remainder of the book focused on the various dynasties and monarchs of the Western continent, chronicling the rise and fall of the early human empire, the Frankish Empire, and the subsequent achievements of its various rulers, which felt rather unremarkable. Anik flipped through an archaeology book, reasoning that as a serious science, archaeology would likely discard many mythological elements. Indeed, the archaeology text proved to be different, and it quickly found a section on chronological divisions. Chronological divisions. Different schools of thought held varying perspectives on ancient history, but generally, they recognized four ages: the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. Golden Age. This period marked the dawn of human civilization, approximately 11,000 years ago to 1,000 years ago. Some scholars believe that during this time, many other humanoid civilizations existed, with existing ancient relics and fossils tenuously supporting this legend. According to various churches, the deities did not walk among humans during this era, which began with the establishment of writing and calendars and ended with the onset of divine warfare. Supplement 1. Some radical scholars posited that the Golden Age was, in fact, the era of the establishment of divine worship, as archaeological discoveries indicated that the number of divine statues was significantly fewer than today. Supplement 2. The mysterious organization known as the Silver Morning Star claimed that the Golden Age featured only a single omnipotent deity, with the current pantheon being mere fragments of this singular god's decline, a theory fraught with skepticism, though many tribal relics from the Golden Age did appear to venerate the same deity. Upon reading this, Anik mused that his European-American compatriot was likely the legendary omnipotent deity, though sadly, it seemed that both the individual and his dogma had faded into obscurity, now regarded as heretical beliefs akin to mysterious cults. Rubbing his eyes, he continued reading. Silver Age. Spanning from approximately 10,000 to 5,000 years ago, this era was characterized by the fewest existing relics, corresponding to the time when the 8 deities triumphed over the 4 malevolent gods. It began with the onset of divine warfare and culminated in the establishment of the Frankish Empire. Note 1. Current archaeological findings suggest that the worship of the 4 malevolent gods predates that of the 8 righteous gods. Note 2. Records and worship of the 4 malevolent gods appear to have undergone a significant decline around 7,000 years ago. Note 3. Between 7,000 and 5,000 years ago, humanoid remains surged in number, while relics dramatically diminished, suggesting a large-scale conflict between humans and humanoids during the Silver Age. It seemed the Silver Age was shrouded in mystery. He would need to return home to uncover the true events of that era. Anik, akin to a player of Russian nesting dolls, has unraveled a fragment of the enigmas surrounding her, yet countless mysteries await her discovery. The Bronze Age, spanning from 5 millennia ago to over 18 centuries past, commenced with the establishment of the Frankish Empire, enduring through multiple dynastic transitions, culminating in the fragmentation and dissolution of the Charlemagne dynasty. Note 1. An era where ecclesiastical authority superseded royal power. Note 2. A time when the divine beings, as proclaimed by the Church, departed from the mortal realm. The Iron Age commenced with the event of the Charlemagne dynasty's extinction, triggering the fragmentation and disintegration of the Frankish Empire. This disintegration, coupled with the relaxation of parish authority, ignited years of conflict. The territorial demarcations of the nations on the Western continent were also firmly established. Technological advancements flourished, and the concepts of human rights and individual freedoms began to take root. Note 1. With the advent of scientific understanding, belief in the existence of beings such as elves and werewolves has waned. Note 2. Since entering the Iron Age, the 12 deities currently extant have not manifested any divine miracles. And atheism has gained traction within the scientific community, such as the extent of useful information. And it closed the tome, disheartened to find that other texts bore not even a trace of the extraordinary or the arcane. Reflecting upon her earlier ease in discovering methods to attain the extraordinary within the library, she mused that perhaps Eggsburg University ought to be rebranded as Eggsburg Academy of Magic. Anik chuckled softly, only to be struck by a more chilling thought that sent a shiver down her spine. How, she pondered, had the previous occupant of this body acquired the parchment detailing the ritual for summoning from another world? Especially in its traditional script, fear proved futile. Once Anik regained her composure, she recalled her first thought. Her mentor. Perhaps she should seek the counsel of her teacher, for he seemed to possess an encyclopedic knowledge that might provide her with a pathway to becoming extraordinary. Chapter 7. Professor Russell in a bid for self-preservation. Anik's motivation surged. She set off to locate the office of the Department of Philology, where her mentor was likely to be found. Situated in the southwestern corner of Eggsburg, the campus occasionally saw students lingering over books even on weekends, while couples nestled on benches beneath the shade, bubbles in the shape of rosy hearts floating above their heads. Exuding the unmistakable aroma of youthful romance, the professor's office was housed within a modest 3-story building. Upon entering with her student identification, Anik made her way to her mentor's office. Knock, knock, Professor Russell. Are you in? Given that it was a day of rest, Anik was unsure if the venerable gentleman would be present. She knocked with a spirit of hopeful chance. The door creaked open, revealing a sprightly elderly man clad in formal attire. Holding an ivory pipe, this refined gentleman was none other than her mentor, Russell. Little Anik. Have you come seeking my guidance for your graduation job search? Professor Russell beamed, inviting her into his office and gesturing toward a chair beside him. Awash in uncertainty about how to begin, Anik seized the opportunity to follow his lead. Yes, Professor Russell, I am indeed troubled about where to seek my livelihood in the future. You possess a wealth of knowledge. Do you have any recommendations? In an era devoid of job fairs or recruitment agencies, a mentor's letter of recommendation served as a vital key to securing employment. The fact that Professor Russell took the initiative to inquire about her job prospects indicated his fondness for her as a student. I have 3 suggestions for you. The first is to participate in the Regional Government Secretary exam this autumn. The second option is to apply for a teaching assistant position at our university. This year, 2 teaching assistants are set to retire, and recently, another has gone missing, leaving 3 vacancies for you to contend for. Lastly, the police station in the Gonia district is seeking a clerical worker. The chief is an old friend of mine, and if you're interested, you can take my letter of recommendation to him. After some reflection, her mentor provided these insights. Anik thought to herself that, given her current academic struggles, attempting the exam would likely be futile. Remaining as a teaching assistant would surely expose her shortcomings. Thus, pursuing a clerical position seemed the most prudent choice, especially since it would afford her the legal right to bear arms, providing a modicum of comfort. Professor, I am rather dim-witted. Could you please elaborate on the pros and cons of these 3 positions? Though her heart leaned toward the third option, it was prudent to feign humility. Professor Russell gestured toward a small brass kettle by the window. Pour me a cup of tea, and do pour yourself one as well. You have visited me often enough that there is no need for formality. Let us converse over tea in Brugge. The mere mention of tea implicitly denoted black tea rather than green, as the brew steeped into a reddish-brown hue, slightly bitter. Anik noted her mentor's preference for unadulterated flavors, eschewing milk and sugar. After pouring a cup for both herself and her mentor, Professor Russell took a sip and continued. The government exam entails both written and oral components. This year, there are fewer secretary positions available than in previous years, and many seasoned politicians' offspring are also vying for these roles. If you feel confident in your interview skills, it might be worth a shot. It seemed her mentor subtly suggested that without substantial political connections, passing the interview would be challenging. Clearly, networking was a considerable asset in any world, a valuable stepping stone. The teaching assistant role appeared to be a better fit, You are diligent and embody an academic spirit. Since the recruitment is internal, I cannot personally provide you with a recommendation letter, but several of the faculty members responsible for hiring are familiar with you. However, the downside is that the remuneration is rather modest, at merely £4 weekly. Though financial compensation is not the crux of the issue, standing before my mentor is a mere academic underachiever rather than the top student you might remember. Anik silently lamented. The third option, the police clerical position, had its merits. The district chief was also an alumnus of the school and shared a friendship with her mentor. The advantages included a weekly salary of £5. The drawback was the demanding nature of the role, requiring 8 days of work per week, that if you wish to pursue that path, I can write you a recommendation letter now. Anik mentally calculated that the police salary, based on Earth-S purchasing power, would equate to over 200 yuan daily, aligning with the standards of a white-collar worker. She was astonished that wages in this realm surpassed those on Earth. Yet the realization that a bachelor's degree here had not yet depreciated brought her some solace, sir. As you are aware, my family's circumstances are modest, and I have 2 younger sisters in school. I wish to earn additional income to support my family. Though it is a pity I cannot remain at the university with you, I will make it a point to visit you often. Anik delicately expressed her inclination toward the police station, reasoning that her lackluster academic background would remain concealed, while also gaining entry into a formidable institution that could safeguard her identity as a traveler. Very well, wait here for a moment. I shall write you the letter. Professor Russell extinguished his pipe and took up a pen to compose the note. After approximately 5 minutes, he sealed the letter in an envelope, affixing his wax seal upon it. Upon receiving the letter of recommendation, Anik respectfully tucked it into the inner pocket of her coat. After refilling her mentor's cup, she continued, Professor, do you truly believe that deities exist in this world? Is there such a thing as extraordinary power? Many professors at the university were atheists, and her mentor, Professor Russell, was merely a superficial believer in the winter god, often absent from Sunday services during busy academic periods. What piqued your interest in such matters? He inquired. The emergence of deities and religions primarily serves to fulfill humanity's yearning for solace. Once material desires are satiated, individuals invariably seek some form of spiritual comfort. As for extraordinary powers, I suggest you refrain from believing the strange tales circulating among students. I can only assert that a select few fortunate individuals may experience divine favor. However, your father, a retired military man, could provide you with a satisfactory answer if you were to inquire, he added with a knowing smile, but such favor often demands an unimaginable price. Very well, if there are no further matters. Do come by again. I need to meet a friend for a game of polo. I will draft a letter for the Gonia District Police Station, and you may go for the interview next Monday. With her mentor's dismissal, Anik expressed her gratitude once again to the kind old gentleman before exiting the university. After a busy morning in the library and with her mentor, it was now midday. Sunlight bathed the streets, dispelling some of the clouds in her heart that a job was secured. And as for her quest for extraordinary power, she finally had a lead. It seemed she would need to return home soon to meet her unexpected father. Anik mused. Chapter 8. Dining. Numerous restaurants dotted the vicinity of Augsburg University, and as the campus dining hall did not serve meals on weekends, many students and staff opted for local eateries. With her spirits lifted and newfound hope for the future, Anik decided to indulge herself. After all, she would soon be earning money, and spending a little felt inconsequential. Directly across from the university's Golden Crown restaurant stood an upscale establishment. Anik recalled that only professors or students from wealthy backgrounds frequented such places. Having never dined on proper Western cuisine on Earth, she resolved to treat herself this time. Pushing open the double glass doors of the Golden Crown, she handed her top hat to a waiter clad in a black waistcoat and white shirt, and, as she entered, she inquired, Are there any available seats today? I arrived on a whim, without a reservation. The restaurant boasts around 20 tables, the majority of which are set for 2, accompanied by a single table in the back hall of the restaurant. A piano graces the space, accompanied by a quartet of musicians harmonizing with a pianist in his 40s, who is performing exquisite melodies. Today, fortuitously, there are a few vacant seats. Would you consider the solitary seat by the window? The waiter replied warmly. The waiter guided Anik to the window side single seat. He laid a menu on the table and inquired, "May I introduce today's special dishes?" As he arranged the cutlery, he asked, "Thank you. Please do share your recommended dishes," Anik replied, striving to appear as though it were not her first visit. The main dish today features stuffed roasted chicken, with a filling of spicy red sausage from Frantania paired with fine onions, complemented by white beans from the Kingdom of Quinley, seasoned with thyme and garlic, all cooked in olive oil imported from the New World. The roasted chicken is a carefully selected 7-month-old rooster, neither too tough nor too tender. After the innards are removed, the filling is inserted, the skin brushed with olive oil, sprinkled with pepper and rosemary, and adorned with the unique rose salt from the Eastern Celestial Empire, then roasted on low heat for an hour to achieve a crispy skin and tender meat, should you find yourself unable to finish. We also offer a takeout service. Upon receiving the menu from the waiter and glancing over the roasted chicken priced at 8 shillings, Anik deemed it rather exorbitant, yet feeling obliged after the waiter's enthusiastic recommendations. She nodded in acceptance. "What beverage would you like to pair with your meal?" "We have exquisite wines from the renowned Bull Winery in the Kingdom of Luke, made from sun-drenched grapes rich in sugar, aged for decades, achieving exceptional color, aroma, and taste, all for just £20 that, if you do not finish today, you may take it with you or store it here for your next visit." Even in the Kingdom of Brugge, the waiter persisted in promoting the expensive wines like a pushy salesperson attempting to sell membership cards while you get your hair cut. Sadly, Anik, being a genuinely impoverished student, interrupted the waiter's pitch by searching for the cheapest locally produced white wine at the bottom of the list. She ordered a starter of oil-drenched cherry tomatoes with spicy garlic shrimp, a creamy mushroom soup, and a strawberry mousse for dessert. "Your total comes to £2, 1 shilling, and 5 pence, the waiter announced as he collected the menu. Hearing this, Anik reluctantly fished her wallet from her side pocket, retrieving 2 £1 notes and 2 shilling notes. Feigning generosity as she stated, "No need for change. Consider the excess as your tip. Thank you for your generosity. I shall inform the kitchen to prepare your meal promptly. I hope you visit our restaurant often. I look forward to serving you again," the waiter replied as he departed for the kitchen. "Yet I have no desire to be generous nor return. The tip consumed a portion of my budget for a lavish breakfast," Anik lamented inwardly. Feeling the pinch, Anik finished her lunch, packed the remaining half of the chicken and white wine to take home for dinner. For even the poor must have their ways. Perhaps I am destined to be a pauper for life. No change in the world will alter my frugal habits. Returning to her apartment on South Cross Street at 3 p.m., she noticed a black carriage parked in front, adorned with a silver emblem depicting crossed swords and the coat of arms of the Kairang region on its window. This emblem symbolizes the police force. Anik was puzzled. She had just sent a letter from her mentor to the Ganya police station, which would not be received until tomorrow at the earliest, if they were not here for an interview. Who could they be seeking? Upon opening the apartment door, she found her landlord, Mr. Wiles, conversing with 2 men dressed in black uniforms, their heads adorned with black and white checkered caps. Their conversation ceased immediately upon her entrance. Mr. Wiles, a well-known gentleman in the area, was said to have been the steward for several prominent figures. After retiring, he rented part of his property to students like Anik. Though he had a head of silver hair, he was quite spry, and aside from his strict housekeeping standards, he did not make life difficult for his tenants, resulting in a good reputation among neighbors. Mr. Wiles gestured towards the 2 men, introducing them. "UVE returned, young Anik. These gentlemen are officers from the Special Situations Department of the Kairang Police, here to inquire about something. You must answer their questions truthfully. I trust these gentlemen possess the noble character of Count Dewey and will not intentionally trouble you." As he introduced them, Mr. Wiles cast a discreet wink in Anik's direction, hinting at something. "Good afternoon, miss. I am Junior Inspector Pierce from the Special Situations Department, and this is Inspector Fred. We are here to ask whether you found any unusual items at the library of Augsburg University in mid-May. Some unscrupulous thieves have stolen them from the treasury and hidden them in the library. If you were fortunate enough to find them or know their whereabouts, the government will reward you with £1,000. However, if anyone is found to be aiding in their concealment or destruction, the consequences will be far graver than mere imprisonment. Believe me, sometimes death is truly a mercy," remarked the tall, slender officer, who appeared to be in his early 30s, in a tone that was half temptation, half threat. Anik then noticed the insignia on their shoulders. The taller man bore 2 silver stars, while the shorter one had only one. It seemed the silver stars indicated the rank of inspector, with a number of stars denoting hierarchy. While pretending to ponder, Anik assessed her current situation. She was oblivious to the origins of the summoning ritual from the other world, as her memory was hazy. The 2 officers seemed uncertain if she truly possessed the document regarding the ritual, which appeared to be highly confidential and not meant for the general public, thus their reference to it as an unusual item. Perhaps they were not searching for the ritual at all, but were instead after some audacious thief who had pilfered national treasures. It seems that Mr. Wiles, or perhaps the esteemed Count Dewey he mentioned, holds enough influence to have these 2 inspector-level officers waiting here for her. Gentlemen, I've been occupied with my thesis throughout May, primarily borrowing reference books and seeking a quiet space for writing at the library. Both the librarian and my mentor, Professor Russell, can attest to this. Indeed, May is the graduation season for many universities, Mr. Wiles chimed in. Furthermore, the library has strict regulations against removing any items other than one's own. All books must be read on the premises, which is why I frequent it so often. You may verify this with the university, which will also confirm that I could not have taken any unusual items out of the library, as I am merely an ordinary person and not capable of scaling walls. Anik paused to observe the expressions on their faces, which still revealed no signs of suspicion. She continued, of course, to demonstrate my innocence. I will willingly surrender my personal belongings and invite you to search my room. After all, I am to attend an interview for a position in the government police next week, and I would not want any misunderstandings with you gentlemen, which could result in my being sent to prison instead of having the opportunity to become your colleague. Naturally, if I had any information regarding this unusual item, I would not wish to miss the chance for a lucrative reward. Please do come in. Anik aimed to assert her ignorance regarding the unusual item while simultaneously leveraging the university and Professor Russell's involvement. She also indicated her willingness to cooperate with the investigation, hinting at her potential future as a police officer, thus aligning herself with them. Surely this would alleviate their wariness. As for the document, she would have long since reduced it to ash and mingled it with the remains of the furnace. The materials for the ritual were all commonplace items, some of which could even be found on the roadside. The police would have no means of discovering her through an investigation into the ritual materials. Who knows how this world would treat someone like her, a traveler? Only caution could ensure her return to Earth. Thank you for your cooperation. In fact, we are searching all students who entered the library in mid-May. But we will also verify the information you provided. Now, please take us to your room. The shorter Inspector Fred conceded, his tone lightening as he recognized her understanding of the situation. It seems I've wagered correctly. The police are merely conducting a broad investigation. Upstairs, the first room on the left. Here are my keys, Anik said, handing her key to Inspector Fred as she followed the 2 officers to her room, voluntarily relinquishing the key to signify her innocence. The 2 officers thoroughly searched every corner of her room. Anik also surrendered her coat and the wallet within it, resulting in a complete lack of findings. They even overturned their own stove used for boiling water, yet remained oblivious to the fact that the object they sought had already turned to ashes, quietly lying before them. Chapter 9. The Inquiry. It appears that it truly is not here, Mr. Anik. You must tidy up this disordered house yourself. Perhaps I shall visit again when the opportunity arises. Having spoken, Officer Pierce led Fred out of the room. No trouble at all, gentlemen. You are both busy with official duties. I can manage this minor matter myself. Once I commence my employment, I shall invite both of you to share a meal together. Anik replied, feigning politeness. This should suffice, he thought, when suddenly 2 policemen descending the stairs turned around. The tall Officer Pierce slowly swayed a golden pocket watch in his hand, and a beam of red light struck Anik's body, rendering him immobile, his limbs devoid of sensation. His eyelids grew heavy. Was this the legendary hypnosis from online tales? Wasn't he? It said one must gaze at the watch to be hypnotized. Why had it transformed into an active technique? Emitting red light. Did this world not adhere to the laws of physics? Anik silently grumbled, yet he felt his body gradually slipping from his control, his eyelids drooping as he stood there like a marionette. He must maintain his consciousness. Otherwise, he might truly be hypnotized, only to find himself dragged to some laboratory for dissection. Fred produced an object resembling a crude child's toy compass, focusing intently on it. From now on, I shall ask questions, and you shall answer. What is your name? Onyx Suston. Your age? 21 years. Did you deceive us in your previous account? Yes, I was not at the library every day in mid-May. I was at home on the 8th and 9th. What were you doing at home? Why did you not go to the library? Pierce seemed somewhat exhilarated, as though he had caught a big fish. Shimiao took us, along with Mr. Elma, to the newly opened tavern in the Gonia district, where we drank beer all day. The next day, I was hung over at home. With the remnants of memory, Onyx recalled that they had indeed spent the night drinking last month. Pierce merely wanted to ascertain whether he had lied, and naturally, he could present the absence of his library visits as part of the deception. Onyx keenly sensed that the compass-like item in Fred's hand was designed to discern truthfulness. He wagered it could only determine whether someone was lying, not read minds directly. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate hypnosis. We did not ask you to disclose these trivialities. Let us cut to the chase. Did you receive or see a peculiar ceremonial document between May 10th and 20th? Pierce's tone suggested he was somewhat flustered. From May 10th to 20th, my life remained unchanged. I neither saw nor received any ceremonial documents. Onyx replied, Fred, does this young man's statement pose any issues? The tall Pierce inquired of Fred. No. The needle has consistently pointed to green. It appears we must seek our next subject for investigation. Fred responded as he stowed away the compass-like item, his tone tinged with fatigue. Once I snap my fingers, you shall awaken, and you will forget everything, Pierce declared, pocketing the watch before snapping his fingers. With a crisp sound, Onyx opened his eyes, feigning ignorance of what had transpired, and turned to walk back into his room. Cleverly, he had responded to their inquiries with my life remains unchanged. He could be Onyx. Yet within Onyx's shell resided a terrestrial being named Jiang Yingxia. In May 2022, apart from working, Jiang Yangshua spent his time gaming at home, having purchased that book and the ceremonial rites from a street stall rather than finding it in the library. Satisfied that he had successfully deceived them, Onyx began to tidy his disheveled room. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Onyx was engrossed in his tasks, the bedroom door was knocked upon again. Had they discovered some flaw and returned to confront him? Onyx endeavored to maintain a facade of calm as he sauntered to the door. Upon opening it, he found his landlord, Mr. Wiles, standing there, inquiring with concern, Is everything all right? Young Onyx, the two gentlemen have left. Have you encountered any unusual circumstances? You may confide in me. Nothing much. They merely came to inquire about a theft at the campus library and were conducting a wide-ranging investigation, Onyx replied, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. That is reassuring. You shall officially graduate this month. Correct? Graduates from the Agersburg University Law Department are quite sought after. Haha. I believe in no time, your income will surpass my highest annual salary. Have you secured employment? Not yet, but I have 3 recommendations from my mentor. I will attend interviews next week. Thank you, Mr. Wiles. Your kindness is truly golden in character. Onyx responded, pondering whether Mr. Wiles had some unspoken matters lingering. With his current knowledge, becoming a legal advisor might inadvertently lead others astray. That is good to hear. I also came to inquire whether you were continuing your lease. Now that you have graduated, it might be best to seek a better environment, perhaps a standalone residence or a private dwelling. After all, if you're contemplating marriage, one cannot offer an excellent lady a shared living arrangement. I shall miss the 4 of you. Even if you do not renew the lease, do come visit me when you can. It turned out he was merely inquiring about the lease. Although this place is close to the Gonia district, it is still within the Lade district. Inter-district public transportation relies on trams, which travel at speeds akin to old-fashioned buses on Earth. It would be quite impractical for Onyx to work in Gonia while residing in Lade. The lengthy commute would surely sap all his energy. After a moment of thought, Onyx replied, Mr. Wiles, please allow me to provide you with an answer after I receive the results of my interview next week. As for the other 3, I shall inform them about the lease renewal this evening. You may perhaps need to purchase an advertisement slot in the Kairang Post. Shimiao will likely join the military for an internship. While I am unsure of Bob and Paul's plans, Onyx had no knowledge of his other 2 roommates' future decisions. Bob, an art student at King S. College, claimed he would become a revolutionary figure in contemporary art history. This individual, who would often drunkenly insist on sketching Onyx's portrait, was quite the sight with his round face and bald head. Hardly the typical image of an artist. Paul, on the other hand, was an elite from the business school at their shared university. His youthful face and lavish spending attracting many female admirers. Well, it seems another batch of tenants will soon be departing that I hope the future renters will be as amiable as you all. Should you ever feel unwell, aside from consulting a doctor, you might also seek solace in the nearest church for a prayer, was Mr. Wiles subtly suggesting that should he encounter any peculiar events, he should seek the church's assistance. Alas, he was destined to end the age of the gods as their contractor. Should the church unearth Jiang Yangshua's background, he might find himself on the pyre. After conversing, Mr. Wiles exited the apartment, leisurely making his way to his home in the adjacent block. "Take care. I shall not see you off," Anik called as he watched Mr. Wiles walk away, the elderly gentleman waving his hand to indicate no need for farewells. Organizing his thoughts regarding the recent events, Anik resolved to review common laws and legal writing skills. The impending interview loomed, and although he possessed his mentor's recommendation letter, enhancing his knowledge would solidify his chances of success. After relaying Mr. Wiles' inquiry about the lease renewal to Xiamiao and the others that evening, Anik continued to immerse himself in a mountain of books. For the next 2 days, he secluded himself in his home, venturing out only during lunch and dinner to relieve his tense mind. That on Sunday evening, as Anik was deeply engrossed in his studies, Xiamiao pulled him out. More accurately, yanked him out in the living room below. Bob and Paul were seated around the long bench. "What is happening here?" Anik inquired, puzzled. "Well, since everyone is graduating and will soon part ways, it's hard to meet again, so let us have a drink together." "Ha! Knowing you have an interview tomorrow, we decided to stay in. I have 2 bottles here," Xiamiao said, producing 2 glass bottles of whiskey from who knows where. "Where will everyone be heading after graduation?" Xiamiao asked as he rummaged for 4 glasses and began pouring the amber liquid, its grainy aroma swirling within. "Why, old man wants me to return home and start as an assistant accountant." With the intention of taking over his position later, Paul replied, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor, reclining in his seat with one leg crossed over the other, a lit cigarette dangling from his left hand. "I wish to explore Luke. Perhaps in the kingdom renowned for art and fashion, I might find kindred spirits who appreciate my artistic beauty," Bob remarked, seemingly still holding on to his artistic aspirations, after being fortunate enough to witness his artwork. Anik could only express that, although he did not comprehend it, he was profoundly impressed. "Next week, I will be heading to the Gonia police station to seek a position. I hope to pass the interview." Anik accepted the drink from Semyon and settled into the chair by the window. Reporting to the Kairang military camp in July, he would likely be dispatched to the northern colonies next year, where manpower was in dire need. After Semyon poured drinks for everyone, he took a seat beside Bob. "Let us not dwell on too much. Cheers, my brothers," Semyon declared, raising his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. The silky texture and spicy flavor of the whiskey tantalized their palates. This might be the last occasion for the 4 of them to drink together. The evening was marked by the repetitive motions of pouring and consuming alcohol, with little conversation exchanged in between. Once finished, they all retreated to their respective rooms. Chapter 10. The interview, June 11th. Today marked the day of the interview. Anik meticulously brushed his formal attire on the table, ensuring it was neat and presentable. Noticing that the shirts in his wardrobe bore a few wrinkles, he glanced at the kettle on the coal stove, and after it heated up, he pressed the bottom of the kettle against the fabric to smooth it out. Finally, he adjusted the details in front of the mirror. The reflection revealed a semblance of a gentleman. He forced a wry smile, hoping that his appearance would earn him some favor during the interview. Currently residing on South Cross Street, there was no tram station nearby. The closest one was 2 blocks away. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived at the tram stop, where a few clusters of office workers were already gathering. Reminiscent of the bustling scene at a subway station on Earth, the rhythmic clattering of tram wheels against the tracks echoed from afar, and soon enough, a green double-decker tram rounded the corner, pulled by 4 swift horses. Anik squeezed himself onto the tram amidst the throng of passengers. Today, the ticket collector was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with the passage of time etching fine lines around her eyes. "I need to go to the Gonia police station. Where should I disembark?" "For pence. Get off at the Gonia District Government Station, right next to the police station." "All right, please call out when we reach my stop." "Thank you." Anik handed over 4 coins, receiving a ticket in return. The tram was packed with commuters, most dressed in formal attire, while a few individuals, pipe in mouth and newspapers in hand, exuded a sense of self-importance. The atmosphere was largely quiet, aside from a child occasionally crying in the arms of its mother. Anik found a corner seat at the back of the tram, closing his eyes to rest. Time slipped by, and Anik was roused by the bright voice of the ticket collector announcing the arrival at the Gonia District Government Station. Stepping off the tram, the lazy morning sun filtered through the thin mist, warming his skin. After asking a passerby for directions, he quickly located his destination. The Gonia police station was a 3-story building made of red brick. After registering at the security booth, he was granted entry into the office building. Beyond the entrance was a circular reception desk, where a girl in a long white dress adorned with lace, her brown curls cascading down, sat with her head resting on her arms. To her left was a gleaming silver typewriter, and to her right, a stack of newspapers lay haphazardly. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, and Anik could even hear her faint snoring. Knock, knock, knock. Anik tapped on the reception desk, and no response came. Only the crisp echo resonated through the hall. Knock, knock, knock. He patiently rapped again. This time, the girl slowly lifted her head, traces of transparent liquid lingering at the corners of her mouth. Upon noticing Anik standing before her, she quickly pulled the typewriter towards herself, pretending to type into the air. Hello, I am Anik. I am here for an interview arranged by my mentor last week. Could you please direct me to the chief's office? Anik inquired, peering towards the girl. Upon hearing he was there for an interview, the girl paused her charade and let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. The chief? You mean Chief Roan? He should still be on his way. The officers generally arrive by 9 in the morning. You can wait here for a bit. All right. May I wait in the hall? Anik responded, of course. Please take a seat on the bench in the hall. The tea ladies haven't arrived yet, but I can bring you a drink. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Tea, please, Anik replied, contemplating the presence of dedicated personnel even for serving tea at the police station. The receptionist poured Anik a cup of red tea before returning to her slumber at the desk. Nearby, he noticed a newspaper rack and began perusing the papers. The headlines reported that the Conservative Party had triumphed over the Whig Party in the recent parliamentary elections, with Benjamin Russell, the party leader, inviting more professionals to form a government. The proposal to lower tariffs had been vetoed by Parliament. The northern colonies were set for further development, and next month, the chief of the Cheyenne tribe would visit Brugge. A fire had broken out in the library of Agesburg University, but fortunately, it was extinguished in time that a lecturer from the same university had committed suicide by jumping off a building, allegedly due to emotional distress. A fire at the library? Anik's senses heightened. It seemed someone was intent on incinerating evidence of some sort. Perhaps those men in black were fishing for rats. As time passed, more individuals in formal attire or deep blue police uniforms traversed the hall towards their offices. While engrossed in the latest news, a slightly portly, graying man in a dark blue police uniform entered the hall. Good morning, Chief Roan. There's a Mr. Anik waiting for you. Anik hurriedly set down the newspaper, removed his hat, and placed his left hand on his chest, bowing slightly. Good morning, Mr. Roan. I am here for the position my mentor referred me to an interview. Roan inquired, looking somewhat puzzled as he scratched his head. Is your mentor Russell? Oh, I remember now. The port division is in need of a clerk. Once you pass the interview, you'll be assigned there. Anik followed Roan to his office, located on the 3rd floor. Ascending the spiral marble staircase adorned with black iron gas lamps and glass shades, the sound of typewriters echoed from the nearby offices. Come in, and please shut the door behind you. Roan gestured as he opened the office door. The office was modestly sized, featuring a long rectangular desk cluttered with a typewriter, ink, and pens. Two upholstered sofas were arranged together, and Roan indicated for Anik to sit on the adjacent one. Anik hung up his hat and coat, retrieving the letter of recommendation from his pocket and handing it to Roan, who tossed it onto the desk without a glance. Aren't you going to read it? Roan lit a cigar, the white smoke spiraling upwards as he replied, No need. A recommendation from Russell is sufficient. He has detailed everything in the letter. Are you a recent graduate? Yes, I will be receiving my diploma at the end of June. Ah, then you're my junior. I graduated from there 30 years ago. He chuckled. Today, let's discuss your job responsibilities and compensation. Shouldn't I be asking questions? It would be a waste for an outstanding Aegisburg University graduate to settle for a clerk position at a police station. No need for questions. Haha, if it were 30 years ago, you might have been appointed a section chief. All right. Rowan pulled out a map of Aegisburg from the shelf and pointed to the Eastern Port District. The Port Division has an old clerk retiring in August. You will take over his duties. Typically, you will be responsible for drafting documents for the division, and twice a week, you will accompany patrol officers to oversee the 8 streets surrounding the port. Maintaining public order there.is at the extent of the job. What about the working hours? You will work 8 days a week with 2 days off from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, with holiday duties rotated among staff. Any questions? None. If we encounter matters that are challenging for the regular officers, should we report them? Anik sought to gauge Roan's awareness of extraordinary matters upon hearing this. Roan took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a smoke ring before saying, in principle, you should report them, especially if there are peculiar situations involving those little black fellows the little black fellows are from the Special Operations Unit, as they wear black police uniforms. Once you hand matters over to them, keep your distance from those ghostly places. It appeared that for the police, extraordinary powers were not merely a secret. Rather, they often intersected with their duties. I have no further questions. Now, let us discuss your benefits. Originally, the clerk position only offered a junior constable rank and salary. However, considering you are a graduate from a prestigious school and recommended by Mr. Russell, you will receive a mid-level constable rank with a weekly wage of £5, an annual service bonus of £20, totaling an annual salary of £200, with opportunities for promotion and salary increases based on service duration and performance. Anik calculated that the annual income from his family farm, combined with a small grocery store managed by his mother, amounted to approximately £500. Upon graduating, he had already surpassed the average income of the 3 laborers in his household. It was no wonder his father had invested a significant sum to enroll him in Aegisburg University. Education truly has the power to alter one's destiny, particularly when degrees still hold their value. Is there any issue? He asked. I will write a note for you. Miss Susan downstairs will accompany you to the administration department to sign a contract, and then to the finance department to advance 2 months' salary. Finally, you will visit the comprehensive logistics department for a photograph and to take your measurements. Director, advance salary? Anik inquired. After graduation, it would feel inappropriate to ask your family for living expenses, wouldn't it? As a senior, I can grant you this favor. You are merely advancing your salary, and for the next 4 months of work, you will receive half pay as repayment. Is that permissible? I do not currently lack funds. Anik explained. Just trust me. Next, you'll need to relocate and attend the graduation ceremony, and make time to visit home. Report to the sub-bureau next month. We will need time to process your uniform and firearm application. The higher-ups incessantly speak of streamlining operations and enhancing efficiency. Yet aside from dismissing 3 tea ladies and 2 night security guards, no formal employees have been let go. Director Ron was jotting down notes in his notebook while lamenting the bureaucratic system. With a rip, the director handed Anik the completed document. Under the somewhat drowsy guidance of Miss Susan, Anik made his rounds through 3 offices that he signed the contract in the secretarial department, a copy detailing confidentiality clauses, job responsibilities, and salary benefits. After affixing his signature and seal, he took his copy, thus formalizing the agreement. In the finance department, he received £30. Apart from paying tuition and rent, he had never held so much cash before. Comprising 3 £10 notes, he tucked the bills into the side pocket of his wallet, securing it against his chest. The comprehensive logistics department sounded like a miscellaneous task force. After a brief photo session with an archaic camera resembling those seen in old films, a large wooden box adorned with glass, Anik encountered a freckled young photographer with fiery red hair. Look up, sit straight, smile naturally, and remain still. Click. A flash erupted from the circular silver disc beside the camera, likely the earliest form of a flash. Your smile is too stiff. Never mind, as long as it resembles you for the ID. The photographer remarked, draping a canvas over the camera, that I am not trained to produce a professional smile. Maintaining only 8 visible teeth while keeping my eyes open, Anik retorted. The measurement process was swift. An elderly gentleman skillfully took his shoulder width, chest circumference, and height, permitting him to exit. He hoped the uniform would be tailored generously. Anything tighter would be quite uncomfortable. Chapter 11. The return. Anik's parents resided in the town of Il. Located south of Aegisburg, despite its designation as a city, its population was modest, primarily engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry. Each day, a steam train departed from Aegisburg bound for Il, taking approximately 2 hours, a journey comparable to traveling from a city center to its suburbs on Earth. The train offered 3 classes of seating. The first class featured a small compartment with a single bed, desk, and sofa. The second class resembled the green carriages on Earth, with long benches separated by narrow tables, ensuring everyone had a seat according to their ticket. The third class was akin to a bus, featuring a few long seats with an upright metal pole in the center for support. Ticket prices varied by class: £1 for first class, 5 shillings for second, and 2 shillings for third. Anik packed a change of shirt and jacket into a small leather suitcase, wrapping his newly acquired £30 in paper and placing it in the suitcase's compartment. Dressed in formal attire and donning a bowler hat, he boarded a public carriage. The Aegisburg train station, situated in the city center, was a rare steel-structured edifice. A tall clock tower adorned the station, featuring enormous clock faces embedded in its 4 walls. On the hour, a mechanical device would strike the large brass bell atop the tower. Anik successfully purchased a second-class ticket for the 10 o'clock train and waited approximately half an hour before boarding. The massive, black iron locomotive exhaled steam as it pulled a dozen wooden carriages. With a loud whistle, the train departed for Il amidst the clattering of wheels. After 2 hours of jostling, Anik set foot on his homeland soil. Il's main urban area was organized around 2 intersecting street grids running north-south and east-west. His family farm lay 10 kilometers east of the city center, and, as Il was a small town, there were no public carriages to return home. One would either need to encounter a familiar face or hire a carriage, bargaining the fare down to about a shilling. Suddenly, Anik remembered it was Tuesday, and his 2 younger sisters were likely still attending their lessons at the Mother Goddess Church School. His mother, Linda, was a devout follower of the Mother Goddess, and under her influence, both of his sisters were also partial believers. The church school not only taught basic doctrines, but also provided literacy and general education, including grammar and arithmetic. While the quality of education could not compare to private institutions, the fees were significantly lower than those of grammar schools. His sisters used to walk to school together, but after a tragic incident last year involving a female student on her way home, their older brother, Johnny, had taken to picking them up in a horse-drawn cart under the pretense of restocking their mother's grocery store. It seemed prudent to wait for them to finish school before heading home together. The Mother Goddess Church stood on North Street in Il, a modest white structure that exuded simplicity and sanctity. After enjoying a casual lunch at a nearby restaurant and exchanging pleasantries with acquaintances, Anik entered the church's main hall, which featured 2 rows of wooden pews. Directly opposite the entrance was the altar, adorned with the emblem of the Mother Goddess, a heart with a horizontal line beneath it. The circular vaulted ceiling was adorned with colorful oil paintings depicting various saints of the Mother Goddess proclaiming doctrine and vanquishing demons. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting a sacred and solemn glow in the hall. Anik withdrew a shilling note and placed it into the donation box, then traced the Mother Goddess's emblem over his heart with his finger. "Thank you for your generosity. May the Mother Goddess bless you," the kindly priest said. "It is my duty. May the Mother Goddess be with you," Anik replied. If there truly were divine beings watching over him, he thought. As a faithless Marxist, he would have been struck down the moment he entered the church. The fatigue from his travels soon lured Anik into slumber until the chimes of the clock tower roused him. The church school was adjacent to the church in a single-story building. After freshening up and wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Anik tipped his hat in gratitude to the priest and exited the church. Waiting at the school gate for his sisters to finish their classes at by 5 o'clock, students began to trickle out, and observing the beaming young faces, Anik felt a pang of envy as he, with a combined age of 50 from 2 lives, could only wish for such innocence. "Brother, what brings you here?" The voice belonged to a girl of 16 or 17, dressed in a long black cotton dress, slender yet rosy-cheeked, with short black hair framing her neck and round brown eyes that seemed to speak, radiating the essence of youth. "Irina, it has been a while. Where is your sister?" Anik endeavored to assume a brotherly demeanor. "She must be consulting someone about a question. But you, how came you to be here? Oh, I'm about to graduate and start working soon. While I still have some free time, I returned home to relish my last moments as a student. By the way, when does Johnny usually come to pick you up? He generally goes to the market first and will arrive to collect us around 5:30. Brother, what differences lie between the big city of Aegisburg and EL? When will you take us to live in Aegisburg? It is so small and dull here outside of studying. Irina, like a child asking for sweets, put on her most endearing face as long as our parents consent. But you will still have to attend school there too. Anik deflected, using their parents as a shield against his mischievous sister. We will be on our best behavior. If you go out drinking all night, or even find a wife, we won't tell on you to mother and father that I am not currently seeking a wife. And as for drinking, I will take you with me once you reach adulthood. After all, once your birthday passes this year, you will be considered an adult. Anik doubted her assurances and could only drag her along into mischief. All right, but you better not backtrack on your promise, Irina teased, sticking out her tongue. Enough with your brotherly antics. Father only hopes we grow up to be proper ladies and marry a wealthy merchant to become affluent wives. At a melancholic voice wafted through the school gates, the figure adorned in a brown gown. Her single ponytail of ebony hair, cascading gracefully, stood there. With her chestnut-hued eyes akin to Irina's, her complexion was notably more svelte and fair. It was none other than Irina's elder twin sister. Irina. Long time no see. Irina. How have you been lately? Anik often found himself feeling a lack of the authority expected of an older brother when confronted by this girl, who, though nominally his younger sister, exhibited a maturity that seemed to eclipse his own. Good to see you again, brother. If you are waiting for Johnny, he should be arriving shortly. Although his hair has become increasingly sparse lately, and he often stares vacantly into the mirror, he remains steadfastly punctual when it comes to fetching his beloved sisters. Anik mused that he could expect Johnny to appear any moment, guiding their two aged horses as they pulled a wooden cart around the corner. As if by prophecy, two local ponies appeared at the street corner, pulling a wooden four-wheeled cart. The driver, clad in a leather vest and a natural linen shirt, bore the sun-kissed bronze complexion of a man seasoned by the elements. He inherited his father's brown hair and his mother's brown eyes, his hairline receding slightly, presenting the visage of a man in his 30s. Indeed, it was Johnny, their brother. I heard you were back in town. How long do you plan to stay? I imagine it will be difficult for you to linger at home for long after this, Johnny inquired as he secured the cart. About 10 days. I suppose that I need to return for my graduation ceremony and to move, Anik replied, assisting his two younger sisters into the back of the cart. Give me a hand so I can climb aboard. Anik extended his hand towards Johnny, and they took their seats side by side on the elongated wooden plank at the front of the cart. How is the job hunt going? Johnny urged the cart forward. Feigning indifference. Next time we meet, you'll have to call me Sheriff. Ha ha. My mentor introduced me to a position at the police station, and the salary is quite decent, Anik chuckled softly. Well, the old man might not take too kindly to that. He would prefer you to secure a role as a government clerk, or at the very least, become a lawyer, Johnny replied with a knowing smile. Why wouldn't a police position be considered government employment? I'll be handling paperwork, not brandishing a firearm against criminal gangs. The outlaws of Agelsburg aren't audacious enough to challenge the authority of the government. Anik shrugged nonchalantly that I hope the old man can come to terms with your explanation. Johnny responded, and no problem at all. After all, they offer an annual salary of £200, and police stations typically provide lunch, so the actual salary should exceed £220, Anik contended. Well, it seems knowledge truly paves the way to prosperity. This way, Linda won't have to fret about your marriage prospects. The women seeking to propose to our family could easily wear out our doorstep. Johnny teased, I think Linda is quite eager to market you. Dear brother, while you are diligent and hard-working, your overly honest and dull demeanor might not be appealing. ISMT our neighbor's daughter, Fleur, still waiting for you to make a move? You ought to muster the courage to invite her out for a drink or to see a play. Surely you won't let the lady make the first move. That wouldn't be very gentlemanly. Anik naturally shifted the spotlight onto his brother. Well, I suppose I shall make an attempt. Mother will undoubtedly prepare a feast upon seeing you return. We haven't had a renowned fruit pie since you left, Johnny remarked, ruffling his thinning hair. How is the harvest at home? What is the status of Father's new workshop initiative? seeing that Johnny was finally willing to engage. Onyx steered the conversation toward other matters. Since that group of lords in Parliament raised the tariffs, the price for our wheat has increased to 4 pence a pound, and the price for live cattle has also risen. Old John plans to construct a steam mill, which would allow us to process our wheat into flour for sale, potentially increasing profits by at least 50%. During idle times, we could also assist neighboring farmers with their milling for a fee. Johnny explained, "Our finances tight? A steam engine doesn't come cheap." Onyx continued to inquire. "Not too bad. The old man still has some savings. He also has connections to acquire steam engines from retired naval vessels being dismantled," Johnny replied. Onyx privately mused that their family still possessed some capital, as their father had begun to realize that merely being a farmer would not yield wealth, and had started to evolve into something more akin to a businessman. Chapter 12. The family meeting. After approximately 20 minutes, Onyx spotted a 2-story brick and wood house, flanked by wooden stables and a barn. About 500 yards away, a small river ran alongside a mill equipped with a water wheel. This cluster of buildings was indeed his home in this world. Johnny halted the cart at the entrance. "You all disembark first. I will take the cart to the stable and return shortly." Onyx jumped down, retrieved his suitcase from the back, and hurried into the house. Inside the hall stood a long wooden table, and a middle-aged woman was busily calculating something with a pen. Dressed in a white gown with lace frills, adorned with a black lace headpiece, and her dark hair elegantly pinned up, the woman bore the same chestnut eyes as her daughters. This was none other than his mother, Linda, a shrewd and formidable woman. Father, old John, often found himself chastised by her like a well-behaved child. Even a casual drink would see him retreating to the stables, afraid to utter a word. "Mother, it has been a while. That I trust you are well," Onyx said after hanging up his coat. What brings you back? Did you, unlike your disappointing brother, manage to get someone pregnant and are now hiding from the world?" Linda's thoughts were as erratic as ever, perhaps exacerbated by a pressing desire for grandchildren from her unmarried elder son. "Not at all. You know the law faculty has few female students, and your second son is rather taciturn, which makes him less appealing to the young ladies," Onyx countered. Seeing no discernible reaction from his mother, he continued, "I'm merely taking a brief respite between graduation and starting work. I've returned to report that I have found employment." "What is the salary?" Linda seemed unconcerned with the specifics of the job, directly probing into the heart of the matter. £200, with the pay increasing with years of service. "Not bad. We haven't squandered the £100 of tuition we've paid every year." Linda's voice was tinged with a hint of relief. "Your father and I had quite the argument over this. He believed you could attend any school and didn't need to aim for the best university." "It is the best university in the Kylange region." Onyx attempted to correct his mother's misconception, but he was quickly met with her incessant chatter. Linda closed her notebook, which resembled a ledger, and donned an old coat. "Neither of you sons have produced a military officer to follow in his footsteps, which does not please him. By the way, what would you like for dinner tonight? Since you've secured a job, I can indulge you a bit. Whatever you desire, I shall prepare. Fruit pie, please, dear Lady Linda. Might I also have a serving of smoked meat?" Onyx recalled Johnny's endless mentions of the fruit pie, though his fragmented memories offered no taste of this delicacy. "Certainly, but instead of smoked meat, how about roasted chicken? I'll have your brother catch one from the backyard," Linda instructed before bustling off to the kitchen. Onyx carried his suitcase to his room on the second floor, then descended to chat with his 2 younger sisters. "Where's father?" "I haven't seen him," Onyx asked, settling onto a soft cushion he found and placing it on the bench. "He should be on his way back from grazing the cattle. Those beasts are his treasure," Irina replied. "I'm exhausted. I could really use a drink. Perhaps we should consider opening a brewery on the side?" A rough, deep voice called from outside. A middle-aged man, clad in a black wide-brimmed hat, leather attire, and dark canvas trousers, with a pipe in his mouth, entered the house. "Good evening, father. It's been a while." Onyx rose to greet him. "Ah, the second son returns. Never mind. Just pour me a cup of tea. I nearly collapsed from herding those animals all afternoon," old John said, sprawling onto a reclining chair and lighting his pipe for a deep draw. "I am about to graduate and have found a job. I'm just home for a short break," Onyx offered as he handed the tea pour by his sister to old John. "So soon? I expected you to struggle a bit longer before landing a position that I had prepared for the worst, thinking I might have to support your mother in managing the household finances. Old John remarked. Thanks to my mentor, Professor Russell, he introduced me to a clerical position at the police station. By July, I will be a junior sheriff, Onik explained. Police? Old John's expression soured as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. Wasn't it my intention for you to pursue a government career? Do you think we have enough influence or funds to sway those in power to assist you? Even if you enter the government, it's not a lifetime of stamping papers. Anik inquired. All right, being a police officer isn't so bad. At least it provides a stable occupation. Observing that the situation had settled, old John softened his demeanor. Father, after so many years in the military, have you ever encountered any unconventional circumstances? Anik recalled the hints from his mentor and asked, what brings this to mind? Old John tapped his pipe, adding more tobacco. You see, I'm soon to become the sheriff. Our profession necessitates dealings with all sorts of strange characters. It is prudent to know some details in advance to handle them. Anik explained. How about you join me for a hunt tomorrow? With more mouths to feed, it's essential to supplement our diet with meat that we can discuss those strange characters along the way. Old John did not respond directly. All right, as the moon ascended, Linda set the dinner she had spent the day preparing on the table. The roasted chicken was golden and fragrant, while the tender beef stew paired perfectly with a rich tomato soup that cut through the richness. Fresh peas whetted the appetite, and warm, freshly baked bread dipped in the savory beef gravy tasted like a delicacy from the earth. Johnny rummaged through the wine cabinet, producing 2 bottles of red wine for the family. Cheers to celebrate Anik securing a respectable J.O.B. in 4 years. You two will be working as well, and we old folks can retire. Linda raised her glass as she spoke. Can we continue our studies? I thought Father intended for us to finish our schooling at the church and then help at home. Irina questioned. Help? What could 2 young ladies, who cannot toil in the fields or tend to livestock, possibly do at home? Old John retorted, not forgetting to mention his second son, who, although he had not passed the government exam and wasted 400 pounds on tuition, had ultimately secured a respectable job. I must correct my father's statement. The police are also government employees. We too are gentlemen loyal to the crown, Anik continued to argue. But can we manage the household expenses? With 2 of us studying, tuition alone is already 200 pounds a year, which accounts for nearly half of our family income. Accommodation and food are considerable expenses as well. Furthermore, Johnny is of marriageable age. The costs of a wedding and future children will also add up. Ultimately, without a systematic education, it will be challenging for us to gain admission to Augsburg University. Irina finished, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Lowering her gaze, it's all right. I can wait a few more years. If you don't pursue your studies, you'll be stuck in this little town of L, Johnny said with a wry smile. Observing the forlorn expressions of his 2 sisters and the elder brother with a receding hairline, Anik could not help but interject. Ladies and gentlemen, you seem to have forgotten that my new job comes with an annual salary of 200 pounds. Irina and Alina can easily live with me, as I'll be moving out to find a new apartment closer to my workplace. What about the issue of meals? Irina countered. Having 2 extra mouths to feed, is a burden. It's not as if you'll be living for free. While you're here, you can cook and tidy up. Your share of food and lodging will simply cover what we would spend on a maid. What about our education? As for schooling, that's simpler. If you can't get into Augsburg, there are other institutions that in the area where your second brother studies. There's the Kaling Political and Economic Institute, which has a much easier entrance exam. The tuition is quite manageable, thanks to the support from various social elites. It costs only 60 pounds per person per year. Together, that's merely 120 pounds. Not much more than what it would cost for me alone. With accommodation and food covered by me, it'll be even less than if I were to study alone. Anik paused to gauge the reactions at the dinner table. Seeing that his parents did not overly react, he continued, if you're worried about your academic performance, there are still 2 months until the entrance exams. Augsburg has private tutoring institutions specifically for entrance exams. It has only 5 pounds per month per person, a bit pricey, but apparently effective. Irina, with her love for literature, could pursue a degree in humanities, while Alina might consider a course in economics that don't study economics. I want to follow in our brother's footsteps and study law, Alina protested. Anik ignored his sister's objection and continued. As for our elder brother, once Father's mill is operational, our family income will be at least £800. In a prosperous year, reaching £1,000 is not out of the question. That I believe the greatest obstacle to our brother's romantic prospects is his wooden-headedness. Ha ha, if we can give our brother a decent wedding. We'll have the means, as long as he doesn't set his sights on a noble woman. All right, you two should listen to your second brother. Johnny, you should find us a bride this year, to put your two sisters' minds at ease. Okay, I'll try, Johnny mumbled in response. You two should join me in learning to cook after class tomorrow. It'll be a valuable skill for your future husbands. When your second brother returns to Augsburg, you'll accompany him for tutoring, and once you pass the exams, send a letter home for your father to send your tuition. Now, let us eat in peace. There's fruit pie for dessert. Ultimately, it was the matriarch of the family who made the final decision, and the others had no objections. After a brief family meeting, the family joyfully began their meal. After feasting, the two sisters assisted their mother with the dishes, while the two brothers engaged in conversation with their father. Chapter 13. Father and the hunt. The following day, Anik awoke around noon. After a quick wash, he found a loaf of bread in the kitchen, which he paired with the remaining beef stew for a simple lunch. His father sat in the parlor, seemingly waiting for him to rise. Come, take that hunting rifle off the wall and join me for a hunt. Old John was dressed in earthy-toned tweed hunting attire, with navy trousers and a leather knife sheath was fastened at his waist. Housing a short dagger in his left hand, he held a bag, while his right hand led an ugly dachshund. In the kingdom of Brugge, firearms are regulated. Only officers or police with relevant credentials may purchase easily concealed sidearms. Bolt-action rifles and shotguns require a hunting license for purchase, while hand-crank Gatling guns can only be legally obtained through the military. After retiring, Old John, unable to resist his desire for firearms, purchased a hunting license for £10. Anik took down the rifle from the wall. It was well maintained, its glossy black barrel and mahogany stock gleaming in the light. He slung the gun over his shoulder and followed Old John to a lake approximately 1,000 yards from home, where numerous wild ducks resided in the marshland. Hand me the gun. You take the leash. Don't underestimate this dachshund. He is quite strong. When I tell you to release the leash, only then let go. After handing the leash to Anik, Old John began loading the rifle, retrieving bright yellow bullets from his pocket and carefully placing them into the magazine. Anik struggled to hold onto the dachshund's leash, crouching to follow Old John into the thicket. Release him. Go, Fatty. Old John signaled that Anik could let go. Upon hearing his master's voice, the dachshund darted towards the marsh like a flash of yellow lightning, causing a commotion that startled a flock of wild ducks into the air. Old John swiftly raised his rifle, his eyes sparkling with intensity, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 After 5 shots rang out, Old John slung the rifle over his shoulder and remarked, 5 ducks should suffice for your meals over the next few days. We can return another time. Did you truly hit them all that quickly? Anik was astonished, unsure of where Old John's confidence stemmed. Hitting 5 ducks in irregular flight patterns in such a short span was no small feat, even in the realm of clay pigeon shooting. One uses a shotgun at close range to hit slowly, predictably thrown objects, and none did it as swiftly as Old John. Let us wait here for a moment. Fatty will bring back the game. Old John took something from his pocket and whistled. Woof! Suddenly, a yellow figure burst from the marsh, racing towards the 2 men like a runaway stallion. Fatty returned, clutching a bloodied, half-meter-sized wild duck in his mouth. Its feathers matted and dripping, the dog's tongue lolled out, its tail wagging excitedly, as though seeking praise from Old John. Good boy. Fatty, go again. Old John patted the dachshund's head while pointing towards the marshland covered with reeds. Soon, the dachshund returned with another wild duck, and Old John took his dagger from his waist to extract the lead pellets from the duck's body before stowing it in his bag. After the dachshund had retrieved 5 ducks, Anik became convinced that this seemingly ordinary old drunkard farmer was indeed extraordinary. After processing the 5 ducks, Old John lit a cigarette and produced a steel flask from his pocket, taking a hearty swig of spirits before saying, "What do you think allows the son of a farmer to enlist and retire as a captain in the northern continent? Your grandfather has been a farmer for generations. Not to mention the idea of greasing palms. The sole purpose of my enlistment was to reduce the number of mouths to feed at home, with the added hope that I might earn some money in the military to purchase a piece of land and establish my independence. Anik was only beginning to grasp the tragic experiences of his father in his youth. During the era of colonization in the northern continent, we faced not only the indigenous peoples, but also the conflicts with nations such as Luke, Dunland, and the Lowlands, as well as the lawless pirates who would kill without hesitation. Among the soldiers who enlisted alongside me, only about 3 out of 10 ever returned to Brugge. After listening to his grievances, Anik inquired, "Are you an extraordinary being? How else could a farmer's son ascend to the rank of officer?" "Huh, it was merely a stroke of luck that I was promoted to extraordinary," old John replied. 10 years ago, my infantry squad was ordered to assist in eliminating banditry at a settlement on the northern continent a week prior. That settlement had sent a distress signal. The general of our legion believed it was merely a nuisance from local tribes and sent our 10-man team with a machine gun to offer support, instructing us to return after driving off the natives. You know what transpired? It was a nightmare. Old John said this with evident pain, closing his eyes as he took another swig of alcohol. "What happened?" Anik pressed. "We encountered the most ruthless pirate of the seas, Thomas Tuda, the so-called tyrant of the sea. He had already taken over that settlement, and the plea for help was merely a cruel jest. He lured a small military force only to massacre them for his amusement. It was not just a cruel joke. It was vile. Upon our arrival at the settlement, we were met not by friendly inhabitants but by fierce pirates. The unfortunate residents had been hung from wooden walls, their corpses already rotting. Just as we were in shock, cannon fire erupted, and our squad leader, who had been jovial just moments before, was struck by a 32-pound cannonball, obliterating his upper body. The soldier closest to him was showered in blood and collapsed in a state of utter despair. And then, "How did you survive?" Anik asked, eager to understand the turning point. This brings us to the origin of the tyrant Thomas. The remaining 8 of us, realizing we were surrounded, immediately expressed our willingness to surrender. But as for ascending to a higher echelon, I find myself lacking the qualifications to engage in such matters. However, it is said that the commander of our Scorpio Legion, during a pursuit of a band of pirates, single-handedly breached a fleet comprised of 3 sailing warships. Within a mere 20 minutes, not a single intact hull remained upon the surface of the sea. Such prowess is akin to that of a small legion. Is he truly that formidable? Anik inquired with a hint of skepticism. Old John waved his hand dismissively and continued, "I shall refrain from introducing other matters. Should you become an extraordinary being, there will be those who seek to recruit you. You may either join a military faction of extraordinary individuals or become part of the Special Circumstances Division within the police force. Should you align with the faithful, there are also teams dedicated to combating malevolent deities. Naturally, some are drawn to high salaries as bodyguards for nobles or wealthy merchants, while others, audaciously, choose the path of criminals. After all, extraordinary beings possess a capacity for destruction and operational efficiency far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Lastly, some may succumb to the allure of malevolent deities. Should you encounter such individuals, it is imperative to keep your distance." Fermat scarcely begins to describe them. "Father, do you believe the 8 true deities, including the god of winter, truly exist?" Anik queried with a hint of curiosity, regarding his father, a somewhat devout follower of the god of winter. "I do not know. Perhaps ancient humanity attained a sufficiently advanced level of extraordinary power, or perhaps our abilities are a divine gift, or we are merely pawns in a cosmic game between deities. Why did you retire? Did you not wish to serve a few more years? Is it not a pity to retire as a mere captain?" Anik expressed his confusion. "One must live to earn military accolades. Each use of my extraordinary powers leaves me feeling increasingly burdened by the whispers in my mind that I once believed I was one of the fortunate few who could awaken to become a wielder of powers, and that breaking through to the next level would be straightforward. Yet after 10 years of military service, I still see no signs of advancement. Are there no other means?" Anik recalled the bottle of wisdom elixir he had consumed. "For instance, consuming a tonic or the like. Such options exist, but the risks of losing control are far too great. Each year, numerous extraordinary beings in the military lose control. Some have gone mad and taken up arms against their comrades. only to be shot down, while others have experienced mental breakdowns, their very bodies collapsing into unspeakable monstrosities. It seems that extraordinary power is traded for extraordinary risks, Onik remarked with a sigh. Yet these are choices they have made. Most who lose control are those who pursue advancement zealously or who possess a penchant for violence or eccentricity. There are also comrades who claim that as one's level rises, the emotions of joy and sorrow become increasingly dulled. Father, how long did you serve? Onik inquired. The regulations of the Extraordinary Legion dictate that ordinary extraordinary beings must serve for a full decade, after which they may voluntarily retire to the reserves. Your father returned to Kalange with a pension of 1,000 pounds, content to live as a farmer. And how is your current state? Onik asked with a hint of concern. Occasionally, using my extraordinary abilities poses no issue. The whispers in my mind have gradually faded. It seems that those who appear powerful and glorious may, in truth, be latent madmen, old John replied, waving his hand as he returned home. For dinner, Onik prepared a beer-braised duck for his family, drawing praise for his culinary skills. The subsequent days were filled with various duck dishes. Aside from cooking, most of his time was spent herding sheep alongside Johnny, while his two sisters requested tutoring. However, apart from mathematics, most subjects were deftly avoided. Onik feared that his own academic prowess was no match for his two sisters. On June 22 ND, it was time to return. This journey was unlike the last. Onik, with luggage in both hands, followed behind the two lovely young ladies, resembling a humble servant trailing after young mistresses. His suitcase was stuffed with 2 bottles of Old John's prized whiskey, which Linda instructed him to present to their mentor, Russell, and their slightly older brother, Director Ron. Before breakfast, his parents called him over, providing his sisters with supplemental lessons and 2 months' worth of living expenses, as Old John begrudgingly extracted 3 bills of Herald I from his pocket. Linda scolded him for his stinginess. Onik had only intended to take 10 pounds for tutoring, but Linda argued that as she had just begun working, expenses for rent and essential items like notebooks and shoes were necessary. She then rummaged through Old John's wallet, producing an additional 20 pounds for him. The expression on Old John's face darkened further, having lost 2 bottles of fine whiskey, with nearly 100 pounds in his pocket. Onik felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. His carefree sisters were thrilled at their first journey to Aegisburg, eagerly asking him about the attractions, although his own fragmented memories offered little in terms of entertainment. This unfortunate academic seemed to have spent his time ensconced in books rather than exploring the outside world. Chapter 15. Divination. Onik purchased 3 second-class tickets for himself and his 2 sisters. As they waited on the platform among the scattered crowd, those waiting for the train were a diverse mix, reflecting varying social strata. "Young man, might I trouble you for a favor?" A deep, gravelly voice called from behind. Onik turned to see an elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair and an exaggeratedly large suitcase. This was a clear invitation for him to assist with the luggage. "I would be more than happy to help." "Please wait a moment," Onik replied, handing his own belongings to his sisters before taking hold of the old gentleman's suitcase, after what felt like an arduous struggle to hoist it onto the train. He finally placed it down. The old gentleman happened to sit beside the 3 siblings and soon struck up a conversation. The seasoned gentleman, well-versed in the world, captivated Onik's sisters, transforming them into starry-eyed admirers. Onik mused that had this old man lived on Earth, he would have made an exceptional stand-up comedian. "Would you care for a bit of divination?" the old man proposed, retrieving a small crystal ball from his pocket. "In my youth, I dabbled in this. I occasionally take it out for amusement during my travels." Onik, skeptical of such practices, recognized that this world lacked the scientific rigor of his own. Yet experience had taught him that most so-called divinations and prophecies were vague utterances or statements about the future that were difficult to verify. Most fortune-tellers and shamans were merely adept at reading body language. However, as the old man was clearly enthusiastic, he did not wish to spoil the mood. Onik seated himself opposite the old gentleman, who placed the crystal ball upon a piece of linen and lit 4 candles, positioning them at each cardinal point around the orb. "Now, focus on the crystal ball and meditate on the questions you wish to pose. Do not vocalize them, but consider other inquiries as well." Onik silently pondered whether he could return to Earth and whether his future police work would unfold smoothly, alongside the possibility of making a modest fortune. If returning were impossible, becoming a comfortable little policeman wouldn't be so bad. Very well. You may now pose your questions, the old gentleman said, peering through the crystal ball at Onik. For my first question, I have a wish in my heart. Due to personal privacy, I cannot articulate it, but is there a possibility for it to be realized in the future? Onik asked. Brother, are you perhaps harboring a secret infatuation? Irina teased from the side, eliciting laughter. The swirling colors within the crystal ball turned dark. Your wish appears quite challenging to fulfill. It seems the road home will be long. For my second question, will I find success in my future work? Onik continued. This time, the colors shifted to blue. Your career should progress smoothly. You may receive a promotion within 6 months, the old gentleman replied with a smile. After 6 years on Earth without a promotion, do you mean to say I could be elevated in this span? Onik thought. Were it not for his nostalgia for earthly comforts and his parents, he might have considered staying here. For my third inquiry, will I attain wealth in the future? This time, the colors intermingled with gold and gray. You will encounter numerous opportunities for wealth. However, for various reasons, you may either squander your money or willingly forfeit it. The old man's expression grew serious. It appears my fate is that of a poor soul. Despite my skepticism, it seems that with such a laid-back attitude, I am unlikely to amass riches. Should there be no further inquiries, is your sister's turn, Onik suggested, yielding the floor to Irina and Elena as they embarked on their divination game, with companions beside him. The 2-hour journey flew by, and they arrived at Aegisburg Station by 1 in the afternoon. Onik continued to play the role of a helpful companion, assisting the old gentleman with his luggage before leading his sisters to the public carriage station. Young man, could you come here for a moment? I have something else to discuss with you, the old gentleman called out. Onik wondered if he was to be burdened with carrying the old man's luggage home as well. Nonetheless, he maintained a friendly demeanor and approached with a light jog. The elderly gentleman leaned closer, whispering, Young man, your soul state is quite unique. Though ordinary people may not perceive it, those with keen insight can identify it immediately. You resemble a sun among a swarm of fireflies. Onik felt a surge of alertness and fear. Was the effect of the orb's potion so pronounced? What do you mean? I do not quite understand. I am merely an ordinary recent graduate. Onik endeavored to compose himself, his tone steady as he spoke. Relax, I mean no harm. Given your eagerness, allow me to gift you a pendant. Wear it, and all will be well. With that, he fished out a seemingly ordinary silver-white pendant from his pocket, strung through with a white cord. How much is it? I shall pay you, he blurted out, instinctively recalling the vendors at certain temples or scenic spots who peddle various trinkets with all manner of sales pitches. Haha, it's free of charge. In the future, when you achieve something, just answer one question for me, a question of the soul. Once you become extraordinary, you will naturally conceal your past. Consider this an early investment. The old gentleman handed the pendant to him, urging, Now hurry home. Your 2 sisters are waiting for you. Upon receiving the pendant, Onik found himself momentarily disoriented. The old gentleman and his luggage vanished as if a mirage, leaving him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Yet the cold pendant in his hand served as a reminder that this was no dream. Pondering deeply, Onik made his way back to the carriage stand. What's wrong? You seem a bit out of sorts. Have you a fever? Irina inquired, gently touching Onik's forehead. I'm fine. Let us discuss it when we return, Onik replied, feigning nonchalance on the public carriage. Onik toyed with the enigmatic pendant. It was a circular medallion crafted from silver-like metal, featuring 3 intersecting lines at its center, dividing the medallion into 6 equal parts, with 3-pronged branches adorning the line ends that resembled a simplistic drawing of a snowflake. And Onik recognized it as the sacred emblem of the winter god. The reverse bore a pentagram inscribed within a circle. The silver metal emanated a slightly chilling sensation, and the medallion was notably heavier than the common Brugge gold coin of similar size. Its hue reminiscent of a silver shilling, that it was evident that this elderly gentleman was indeed a devotee of the winter god. Chapter 16. The trio of siblings returned to their apartment on South Cross Street, where they encountered a homebound Semyon. Upon seeing Onik accompanied by 2 young ladies, Semyon teased, Who would have thought that our most earnest Onik would be the most adept at masquerading? Bob, who fancies himself a romantic at the Royal Academy, Hasn't he simultaneously courted two sisters that I assumed only Paul, the notorious rake, could manage such a feat? Gazing at the irreverent quasi-officer, Onik felt compelled to clarify, but Irina and Irina exchanged glances and simultaneously clasped Onik's arms. Adopting a demure demeanor that I am Irina, and she is Irina. We are both Onik's girlfriends and we look forward to your guidance. Irina chimed sweetly, completely shedding the self-effacing nature she had exhibited in private. No way. Semyon exclaimed, astonished. Well, you've encountered my two lively sisters, the two charming chameleons clinging to my arms. Onik replied with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing her brother's words, the two sisters immediately released their hold, with Irina casting a disdainful look in his direction. I was just pondering how two beautiful girls could possibly be enamored with this bookworm. Point one is already a rarity. Two must be divine favor. Onik internally scoffed, considering the possibility that he might indeed have stumbled upon a true deity or angel today, or perhaps just another seasoned charlatan. Mr. Wiles at home. I need to find him. We must hasten to secure a new place, or we'll be left with no choice but to stay at an inn. He should be home. Is it feasible to find a place now? Perhaps you should look for a nearby inn, Semyon suggested. Let us give it a try. Follow me inside, Onik urged, leading his sisters into the apartment. Semyon, if you're not busy, please entertain my sisters while I gather the belongings we need to move. Onik's luggage was minimal, consisting mainly of clothing and books. In this era, there was an absence of a vast array of electronic devices. Moving homes on Earth was an overwhelming prospect, with the sheer volume of appliances likely requiring a truck. He stuffed his clothes into a suitcase and bundled his books with twine. After laboriously organizing, he entrusted his sisters to Semyon's care before heading to Mr. Wiles's residence a few streets away. Young Onik, are you here to terminate your lease? Mr. Wiles inquired with a warm smile. Yes, sir, I am to work in the Ganya district port starting in July, and I've brought along two sisters who intend to apply to the Kairang Political and Economic College. Moving to Ganya will be more convenient. Indeed, it is wise to reside closer to work. Have you found a suitable place? I happen to know a few former employers in Ganya who have rental properties available. What size house do you require, and what is your budget? A duplex would suffice. I cannot afford a stand-alone at the moment. 3 to 4 bedrooms would be ideal, with a budget of around £4 to £5 per month. If you don't mind an older property, there is a small stand-alone house for rent on Warren Street near the port, owned by one of my former employers, that I can help negotiate the price down to £5. Are you certain you can secure a stand-alone? Onik mused, comparing the purchasing power of food in terms of rent. 2,500 renminbi would buy a villa-level property on Earth, ideally by the sea. He felt as though he were dreaming. Even though most wealthy individuals on this planet did not seem to regard seaside properties, that of course, it has been on the market for £5 and 5 shillings without a tenant. The Ganya district is primarily inhabited by fishermen and dock workers, who are less inclined to spend as lavishly on their living conditions as those in the later district. School district properties are always expensive. Onik continued to grumble internally. I have no plans this afternoon. Wait here. I'll drive you there. You can take a look, and if it suits you, sign the lease. That Mr. Wiles' chestnut stallion drew a black two-wheeled carriage, and Onik settled into the back seat. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at an opulent villa, where the gatekeeper seemed to recognize Mr. Wiles and allowed them entry without question. Wait here. I'll go find the gentleman. Mr. Wiles instructed, knocking at the door. A sprightly elderly man with graying hair greeted him warmly, occasionally gesturing toward Onik seated in the carriage, prompting Onik to doff his hat in respect. After about 10 minutes of conversation, the elder retreated inside, returning with a set of brass keys which he handed to Mr. Wiles. Let us go. I'll show you the house. As people age, they tend to become more accommodating. I anticipated the negotiation would take quite some time, but the gentleman barely mentioned the price upon my inquiry about a discount. He merely said to do as I see fit. He was quite chatty, though Warren Street lay by the sea, with one side of the road lined with pristine sandy beaches and a multitude of fishing boats dotting the waters nearby. The house at 9 Warren Street was a quaint two-story stand-alone with a red roof, separated from neighboring properties by an iron fence approximately 1 meter high. Behind the house was a small black stable, and the yard featured a garden with blooming roses. That Mr. Wiles unlocked the door, and inside, Unlike the apartment Anik rented, the rooms were adorned with sofas and patterned porcelain. The two-story house had 3 bedrooms on the second floor, each equipped with its own washroom, and the master bedroom boasted a walk-in closet. The first floor contained a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a dedicated study, along with a separate storage room. Each room was fitted with fashionable gas lamps. And both the kitchen and washrooms had running water. A bronze mailbox stood at the entrance, and despite the house having been vacant for a while, there was no dust on the furniture. It seemed the owner had employed someone for regular cleaning. "Are you satisfied?" Mr. Wiles inquired. "Quite satisfied. In later district, this would easily cost upwards of £6. Thank you for your assistance." Anik mused inwardly, comparing it to his current apartment. No longer would he need to queue for the washroom in the mornings, though it meant each person would incur an additional 2 pence. The amenities and furnishings in this house were evidently of a higher caliber. The yard also offered ample space. He could dig up some soil to plant chili peppers, ensuring a taste of the sweet and savory reminiscent of Earth's hot pot. It's nothing. I'm merely assisting the gentleman in renting out his property. Now, let us proceed to sign the lease. The elderly gentleman produced a standard rental contract, leaving the specific address and rental price blank for easy modification. On Earth, such a situation would likely be deemed speculative or akin to housing speculation. With a 3-month minimum lease and 1 month's rent as a deposit, Anik confirmed the contract. Signing and affixing a seal, he then produced £25 banknotes to hand to the elderly gentleman, receiving a set of keys for the villa at 9 Warren Street in return. "Thank you for your generosity, sir," Anik expressed sincerely. "After all, it was vacant, and since Mr. Wiles introduced you, I feel assured that a young man graduating from Aegisburg University will undoubtedly care for my property." "Mr. Wiles, do come by for tea another day, sir. May I inquire what price you would consider if you were to sell this house?" Anik recalled the arduous process of purchasing his modest abode on Earth. It is important to recognize that the valuation of a house is not solely determined by the cost of its construction. The land beneath it is also of perpetual ownership, although the land on Vallon Street may not be particularly valuable. "I believe most would price this house at around £1,500, remarked the old gentleman with a smile that, I might need some time to accumulate enough to afford it," Anike responded, displaying an awkward yet polite smile. "With an annual salary of merely £200, even if I were to be frugal, after paying £70 in rent and an additional £70 for daily expenses, I would only manage to save £60 a year. Considering future raises and promotions, it would take at least 20 years. It is commendable for the youth to have aspirations. However, it requires time to amass wealth. Come by for tea when you have the chance. As long as you don't mind an old fellow like me being rather dull." By the time Mr. Wiles escorted Anike to the apartment on South Cross Street, it was already 5 in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to this true gentleman, Anike rented a carriage, and the 3 siblings gradually moved their belongings into it. "Brother, I wonder when we shall meet again," said Shimiao, embracing Anike in farewell. "I reside at 9 Vallon Street in the Gonia district, where I work at the Gonia District Police Port Station. Feel free to visit me anytime. Please convey my regards to Bob, and I can still see Paul at the graduation ceremony on the 25th. Do let them know my new address, and they may write to me when they have the time," Anike said as he boarded the carriage. Upon arriving at their new home, the 2 sisters expressed their excitement. Willingly offering the master bedroom to themselves, they hastily stuffed their clothes into the wardrobe, arranged their books and notebooks in the study, and after making the bed with sheets and pillows, the sun had already vanished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Anike found his sisters waiting for him in the living room. "Brother, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Irina's sparkling eyes hinted at her desire to dine out. It was only when it came to spending his money that the sisters treated him with such courtesy. "I'm not familiar with this area, but since we're near the port, let us indulge in some seafood." Anike sighed. "Hooray, let us go." Dinner was enjoyed at a seemingly upscale restaurant where they ordered a seafood platter accompanied by beer. Without garlic chili sauce, the meal felt somewhat lacking in satisfaction. The 3 siblings feasted to their heart's content for just 6 shillings. And Anike resolved to take his sisters out for dinner once a month. Chapter 17. The graduation ceremony in the following 2 days, Anike accompanied his sisters to compare several evening schools as advertised in the newspaper. He found a school that was both close and appeared reputable, familiarizing himself with the area. The 25th arrived swiftly. Before leaving in the morning, Anike provided his sisters with 2 shillings for lunch and dinner, tidied his clothes, and took a bottle of whiskey to present to his mentor, then boarded the bus to attend the graduation ceremony at the familiar school. Anike located Professor Russell's office. "Good afternoon, mentor. Thank you for your letter of introduction. I now have a respectable job. This is a small gift from my father. I hope you will accept it," Anike said as he presented the treasure whiskey to M.R. Russell. It is the duty of mentors to help their students find a path. Especially for a diligent student like you. I will certainly miss having a reliable assistant. Our department has lost a suitable successor, Mr. Russell remarked, placing the whiskey on the shelf above. It was clear that the mentor held him in high regard. The mentor advocated for procedural justice, insisting that laws be executed strictly according to procedure, creating a dichotomy with another associate professor who emphasized moral governance and education. "That I am not suited to guide junior students. As you might find a more fitting successor," Anike replied. "Perhaps. Come with me to the graduation ceremony today, and be straightforward. You should give up on that girl. You are not from the same world," Professor Russell advised earnestly. Anike was taken aback, as he had no recollection of any romantic entanglements, pondering the absurdity of such a cliché love story. "Very well, if it is not suitable for the two of you to be together. It would only be an agony." Professor Russell regarded him with a look of disbelief, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. The campus buzzed with the atmosphere of graduation, with students mingling in small groups. Anike helped carry his mentor's briefcase as they made their way to the auditorium. In this world, there was no concept of class. An associate professor was responsible for a select number of students, guiding their studies and theses, while specialized courses were taught to entire cohorts by dedicated lecturers. Each department had only one professor who served as the department head or dean. The auditorium was arranged in a fan shape, with students from different departments seated in designated areas and staff seated behind the stage. After handing the briefcase to Mr. Russell, the law department was allocated to the lower left corner of the auditorium. Anike chose a corner seat near the aisle, striving to remain inconspicuous as students continued to enter. "Oh, long time no see. Is that not our little darling? However, it is hard to imagine you would do something so reckless for that woman." "Ha, brother, she is not worth it," came a cheeky voice from a young man in front of him, clad in a sleeveless leather jacket with golden hair and a sharp nose. "Brandon, good morning. I'm a new man now." "Whatever I did in the past has been severed," Anike replied, though this was not a falsehood. He had indeed retained little memory. "That's good to hear, but she is just a woman. Move over. I wish to sit by the aisle. Who knows how long those babbling old men will talk? An hour is the maximum respect I can give Mr. Russell. If he has tea finished by then, I'll make my escape." Anike shifted in his seat to accommodate his friend. As the ceremony approached, the auditorium filled to capacity. While Anike leaned back, closing his eyes to rest, he felt a tug at the corner of his garment from Brandon. "What's the matter, Brandon? It hasn't even been an hour yet." Anike opened his eyes to see Brandon discreetly pointing toward the front right. A striking young woman with golden hair and blue eyes stood there, holding a cloth bag. "Oh, you need something from me?" Anike questioned, as his mentor was responsible for 8 students this term, and he did not recall this beautiful girl. Besides himself and Brandon, there were 3 other men and 3 women, all acquaintances at best. The deepest connections were with Xiamiao and the other 2. "Are you pretending to have amnesia for the sake of your pitiful pride, or are you ashamed of your past behavior?" The girl nearly shouted in anger. "Madam, I encountered some troubles last month and cannot recall much of my previous memories. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness," Anike replied honestly, for he was indeed no longer the Anike born in Bruges, but rather someone from Jiangshou on Earth. The girl said nothing further, pulling out a handful of envelopes from her bag and throwing them at Anike's face. "It is hard to believe that someone capable of writing such sappy love letters now pretends not to recognize me. Although I have many suitors, none have written such letters as you did, maintaining your dignity while acting as if you do not recognize me." After throwing the letters, the girl turned and walked away. Anike said nothing, picking up the letters from the ground and tossing them into the auditorium's trash bin. Brandon looked at him as if he were a stranger. "You really have lost your memory? Who was that?" Anike shrugged. Taylor, one of the top beauties of our year, rumored to be the daughter of a nobleman. You wrote her love letters for 3 years, and now you've forgotten? If Mr. Russell hadn't stopped you, you would have been in deep trouble. I have no recollection. Although she is beautiful, she is not worth risking my life over. You seem to have a good sense of self-awareness. Taylor is not easy to pursue. Several boys in the school have had some interaction with her. An oh precious gift can win her heart. Isn't she already engaged? In modern parlance, this could be referred to as a seasoned manipulator. The graduation ceremony commenced with a speech from the principal, followed by addresses from various department professors and outstanding student representatives. Brandon, seated next to Anike, had already begun to snore, and Anike found the speeches to be quite hypnotic. After 2 hours of speeches, it was time for the distribution of diplomas. Happy, by the time Anike's turn arrived, a significant portion of the audience had already departed in the afternoon, after taking a group photo with Professor Russell and the other 7 graduating classmates. Anike endeavored to maintain an expression that did not betray his inner turmoil. I have always been inept at photography, a sentiment that resonates universally. Chapter 18. Reporting after enjoying a few leisurely days at home. July 1st marked my reporting date. Following the directions of passers-by, Anik managed to locate the harbor precinct. IT was a 2-story black and white structure, adorned with a coat of arms featuring a sword and a scimitar alongside a unicorn. A wooden plaque hung beside the entrance, inscribed with the name of the harbor precinct. The hall was devoid of personnel that morning, prompting Anik to clear his throat and call out loudly. Is anyone there? Echoing footsteps reverberated down the corridor, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in the typical navy blue police uniform, adorned with a silver V-shaped insignia on his shoulder, responded in a deep voice. I thought it was just another brawl among those ruffians at the docks. You don't seem like one of those lowly workers. Who are you looking for? I am Anik, sent by Director Ron to report here today. To take over the clerical duties, Anik replied. Wait here. I'll fetch the captain. Finally, someone to replace Bezzy. This old chap often forgets our leave requests, yet he keeps track of his own allowances with precision. After this complaint, he ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. After a wait of about 5 to 6 minutes, a robust man with a full beard and dark eyes approached Anik. Anik noted the 2 silver stars on his shoulder. Anik, I am Captain Parker Green of this precinct. Director Ron sent me a letter last week along with your uniform and credentials. You should find Bezzy in the 1st room on the left in the hall. He will guide you through the details of your duties for a month before he retires, at which point you will officially assume his position that will share the responsibilities moving forward. I have paperwork to attend to, but we shall celebrate your joining us with a meal after work. With that, Parker extended his hand for a brief handshake with Anik before turning to ascend the stairs. Understood, Captain. Anik knocked on the door of the 1st room on the left. Come in, came a frail, aged voice from within. Anik opened the door to find an elderly man with thinning hair and a nose reddened from drink. Absorbed in writing, upon noticing Anik's entrance, the old man raised his head and said, You must be Anik? Captain Parker mentioned a newcomer would be learning from me today. Finally, someone to take over my shift. If you wish for tea, help yourself. The leaves are in the tin beneath the coffee table. Your uniform is neatly folded in the wardrobe beside you. For your first day, wear what you have on. We'll fetch your sidearm and holster later. Here are your credentials. Don't lose them. Bezzy tossed a leather-bound packet containing the credentials, the cover embellished with the silver symbols of a sword, scimitar, and unicorn. Upon opening it, Anik saw it detailed his position as a junior constable at the harbor precinct in the city of Aegisburg, complete with a black and white photograph taken last month, after receiving his credentials. Anik tucked them into his breast pocket. After placing his cap in the wardrobe, Anik took a seat opposite old Bezzy. What shall I learn today, Mr. Bezzy? Our clerical work primarily involves compiling reports of incidents occurring within our jurisdiction and maintaining records of all personnel's absence due to personal or unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, due to a shortage of legally armed individuals, we are responsible for patrolling the area twice a week with 2 patrolmen. You were informed of this before starting, correct? We also have personnel assigned to holiday duty, meaning we typically work from Monday to Saturday, patrol on Sundays and holidays, with the following weekend off. Bezzy paused, then continued. Recently, there haven't been many cases to document. What do you think is our police force's greatest responsibility? Maintaining public order and combating crime. Anik replied with the standard answer. The youth still harbors ideals. Our primary task is merely to ensure that those who pay our salaries do not witness any crime. The lives of the dock workers and those in the northern industrial sector do not concern the gentlemen and ladies of the King S Quarter and the Line District. All men are created equal, but some are evidently more equal than others, Anik mused, crafting a witticism. Precisely. Take our harbor precinct, for instance, that we are responsible for the entire harbor and the surrounding 7 or 8 streets. Yet our police force consists of merely a dozen officers. To effectively manage the harbor, we would need at least 3 times our current manpower. What are our actual duties? Anik inquired. Maintaining a facade of stability is sufficient. Thus, fights and petty thefts usually go unreported. Even if they are, we merely draft a report and consider it resolved. During the summer, when labor is in high demand, the dock workers rarely stir up trouble. As long as they can earn a living, no one wishes for discord. I will instruct you on the most efficient methods during our patrols on Sundays. For now, let us focus on how to draft reports. Upon finishing his statement, Bezzy stood, retrieved a kettle from beside the stove, and rummaged through the desk for 2 ceramic cups. Pass me the tin of tea leaves, would you? In truth, our clerical work is rather easy, unlike the captains who handle criminal cases. You know, the underground rats at the docks are not to be trifled with. Often, they are backed by some noble or politician. Anik nodded in acknowledgement. Though no one dares confront us directly, there are always those who find excuses to delay investigations. The most troublesome are the laborers from the southern continent. Due to their willingness to work for lower wages, they often clash with local workers. Populism, Anik lamented, it seems the underlying logic remains the same. They care not for whether you are a servant of His Majesty. In their rage, they dare to strike us as well. However, a couple of gunshots into the air usually brings them to heel. Anik handed the tin of tea leaves to old Bezzy. Bezzy took a handful, placing it into his cup, and poured steaming water from the kettle into both cups. The tea was rich and slightly bitter. In the morning, Bezzy instructed Anik on how to convert forms completed by officers and complainants into formal reports. Just now, I encountered an elderly gentleman who mentioned you often forget to record his leave requests. A bunch of proud fools. Sometimes they simply need to take a half-day off due to family emergencies, but are too embarrassed to call in sick. Most patrolmen remain in the lowest ranks throughout their careers, only receiving a junior constable's status upon nearing retirement. Absences are deducted from their wages, so when the captain encounters such a situation, he tends to overlook it as long as it's not blatant laziness. Rationally slacking off, then, Anik responded, a knowing expression on his face. That's about the gist of it, that we generally don't speak of it. Although they grumble about me forgetting their leave requests, they are nonetheless quite grateful. After all, not everyone is like you, a graduate from a prestigious institution with a personal letter from Director Ron. You've already surpassed the career endpoint of most grassroots patrolmen upon starting. At this point, Anik finally noticed the 3 V-shaped insignias on Bezzy's shoulder. The precinct cafeteria was located in a single-story building behind the police station. Bezzy led Anik through the courtyard and inside. What is for lunch today? Aunt Lisa, Bezzy called out to the kitchen. Don't call me Aunt, old Bezzy. You're the one nearing retirement, came a robust voice from the kitchen. Beetroot soup, parsley pig liver. And the main dish is tomato macaroni. Find a seat. Don't let Aunt Lisa's booming voice fool you. She has had a hard life. Her husband was tragically caught in a crossfire with the underground rats while on patrol at the docks. When he saw the police approaching, he thought he was being sold out, and in the chaos, he was shot 3 times. With a handgun, he must have received timely medical attention then. Those rats seldom possess handguns. They typically wield shotguns, leaving one hardly a patch of unscathed skin out a fine young man, and Aunt Lisa found herself alone with triplets, weeping at his funeral. Was there no compensation? Compensation often vanishes into thin air. The captain decided to apply for a change in the daily lunch subsidy from 5 pence per person to a cafeteria system, allowing us to hire a chef. Over a decade has passed, and now I'm set to retire while Lisa has managed to raise her 3 children. Our precinct is the only one in all of Aegisburg with a designated cafeteria. What became of the perpetrator? Anik inquired. I end the chaos of a melee. No one could ascertain who was responsible. Killing a patrolman is tantamount to striking a blow against His Majesty's servants, and despite the clear hierarchy among officers, we stand united when it comes to protecting our own. half of Aegisburg's police force scoured the docks, ultimately hanging 2 gang members involved in the shooting point for scapegoats. Then at least it offered some semblance of closure. Upon learning their fate, some of those cowardly gang members were reduced to tears, while others were on their knees begging for forgiveness. After this encounter, the underground rats and we reached an unspoken agreement. They would refrain from conducting their gray and black enterprises in public spaces, and we would neither see nor concern ourselves with them. This not akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Onik retorted, "Young man, even if you were to apprehend every scoundrel at the docks today, it would not resolve the issue. You may have captured a group today, but tomorrow there will naturally be new unemployed individuals or young people unable to find work to replace them. Scoundrels are a part of this world," sighed old Bakey. Onik did not contest his words. After all, within this planet, one is merely a transient visitor. Lunch was personally served on a wooden tray by Aunt Lisa. A quintessential Bruges woman, Aunt Lisa possessed golden hair and gray eyes, with deep crow's feet etched in her face by the passage of time and the trials of life. She gazed at Onik and inquired, "Who is this new handsome lad?" Old Bakey. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Lisa. I am Onik, a recent graduate from Aegisburg, currently an intern at the Bureau." Onik replied with a friendly smile. Indeed, those well-educated individuals certainly know how to articulate themselves. "It seems, old Bakey, you can retire at ease now. Would you prefer pig liver or macaroni? I shall give you a generous portion for lunch today," Aunt Lisa remarked to herself. Onik recalled the cafeteria ladies at university, their hands trembling as they served food, while those with steadier hands always had longer queues and no need for extra. "Captain Parker mentioned there will be a dinner gathering tonight, and I wish to save some appetite. If you understand," he chuckled. "Very well. I shall serve you a normal portion. You wait here." Soon, Onik's lunch was brought forth. A small bowl of beet soup, a small plate of parsley-sautéed pig liver, and a large dish of tomato macaroni. The flavor was superior to what he could prepare himself, yet inferior to the culinary delights from the famed land of Mr. Elma. After swiftly finishing his meal, old Bakey announced that they would return to rest before heading to the basement later to collect their sidearms and practice shooting. Chapter 19. Shooting practice. Let us rest here until 1 in the afternoon. I shall search for your sidearm document. Old Bakey began to rummage through a pile of papers on the desk. As the office was not particularly spacious, 2 desks were set up facing each other, with 2 long benches placed in front. Opposite a curtained window, a small wardrobe with a single door stood by the entrance, and a long wooden bench accompanied by a coffee table was positioned opposite the wardrobe. "Found it this afternoon. Take this to the basement to collect your sidearm holster and 50 rounds of ammunition. Today, the armory should be manned by Comans. Ask him to teach you how to shoot." Old Bakey handed over a document emblazoned with the official seal of the Gonia Police Department. Through a series of stone steps, the basement was separated by an iron door. The gas lamps cast a bright, yellowish hue, illuminating the figures within. After knocking on the iron door, a cold touch of the iron was felt. "Who goes there?" came a low, gravelly voice. "Good afternoon, Mr. Comans. I am the new intern, Onik. Old Bakey sent me here to collect my sidearm and practice shooting." Upon hearing a clattering sound, a grill window on the iron door opened, revealing a somewhat haggard middle-aged man. "So there is a new intern. Hand me your sidearm collection document and show me your identification. Inside are weapons and ammunition. Proceed with caution. I trust you understand." "I comprehend, sir," Onik replied as he handed over the document and identification. After confirming their accuracy, the iron door emitted a series of creaking sounds as it swung open with a thud. Entering the space felt akin to stepping into a small armory. Behind a glass counter lay 4 or 5 revolvers, accompanied by several paper boxes filled with yellow cartridges, sorted by type. Behind the counter stood 2 wooden shelves. The left held 5 long single-shot rifles and 4 shorter double-barreled shotguns, while the right was filled with black wooden truncheons, .1 single-action revolver, and 50 rounds of ammunition. "Have you used firearms before?" Comans inquired as he closed the iron door. "I have only seen my father use firearms while hunting. He is a retired officer, and we are legally permitted to own them, but I have never fired one myself." "Ah, then I shall instruct you before you shoot at the range. Let me fetch the equipment." Comans opened the glass display case and retrieved a silver steel revolver, its cold body contrasted by the wooden brown grip beneath. He then took out a box of revolver cartridges, counted out 50, and placed them into a small paper bag, finally extracting a yellow leather holster from a drawer. First, thread your belt through the holster and secure it around your waist. Comins handed over the holster, and Onik threaded it through his belt, fastening it to his right side. Insert the revolver and see if it fits. Run a few steps and jump a little. Onik unfastened the metal clasp on the holster, placed the service revolver inside, secured it, and then ran a few steps followed by a jump, feeling no movement from the firearm and issues there. When you have the time, you can customize a fabric pouch specifically for storing your ammunition. Now, take the bullets and follow me. The range is just behind here, and I'll let you fire a few rounds. The shooting range was a spacious room separated from the armory, with several cork dummies at the far end featuring concentric rings. Take out the revolver, break the connection between the hammer and the cylinder, load 6 bullets into the chamber, and then close the gun body. Place your right palm against the grip with 3 fingers grasping the handle and your index finger inside the trigger guard, while your thumb is poised to pull the hammer. Comins instructed. Onik followed his guidance, loading the bullets and aiming at the dummy before him. Excellent. Now press the thumb to cock the hammer all the way down, then release it, and finally squeeze the trigger with your index finger. Following the instructions, Onik pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, the gunpowder propelled the bullet towards the dummy, creating a small hole in the wooden figure. The recoil of the revolver left his hand slightly numb, and the distinctive acrid scent of gunpowder wafted through the air. Though he did not hit the bullseye, at least he struck the target. It seems you have inherited your father's genes. For a newcomer to hit the target on their first shot is commendable, especially at this distance where the bullet tends to drop. Next time, aim a tad higher. Let us limit today as practice to 10 shots. Too much noise may lead to mild tinnitus. You can practice here for now. When you're done, come find me, and I'll unlock the door for you. Onik continued to practice aiming, adjusting slightly higher towards the center of the target. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots, hitting 1 in the inner ring and 2 in the second ring. Shaking off the fatigue in his arm, he finished the remaining shots, landing within the 3rd ring by the 10th shot. Mr. Comins, I have completed my rounds. Do you have any recommendations for stores regarding a bullet pouch? Onik inquired as he exited the range, approaching Comins, who was perusing a newspaper. Just call me Comins from now on. For the bullet pouch, you can simply have one made from canvas or burlap to match your holster. If you're not adept with needlework, you can ask the women in your family. Mine was made by my wife, Comins replied, setting the newspaper aside. It seemed he would have to ask Irina for help, as Onik doubted her ability to thread a needle through the eye of it. After concluding his shooting practice, Onik bade farewell to Comins and returned to the first-floor office to continue his clerical duties. At 5 in the afternoon, Captain Parker knocked on the door, accompanied by 2 middle-aged men, one appearing quite formidable, while the other exuded a nonchalant demeanor. They wore deep blue uniforms, adorned with 2- and 3-shoulder insignias, respectively. Let us proceed. Today serves as both your welcome and as a farewell for Old Bakey. These 2 are our official officers, William and Cook. Outside, you will also find a patrolman Brownie and another patrolman. Loom will wait for Mrs. Michelle from finance to finish her tasks before we head out for dinner. Loom, please fetch Comins. Mrs. Michelle, with her long black hair and tailor black skirt, appeared quite efficient, her emerald green eyes sparkling with warmth. Dinner was at a restaurant named Cod and Sherry, where the 4 officers, 2 patrolmen, a finance officer, and a chef filled a round table perfectly. The proprietor seemed quite familiar with this group. What would you like to eat? The captain is treating, so no need to be modest, Old Bakey said, handing the menu to himself. All right, Onik replied, taking the menu and perusing it theatrically. The portside restaurant certainly specialized in seafood, and being an inland dweller, he was unsure of what to choose. I'll go with the grilled lamb chops. I'm not familiar with the rest. You all decide. Onik pushed the menu to the center of the table. Garlic cod fillet, steamed snow crab, and a white wine shellfish stew, and let us have a creamy clam chowder for the soup. For drinks, some locally produced champagne, and for dessert, chocolate mousse cake, they decided. The captain, having perused the menu with remarkable familiarity, swiftly recited a list of names. The dishes were promptly served, and both hosts and guests relished their meals with great delight. The tender lamb chops and the sweet snow crab, paired with refreshing champagne, tantalized the taste buds. Chapter 20. Patrol in the ensuing days, Onik was engaged in the mundane and tedious clerical tasks until the seventh day, which marked the day of patrol. Onik arose early, meticulously arranged his police uniform, and secured his revolver in its holster. Upon arriving at the police station, he found Old Bakey and Brownie already awaiting his arrival. Today we are responsible for patrol. We will head to the port in the morning and the surrounding streets in the afternoon. You brought your firearm, I trust? Although it is seldom needed, Old Bakey remarked as he lit a cigarette. Indeed, Mr. Bakey. How shall we proceed? Onik inquired. There's a shared carriage at the station. You may take the opportunity to learn how to drive from Brownie. In the event of unusual circumstances, you will need to manage the carriage yourself. Bakey instructed. Brownie, dressed in his uniform, had a sleek black wooden baton at his waist. He selected a local white horse from the stable and brought forth a carriage adorned with a black emblem, featuring a sword and a dagger. Onik took his place at the driver's seat, observing Brownie as he navigated the carriage. Horses are quite astute. Do not pull the reins too tightly. When turning, simply give a gentle tug to the left or right. Brownie advised. The carriage glided steadily along the road as the morning fog lingered. Workers on their way to jobs parted to make way for the police carriage, their grumbling momentarily halted. Nearby, children too young for school played on the street. Casting curious yet apprehensive glances at the trio, the air was thick with the scent of seafood from the docks, mingling with the acrid smoke of burning coal and charcoal, all interspersed with the odor of workers' sweat. Steam-powered wooden vessels continuously transported various goods, while wooden cranes unloaded large packages onto the docks, where laborers busily moved cargo. Brownie, please park the carriage that I will take Onik for a brief tour, Old Bakey commanded. The docks were expansive, featuring not only transportation areas, but also warehouses and seafood markets. The carriage navigated through the bustling crowd. Be cautious. This area is rife with various unscrupulous thieves. While most people would hesitate to touch us, one can never predict what desperate individuals might do. Captain Parker once had his pocket watch stolen by a young pickpocket, who was unfortunate enough to discover that the watch's chain was directly attached to the pocket of Captain Parker's jacket. Was the thief apprehended? Onik inquired. No, merely a 13-year-old lad who had been hungry for 3 days. The captain, rather than punishing him, treated him to a meal and even found him a job as a kitchen assistant. He must have escaped from an orphanage, Bakey replied. There were several small-scale criminal factions operating in the area, engaging in smuggling and human trafficking. Shall we intervene? Onik asked. Smuggling falls under the jurisdiction of the tax office. As for human trafficking, do you think that the mines and steel mills, which require a significant labor force, are staffed by legal workers? Though the conservatives clamor to expel illegal immigrants, we, the Whig Party members, are well aware that our factories rely on the skilled labor of those from the southern continent, Bakey explained. Let's explore the market a bit more before we enjoy a cup of coffee. The seafood market was replete with various freshly caught marine products. The ground was slick, and housewives haggled fervently with vendors. Good morning, Sheriff Bakey. Is this the new constable beside you, so young to hold such a position? Do take good care of him, the vendors called out. Hello, I am Onik, the new clerk of the precinct, Onik said, bowing his head respectfully. Adjacent to the market was a small CF, catering primarily to dock workers and vendors, giving it a perpetually greasy atmosphere. Onik pushed the door open and found Brownie already seated inside. The coffee was inexpensive, costing only 3 pence for a large pot, and Onik ordered a pot for himself. Finding it bore a distinct taste of it is already 10 o'clock. Our informant should be arriving shortly, Bakey remarked, glancing at his watch. With a clang, the door swung open, and a slender boy, barely over 10 years old, entered. Bakey waved at him, and the boy approached the trio. Good morning, Mr. Bakey. Are you on patrol today? He inquired, standing by the table. Please have a seat. I am Onik, the new clerk, Onik offered, gesturing to the bench beside him. Good day, I am cold. I shall stand. Is there anything you wish to inquire about today? The boy declined Onik's offer. Have the Black Gang and Blood Eagle Gang been behaving lately? Any significant activity at the docks? Bakey asked. After you spoke with the leaders of the Black Gang and Blood Eagle Gang last month, they have restrained their members from conflict. Recently, a group of individuals clad in black has been patrolling the area around the warehouses. Cole reported. Be cautious when gathering information, Maintain a safe distance from those men in black. I asked there anything else? Becky inquired. There's been a notable disappearance of stray dogs recently. That is not a matter of our concern. Take care of your sister. If she falls ill, remember to come to the precinct. You know the address, Becky said, pulling 5 pence from his pocket and placing it on the table. Thank you for your kindness. I will inform the precinct of any new developments, Cole replied, bowing to Becky before pocketing the coins. Once Cole departed, Onik was about to speak, but Becky interjected, not all of this is charity. Ordinary gang members and workers would remain silent in our presence. But young children are often overlooked. Our ability to enjoy coffee here is thanks to their assistance. By the way, typically, during a 2-person patrol, the one with the higher salary covers the informant's fees, while the other pays for coffee. Remember to pay when you come with other patrol officers. Those siblings rely on that 5 pence. After a midday meal at the precinct's cafeteria, Anna practiced driving the carriage in the afternoon. Initially proceeding with caution, the carriage moved at a snail's pace, prompting Brownie to squeeze into the driver's seat and take over. I believe if you were to drive, we would never complete our patrol this afternoon. Let the professional handle it for now. The vicinity near the docks was considerably less crowded, as most workers still needed to work on the 7th day, as they reached Valent Street, where the more affluent class resided. The number of pedestrians increased. Brother, when will you be home for dinner? Onik encountered his sister, Irina, as she returned from grocery shopping. I shall return after work. If it gets too late, you can reheat it yourself. He replied. You live on Valent Street and have 2 younger sisters? It seems that the family of someone whom Director Ron personally wrote to is quite well off, Becky teased. Merely a farmer's household. The house was rented through a recommendation from the previous landlord. Director Ron merely knows my mentor, Onyx said, offering an awkward smile. That seems rather fortuitous. Let us proceed. After we finish the patrol, you may head directly home without returning to the precinct. Chapter 21. Shopping exhausted, Onik returned home to find his 2 sisters waiting at the door. He had been so preoccupied with work lately that it had been ages since they had shared a meal together. I did not expect my brother to appear so gallant in uniform. Ha! Let us head home for dinner, Irina exclaimed. I hope there is no fish tonight. After consecutive days of fish, I fear I may vomit. Onik laughed. After dinner, the 3 siblings settled on a long bench. Irina handed Onik a letter. Upon receiving it, Onik noticed the wax seal bore the official emblem of the Ganya District Police Station. What official document could this be? He wondered, opening it to find a simple note on a sheet of notebook paper, accompanied by a hard paper wrapped in white cloth. As Onik began to read the note, it stated, My dear Junior, how goes your work at the precinct? Parker is one of my trusted subordinates, and I believe he will take good care of you. The reason for my letter is that our esteemed senior, your mentor Russell, has provided me with 2 invitations that Mr. Carter Clark's daughter is celebrating her coming-of-age ceremony, and I hope you will accompany me. For a gathering of gentlemen and ladies, do remember to bring a cane. If you have a female companion, you may bring her along. If not, we can introduce you to several young ladies. The event will take place this weekend, commencing in the afternoon. You may visit the Ganya police station to find me beforehand. Your senior, Ron. Onik found himself bemused by the attentiveness of both his mentor and senior. Holding the invitation, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation that I do have a female companion, just an additional one. 2 young ladies. I presume the supplementary school will not hold classes this weekend. Would you both be interested in accompanying your dear brother to a gathering? Onik called out to his sisters, who were still tidying the dining table. What gathering? Is it enjoyable? The supplementary school is even stricter than the church school. My poor little mind can hardly contain it all. Irina leaped forward, her sparkling eyes seemingly capable of speech as they fixed upon Onik. The coming-of-age ceremony for the mayor's beloved daughter. How enjoyable it might be, I cannot say. After all, you brothers have always been companions to the earth. The feast ought to be plentiful and lavish. So filling your stomach shouldn't pose much of a challenge, Onik replied with a smile. Irina, you should go. I shall not attend, as typically only 1 companion is permitted, said Irina from the dining table. What do you mean by only 1 companion? I have perused this invitation, and it does not state such a restriction that we certainly cannot arrive empty-handed. A gift for the mayor's daughter's coming-of-age ceremony is imperative. The 3 of us siblings cannot afford to miss out. We must feast to our heart's content. Ha! I'm beginning to doubt whether our second brother has been swapped for another. Get to bed early. Tomorrow I shall rely on you both to assist me in selecting a suitable gift, and perhaps procure 2 new top hats for yourselves. Anik waved his hand dismissively on the morning of the event. Anik was roused by the excitement of his 2 sisters, donning his usual deep blue police uniform. Why are you still in uniform today? Irina inquired, puzzled. Do you know how to haggle? Or perhaps you comprehend the reasonable prices for canes and top hats? Anik explained. The trio sought out a seemingly substantial haberdashery on Valen Street, aptly named Valen Gentleman's Hat Shop. Renowned detectives across the globe often wield a cane. The shop's layout featured formal wear at the front, shirts in the center, and smaller items such as top hats and shoes at the rear. Upon noticing customers, a staff member promptly inquired, "Esteemed sheriff and lady, what may I assist you in acquiring?" "I require a cane, and my 2 sisters seek top hats. What do you recommend?" Anik replied, "Ladies, please accompany our staff to the rear, where a multitude of top hats awaits. Sheriff, what type of cane do you desire?" The male staff member gestured towards a female colleague as Irina and her sister followed her to the hat section. "Something lightweight and understated," Anik remarked, reluctant to bear a cumbersome object that would exhaust him. "In that case, I recommend this one. A cane made of ironwood, adorned with gold and featuring a purple crystal grip." The attendant presented a cane embellished in gold, which Anik waved aside, finding it of suitable weight. "How much does it cost?" £5 and 1 shilling. Should you choose to purchase, I believe our manager, upon his return, would be inclined to waive the small change, considering you are a servant of the crown. Complimentary cleaning and maintenance for the cane is included. Anik nearly choked. A mere stick would cost him nearly a week's wages. He feigned nonchalance, saying, "The weight may not be appropriate, and the gold is too ostentatious. You know we servants cannot wield excessively flamboyant canes." The attendant appeared to grasp Anik's intent, retracting the ironwood cane and presenting several silver inlaid options for his consideration. "Here are a few made of cherry, birch, and maple, all silver inlaid. Perhaps you might like to try them." Ultimately, Anik selected the cherrywood cane, its red shaft complemented by a silver grip. That it was lightweight and, most importantly, only cost £1, 5 times less than the previous option. Such a decorative item hardly warranted a steep price. "Brother, does this hat suit me?" Irina queried as they emerged from the back, one adorned with a gray floral top and the other a black one with a bow tie. "I doubt one could find 2 more beautiful girls in all of Aegisburg than you 2. Whatever you wear will suit you splendidly." In a prior life, as a tech-savvy recluse, he had little understanding of aesthetics. At that moment, a man dressed in black formal attire entered, prompting the male clerk to greet him. "Manager, we have 3 esteemed guests awaiting your personal attention." The man hung up his hat and strode over. Noticing Anik in his police uniform, and politely inquired, "Esteemed sheriff, how may I assist you?" "Valen Gentleman's Hat Shop is at your service. That you. Could the price be reduced?" Anik pondered for a moment. "Please hold on. If you do not require packaging, we can reduce the price by 5 pennies. Let me calculate the total for the 3 items, that we merely seek items for everyday use." "Packaging is unnecessary," Anik replied casually. "Very well. The original total for the 3 items is £2, 1 shilling, and 5 pennies. I shall waive the small change and charge you only £2, the manager responded. Upon hearing this, Anik decided against further negotiation. Producing 2 £1 notes, glancing at the image of King George, and suddenly finding his little mustache less endearing. "Next, let us select a gift for the mayor's daughter. Do you have any suggestions that are affordable yet presentable?" Anik mused, regarding the gold pounds in his pocket. "Perhaps perfume. It is something one can use daily and is not overly expensive," Irina suggested. "Let us procure it. We shall see what is available." The 3 siblings ultimately spent £4 on a bottle of rose-scented perfume. Holding the exquisitely wrapped gift in red silk, Anik felt a sense of amusement at being such an unsuspecting target for exploitation. Chapter 22. A visit on the afternoon of the banquet. After Anik and his siblings packed their belongings, they boarded a public carriage to the Gonia police station, where Miss Susan at the front desk was dozing off. Anik adeptly rapped on the reception desk. Susan blinked her drowsy eyes, adjusted her appearance, and upon seeing the trio, inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to the police station? Visitors must register." Miss Susan, it's Onik, the one who interviewed last month, that I'm delighted to say I passed. And now we are colleagues. These are my two sisters. May I inquire if Director Ron is already in? Ah, it's you. What business do you have with the director? He has been in the office since this morning. By the way, your sisters are truly stunning. Such quintessential beauties, Susan replied, somewhat starry-eyed. Onik gestured to his mouth, hinting that she might want to wipe away the drool before leading his sisters up to the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. Onik rapped on the director's office door. Come in. The door is unlocked. Pushing the door open, he found Director Ron preparing tea, pouring boiling water into a cup, causing the tea leaves to dance within. Good afternoon, Mr. Ron. The weather is splendid today, and this is a bottle of whiskey from my parents for you. Please accept it. Onik produced a treasured bottle of whiskey from Old John and handed it to Director Ron. Let me see. This drink is a clean amber color. Tea must be a fine vintage. Aged for many years, by the way. You should introduce your two lovely companions. They're far more precious than the whiskey you've brought. Director Ron remarked with a smile as he accepted the gift. I am the elder sister, Irina, and I am the younger sister, Irina. We thank you for taking care of our brother, they both replied. Haha, your sisters are quite spirited. Feel free to pour yourselves some tea. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Consider this your own office. Onik served tea for himself and his sisters, then inquired. Sir, when shall we attend Councilman Carter's gathering? My two dear sisters accompanying me should not pose a problem, I trust. I doubt any gathering would dare to exclude two such lovely maidens. Please wait a moment while I tidy up, and then we shall depart together, Director Ron replied, continuing to handle paperwork. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, the four of them boarded Director Ron's private carriage. Onik and Ron seated on one side, while the sisters occupied the other. I have always wondered, Mr. Russell, though he is a gentleman of considerable repute in the judicial realm, why would a councilman go to such lengths for him? Onik inquired. My young apprentice, do you know Mr. Russell's full name? Onik suddenly remembered that his mentor was always referred to by his surname, never having introduced himself fully to, I have never heard Mr. Russell's full name. Does he have some connection to a prominent figure? Onik responded. Surely you've heard of the late Lord Johnson Russell. The name rings a bell, does it not? The 7th Earl of Belford. A significant figure who served as Prime Minister twice. Could it be that Mr. Russell is related to Lord Johnson Russell? Our esteemed senior's full name is Arthur Russell, the second son of the kingdom's former Prime Minister, and brother to the current Prime Minister, Benjamin Russell. Now do you understand why Councilman Carter regards Mr. Russell with such high esteem? A birthday occurs every year, but whether Mr. Russell will grace us with his presence remains uncertain. Should Councilman Carter manage to connect with Mr. Russell and the Prime Minister's family, his fortunes could soar. Director Ron's face, obscured by the smoke, was difficult to discern whether it bore a smile or a sneer. His tone suggested a certain disdain for the sycophantic gestures of the politician. As the carriage jostled along, the view from the window transitioned from the low, cramped row houses to charming stand-alone villas adorned with gardens. Mr. Ron, how much longer do we have? Elena inquired. Director Ron craned his neck to survey his surroundings and replied, We have entered the King's District. Only social elites reside here. Our destination is surely not far off. What should I be mindful of at the gathering? Onik asked. Our coming-of-age ceremony in Bruges begins with a cocktail reception. Once all the guests are present, the host will publicly announce that his daughter has reached adulthood. Following that will be the ball, where the host will dance the first waltz, and thereafter, it will be a matter of free choice. Our talented and accomplished students, particularly those of Mr. Russell, will surely find themselves with parents eager to introduce their daughters to you. Dancing, I lack any skill in that area. It seems I'll just enjoy the food and drink and make my escape after presenting my gifts, Onik thought. Seemingly sensing Onik's inner musings, Director Ron remarked. The dances are quite simple, so you needn't worry about making mistakes. If you truly wish to avoid dancing, simply hold a cocktail in your hand as a subtle indication of your reluctance to participate in the ball. After a while, the four arrived at a magnificent estate. Congressman Carter's private residence was located at number 20 Maple Street in the heart of the King's District, surrounded by white walls topped with brass spikes. The entrance was a striking crimson iron gate, flanked by two sentry boxes, where two imposing young men in black uniforms stood, gripping black wooden staffs at a small patrol of individuals clad in white uniforms. also wielding wooden staffs, leisurely walked outside the courtyard. Please show me your invitation. Onik handed the invitation to Director Ron, who presented both invitations to the guard at the gate. After a thorough inspection, the iron gate slowly swung open. Onik adjusted his formal attire and placed his top hat properly before being the first to alight from the carriage, followed by assisting his two sisters down. Directly opposite the entrance stood a white unicorn sculpture, serving as the centerpiece of a fountain, from which clear water gushed forth, showcasing the owner's refined taste. Although it was not yet dark, the courtyard was brilliantly illuminated. Adorned with various flowers and colorful ribbons decorated the columns, as they traversed the meticulously manicured lawn and the white pebble path. A man in a white naval uniform with a black sash and a woman in a purple, exquisitely laced evening gown awaited the arrival of the esteemed guests. They appear to be the hosts of the soiree, Congressman Carter and his wife. Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Thank you for inviting us to celebrate Miss Carter's coming-of-age ceremony. Director Ron approached, shaking hands with Congressman Carter before kissing Mrs. Carter's right hand. He then presented a bottle of whiskey that appeared quite familiar to him. How gracious of you. Director, our O&B, by the way. Are the three behind you your children? Perhaps you could introduce us, Congressman Carter inquired. Director Ron stepped aside and introduced, this is Mr. Russell, my junior from school, and also the most esteemed student of Mr. Russell. He graduated this year and has already become a sheriff. Beside him are his sisters, who I believe will also blossom into remarkable young ladies. Welcome, I too wish to become acquainted with some promising young talents. Of course, the two young ladies are the new stars of this gathering, Congressman Carter remarked, stepping forward to offer a hug before shaking the hands of the two sisters. Mr. and Mrs. Carter, greetings, I am Onyx Sutherland. And these are my sisters, Elena and Irina. Thank you for your invitation. We hope your daughter will like the small gift we brought for her. Onik presented the chosen perfume. I'm sure you will become friends with her. Congressman Carter accepted the gift. Would you kindly call for her so she may meet her peers? Chapter 23. Transformation. A maid hurriedly made her way toward the residential area at the back upon hearing this. Let us converse for now. The gathering is still in its early stages, Congressman Carter suggested, picking up a nearby champagne bottle and offering it to the three siblings. Your father in business? Our father served in the Northern Continent Army in his youth, later joining the Navy's Scorpion Legion, retiring as a captain. Now he manages a farm, Onik replied, handing the champagne to his sisters. Upon hearing the mention of the Scorpion Legion, Congressman Carter paused momentarily before saying, the Scorpion Legion. In that case, I share a history of service alongside your father. I hail from the naval fleet myself. Your father has made a timely exit. I believe if he had served longer, he could have achieved even greater accolades. Perhaps he feared for his life in pursuit of such accolades, Onik thought to himself. Gradually, more guests began to fill the front hall, prompting Congressman Carter and his wife to attend to other visitors, while the three siblings sought refuge in a corner, leisurely indulging in snacks. Approximately 20 minutes later, Mrs. Carter approached with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl clad in a sea-blue gown, accompanied by two companions. Upon finding the three siblings indulging in their treats, the blonde girl stifled a laugh, covering her face. Mr. Onik, this is my daughter Annie. I hope you will get to know each other. Mrs. Carter introduced the blonde girl. Good evening, Miss Annie. Happy birthday. Onik managed to swallow a bite before speaking. Good evening, Mr. Onik. I had thought that tonight would be filled with my father's acquaintances. It is rare to meet a gentleman in training. Miss Annie said, her tone tinged with a hint of mockery regarding her own inexperience. These are my two sisters, who happen to be just a year younger than you. I trust young ladies will find ample conversation. Onik added, nudging his sisters forward. Perhaps, but Mr. Onik may find more common ground with my father, Miss Annie replied, her smile fading and her tone slightly sarcastic, as if to imply he was an ambitious interloper attempting to ingratiate himself with the political elite. Excuse me, ladies, may I borrow this young gentleman for a moment? A deep but composed voice interrupted. An elderly man clad in a black tailcoat, adorned with a high silk top hat and smoking an ivory pipe, stood behind them. Long time no see, Mr. Russell. Of course. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed, Mrs. Carter responded. It was none other than Onik's mentor, Russell, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. Onik waved to his sisters as he followed Russell out of the front hall. seeking a quiet corner beneath the sycamore tree in the courtyard to converse. "Good day, Mr. Russell. It has been a while. I may not have been right to summon you here. You seem ill at ease in such social settings." Onik remarked. "Indeed, I might have misjudged the situation. It seems I've spent nearly a week's wages on a mere gift," Mr. Russell said, taking a puff from his pipe. "Not at all. I am merely a supplementary presence. The focus is not on me. After all," Onik replied, "you have been hiding your significance well. I had no idea you were such an influential figure to me. I am simply an outlier within my family. An unwelcome presence among the nobility," Mr. Russell reflected. "What is your impression of this country?" "One word: stability. The church, the royal family, the nobility, and the emerging capitalists form an extraordinarily stable upper class in society. Just look at tonight's gathering. All who can attend are either wealthy or of high standing. Yet, under this very sky, how many laborers toil in the port and industrial zones, barely earning enough to survive? How many farmers are driven to ruin by debt, forced to migrate to the cities? Achieving equitable wealth distribution seems a distant dream. The opulence on display here is built upon the sweat and toil of the lower classes. In the eyes of my father, brother, and those gentlemen in both houses of parliament, the populace is merely a resource for societal production, akin to firewood for boiling water. I cannot sever my identity, nor can I affect change in this reality. Thus, I retreat to the northern reaches of the kingdom, residing in the academy to make a living." Mr. Russell's voice carried a tinge of sorrow. "With your capabilities, why not form a political party to advocate for the welfare of the people?" Onik suggested that a political party requires financial backers that, you think my father and brother became prime minister without such support? Merely an earl without real power? Political campaigning, bribing newspapers, and even directly paying voters all require substantial sums of currency. The Conservative and Whig parties may have differences in governance, but they certainly do not wish for another party to emerge that could dilute their political influence or undermine their foundations. Intimidation, threats, even assassination. Despite being the prime minister's brother, I could easily be framed as a scoundrel abandoning my wife and child. The populace is all too willing to believe what they see, Mr. Russell replied with a bitter smile. Then violent overthrow? Onik contemplated inwardly, considering the possibility of incinerating all remnants of the old regime to reconstruct a new order. It is not as if no one has entertained such thoughts. You have indeed inquired with your father regarding the extraordinary beings, have you not? Yes, my father remains a member of the former Scorpio Legion. The combat prowess of ordinary individuals pales in comparison to that of the extraordinary. The mightiest forces in this nation are already aligned with the rulers. One cannot expect the majority to relinquish their share of the pie, to offer a morsel to their impoverished compatriots. Can you envision your father dividing his farm among the dispossessed farmers? I can assure you, no one here would do such a thing. Within the royal household exists an extraordinary individual capable of matching an entire ordinary extraordinary legion. Perhaps the figures depicted on those banknotes you possess are still alive. After encountering the enigmatic elder on the platform, Onik even began to question the existence of celestial beings, despite the fact that the benevolent deities have not walked upon the earth since the Iron Age. Yet, it would not be surprising if the 8 righteous deities decided to smite this smuggler on that very day. Is this the reason you have chosen to support me? Simply because I am not a child of the nobility or an official? Onik inquired. That is part of it. Although I am powerless to change the fate of the entire world, I can assist my own students in achieving their potential. Little Onik, your heart is not wicked. I trust in my judgment. Mr. Russell replaced the tobacco in his pipe, reigniting it as wisps of smoke began to rise anew. This seemingly refined and carefree elder turned out to be an unfulfilled idealist. Onik wished to exclaim, "Comrade, do you know what it means to be a streetlight ornament or to engage in armed struggle?" Yet he was merely a passerby, and the words lingered unvoiced in his throat. A solitary policeman is powerless to alter these conflicts. Chapter 24. An unexpected incident around 6 in the evening. The sun of Aegisburg approached the horizon, and music began to resonate from the main hall. It appeared that the ceremony for the evening's protagonist was about to commence. "Shall we enter?" I suggested. "I fear, dear teacher, that you may be the main character of this soirée. The guests within are likely awaiting your presence." In the foyer, Senator Carter and his wife stood at the center with their daughter, surrounded by guests forming a circle. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. We are grateful for the divine blessings that have allowed her to grow in health and happiness, the senator proclaimed, making a heart shape followed by a horizontal line at his chest, signifying his religious beliefs. Furthermore, I express my gratitude to the kingdom. Under the leadership of the king and the gentlemen present, our nation continues to flourish. Upon concluding, Senator Carter raised a glass of champagne, prompting the surrounding guests to do likewise. Lastly, I extend my thanks to my beloved daughter for the joy she brings to her mother and me. Cheers to the divine, the kingdom, and all of you. With that, the attendees raised their glasses and drank heartily. A maid presented an exquisite gift box. Upon opening it, Senator Carter revealed a lavish ruby necklace, the golden chain adorned with a gem slightly smaller than an egg. Anik was momentarily blinded by the ostentation. Annie, you are the most radiant ruby of Aegisburg tonight. Allow me to adorn you with this. It is a celebratory gift from your mother and me. Our love for you is as enduring as this gem. Thank you, Father, for your generosity, Annie replied, though her expression did not reflect the joy one might expect. As the affair progressed, a small band of about a dozen musicians on the second floor began to play lively dance tunes. The inaugural dance was set to feature the protagonist, Annie, and her father. Not recognizing anyone else, Anik felt compelled to avoid awkwardness and called to a nearby servant. Please bring me a cocktail. The servant, holding a wooden tray and collecting empty glasses, hesitated before responding. Are you certain you want a cocktail at this moment? Yes, I am quite sure. Please wait a moment. Would a cocktail made with gin, tequila, and fruit juice suffice? That will do. The servant swiftly gathered the remaining champagne flutes. The first dance concluded swiftly, and the remaining guests, accompanied by their partners, prepared for the second. Director Ron had already invited a lady dressed in splendid attire, while Professor Russell had been summoned by the hostess. Anik positioned himself by the window, striving to remain inconspicuous. Here is your cocktail, sir. The servant presented the drink. Escaping so soon? Such behavior will not win you the affections of a wealthy lady, remarked a voice, teasing him. Compared to your act of feigning innocence, your sister's straightforwardness is far more charming. The evening star, Ginny, approached Anik with her two companions. I am merely a humble policeman earning £5 a week. Your birthday gift might well amount to a decade's wages for me. Please harbor no ill will towards me. I have no desire to entangle myself with your family, Anik explained. Annie, seemingly unconvinced, returned to the dance floor with her companions as time passed. The servants continued to roll out wheeled iron tables laden with an array of delectable dishes, the aromas wafting through the air. Roast chicken, steak, and caviar were elegantly presented on exquisite silver platters. Anik found a vacant large plate and began to heap food upon it before settling at a long table to indulge. The medium-rare steak was perfectly seared on the outside and tender within, its juices bursting forth, complemented by a pepper sauce that added just the right touch. Brother, it won't do to abandon your two lovely sisters. One shouldn't behave like a cat sneaking off, chided Elena. With Irina, approached with their own plates of food to sit beside Anik, he could still sense the hostile gazes of other young men directed at him. Please refrain from using such ambiguous language. Why haven't you continued to partake in the ball? Anik replied, while filling his plate with meat. They're merely a bunch of pretentious children. Witnessing your effortlessly beautiful sisters, they flaunt their lineage or wealth as if it were their own earnings. To us, they're no different than 3-year-olds boasting about their toys. Elena remained as sharp-tongued as ever. Irina appeared to struggle with a fish, using her knife and fork to separate the flesh while extracting the bones. Indeed, let us focus on our meal, Anik suggested, taking a sip of juice, aware that his tolerance for alcohol was quite limited. Scanning the foyer, he noted that most of the socialites were still dancing. Annie seemed to be conversing with the senator, then led her two companions out of the foyer and into the courtyard. What captured Anik's attention were two figures clad in high-collared attire, their long collars obscuring half their faces. Their woolen suits appeared far more expensive than his blended fabric attire, yet they too sat at a long table near the entrance, partaking in the feast. We are not outcasts. Those gentlemen over there are eating as well. After satisfying their appetites, they engaged in light conversation with their two sisters. Annie and her two maids re-entered, and Anik observed that she had changed into a simple fabric dress. The necklace no longer adorning her neck. Does it truly take half an hour to change clothes? He mused, glancing at his watch, which indicated it was around 7:30. Roughly an hour later, his two sisters began to show signs of fatigue. Anik sought out Director Ron to inform him that he would be departing early. Director Ron, Professor Russell, and Senator Carter were gathered at the entrance of the foyer, smoking and conversing at that moment. A tall, robust servant hurried in, whispering urgently into Senator Carter's ear. The senator's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news, and he instructed the servant to return. His steps became erratic, yet he remained among the guests. Seemingly unable to leave. My friend, what unexpected situation have you encountered? If you wish, we have 2 policemen and a university professor here who might be able to assist, Director Ron inquired. It's a minor issue. I can manage it. Senator Carter feigned nonchalance, though his restless gaze betrayed him. Carter, if you truly require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. I am confident that my standing could procure some aid from all of Aegisburg. Professor Russell interjected, "It is nothing grave. Merely that my daughter's room appears to have been burgled." Senator Carter responded, "Mr. Carter, why do you say appears?" Anik pressed. The servant who came to report claimed that the patrol squad heard a sharp sound near the mansion and subsequently discovered that the window of my daughter's room on the 2nd floor facing the courtyard had been shattered. I alone possess the keys to all the doors in our residence. My daughter has gone to assess the losses, and I do not wish to disturb the guests' enjoyment, Senator Carter explained. Carter, I believe you need our assistance. Anik, you will accompany Mr. Carter to investigate the situation. Director Ron and I will remain here. We cannot all go at once, as it might raise the guests' suspicions. Consider this a test for you, as a policeman. Mr. Russell advised. Very well, Minter. Let us go, Mr. Carter. Anik calmly responded. Chapter 25. On-site investigation. Congressman Carter's residence comprises 2 principal structures, the front hall and the rear mansion. Flanking the front hall are single-story houses designated for the servants, coachman, and housekeeper. The front hall features a 2-story design, with a spacious central hall serving as a social gathering place. The mansion, intended for the owner's residence, is situated at the back, a long, 2-story building. The 2nd floor has a corridor facing the front hall, facilitating access to a total of 6 rooms, divided into 3 on each side by a staircase in the center. Each room is equipped with a balcony, while the 1st floor lacks balconies, rendering each room slightly larger than those on the 2nd floor, which are similarly divided into 3 on each side by the central staircase. Connecting the back door of the front hall to the mansion is a covered corridor, flanked by well-trimmed gardens approximately half a meter high, interspersed with an S-shaped pebble path for the owners to enjoy the flowers. A servant, bearing a kerosene lamp, awaited Congressman Carter in the corridor. Appearing quite flustered, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. What is the situation at the scene? Are you searching the mansion? Anik inquired, sir. Who is this? The burly servant did not answer Anik's question, but instead directed his inquiry to Congressman Carter. This is Sheriff Anik. Answer his questions truthfully, Congressman Carter replied. Very well, sir. Sheriff, at around 8 o'clock, the patrol team outside the wall heard the sound of glass shattering from the mansion. They approached us, stationed between the courtyard and the mansion, and informed us that something seemed amiss. We 2 guards then accompanied the patrol team to the mansion, confirming the broken glass on the 1st floor. I took 2 patrol members to check the windows and doors on the 2nd floor, while Gower took the other 2 patrol members to inspect the rear of the mansion. You acted independently? Yes. Gower then observed some shattered glass on the lawn of the mansion and looked up to see that the glass door of the young lady's balcony had been smashed. Gower dispatched the patrol team to secure the rear and informed me that the door to the young lady's room had been broken. By that time, we had already checked the front corridor on the 2nd floor, and all windows and doors on that floor were intact. Upon hearing this, I came to inform you, sir. Just as I entered the front hall, I encountered the young lady. She and her 2 friends should have returned to their rooms to assess their losses by now. What is your name? Lead us to the scene, Anik commanded. Reporting to the sheriff, my name is Fink. Please follow me. Their first stop was the rear yard of the mansion, illuminated by several gas lamps scattered across the yard. Onik noted that the grass on the lawn was trimmed down to about half an inch, and it was evident that adult footprints would leave imprints. The path from the front of the mansion to the rear yard was already strewn with the footprints of the patrol team and guards. It seemed these individuals were oblivious to the importance of preserving the crime scene. In the center of the yard, 3 men stood near the right side. "Gower, come here. The sir and sheriff have questions for you," called one of the guards that a slightly shorter, stout guard approached. "Have you seen anyone climbing out of the building during this time?" Reporting to the sheriff, "We have been stationed here for over 10 minutes and have not seen anyone emerge." Gower replied. "Brother, lend me a lamp," Onyx said to Fink. Fink handed over the brass lantern he held, which emitted a warm orange glow. Onyx raised the lantern, searching the grass of the rear yard. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Mr. Carter, take a look here." Congressman Carter approached Onyx, crouching beside him. "What have you discovered?" "Behold, there are 2 rows of footprints. One leads toward the back window of your daughter's room, while the other proceeds from the back window to the wall of the yard." Onyx illuminated the ground, pointing to the 2 sets of footprints. "Are you suggesting that the intruder scaled the wall from the rear yard to access this, and then ascended to the 2nd floor to commit theft?" Congressman Carter responded, "No. That is merely one possibility. Mr. Carter, your backyard should be adjacent to the street, correct? Indeed, the back of the yard opens onto Pine Street, which is a residential area for affluent merchants and government officials." Congressman Carter replied. Onyx gestured toward the size of the footprints, estimating them to be approximately a size 43 in the common male shoe size, which corresponds to roughly a size 9 in the Kingdom of Brugge. A common male shoe size. Let us proceed to the scene. Make sure these footprints remain undisturbed. Ascending the marble staircase of the mansion, Congressman Carter and Onyx reached the 2nd floor, where they encountered 2 patrol members waiting at the staircase landing. "What are you doing here? Is the young lady present?" Congressman Carter inquired. "Reporting, sir. The young lady is in her room assessing her losses. We're stationed outside her door to prevent any potential return of the intruder." One of the patrol members answered that, "Is she the only one?" Onyx questioned, concerned that the scene might be compromised. "Sir, we should hurry, lest the evidence be inadvertently destroyed," Congressman Carter urged Onyx. Together, they pushed open the door to Annie's room. Directly opposite the door stood a round table adorned with a silver tray and a bottle of juice that had been partially consumed, alongside a small silver hammer and 3 empty cups. 4 chairs surrounded the circular table. To the right, a vanity mirror accompanied by a dressing table revealed drawers that had been left ajar, with various jewels haphazardly strewn across the tabletop. Beyond the circular table was a set of double wooden doors leading to the balcony, which were securely locked, though the upper glass had been shattered, glass fragments littering the floor beside the door. A large potted plant stood next to the door, while 4 gas lamps illuminated the room from the walls. And a wrought iron chandelier with a circular tray hung in the center, its 8 curved supports topped with small gas lamps casting light. To the left of the room stood a wardrobe and a bed, with a small door presumably leading to a washroom. Annie and her 2 companions were busily gathering scattered garments on the left side. The wardrobe was open, its contents in disarray. "Annie, are you all right? Did you lose any belongings?" Congressman Carter inquired. "I haven't counted the jewels yet, knowing you would send someone to investigate." "Why must these despicable thieves leave my wardrobe in such disarray?" Annie replied. Onyx approached the broken glass door, twisting the handle but finding it locked. "Mr. Carter, please assist me in opening this door." Congressman Carter retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, selecting a smaller one to insert into the keyhole. Turning it, click. The sound of the lock releasing echoed as Onyx pushed open the door. The balcony was also strewn with shards of glass. Through the balcony, Onyx could clearly see Pine Street beyond the yard's wall. Being a wealthy area, the gas streetlights were already lit, and the occasional carriage passed by. Chapter 26. Interrogation. Onyx closed the door leading to the balcony and began inspecting the nearby plant. A massive cactus thrived in a large ceramic pot. The soil appeared quite moist. Onyx scooped a handful, rubbing it between his fingers, sticky and damp, as if it had been watered not long ago. "Father, I can tidy up the remaining clothes in the room myself," Annie stated to Congressman Carter. "Wait a moment. Miss Annie, have your 2 companions been with you the entire time today?" Onyx inquired, setting the soil aside. "What do you mean by that?" "My 2 friends arrived early at 3 o'clock. and we have been together ever since. Are you suspecting my friends? Annie's tone bore traces of indignation. No. If the two young ladies have been with you all along, they can certainly be ruled out as suspects. Miss Annie, please check if any valuables are missing. Of course. The two young ladies may also leave the room to attend the ball. Kindly ask them to summon the guards, Fink and Gower, from downstairs when they descend. Once Onik finished speaking, he found a chair, moved it to the wooden door, and stood atop it to examine the wooden ceiling. Near the window, he discovered a small hole. Approximately a yard away, he found a second hole. Onik checked the entire ceiling, but found no additional openings. Annie, have you lost any valuables? Congressman Carter asked. After tidying the scattered jewels, Annie seemed to speak with a tremor in her voice, her eyes glistening with tears. Father, the ruby necklace you gifted me for my coming-of-age ceremony is missing. Congressman Carter appeared momentarily stunned before offering comfort. While the gemstone necklace is indeed valuable, if it cannot be found, we shall procure another for your birthday next year. Is it only the ruby necklace that is missing? Have you lost any other jewels or cash? Onik inquired. None. Are you hoping for my losses to be greater, Mr. Onik? Annie retorted, Not at all, madam. Would you mind if I conducted a thorough search of your boudoir? Suit yourself. Onik meticulously searched every corner of the room, including the toilet tank and the washroom, but found no valuable clues. Upon returning to the main room, two guards were already waiting at the door for their inquiries. Miss Annie, may I trouble you to answer a few questions? Once I have the information, you may return to the ball. Onik took a seat and began her questioning. What do you wish to ask? Annie displayed an air of impatience. Hey, T, what time did you return to this room? And when did you leave? Around 6:50, I suppose that I felt a bit warm in my evening gown. So I came back to change into something more comfortable and asked my maid to bring us a bottle of juice and a block of ice. You know how hot it can get in summer. The small hammer on that tray is used to break the ice to add to the juice. After the maid brought the juice, I sent her to the front hall to attend to the guests. We rested here for about half an hour before returning to the ball. So, you returned to the room around 7. And shortly after 7, the maid went to the kitchen and cellar to bring you juice and ice. Then, before 7:10, the maid left the mansion, and you rested here until 7:30 before leaving. Correct? That sound about right. Although, we didn't pay close attention to the time of the clock here. Very well. You may return to the ball, Onik stated. Guards Fink and Gall, please come in. The two guards, appearing somewhat anxious and tense, entered the room. Sir, has anything gone missing? The tall Fink inquired. During the inventory, do not be so nervous that I will ask you questions, and you shall answer, Onik said. Understood, sir. Please go ahead. We will answer all your queries. How long have you been working here? And how did you come to be employed? I have worked here for 8 years. The lady and I are distant relatives from the same village, which is how I was introduced to serve Mr. Carter, replied the tall Fink. I have been here for over 10 years, and my father was once an aide to Mr. Carter in the army, and through my father's connections, I was assigned to this position, the short and stout Gaul explained. Onik glanced at Mr. Carter, who nodded in agreement. What time did Miss Annie's two companions arrive, and were there any other guests entering the mansion today? I believe they arrived around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I remember they came after lunch. Aside from them, no other guests entered the mansion today. How can you be so certain? Sir, we were stationed here to prevent inebriated guests from mistakenly wandering into the residential area or inadvertently falling asleep in the courtyard garden. All right, Miss Annie claims they returned to the house around 7. During that time, did anyone else enter the mansion? How long did they stay? Well, while we were on duty, we were sitting on the stone benches by the corridor in the courtyard. When a young lady returned, she specifically asked us the time, which was 6:55. About 3 minutes later, her maid came with a tray carrying drinks and ice, and shortly after, the maid returned to the front hall. Approximately half an hour later, the young lady and her companions left the mansion, and during that time, no one else entered. T, what time were you alerted by the patrol that there might be a thief? Around 8:10, I believe. The patrol came from the front hall to inform us that they heard the sound of breaking glass from within the mansion. Why didn't you hear the sound of the glass breaking? We were in the courtyard, and the noise from the band in the front hall was too loud. What did you two discover at the scene? We searched the first floor of the mansion and found nothing. Gall took 2 patrolmen to the backyard while I led 2 others to check the second floor, where I found all the doors and windows securely locked. Fink stated that I found several shards of glass on the lawn beneath the young lady's balcony. After discussing with the patrolman, we concluded that the back door of the young lady's room must have been broken, and I went to inform Fink about the situation on the second floor. Gall explained, "Hey, T, what time did you notify Miss Annie and Mr. Carter?" Around 8:15. After discussing with Gall, we decided I should inform her first while he continued to monitor the backyard that I encountered the young lady at the front hall and informed her of the potential theft. She requested that I first escort her back to check the situation before reporting to Mr. Carter. "Did you enter the room with her? What was the situation like?" The young lady opened the door, lit the gas lamp, and the scene was quite chaotic. There were items scattered everywhere. The clothing in the wardrobe had been rummaged through, jewelry lay strewn across the floor, and the glass door leading to the balcony had been shattered. "Did you not search the scene?" The young lady insisted on handling it herself and instructed me to notify Mr. Carter in the front hall. Gall, during this time, did you notice anyone escaping from the backyard? "No, I did not." "Very well, I have a clearer line of thought now. Could you both please summon the patrol and the young lady's maid?" "Certainly, sir, that we hope you apprehend the thief soon." Gall and Fink exited, and after about 2 minutes, four patrolmen entered. "Good evening, gentlemen. I am Sheriff Anik. I have a few questions to ask you. The oldest among you may step forward to answer if there are any omissions." I invite the others to contribute. A middle-aged man who appeared slightly older stepped forward. "Allow me to respond to your inquiries." "Very well, gentlemen. Does your patrol serve directly under Mr. Carter?" "Mr. Carter has only signed a 1-day contract with our company. We are employees of the Keplinton Security Company. Temporary employment. Due to the large number of special guests today, I sought a security company and arranged for a 1-day contract with them to have these 4 patrol the vicinity of my estate at regular intervals." Mr. Carter replied, "Gentlemen, at what time did you hear the sound of glass breaking in the mansion?" "At 8:05. "How can you be so certain?" "Indeed, sir, that we patrol every half hour, and it takes about 10 minutes to circle the estate." Reaching the backyard at approximately the halfway point at T, what time did you commence your patrol? "After lunch, as there were no visitors in the morning. You 2 were upstairs while the other 2 were downstairs." "Did the 2 upstairs enter Miss Annie's room together?" "No. When Miss Annie returned and opened the door, she instructed us to guard the staircase." "During your patrol today, did you notice any suspicious individuals?" "None at all." "Thank you. Could you check if a maid is waiting outside? If she is, let her in. You 4 may return to your posts." The 4 exited the room, and, after a brief pause, the door swung open to reveal a young maid with black hair, appearing to be in her 20s, dressed in a maid's outfit. "Good evening, sir. I am a young lady's personal maid, Yura." "Hello, Miss Yura. I have some questions I would like to ask you." "Certainly, sir. Did Miss Annie ask you to bring juice and ice when she returned to her room in the afternoon?" "Yes. She mentioned it was too hot and wanted to change into something more comfortable while asking me to fetch a bottle of juice and a block of ice from the kitchen." "Is this what you brought?" Anik pointed to the tray on the round table that held a bottle of juice, half consumed. "Indeed. How much ice did the young lady ask for? And did you also bring the silver hammer?" £2, I believe. The young lady requested something cold to drink during the hot summer and asked for a 2-pound block of ice. The ice in the cellar comes in half-pound, 1-pound, and 2-pound sizes. The silver hammer is specifically for breaking the ice. How long have you been here? After delivering the ice and drinks, the young lady instructed me to assist in the front hall, as there were many guests requiring service. Has the young lady purchased any large items recently, like a picture frame or a painting? Last week, she brought back a picture frame while out, which is currently hanging over there. She mentioned it would be for a photo of herself in the future. The maid pointed to a large wooden frame on the wall beside the wardrobe, which was empty of any photographs. Chapter 27, the first explanation. All right. Miss Yura, you may return to the front hall now. Yura exited the room. Lastly, Mr. Carter, I have a few questions for you. Go ahead. Your expression suggests you may have reached a conclusion that I am nearing one. Yes. Who possesses the keys to both Miss Annie's and your room? I possess all the keys to this house, and holds the keys to both her room and mine. What is your shoe size? A size 9. During the day, one should be able to glimpse the street of Pinewood behind from the second floor of the mansion. I believe there should be no issue. Excluding the 2 guards in the courtyards and the doorman at the entrance, are not all of your household servants. This evening, either in the hall or preoccupied with preparations for your daughter's coming-of-age ceremony? Indeed, as you know, the number of guests tonight is overwhelming, and the servants, butlers, grooms, and cooks are all quite busy. I have no further concerns. Shattered glass, damp soil, a ceiling riddled with holes, empty frames devoid of photographs, and 2 rows of footprints leading to the high wall of the backyard. Under the influence of the wisdom potion, my own logical faculties have been enhanced. Anik has a vague understanding of who orchestrated all of this. Yet the only lingering question is the whereabouts of the necklace. I have already inspected the scene, and there is no place to conceal such a grand gemstone necklace. There are no pockets on my person to carry the necklace out of the mansion. And the thief should not have simply discarded it outside. The thief must have hidden the necklace in an unexpected location within this room or employed an unforeseen method to remove it. It is indeed a case of darkness beneath the lamp, merely a police officer's reasoning. Wait a moment, darkness beneath the lamp? Anik gazed up at the chandelier adorned with an iron tray. That I now know where the necklace is. Mr. Carter, I can recover the necklace. There are currently 2 explanations for how your daughter's necklace went missing, each corresponding to a different method of recovery. Anik raised her head, her expression neutral as she addressed Mr. Carter. 2 explanations. Please elucidate those 2 for me. What is the distinction? Mr. Carter inquired, astonishment etched upon his face, and no need for haste. Let me first assist you in retrieving the necklace. Kindly steady the chair for me, as I fear I might fall. Upon finishing her words, Anik moved a chair from the round table beneath the chandelier. Mr. Carter positioned himself beside the chair to support it, and Anik stepped up, grasping the chandelier's tray with her left hand while her right hand delved inside the tray. A cold, hard object was extracted from within. The yellow metal gleamed under the gaslight, while a blood-red gemstone dangled from the chain below. Anik descended from the chair and informed the councilman, Mr. Counselor, I have located the necklace for you. Now, there are 2 explanations. One, although fictional, preserves your family's dignity. The other, while closer to reality, is rather undignified. Mr. Carter closed his eyes, appearing somewhat pained, and murmured, Why must it be this way? Am I not a good father? No, Mr. Carter, you may need to devote more time to your family. While the ruby necklace is indeed precious, some individuals might prefer to cherish their parents' company on their birthday rather than serve as mere instruments for their father's ascent to prominence. Please grant me a dignified resolution. Mr. Carter resumed his composure, selecting the option that aligned with his interest. I understand your choice. Next Monday, you shall publish an announcement in the Egglesburg Daily regarding the theft of the ruby necklace. Seeking any leads, I shall write to you on the 7th of next week, stating that during my patrol in the underground black market at the port, I encountered a suspicious individual. When questioned, he appeared nervous and subsequently fled, dropping your stolen necklace from his pocket. As he did so, I shall then write to you, and you will remember to send your butler to the Ganya police station at the port next Monday to retrieve your necklace. Upon concluding, Anik tucked the necklace in her pocket as if it were mere refuse of no value. Is this arrangement reasonable? Very well. Do you have any requests? Mr. Carter regained his calm demeanor. No, Mr. Carter. I have but one request. The 2 gentlemen tasked with guarding the courtyard today should only be fined a maximum of 3 days to half a week's wages. And later, you may find another excuse to reimburse them. Anik chuckled. Is that all? That is all. However, I may need to draft additional case documents next week. I now understand why Mr. Russell looks at you as he does. Young man, your future accomplishments may not be as simple as merely securing a seat in the back rows of the lower house, Mr. Carter remarked, half in flattery, half in earnestness. My future, I merely wish to return home as soon as possible. This world devoid of new episodes or games is exceedingly dull. Anik inwardly scoffed. Let us return. It is already past 9 o'clock, and I must go to work in the morning, Anik said to Mr. Carter after glancing at her watch. Upon returning to the foyer, the grand hall was devoid of dancers. Most guests were seated on either side, engaged in conversation. Mr. Carter cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. I extend my gratitude to all for taking the time to attend my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. I apologize for the brief delay caused by a minor issue. Next, there will be entertainment on the 2nd floor, including billiards, poker, and ample refreshments. Should there be other matters to attend to tomorrow, I will not insist on your stay. Let us depart, Mr. Russell, Mr. Ron. We shall take our leave now. Enjoy your evening. Anik beckoned to her 2 sisters, who were still searching for snacks. I will accompany you as well. I shall escort you home. Mr. Ron instructed Mr. Carter to relay their departure. Very well. You still possess the knack for directing others, my dear senior. Mr. Ron replied with a wry smile that Mr. Russell's carriage was slightly smaller than that of Mr. Ron and Onik and Mr. Russell squeezed into one side, while her two sisters occupied the opposite side. There were no soft cushions, and the bumpy ride threatened to strain her back. What transpired? Mr. Russell inquired, lighting his pipe, that Mr. Carter's household lost a necklace, the very one presented during the coming-of-age ceremony. Ah, Miss Annie will surely be heartbroken. By the way, how much could such a sizable ruby be worth? Irina questioned. I reckon your brother could go without food or drink for at least 5 years. Such a large gem should fetch no less than 1,500 gold pounds. Onik replied, retrieving the necklace from her pocket, under the dim light of the gas lamps filtering through the carriage window. The ruby appeared to have lost its luster, resembling a mere glass trinket purchased from a street vendor. How did it come to be in your possession? No. Wait, we were eating in the foyer the entire time. Brother, do you possess the ability to clone yourself? Irina asked in astonishment. Perhaps you should consider confessing to Mr. Ron. Your curiosity might earn you a shorter sentence. This time, it was the sharp-tongued Elena. Are you serious? Onik glanced at Irina, who sat across from her. Of course not. After all, both Irina and I have 4 more years of university life to reside in our esteemed second brother's home. I have not sensed any respect while here. Now, to business. The necklace you see before you is one I recovered from a thief next week. Next week? Irina asked, perplexed. Allow me to finish. After 7:30 tonight, a petty thief scaled the wall into Mr. Carter's backyard, then broke into Miss Annie's room on the 2nd floor, ultimately stealing the necklace. Onik paused for a moment. Chapter 28. The second explanation. After obtaining the necklace, he accidentally shattered the glass of the door by the balcony on the 2nd floor, attracting the patrol team, and ultimately, in a desperate gamble, he scaled the wall to escape. Next Saturday, while attempting to sell the stolen goods in the port's black market, I encountered him, although the individual fled. The necklace fell from his possession and was recovered by me. That I will then notify Mr. Carter to come and collect it. How does that story sound? Not very convincing. It relies on too much luck and coincidence. That is, if you already know the story is contrived, would a typical person believe it? People generally only believe what they see or what is familiar to them. This account does not seem extraordinary, at least not to those attending tonight's banquet. It appears to be a common theft. Mr. Russell commented, Yes, oh, what is the truth? Irina inquired. I can only elucidate the information I have gathered and the conclusions I can draw from it. Onik stated, the first point that struck me as odd was the timing of the theft. Who would dare to commit burglary while the occupants are awake, though most guests are in the foyer? You, not being the host, cannot ascertain whether anyone is monitoring the residential area. Could it possibly be a guest or one of our own servants committing the theft? Irina asked that, My dear sister, the guests at this banquet are either wealthy or noble. Apart from 3 penniless individuals who might be driven to steal, we are well acquainted with them. As for the servants, they are predominantly occupied in the foyer, leaving only 2 guards in the courtyard. Upon inquiring about their backgrounds, I found them to be quite reliable. So, the 3 penniless individuals are not suspects. My naive sister, have you not yet figured out who those 3 penniless individuals are? Elena laughed aloud. 1 penniless individual, 2 penniless individuals, 3 penniless individuals. Onik, with an expressionless demeanor, pointed her finger alternately at herself and her 2 younger sisters. Isn't our second brother's misfortune that has led to the suffering of his 2 sisters? Elena retorted. Moreover, it is indeed peculiar that a thief would scale the high wall of the backyard. Adjacent to that wall lies Pinewood Street, one of the principal thoroughfares of the King's District. An ordinary individual would require tools such as grappling hooks to surmount it. A reasonable person, even if determined to climb, would surely opt for the walls on either side. It is true that passers-by would undoubtedly report any sight of someone utilizing tools to scale a wall. Furthermore, the crime scene, albeit strewn with jewels and cash in the drawers, raises further questions that I am unaware of the valuation of the other jewels. But could a thief truly forsake all other valuables to solely abscond with the ruby necklace? And what of the rope? The 4th point pertains to certain anomalies at the scene. The shards of glass are excessively numerous, not only on the balcony and lawn, but also within the room. There are 2 holes in the ceiling, and the soil of the indoor plants, which typically do not favor moisture, is overly damp. Additionally, 3 individuals consumed nearly half a bottle of juice, yet utilized 2 pounds of ice. Alongside an empty picture frame. So, what is your conclusion? Onik mused at tea times. The answer is deceptively simple. The individual who stole, or rather concealed, the necklace is none other than Miss Annie herself. With this understanding, all those oddities become clear. Onik smiled as she gazed at her 2 sisters. How could that be? Why would she do such a thing? A prank. Perhaps she is dissatisfied with certain actions of our father, wishing to make the necklace, an emblem of paternal affection, vanish, thereby causing him some embarrassment. Human nature is far more intricate than mere deduction. How could this be? Are they not family? Allow me to elucidate, albeit slightly. The first point is quite straightforward. The head of the household is naturally aware that the mansion in the residential district lacks proper surveillance this evening, as most servants have been assigned to attend to guests. Thus, there is little concern about encountering any unusual circumstances, especially since Miss Annie is not alone. She has 2 companions. One companion can keep watch in the courtyard, thereby preventing anyone from unexpectedly returning and disrupting Annie's self-theft. The second point is equally simple. Choosing the rear wall minimizes the risk of being discovered by the guards. Miss Annie must have returned to the mansion around 7, changed into her father's shoes, and made 2 round trips across the courtyard, leaving behind 2 rows of footprints. Why not having to scale the high wall of the backyard? She need not fear being seen by passers-by on Pinewood Street. Rather, she should be concerned about whether the guards in the courtyard might notice her as she tread upon the footprints. Climbing the walls on either side would indeed risk detection. Hence, she could only choose the backyard, shielded by the main structure of the mansion, to leave her footprints. The third point is even simpler. She is certainly not in want of funds. The act of stealing or concealing the ruby necklace is merely a representation of its symbolic significance. Speaking of this, Onik finds herself envious of the lives of the wealthy. The fourth point involves some peculiarities at the scene. Miss Annie likely used ice cubes and 2 ring nails to fashion a rudimentary time device to shatter the glass after the patrol passed by Pinewood Street. What could have smashed the glass of the back door without leaving traces? Glass? Indeed, it is glass. Miss Annie must have brought back a frame with double glass a few days prior, after the maid delivered the drinks and departed. She likely used a silver hammer to strike the ice cubes, securing the 2 ring nails to the ceiling. One close to the back door was suspended using a transparent thread to hold up the excess glass from the frame, while the other nail was affixed to the far ceiling, with another transparent thread pulling the glass diagonally. When the time came, the thread would loosen, allowing the glass to drop, and due to a fixed point holding the thread, the glass would swing towards the back door of the balcony, shattering upon impact, thus leaving only glass fragments behind. How could she ensure that the diagonally pulled thread will loosen after she departs? This is where the ice comes into play. You see, ice melts swiftly in summer. Miss Annie has been requesting ice to cool down, which likely means she has observed how long it takes for ice to melt. By threading the glass's diagonal line through the ring, she effectively created a makeshift pulley, binding the other end to a sufficiently large piece of ice. Thus, once the ice melts, the thread would automatically detach from the ice. Onik concluded, making a circular gesture with her left hand while demonstrating with her right hand how the thread would pass through. And how does one naturally dispose of the water from the melted ice? Naturally, the ice would be placed in a flower pot near the greenery by the back door. First, the thread does not need to be excessively long to prevent it from snapping. And second, the melted ice would naturally seep into the soil. Why go to such lengths? Would it not be simpler to claim she lost it? Elena inquired. Naturally, the aim is to ensure this incident circulates widely. The patrol is managed by an outsourced security company. Had the event remained internal, it could have easily been covered up. Annie must have observed the patrol schedule from the 2nd floor in the afternoon, ensuring that she shattered the back window while the patrol passed by. Upon hearing this, Elena fell silent, prompting Onik to continue. The guards at the crime scene were likely the first to be dispatched to deal with the threads and devices. The necklace must have been concealed before 7:30. As the 3 were dressed in formal attire, which lacks pockets large enough to hold such a sizable necklace. However, the threads and nails could easily be concealed by her 2 companions. Are they not father and daughter? Must human relationships be so twisted? Onik was unsure how to explain to her youngest sister, wishing to preserve her innocence. Chapter 29. The rationale of the carriage fell into a silence, prompting Elena to speak. Then why not share a fabricated truth? Naturally, it is to preserve the family's reputation that it would be a considerable embarrassment for the esteemed Congressman Carter if his daughter orchestrated such a farce. By suggesting that a thief indeed stole the necklace, the family's honor is safeguarded, and since Congressman Carter has only one precious daughter, should the truth come to light, it would be the servants surrounding her who would suffer the consequences. The daughter might merely face a few days of confinement at home, while her close maid or the two guards might lose their livelihoods. Is that all? What else could there be? I had thought our brother had come to his senses and aimed for greater heights, only to cast aside his two gentle and lovely sisters, that I did not perceive any gentleness there. Do not embellish your own narrative. And why does this sound so bitter? Humph, it is not. You siblings share a good rapport. Don't you? They laughed. Approximately an hour later, the carriage arrived at Warren Street. The three alighted and bid farewell to Mr. Russell before returning home. After exchanging goodnights, Onik retreated to her room, reflecting on the day's events. In truth, there existed a third possibility she had not mentioned. After all, this is a world imbued with extraordinary powers. It is conceivable that an extraordinary individual happened to pass by, effortlessly vaulting over the wall without the need for tools. Subsequently, utilizing some ability, they opened the door and playfully concealed the necklace before smashing the back door's glass and fleeing the premises. The holes in the ceiling might merely have been caused by termites or other creatures. And the dampness of the plant soil could simply result from excessive watering that day. As for the picture frame, Miss Annie may have simply not utilized it, failing to verify whether it possessed double glass. The scattered glass fragments at the scene may not have definitively originated solely from the door. However, such coincidences are exceedingly ludicrous, existing only as theoretical possibilities, unless a true trickster deity intervened. The new week of work remained tedious, reduced to processing documents and sharing tea with old Bessie. Today, old Bessie appeared to be in particularly good spirits, having even brought along sugar cubes to sweeten the bitter red tea. Mr. Bessie seems to be in high spirits today. Yes, well, the thought of retiring in just 2 weeks and escaping this rainy, damp place brings me much joy. And where do you plan to go? I intend to travel with my elderly spouse first, to bask in the ample sunshine of the South. Then, Mr. Bessie, how might one safely and reasonably fabricate a case? How shall we handle it in our records? Fabricate. Observe this. Onik produced today's newspaper, pointing to the 4th page, which featured a small advertisement from Congressman Carter seeking the necklace. Let me see. Bessie took the newspaper and began to read. After a long while, he set it down and sipped his tea, remarking, "This thief is no ordinary criminal, or perhaps the stakes are substantial. Dare steal from a prominent congressman's household. Our colleagues in the King's District will have their work cut out for them. Do you have any leads? More than leads. The necklace is nestled in my coat pocket." Onik thought that in fact, that very necklace is right here with me. After stating this, Onik produced the ruby necklace and placed it upon the desk. "This ruby is truly remarkable. How came it into your possession?" Old Bessie picked it up for a closer look before setting it down. "The intricacies are numerous. Rest assured, Congressman is aware of the necklace's presence with me. I am now contemplating how to conjure a fictional thief who just so happens to be encountered by me while I am in pursuit, ultimately leading to my discovery of this necklace. Alas, it appears that this is no mere act of theft. You have already devised an explanation, haven't you? However, given that this case involves high-ranking individuals, it would be prudent for you to craft your narrative with greater intricacy. Ultimately, a secondary piece of evidence will be required to substantiate your fabricated criminal. Young man, should you find fortune, do remember to include me in your newfound wealth. Haha. Certainly, the splendid tactic for maintaining amicable relations with colleagues surely involves shared interests and secrets. Perhaps ensnaring old Bakey as well, so that in the event of complications, there is someone to share the burden. As for the case files, you should know that the best way to obscure the truth of a matter is to inscribe it within the records. Our room is cluttered with countless case files and patrol reports accumulated over the years, and no one pays heed to these details. They merely desire a resolution. Fortune? What do you mean? Onik inquired, perplexed at, well, Member Carter will award a 100 bounty to the individual who locates the necklace, and the accomplice will receive 30. Bakey replied with a gleam of greed in his eyes. You cannot expect to reap the rewards alone without bringing me along. Indeed, Bakey pointed to the last segment of the newspaper, his eyes glimmering with the symbols of gold. Can police officers, such public servants, accept financial incentives from others? Onik asked on the surface. No. However, they can certainly be bestowed upon your family. Who says it must go directly to us? Besides, we are merely claiming a reward, not accepting a bribe. Are there any black markets or fencing locations within our jurisdiction? There's an abandoned warehouse at the port where, typically after hours, some individuals gather to peddle various illicit goods. You think we should pay a visit that day to put your theory into practice? Is it dangerous? What do you mean by illicit goods? Generally, it refers to untaxed foreign spirits or inferior cotton, and perhaps some herbs or everyday items as well. Are you not concerned about controlled substances? Are you referring to firearms? Haha, only a select few can afford such weapons. And ammunition is equally elusive. Perhaps in the Northern Industrial District's black market, one might find such items, but of course, you would need to deal with the gatekeepers at the entrance. Moreover, those strange individuals in the Northern Industrial area propagate peculiar ideologies. Cults or enlightenment of thought? Onik pondered momentarily. So, how about this coming Saturday, Mr. Bakey? It happens to be our turn to patrol, and no problem. Remember to wear some casual attire. Entering in police uniforms would surely attract attention. If we were to don formal attire, it would only make us more susceptible to petty theft. Ordinary casual wear will suffice. We shall depart after our shift. You might want to bring some money. You never know what curiosities one might stumble upon in the black market. Curiosities? Onik was slightly perplexed. For to old Bakey, curiosities likely meant cigarettes or black tea. He himself did not smoke, but should there be tea available, he would consider purchasing some to take home. What sort of curiosities might be found in the black market, Mr. Bakey? Old Bakey scratched his head and replied quietly, antiques and crafts, though fakes abound, that if you possess discerning knowledge, you might indeed uncover valuable items. Let that be. I consider myself unacquainted with fine goods, having merely purchased counterfeit shoes and decorative oil paintings from my hometown in my previous life on Earth. As the end of the workday approached, the two tidied up their files. Old Bakey reminded, remember to wear your old uniform tomorrow. Entering in police attire would be too conspicuous. Understood? Onik nodded. Chapter 30. The Black Market on July 17th. Onik arrived punctually at the police station, prepared to accompany Bakey to the black market for their planned escapade. Very well. Place your clothing in the office. We shall return for it after our shift. Remember to secure your firearm. Things have been somewhat unsettled lately, old Bakey advised. Today, Onik was paired with a patrolman who appeared to be of a similar age to his sister, sporting short brown hair and a few adolescent blemishes on his forehead. I forgot to introduce you. This is our new clerk, Onik. This is Bell, my distant nephew, Bakey announced as he settled into the carriage. Greetings, Bell. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Onik responded with an effortful smile. Hello, sir. I am Bell. Feel free to call upon me as needed. The patrolman seemed somewhat anxious. All right, I appreciate your driving today, Onik remarked, taking a seat beside Bakey. Very well. Shall we proceed to patrol the port? Bell asked as he guided the carriage towards the docks. Are you taking your nephew to the black market today, Mr. Bakey? Onik inquired softly within the carriage. No, just the two of us, the more people involved. The harder it is to keep matters discreet. Member Carter only offers a single bounty for an accomplice, Bakey replied. It seemed that only the bounty held significance, as familial ties did not equate to monetary gain. Onik mused inwardly. After completing their routine patrol of the port and market, Onik and his companions entered a familiar SAF. Ordering a pot of subpar coffee, Bakey was in high spirits due to the impending 30 bounty. Not only covering the coffee bill, but also treating the three to steak. Why must it be well done? Onik remarked as he struggled to cut into the steak, feeling as though he were slicing through shoe soles. Where else can you find steak for 6 pence a serving? Bakey retorted. Indeed, it is priced as though sold at cost, Onik acknowledged. Thus, one cannot scrutinize the source or quality of the meat. Well done is essential for safety. Bakey stated, taking a bite. They finished their steak alongside the coffee, and upon returning to the station, Onik requested only a half portion of lunch from the cafeteria's Lisa. After completing their afternoon patrol, Onik and Bakey changed into plain clothes. Bakey's outfit resembled that of a dock foreman, and he had even donned a faded towel around his neck for good measure. The two boarded a public carriage at the police station, arriving at the docks about 10 minutes later. "You brought your gear, right?" Bakey inquired as he dismounted. "That I did," Onik replied, the weight of the metal object at his waist a constant reminder of its presence, particularly as it was fully loaded. "Then let us proceed. Stay close to me," Bakey instructed, striding forward. After navigating through the warehouse district along the docks, they arrived before a brick structure topped with a metal roof. The iron gate stood firmly shut, while beside it, a small door was guarded by two burly men wielding iron rods. A middle-aged man in ill-fitting formal attire, balding and scribbling in what appeared to be a ledger, looked up as Bakey approached and rapped on the desk. "Entry fee is 1 penny. Just toss the money aside," the man said, not lifting his gaze. Clearing his throat, Bakey coughed, prompting the man to finally look up and smile broadly. "Ah, Mr. Bakey, long time no see. What brings you here today?" "No particular reason, just bringing a new colleague to observe to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. When I retire, he will be responsible for the port from Saturday to Sunday. Ensure your people recognize him to prevent any confusion. Shall we enter?" "What about the fee?" Bakey continued. "Why would I let you pay? Allow me to accompany you for a tour," the man insisted, and no need. "Everything is in order here, right?" Bakey waved his hand dismissively. "Quite normal, save for a few zealots who disturbed the customers last week. Otherwise, all is well. The Black Gang and Bloodhawk Gang both have representatives conducting business inside. They operate on opposite sides and do not interfere with one another." "Very well. I shan't prolong our conversation," Bakey concluded, leading Onik through the small door as the two large men swiftly lowered their rods. Once inside, Onik inquired, "Sir, who are those two? Why must you treat them so courteously?" "What do you mean? Did they not say they were responsible for the port? Do you believe the true masters of order here are the leaders of the Black Gang and Bloodhawk Gang?" "Aren't they? Certainly not. It is the police of the port precinct, though the two gangs could easily overwhelm the fewer than 20 officers, as long as Chief Ron of the Gonia precinct speaks a word. The Black Gang and Bloodhawk Gang would be compelled to cease hostilities and negotiate." The man resumed his writing in the ledger as Onik absorbed this information. The black market was situated within an old warehouse, resembling an earthly marketplace, with 2 rows of stalls constructed from cement and bricks, where various merchants hawked their wares. Fine silk from the eastern continent. Adorn yourself with a silk hat and bask in the glory of the parliament members. Tobacco from the southern continent. Just 1 puff will elevate you. Discounted rum from the Windward Islands. Only 4 pence for a small bottle. Buy now or miss out. Remarkable knives forged from the finest steel. Old Beezy did not pay attention to the stalls hawking their wares, but instead led Onik towards a room that appeared to have been converted from an office, even from a distance. Onik could hear the raucous noise and smell the pungent aroma of cheap alcohol wafting through the iron gate. It seemed to be a small bar. Beezy pushed open the door, revealing a group of people seated around wooden tables. Behind a long bar counter, a plump bartender was filling wooden cups from a large barrel. He then handed them over the counter to the patrons in front, who were likely dock workers dressed in coarse clothing. As they paid with copper coins that a couple of middle-aged, portly waitresses collected the empty cups, casually swatting away any hands that tried to grab at the leftovers. Beezy pushed through the drunken crowd, blocking the way to the counter, and shouted to the stout bartender. 2 pints of beer and a plate of snacks, 3 pence. If you want meat, it costs you an extra 5. And no meat. Then, Beezy replied, placing 3 copper pennies on the counter. The bartender glanced at the coins before sweeping them into the drawer. He then produced 2 wooden cups, filled them with murky liquid, and handed them to Beezy, followed by a small ceramic plate with a handful of peanuts from a nearby jar, which he placed on the counter. Beezy passed one of the pints to Onik and grabbed the plate of peanuts for himself. The two found a half-empty table to sit at. The bitter, low-quality beer slid down their throats, igniting a fiery sensation in their stomachs. "We'll head back once we finish this WY now. The others should have left. Only the night shift patrolman will be left in the precinct. You write the letter, and I'll handle the paperwork," Beezy said, cracking open the peanuts as he sipped his beer. Chapter 31. Letters and rewards. Beezy and Onik enjoyed a slight intoxication at the black market bar until around 7 in the evening, when they decided to return to the precinct. Perhaps owing to the nature of clerical work, Onik had never been to the precinct at night, The gas lamps adjacent to the precinct were lit, and only the reception hall on the ground floor and the nearby patrol room were illuminated in the two-story office building. As they entered, Officer Green, who had attended Onyx's welcome party previously, was lounging in the reception hall, leaning back in his chair, his deep blue patrol cap covering his face, one hand resting on his stomach while the other held a truncheon tucked into his waistband. "Let us be quiet. Come on," Beezy said, guiding Onyx to the clerical office on the first floor. Once at the familiar desk, Onyx pulled out a sheet of letterhead from a drawer and began composing a letter to Congressman Carter. Meanwhile, Beezy rummaged through the blank case files on the desk, concocting a narrative. Onyx, distressed, rifled through his mind for the appropriate formalities, jotting them down on the paper before him. Across from him, Beezy swiftly scribbled away. "Mr. Beezy, you seem quite adept at this," Onyx remarked. "Oh, little Onyx, have you forgotten what I said this morning? Hardly anyone pays attention to these files. You just need to write something down. Hurry up. Let us finish this and enjoy the weekend." Beezy replied, just as the older and younger men busied themselves fabricating facts in the office. A shadow pushed open the door. "Gentlemen, are you still here?" Onyx was startled, feeling as if he'd been caught playing games at home by his parents, and turned to look at the doorway. A disheveled Green stood there, holding a cigarette in his left hand. "Today, I took little Onyx to the docks in the black market. We encountered a petty thief and dealt with him. Now I'm back to catch up on the paperwork. That I don't want to delay the old man's rest over the weekend. By the way, Green, do you have a cigarette?" Beezy stood up and walked towards the door, winking at Onyx as he passed his desk. "Here you go," Green said, pulling out a metal cigarette case from his pants pocket and handing Beezy a cigarette. "Let us go outside to smoke." "We wouldn't want little Onyx to pick up the habit," Beezy said, accepting a cigarette and leading Green to the precinct's courtyard. After finishing the letter, Onyx placed the letterhead into a stiff envelope, addressing it to Congressman Carter at 20 Maple Street, King S District. After searching for a while, he discovered that he did not have a stamp in his drawer. Glancing up, he noticed a roll of stamps in the pen holder on the desk across from him. Onyx took one, knowing that a letter within the city required only the cheapest 5-franc stamp. The stamp still bore the image of the current King Charles II, who it was said was bald, yet the stamp depicted him with a full head of hair. After affixing the stamp, Onyx searched for sealing wax, melted it, and pressed it onto the back of the envelope before stamping it with the precinct's official seal. After placing the letter in his pocket, Onyx exited the office, where Beezy and Green were still smoking in the courtyard. "Mr. Beezy, Mr. Green, I shall take my leave," Onyx said. "All right, remember we have patrol duty tomorrow," Green replied. At the entrance of the precinct stood a large mailbox, painted red, typical of the Brugge Kingdom, made of iron with a double-layered shell. It featured an opening for dropping in letters and had a large, inward opening flap at the bottom for larger packages. Onyx inserted the letter into the mailbox and then walked home under the dim glow of the streetlights. 3 days later, on Monday, Onyx was sorting through a pile of paperwork when someone knocked on the office door. "Who is it?" The door isn't locked. "Come in," Onyx called without looking up, as Mondays were usually the busiest days for him and Beezy, dealing with the backlog from the weekend. The door creaked open, revealing Officer Loom, who was accompanied by an elderly gentleman dressed in a black tailcoat, a black bow tie, and a white shirt, holding a black cane, his hair white and thin. "Please come in. Sheriff Onyx is here," Loom said before leaving. The elderly man stepped inside, closing the wooden door behind him. "May I ask who you are?" Onyx inquired, finding the old man somewhat familiar yet unable to place him. "Mr. Onyx, you should have met me at Congressman Carter's banquet on July 9th. I'm the Congressman's steward, Marlowe," the elderly man slowly explained. "Last weekend, the congressman received your letter stating that the lost necklace had been found by you. Oh, indeed. That matter. I encountered a petty thief who seemed to be selling a necklace, which looked familiar. Just as I was about to inquire, he fled, leaving the lady's necklace behind." Onyx pointed to Beezy beside him. "Mr. Marlowe, please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps some red tea?" Beezy paused from his writing to ask, "And oh, need to trouble yourselves. Here is a handwritten letter of thanks from Congressman Carter, along with the promised reward. Please, Mr. Onyx, confirm the letter and the reward, and then return the necklace to me," Marlowe said, taking a seat on the nearby bench and producing a thick envelope, which he handed to Onyx. Onyx examined the envelope, noting its exquisite craftsmanship compared to the precinct's standard envelopes. adorned with intricate patterns. He broke the wax seal bearing Congressman Carter's personal insignia to reveal a thin sheet of paper and a stack of 10-pound notes. Onik quickly skimmed the letter, which was filled with polite expressions of gratitude. He returned the letter to the envelope and retrieved the lost necklace from his pocket, handing it to the steward. Marlowe examined it carefully before stowing it away in his pocket. He then stood and shook hands with Onik and Beezy. The congressman will be delighted to befriend two gentlemen of such integrity. You are both welcome to visit 20 Maple Street anytime. Certainly, certainly, Beezy replied with a broad smile as he bid farewell to the steward. Turning to Onik, Beezy understood the implication and withdrew 3 10-pound notes from the envelope, handing them to him. Upon receiving the money, Beezy gleefully waved the banknotes in the air. Even the worst mood could be lifted by merely gazing at the face of Harold I. Why don't you check how much is left in the envelope? I suspect the steward's personal delivery should amount to more than the 100-pound reward mentioned in the newspaper. Onik pulled out the cash from the envelope and counted it, discovering 15 10-pound notes within. Indeed, there's 150 pounds in total. Mr. Beezy, shall I give you 20 pounds? No need. I've already benefited from your kindness by taking 30 pounds. I can't be greedy. Keeping such cash on hand isn't safe. Remember to deposit it after work, Beezy advised. The Brugge Kingdom had established banking services long ago, divided between national and private banks in an era without identification. Private banks only required a bill or lease agreement for transactions, while the Public National Bank demanded legitimate documentation, offering slightly higher interest rates for deposits. Onik looked at the 150 pounds in cash before deciding to deposit it in the public bank. As there had been instances of private banks absconding with clients' funds, and he wished to avoid such a tragedy. Chapter 32. The bank at 5 in the afternoon, Onik clocked out promptly. The nearest national bank, located near the port, was situated on Birch Street off Vallon Street. Onik took the opportunity to return home, change into his casual attire, and splash his face with cold water. Onik made his way towards Birch Street. The bank in the harbor area was a 4-story white edifice, with 4 majestic white marble columns prominently displayed at the front. The main structure was adorned with a roof of azure tiles. The entrance to the bank featured a pair of glass doors, through which Onik stepped inside, glancing at his pocket watch, which indicated it was 20 past 5 in the afternoon. Beside the front of the hall stood a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform, holding a wooden baton, presumably serving as security for the bank. The hall was divided into sections for deposits, withdrawals, and other services, perhaps due to it being a weekday and the closing hour approaching. There were not many patrons present. The deposit window had not a single person in line, while the withdrawal area had 3 or 4 men in formal attire and 2 or 3 women dressed in ruffled and lace-trimmed long skirts. Onik approached the deposit window and tapped on the thick glass. Behind it sat a female teller engrossed in a newspaper, her short black hair framing her sparkling eyes. Upon hearing the tapping, the young teller hastily set down her newspaper and flashed a smile, revealing her 8 characteristic teeth. "Good day, sir. Are you here to make a deposit?" she inquired. "Indeed," Onik replied. "Do you possess a passbook from a previous account? Or is this your first visit?" "No. Please issue me a new one." "Very well. May I ask you to provide identification issued by a governmental agency, such as that of an officer, soldier, or civil servant?" "Is this acceptable?" Onik inquired as he pulled out his police identification. "Excellent. Please hold on a moment." The teller took the ID, scrutinized it carefully, and compared it to Onik's features. "Sheriff Onik? It's hard to believe you're only 21. Perhaps I matured rather well. Is that a problem?" "Oh, certainly not. Please wait a moment." The teller retrieved a small red hardcover booklet and placed it on a specialized typewriter, typing out the information according to the identification. After about 2 or 3 minutes, she looked up at Onik and asked, "How much would you like to deposit today?" 150 pounds, please," Onik responded, producing an envelope from his pocket and extracting 15 10-pound notes, which he then passed through the counter's opening to the teller. The teller examined each banknote meticulously, assessing the color-shifting ink and the anti-counterfeiting features before feeling the texture of the paper. After counting, she placed the money into her drawer. "I confirm receipt of 150 pounds, sir. Please provide me with a withdrawal password, 6 digits long." The teller handed over a blank piece of paper and a pen through the opening. Onik wrote down his commonly used password and passed it back. The teller glanced at the paper, then retrieved a ledger-like book and switched to a larger typewriter, resuming her typing as she referenced the bank passbook and identification. After approximately 5 minutes, she handed Anik his identification and a red passbook. Please accept this, that we hope to see you again. The passbook can be used for deposits and withdrawals at state-run banks in 2 weeks. But in the Kairang region, it will be available in 1 week. After receiving the identification and passbook, Anik was about to turn to leave when, unexpectedly, 4 men wearing black hoods burst into the hall. The leader brandished a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun, while the other 2 drew revolvers, and the last appeared visibly anxious, trembling as he fumbled with a bag. The security guard, attempting to intervene, was struck down by the leader with the butt of the gun. Collapsing in a dazed bang, the double-barreled shotgun discharged with a dull yet resounding blast, a plume of black smoke billowing from the muzzle, followed by screams echoing throughout the hall. Everyone stay still, put your hands on your heads, and crouch against the nearest wall. We are merely righteous individuals, driven to desperation by a corrupt government. We have come here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Cooperate peacefully, and I assure you of your safety and that not a single penny of your possessions will be touched. Resist, and I shall let you experience the hardness of the bullets in my shotgun. The leader shouted as he leaped onto the counter. The female teller, just about to call out to Anik, noticed him making a shushing gesture with his hand and frantically blinking at her. Understanding the message, she promptly complied with the robber's directive, crouching down with her hands on her head against the wall. Anik and the remaining patrons in the hall, including the 2 armed men, were herded into a corner. The leader shot the lock on the security door leading to the counter, causing the 3 tellers and a middle-aged man inside to tremble in fear. You all come out and huddle with the customers. Where's your manager's office? The leader pointed his gun at the middle-aged man, who indicated a wooden door behind him before being kicked out of the counter area. What are you dawdling for? Follow me, the leader barked, clearly irritated by the robber with the bag's sluggishness. The 2 men smashed open the manager's office door, a cacophony of noise and various items crashing to the floor, followed by a gunshot. The tellers beside Anik trembled even more intensely. A disheveled middle-aged man was forcibly ejected from the room, a red handprint visible on his left cheek from slap. The leading robber aimed his gun at the manager and demanded, "Where are the bank's vault and safe? The keys are on you, right? There should be weekend deposits that haven't been transferred yet. Take us there, where your head will bloom with flowers." The man quivered in fear, trembling as he handed over a large bunch of keys. "They're all here. Take them. Just don't kill me. What do you expect me to do with so many keys? How can I know which one corresponds to the safe containing valuables? You will come with me." The robber refused to take the keys, instead berating him. "I can't. If I assist you in unlocking it, it would be considered complicity in robbery. Even if I am not pursued by the police afterward, I would still be dismissed by the bank." The manager replied, "If you don't take us to unlock it now, your head will bloom immediately." The robber pressed the gun against the manager's head, forcing him to rise and lead the way to the bank's vault at the back. "Watch them closely. If anyone moves, don't hesitate." The leader shouted to the robber guarding the hostages that he then followed the manager to the vault, which had a steel door, and the manager opened it, allowing the 3 to disappear from the view of the patrons in the hall. Chapter 33. Gunfight. Anik cautiously lifted his head to survey the scene. 2 robbers stood about 10 yards away, keeping watch over the dozen or so hostages in the middle, their right hands clutching revolvers. The hammers poised on the triggers, continuously scanning the crowd. It was impossible to discern the nature of these robbers through their thick hoods. However, their fluid and practiced movements indicated that this was not their first heist. With the one holding the bag appearing slightly less competent than the remaining 3, "What are you doing? Don't move. Keep your hands where they are." Suddenly, one of the robbers shouted at the crowd, "Gentlemen, I was merely checking the time. My family is waiting for me to return home for dinner." A man wearing a top hat replied, "Still thinking about dinner? I loathe you pretentious bastards masquerading as successful upper-class individuals. Don't move. Take off your hat and place your pocket watch inside it. All of you, remove your watches, bracelets, and necklaces." A tall robber pointed at the well-dressed men and women in the hall who had just been withdrawing money. "Sir, I cannot. This is the only item of value I possess. Please have pity on me." The man pleaded softly, "If I say take it, then take it. No more nonsense." The tall robber responded, delivering a slap to the man. Trembling, the man removed his hat and placed his silver pocket watch from his inner jacket pocket into it. The surrounding gentlemen and ladies also shakily retrieved their watches and jewelry, depositing them into the hat. Well, even a fly's leg is still meat. The tall robber stuffed a handful of valuables into his own pocket and kicked the remaining items over to the shorter robber, who then emptied the rest into his jacket pocket and tossed the remaining hat to the middle-aged man. The man picked up the hat, brushed off the dust, and placed it back on his head, then pointed at Onik and the tellers and aren't they required to surrender their valuables? I decide who gets robbed. These people are merely wage earners. Didn't you notice their clothes aren't worth a few coins? We only rob you rich or faux rich folks, the tall robber retorted. The middle-aged man hung his head, continuing to crouch down. Anik had initially intended to feign extracting a pocket watch from his clothing, which was actually a revolver concealed at his waist, but the interference of an individual thwarted his plan to swiftly eliminate the robbers while they were preoccupied with looting valuables. Continuing to pretend to retrieve the watch now risked arousing suspicion, and his attire, consisting of several inconspicuous civilian garments worn at school, rendered him quite unremarkable. Had he not returned home in his police uniform to deposit funds, he feared he would have already been reduced to a sieve. For the moment, he could only remain crouched against the wall. Nearby, the sound of a female teller's muffled sobs reached him, while the young woman attending to his transaction remained composed. Comforting her colleague, suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the vault, causing Anik to perceive that the sobs of the tellers intensified, that a voice emerged from the formally dressed individuals, softly uttering, "Gentlemen, if you comply, we shall spare you. Silence, we will not kill you. However, should anyone dare to speak, I will not hesitate to disregard my oath," threatened the tall robber. Soon, the hall fell silent, save for the quiet sobs. After approximately 5 minutes, the leading robber emerged, wielding a shotgun in his left hand and guiding a small bag with his right. Behind him, another robber dragged a large sack, its contents clattering against the floor. Anik noted that this individual appeared to struggle with fatigue. Pausing to catch his breath, marked by a faint red stain on his clothing, "We are leaving. Stay put and do not move. Should I see anyone attempting to act rashly, do not blame us if our bullets find their mark. Second, you handle the carriage. Third, keep an eye on them while we load the goods and make our escape." The robber with the shotgun directed the others, while the tall robber stowed his weapon and exited, soon returning with a horse-drawn cart typically seen at the docks. The leader pushed the door open and tossed the small package into the cart's compartment before taking his place on the driver's seat. "Quickly, if you dawdle. The police may arrive at any moment." The robber dragging the large sack struggled to carry it out of the hall, while the shorter robber kept his gun aimed at the crouched crowd. Providing cover for his accomplice, the collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. As if the weight of their anxiety had lifted, some immediately collapsed to the ground, and the tellers could no longer suppress their tears. Anik sprang to his feet, stamping his numbed feet, and dashed toward the entrance. Drawing his revolver from his waist, he concealed himself behind a marble pillar at the bank's entrance. That was around 7 or 8 in the evening. And the robbers, hearing only the sound of rapid footsteps, failed to notice Anik's hiding place. Third, help lift the gold bars and jewelry onto the cart. Second, remain vigilant. "We're leaving shortly," the leader commanded. Anik peered out, observing 2 of them straining to lift the large sack, and without time for precise aiming, he fired at the unarmed robber approximately 30 yards away. Bang. The gunshot echoed through the deserted street, startling pedestrians who hastily sought refuge behind trash bins or walls. The unarmed robber's grip loosened, causing gold bars and jewels to scatter across the ground. "I've been hit. The prize is slipping away. Let us flee. If we wait any longer, we may end up captured and hanged." Clutching his left shoulder, the unarmed robber seemed to have been struck by Anik's shot, and he scrambled onto the cart. "Damn it, third, get on the cart. Second, suppress our attacker," the leader urged as he took the reins, while the shorter robber leaped onto the cart. The tall robber leaned out, revolver in hand, and began firing at Anik's concealed position behind the marble pillar. Anik pulled the trigger, crouching to expose half his body as he shot back at the cart at 30 yards. His aim relied solely on faith, especially against a moving target. He fired 4 rounds. 3 struck the ground, and 1 hit the cart's compartment. The return fire from the robbers mostly struck the pillar and shattered the glass doors of the bank, with a resounding crash as the left door shattered into fragments. As the cart gradually distanced itself, Anik realized he could not keep pace, especially against at least 3 seasoned bandits. Pursuing them would likely lead to his demise. He entered the bank, his revolver still smoking, and kicked the security guard lying on the ground, saying, "Stop playing dead. I am a police officer. You are safe now." He then retrieved his identification from his pocket, raising his gun. "Everyone else, stand up. All the tellers. Come here. Male tellers, secure the vault to prevent any tampering. Let us collect the scattered valuables outside, or I fear the nearby residents will seize the gold." He turned to the gentlemen and ladies present. "Please wait a moment for a statement. We will arrange for your safe return home. And you, security guard, if you don't get up, I will shoot you again, and you can claim you were mistakenly hit by the robbers during the gunfight." The threat of death proved effective, as the security guard hurriedly rose, a forced smile upon his face as he addressed Anik. "Sheriff, how did you know I was pretending to be dead? How may I assist you?" "Sheriff, you merely sustained a blow from the goo." Captain Parker was assigning tasks when a man from the group of robbery victims stood up. Anik recognized him as the individual who had just been struck in the face by the robber. He approached Captain Parker and spoke in an agitated tone. "Are you in charge here? I wish to lodge a complaint. Your subordinates failed to safeguard the safety of our citizens, leading not only to the loss of our belongings, but also to my humiliating assault by the robbers." Anik felt a surge of amusement at the man's indignation and was about to speak when Captain Parker interjected, asking, "Excuse me, sir, at what time did you experience the robbery?" "After 5:30 in the afternoon. I believe. Well, our officer's shift ends at 5 o'clock, and he is just an ordinary citizen like yourself at that hour. That is mere evasion. The funds your police receive are derived from our taxes. You cannot simply say that being off-duty makes him a citizen. May I ask, sir, who you are and what your position entails?" "I am Veblen, the business manager of Golden Sun Import and Export Company." "What of it? Are you going to investigate my background?" "Mr. Veblen, if you were to finish work at 5 or 6 in the evening and your employer required you to work overtime without compensation, would you be amenable to that?" "Why should I? I am entitled to my legitimate rest period." "Then, Mr. Veblen, our officers are likewise not obliged to work overtime to ensure your safety after hours. May I inquire, what is your weekly wage? Do you have a personal tax statement?" "What does my weekly wage matter to you?" Veblen replied, his face reddening, "that I merely wish to remind the gentleman that only those earning over £6 weekly are obligated to pay 5% in personal income tax. Those earning less are not qualified to claim we are wasting their tax money. Indeed, some gentlemen have certainly overestimated their own importance," old Bezzy remarked. "You all shall hear from me. I will file a complaint against all of you." Veblen grew increasingly hysterical. "Mr. Veblen, considering there are armed robbers present, and you among a dozen hostages, how can you assure that a police officer can neutralize all the assailants without causing collateral damage? Let me propose this. I will not bully you. Would you dare to engage in a duel with our officer Anik, whom you wish to complain about? You need not face 3 or 4 of us. You can use our standard service revolver, while our officers use the weapons employed by the robbers. Let us shoot at a distance of 30 yards. Anik, do you dare to engage in a life-and-death duel with this brave man?" Captain Parker issued an almost blatant threat that, "No problem. However, Mr. Veblen, may I suggest we sign an agreement stipulating that the loser shall not demand funeral expenses or personal compensation from the victor? I recall that the leading robber was wielding a double-barreled shotgun." "Mr. Veblen, I fear your remains may prove quite troublesome to clean up, as the numerous pellets could turn to ash filled with lead when they are burned," Anik remarked with a teasing tone. "You dare to insult me so, Mr. Veblen? We harbor no intention of insulting any gentleman. However, should you continue to delay our investigation, I can only conclude that you are intentionally hindering the case. I may have to suggest you enjoy a few days of tea at the police station, as I doubt your esteemed company would wish to employ an accomplice to a bank robbery," Captain Parker stated coldly. The previously formidable Mr. Veblen now appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. His confidence dissipated. As he walked back to the bench in the break area, he mumbled to himself, "Let us proceed to the vault." Captain Parker beckoned Anik to enter the vault, upon passing through the thick steel vault door. The left side contained cash drawers, all thoroughly ransacked, with small denominations of banknotes strewn across the floor. To the right were private safes where customers kept their gold, silver, jewelry, or bonds. Half of these safes had been opened. their contents entirely looted. A large keyring belonging to the bank manager was inserted into one of the safes. A man dressed in a black suit lay sprawled on the ground, shot in the head. A large pool of blood staining the nearby, scattered banknotes, a dark crimson. The man's head appeared as shattered as a broken watermelon, with a mingling of white and red matter. Onik felt a churn in his stomach. And the meal he had consumed at noon threatened to resurface. He hurried to the trash bin and vomited, expelling the remnants of the previous night's dinner. "Are you all right? Perhaps you should step outside for a moment." Captain Parker inquired. "No, I believe this matter is more complex than a mere robbery," Onik replied. "What do you mean?" The fourth robber, upon entering the hall, was treated as a subordinate by the other three. Yet their demeanor shifted upon exiting. Moreover, he does not appear physically fit for the task of heavy lifting. So, I wish to examine the body. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he approached the corpse. Before him lay the headless body of a man in formal attire. Onik began his examination at the hands. The man's hands appeared unusually large. Upon flipping them over, he noted considerable black grime beneath the fingernails, along with calluses on the fingertips and palms. "Captain Parker, take a look at this." Onik pointed to the corpse's hands. "Quite peculiar. A manager possessing such calluses," Parker mused. "Please examine his body. I will step outside to inquire with the bank staff." With that, Onik turned and exited the vault. Approaching the counter, he glanced at the nearby tellers before seeking out the one who had assisted him earlier. "Good day, madam. May I ask you a few questions?" "Good day, officer. You may call me Jacqueline." "What would you like to know?" Jacqueline replied with a smile. "Thank you. Are you familiar with the manager on duty today? Are you referring to Mr. David?" "I do not know his name. Could you provide me with some details about him?" "What would you like to know? Is it possible he has met with misfortune? It seems he may have encountered trouble. His regular duties and financial situation." "Oh, how tragic. Mr. David typically oversees vault management and attends to major clients. As for his financial standing, he appears quite affluent, often arriving at work in a hired carriage, and his attire is rather upscale. He's also engaged to be married. You may wish to await our branch manager for further details." "So your bank does not have any strenuous tasks?" "Sir, are you jesting?" "No matter. Thank you, miss." Chapter 35. The branch manager. Around 8 in the evening, several carriages arrived at the bank entrance, where a group of uniformed police officers escorted two middle-aged men into the bank lobby. "Good evening, Director Rond. We have completed our on-site investigation." Captain Parker greeted the leading middle-aged man. "This is Branch Manager Edward. If you have any reports or questions, feel free to consult him." Director Ron gestured toward the visibly troubled middle-aged man beside him. "Mr. Manager, once I have dispatched personnel to clear the scene, please send someone to assess the losses. The robbers must have made off with cash, precious metals, or valuables that I was fortunate enough to protect." Onyx stated, "We truly appreciate the police's assistance. The branch's reserve should amount to over £10,000 in cash. Including weekend deposits, it should not exceed £15,000. Such losses remain within manageable limits. Should other items be missing, I fear I shall have to retire early," Manager Edward replied, his complexion regaining some color. "Then, the money I deposited this afternoon will still be accessible?" "Certainly. Do you have any further inquiries?" "Are you familiar with your subordinate, Bank Manager David? Is he not deceased?" "There are merely some uncertainties. Please accompany us to the scene for inspection. It is somewhat gruesome." Onik and Captain Parker led the manager into the vault. Pointing toward the corpse's hands, that Mr. David's work should not have been so arduous. Given the calluses on his hands, I observed his entire physique. Not only is his skin bronzed, but there are also numerous scratches on his thighs and arms. Captain Parker noted, "Impossible. Do you believe our bank resembles a dock or a fishing ground? This physique seems more akin to that of a dock worker or fisherman." Manager Edward retorted, "So, Manager, can you confirm that this body is not David's?" "No. Despite his wearing the bank uniform, observe that the waist of the trousers is clearly a size smaller. The sleeves of a jacket are also slightly shorter. Our uniforms are tailored to fit." Manager Edward asserted earnestly, "Does your bank's vault possess any back entrance?" "The vault is solely for storing cash and safeguarding valuables. How could it possibly have a back entrance? That would only facilitate thieves." "Manager, I came to deposit money this afternoon and, unfortunately, witnessed the entire incident. Given the circumstances, I can only provide you with a hypothesis that may be difficult for you to accept. What sort of absurdity are you concocting?" Director Ron entered and spoke. Director, I am the victim here. After much effort, I obtained a legitimate windfall, and within less than a day, I planned to save it, only to be robbed. All right, let us cut to the chase with your hypothesis. I suspect that the individual lying here is the very robber who initially took the package, while your manager has likely swapped a tire with the robber and is now counting the money. Tallying the goods. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that David colluded with the robbers to heist the bank? I cannot ascertain whether he acted voluntarily or under duress, but the reality is that the person lying there is likely not one of your employees. What is Mr. David's financial situation? Why do you ask? Sir, are you intent on recovering the money or covering the loss yourself? Upon hearing this, Mr. Edward restrained the expletives that threatened to escape his lips. I'm not well versed in David's financial affairs. Perhaps you should inquire more thoroughly. What is his monthly salary? Other employees have mentioned that his spending habits are quite lavish. Well, despite being bank employees, our salaries are not particularly high. I earn 8 shillings weekly, while David earns SIX for his expenditures. They are indeed significant. He is engaged to a local elementary school teacher and plans to marry next year. It is said that he has a penchant for gambling and drinking. It seems our bank manager must have been in dire need of a substantial expenditure to orchestrate this robbery. The other 3 armed individuals are likely gang members or seasoned criminals, while the one lying on the ground appears to be a fisherman deceived into becoming a scapegoat. David, on the other hand, may have seized the opportunity to swap clothes and masquerade as a robber, Captain Parker stated. How do you deduce that David is the mastermind? The bank president inquired. It is quite simple. If the robber was not in cahoots with him, why would he kill his own accomplice? From a purely utilitarian perspective, a fisherman is certainly capable of bearing more loot than a bank clerk. If this were not premeditated, would you trust an associate you summoned or a complete stranger? How can you be certain that the deceased is a fisherman? The calluses on his hands indicate years of pulling nets and sails. His skin bears the bronze hue of frequent sun exposure, and the wounds on his legs and arms seem to be from fish or sea urchin spines. Captain Parker elaborated, I have a request, President Edward. Please do not disclose that David may be a suspect. We need to investigate his fiancée, Onyx stated. Very well, President Edward nodded. Please provide 2 sets of bank uniforms and a handwritten condolence letter. If we appear in police uniforms, we'll surely alert David. We must allow him to believe his scheme has succeeded. What about the sizes? Just find 2 sets that fit me and Captain Parker. Also, Director Ron, may I ask for your assistance with something else? What other scheme do you have in mind? I wounded one of them. I hit his shoulder. Please instruct a search of all hospitals for gunshot wounds. They wouldn't go to public hospitals. Would they? We cannot monitor underground clinics. It is merely a FAA for them. When investigating the hospitals, you must wear police uniforms and use the police carriage. Additionally, although the carriage they used appears to be a common freight vehicle, it should bear the mark of my bullet. Please investigate this lead as well. Director Ron retrieved his pipe, lit it, and took a puff. It would be ashamed to keep you at the precinct. Have you considered applying to the district police department? We are in need of professional investigators. What are the working hours and is there compensation? Why are you fixated on money? Do you lack the sense of duty to serve His Majesty? Handling criminal cases can be quite perilous. I have 2 lovely sisters to support in their education. Director Ron, you must allow me to transfer unless, Onyx said, half joking, half serious. Unless what? The pay must be increased. Forget it. The department is short on funds lately. You might as well stay put and diligently write reports at the precinct that I will instruct others to manage the scene and escort these gentlemen and ladies home. This bank robbery occurred in your jurisdiction, so the matter is in your hands. After Director Ron concluded, he waved his hand, indicating he was ready to return to rest. Remember to arrive at the precinct early tomorrow. We will visit Mr. David's fiancée, together. President, ensure that the uniforms and the handwritten letter are delivered to us promptly in the morning, Captain Parker added. Chapter 36. The Informant on July 22nd. By 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun had already emerged over the horizon in the Kerrang region. With summer approaching, Onyx wearily rose. After a refreshing cold shower in his washroom, he cautiously descended the stairs. His 2 younger sisters were likely still lost in their dreams, and he wished not to disturb them. Just as he opened the door to sneak out, a plaintive voice echoed from the second floor. Brother, Have you fallen in love recently? Why are you always coming home late? Onik turned to see his two sisters standing at the top of the stairs. Elena stood in front, already dressed, while Irina appeared drowsy. Clad in a nightgown, sigh. If it weren't for my two lovely sisters, I wouldn't have any romantic interest to speak of. Since you are awake, let's have breakfast together. What would you like to eat? I don't believe you. We won't be swayed by your meager offerings, Elena retorted. Irina, however, cheerfully chimed in, Brother, wait for me. I'll go change. Seeing his sister's betrayal, Elena reluctantly descended the stairs. I've been too busy to pay attention to my two lovely sisters. What would you like to eat? What about seafood rice? Are you truly that busy? What do you think I've been doing at the police station so early? You must have heard about the bank robbery that occurred nearby yesterday. Were you at the scene? No, I just happened to be working overtime and was called to the scene to record the details. Onik told a small fib. After enjoying breakfast with his sisters and escorting them to their tutoring school, Onik made his way to the police station. Captain Parker was already waiting for him, dressed in a bank uniform that it's rare for you to be late. What happened? Did something unexpected occur? Our two grandmotherly sisters are a handful. They delayed me a bit. Are we visiting the widow of the manager today? Not so fast. First, we need to find the underground workers. Sometimes finding the right approach is more effective than sheer effort. Go change into your uniform first. With that, Captain Parker tossed Onik a set of black bank attire, resembling the design of a hotel doorman, appearing both unattractive and outdated. After returning to the office to change, Onik rejoined Captain Parker in the reception hall, exchanging glances that we look like bank employees. To be honest, not really. Your outfit is a size too large and quite wrinkled. Let us go. After all, our contact will only be a teacher. David is unlikely to show himself for a while. Where to? To find our little informant. Captain Parker led Onik to a street nearest the port, an area rented out to dock workers and sailors. This early in the morning, the street was bustling with workers, some appearing spirited if they had found temporary or long-term employment. Those who had yet to secure jobs today wore expressions of indifference. Beware of pickpockets. Tonight we aren't in uniform, and even children just over 10 years old might swipe your wallet if you aren't careful. Captain Parker cautioned that I think I have little of value to steal. I deposited most of my cash yesterday, and the remaining money for daily expenses is at home. I only carry a few shillings in paper notes. Look at these children, as thin as cigarettes. By the time they reach 12, their parents will surely send them off to apprenticeship. Fewer mouths to feed is a blessing, Captain Parker remarked, pointing to the nearby group of children. The kingdom of Brugge formally prohibits child labor. Yet those aged 12 and above may apprentice under a craftsman, effectively rendering it a form of disguised child labor. The primary distinction lies in the restriction against children engaging in strenuous physical labor. However, in such dire economic circumstances, children lack the physical constitution to endure demanding work. Captain Parker and Onik arrived in front of a 3-story row house, ascending to the door of a studio apartment on the 3rd floor. Captain Parker knocked on the door, once, paused for 10 seconds, then knocked twice, and, after another 10 seconds, knocked 3 times. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a girl of 7 or 8 years, with blonde hair, clad in a gray-white dress. Uncle Parker, what brings you here dressed like that? Good morning, little Kohler. Are you busy making matchboxes inside? May we come in? Good morning, I am Onik's older brother, here to buy some sweets. Onik, wishing to appear more mature, referred to himself as Brother Ann. After speaking, produced a penny to hand over to the delightful little girl before him. The brother stated that one should not accept money from strangers, thanking her uncle, but asserting that since she and Uncle Parker were not unfamiliar faces, he would graciously accept the uncle's money. The little girl, when grown, would undoubtedly be no less formidable than his own 2 sisters, prompting Onik to wipe his brow. The siblings resided in a modest space of less than 15 square meters, featuring a bunk bed at the far end, with a stove and some firewood arranged to the left. Adjacent stood a wardrobe towering over a person, while the wall beside the stove displayed a double-decker cupboard, adorned with several cups and bowls atop it. On the floor lay an iron pot and a kettle. To the right was a wooden table and a small partitioned area, presumably serving as a washroom. A boy was diligently pasting matchboxes at the wooden table, with a large dustpan at his feet filled with the completed boxes. Good morning, little Cole. Why are you pasting matchboxes? Captain Parker greeted him. Good morning, Uncle Parker. I wish to be self-sufficient and not always rely on you. The Agelbur Daily is hiring newsboys, offering a daily wage of 1 shilling. But they require at least literacy and basic arithmetic skills that I aim to save some money to enroll in a general education school. Cole lifted his head to respond, yet remained engrossed in his task of pasting boxes. Why not attend the church school? Onik inquired, recalling that his brother and 2 sisters received their foundational education there. Mr. Onik, there's simply too many children. Although the church school claims to provide free compulsory education, the nearest school run by the Winter God's Church accommodates only about 100 students, while the number of eligible children around the port is far greater. Families with guardians who regularly donate to the church are prioritized. It seemed that the grandfather, though not particularly memorable, had contributed significantly to the Church of the Mother Goddess, as all 4 siblings had received their early education at the church school under her auspices. Onik felt grateful for the divine favor, as it afforded him a relatively stable rebirth. Will you have any free time recently? I have 2 tasks for you that will reward you handsomely upon completion. Uncle Parker, are you certain this is an actual task, and not just a pretext to send us money under the guise of a mission? Cole raised his head, his small eyes sparkling with curiosity. This is indeed a task, and one carries a bit of danger. Listen to me completely before deciding whether to accept one or both. Go ahead, Uncle Parker. First, help me investigate if there have been any fishermen in their 30s reported missing at the port. They likely wouldn't be from a small fishing boat, but rather hired hand from a large offshore vessel. They should be of average build, perhaps with a penchant for gambling, and likely in debt. This task is not dangerous, and you are quite familiar with the regulars at the port. No problem. I go to the port market every afternoon to buy discounted vegetables, and most vendors know me. While I don't interact directly with the fishermen, I am well acquainted with their employers. Captain Parker nodded and handed Cole a piece of paper. This is a house on 4th Street. The owner is a schoolteacher. Starting tomorrow, you will act as a newsboy selling expired newspapers during the day, keeping an eye on whether any men with shoulder injuries or a menacing appearance visit her. If so, do not alert them. Return to the precinct and inform us immediately. But where will I find old newspapers? Before you stake out 4th Street, come to our precinct to collect some. Once you accumulate enough, you can sell an old newspaper for 1 penny, which can be used for wall paste, wrapping items, or kindling. There will surely be demand for it. Think of it as compensating for the time lost in pasting matchboxes. All right, thank you, Uncle Parker. Suddenly, a loud knocking reverberated through the door, accompanied by the rough voice of an adult man. I know you're in there. Little scamps. The protection fee for this week has yet to be paid, as Parker engaged further with Cole regarding operational details. The door's pounding intensified, accompanied by curses. You little bastards, if it weren't for me, Lakin, looking after you, you would have been sold off to the northern continent long ago. Today, I just need some money for drinks. So stop hiding. Onik questioned, protection fee. How dare anyone come to your home to demand that a local thug is 30s, rumored to be associated with a minor leader of the Blood Eagle gang, often harasses orphans like us. You need not concern yourself. He will leave on his own. Cole soothingly patted his sister's hair while responding. The knocking grew increasingly urgent, accompanied by more foul language. You little brats. If it weren't for me, Lakin, taking care of you, you'd be sold off long ago. I just want some money for drinks. Don't make this difficult. Onik, draw your gun. Let us teach Mr. Lakin a lesson. Captain Parker produced a revolver of rather exaggerated size, almost the length of a forearm, its steel casing radiating an aura of danger. Onik thought this contraption should be referred to as a cannon rather than a handgun. Captain, isn't the caliber of your gun more than .45? It's .50. Sometimes I worry it lacks the power for less conventional targets. Parker replied with a wink. Of course, we seldom encounter such situations. Typically, special operations handle them. Stand to the left of the door. When that scoundrel Lakin enters, aim your gun at his head. Cole, you open the door. As the door swung open, a drunken man in his 30s stumbled across the threshold. Still hiding at home? Hand over the money. Your sister is quite the catch. In a few years, she could be earning her keep. Lakin pushed past Cole, preparing to rummage for valuables. He suddenly felt cold metal pressed against either side of his head, jolting him from his stupor. Glancing around, he saw Captain Parker smirking at him, while Onik regarded him with an expressionless gaze. Run. Lakin's instinctive reaction to danger kicked in, and he turned to flee. Chapter 37. a warning as Lakin prepared to sprint away. A chilling voice echoed behind him. You may test whether your feet are quicker than my bullets. Tomorrow, a headless corpse will be found in the port's sewers, much to the consternation of the police. Rest assured, if I say I'll shoot your head, it won't veer to your back. Captain Parker aimed his gun at the drunken man. Upon hearing this, Lakin halted, a bitter smile creeping across his face. It seems I've knocked on the wrong door. Could you gentlemen let me go, pretending I'm but a passing breeze? You didn't say that when you knocked. I've heard you're a lackey of the Blood Eagle gang. Could you let me go for the sake of the Blood Eagle? What's the Blood Eagle to us? Their leader wouldn't dare say to spare you if you were here. Now, how do you intend to compensate for disturbing us? I truly have no money. Look, Lakin replied, emptying his tattered pockets. How about I swear never to harass these young masters and misses again? Just here. Very well, I'll take one of your legs instead, Parker said, pulling the hammer back. No, please. I swear I won't extort children anymore. Spare me, gentlemen. Lakin knelt, placing his forehead on the floor. It's so inexpensive to let you go. If I hear of you continuing your ways, I guarantee you'll present a challenge for the coroner, leaving you in a state of disarray. Begone, Parker concluded, delivering a kick to Lakin's backside. Lakin tumbled forward, disregarding the print left on his rear as he hastily stood and fled the apartment. Captain, why didn't you tell him we are police? Onik inquired. Police have their principles. These scoundrels may act obediently on the surface, but within 3 days, they will revert to their old ways. Only by masquerading as one of their ilk can we instill a greater fear in them for a time. Shall we now pay a visit to the so-called widow? Let us go. First, we'll visit her elementary school. That I wonder what kind of person Mr. David's fiancée is. Prepare your attire. We shall present ourselves as humble clerks. Onik and Parker hailed a public carriage on the street, and Parker handed over a slip of paper. What is this? A brief profile of the fiancée of that swindler David, gathered from the bank. Onik opened the note, which contained a few hastily scribbled lines. He recognized the handwriting as belonging to old Basie, whose penmanship often revealed his mood, particularly when he was voluntarily working overtime or feeling discontented. Name: Loranda Dahl. Age: 20. Uncertain, as David did not specify the exact age. Occupation: mathematics teacher at a primary school under the Church of the God of Craftsmen and Technology in the Gonia district, located at 9 Beijiao Road. Faith: devotee of the God of Craftsmen and Technology. Place of birth: not specified, but considering her faith, she is likely a descendant of Dunland. Additional information: not mentioned. After reading, Onik tucked the note into his pocket and sighed deeply. This is utterly useless information. All we have is an address for a visit. Not entirely so, he replied. The individual we are to meet appears to be quite meticulous. A descendant of Dunland is likely from the upper echelons of society. Thus, this young lady may prove to be formidable. 9 Beijiao Road is indeed the location of the Grand Church of the God of Craftsmen in the Kailang area, characterized by its hemispherical dome and bell tower adorned with exaggerated spires. The roof tiles here differ from those of the neighboring residential buildings, which are cloaked in a bluish hue. The entrance arch of the church bears the sacred emblem of the God of Craftsmen and Technology, a simple drawing of a hammer. Let us proceed directly to inquire with the priest here, Onik suggested. The two men entered the main hall of the church, where they encountered a priest who had just finished a prayer. Captain Parker intercepted him, inquiring, "Good morning, Father. Might I ask if there's a Miss Loranda Dahl teaching mathematics at this school? And who might you be?" The priest regarded the duo with a wary gaze. "We are employees of the National Bank, colleagues of Miss Loranda's fiancé, David. We have come to convey some matters concerning David. Oh, it's still class time. Perhaps you could accompany me to the school office and wait there?" "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all. That I in front of a series of modest bungalows behind the church. Various sounds of teaching could be heard." The priest gestured towards one of the buildings, saying, "You may wait here. The morning break is at 10 o'clock, and nearly all the teachers will return to rest during that time." "Very well. Thank you, Father." Captain Parker and Onik stood at the office door, idly gazing at the sky. "Excuse me, gentlemen. If you wish to pray or speak with a priest, please proceed to the main hall." A woman in a gray long dress with golden short hair and blue eyes, holding a primary mathematics textbook, addressed them. "Oh, we are not here to see the priest. In fact, we are looking for Miss Loranda." "Are you referring to me?" Do I know you too? We are employees of the National Bank. Our visit concerns a matter related to Mr. David, and it is not appropriate to discuss it here. Perhaps we could find a more suitable place for a detailed conversation. What has happened to David? Please come in. Loranda opened the door to a reasonably spacious office furnished with 4 desks and several chairs. Would you care for some red tea? No, thank you. Our primary purpose here is to deliver a letter and seek clarification on a few matters. Captain Parker replied, producing a letter penned by the branch manager. He handed it to Loranda, who, upon preparing to open it, was cautioned by Parker, "Miss, you may want to brace yourself. The news may not be favorable." After a moment of hesitation, Loranda opened the envelope, revealing exquisitely patterned white stationery adorned with Edward's elegant round handwriting. Her complexion shifted from rosy to pale, and she began to quietly weep. "Here you go," Parker offered, producing a silk handkerchief for Loranda, who accepted it and dabbed at the corners of her eyes. "Is there anything you wish to ask? Has David's body been handled? I truly do not know how to inform his parents. The police should have managed that. We are here to offer condolences on behalf of the bank and to inquire about David's recent circumstances." "Condolences? Can you return David to me? Just last weekend we were on a date. And now, a mere day later, you tell me he is gone. How do you propose to compensate for this?" "Miss, please remain calm. The bank has suffered not only a financial loss, but also the loss of an exceptional employee. We too are disheartened by this situation." Captain Parker stated that "I apologize for my emotional outburst," Loranda replied, returning the handkerchief. "I am not aware of any unusual circumstances regarding David. We were merely engaged and would meet on weekends. Perhaps you should contact his parents, though they are likely in the capital. Financial situation? David's finances appeared sound. We often dined at various restaurants and attended performances. I have not heard of any debts." "Very well. Do you have the addresses of David's parents?" "We need to inform them. One moment. I shall write down their address for you." Loranda tore off a piece of paper and swiftly inscribed an address, handing it to Captain Parker. Chapter 38. Progress. "Thank you for your assistance. Please accept my condolences. Farewell." The 2 men exited the church and sought a public carriage to return to the bank and return their uniforms. From the church's bell tower, a man observed their departure, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Had Anik been present, he would have immediately recognized him as the supposedly deceased bank manager, David. "What is your impression of Miss Loranda?" Captain Parker inquired, pulling out a cigarette. "She seems quite normal." Anik replied, "No, decidedly abnormal. If she were of Luckian descent, her behavior today would still be considered acceptable. However, a Dunlander should not exhibit such emotional instability in front of outsiders." While simultaneously emphasizing their non-cohabitation status and readily providing her partner's parents' address. "Is that all?" David's financial status raises questions as well. How could a fiancé be unaware of a mere bank employee's ability to afford weekly excursions to upscale restaurants and concerts? "So, are we to keep an eye on this fish? Leave that's a little cold that we are already stretched thin managing daily operations and cannot spare an officer for surveillance. Those who meticulously plot insider bank heists are typically quite suspicious and would not consider the possibility of a child keeping watch." The duo returned to the port branch, only to find the shattered half of the glass door boarded up with wooden planks. 2 security guards armed with long-barreled shotguns stood sentinel at the entrance. Bullet holes from the Monday shootout still marred the stone pillars, serving as reminders of the recent bank heist. A notice on a bulletin board beside the entrance announced the temporary suspension of deposit and withdrawal services, while personal valuables could still be stored without interruption. However, the entrance remained devoid of customers seeking to deposit their valuables, with only sporadic individuals emerging from the bank carrying briefcases or similar items. It was evident that the robbery had severely impacted the port branch's reputation. Dressed in bank uniforms, the guards did not question the 2 men as Anik recognized the bank clerk who had assisted her in saving money. "Very well, please take a break," she said. Captain Parker decisively ordered the irrelevant personnel to vacate the room. "This pile belongs to you. It should pertain to the post-employment business and the annual performance evaluations. Let me take a look at the resume and other documents." Captain Parker separated half of the materials and handed them to Anik, who began to peruse them. The majority consisted of David's daily business records. This manager had achieved rapid promotions primarily due to his success in facilitating numerous loans, with virtually no bad debts, thereby generating substantial business for the bank. What struck Onik as peculiar was that all of his clients were companies engaged in import and export trade. The largest being a firm named Bay's Import and Export Trade, IT, was estimated that over the years, loans amounting to at least $500,000 have been processed, while other deposit activities were negligible. Additionally, Onik noted that David had been reassigned to manage private assets starting in July, and following his cessation of loan responsibilities, Bay's had abruptly halted its borrowing activities and repaid its loans in advance. Any discoveries? Let's exchange information, Captain Parker remarked. Take a look at these documents. This David seems to be a genius in loan operations, yet most of his business dealings are confined to a single enterprise. After he stopped managing loans in July, that company ceased its borrowing, and within a month, it was robbed. Onik handed over the materials she had just examined to Captain Parker. Guess what I found? This Mr. David is also a descendant of the Dunland immigrants, and his residence is near North Suburb Road. So, this robbery was orchestrated by members of the Dunland descendants gang? Captain Parker mused. There should be a connection. We'll leave the investigation into the North Suburb gang to Director Ron. This afternoon, let's pay a visit to the Bay's company. Most import and export firms are located by the port, and I don't recall this one at all. The bank should have its address on file. Wait here while I return these documents and request the address. After a brief interval, Captain Parker returned with a cup of tea. Shall we head to Bay's company now? Let's first return to the precinct to change out of these uniforms, then report our progress to the director. How about a lavish lunch today? Director Ron is treating. How could someone so miserly treat us? Today, we can confidently dine at the precinct cafeteria. There's no other way to dine with confidence. There is, but it shouldn't be overused. I'll teach you later, with the prospect of lunch enticing them. The two hurried back, changed into their police uniforms, and hired a private carriage, arriving at the Ganya police station by 11:30. Today, the reception area was not attended by the drowsy Miss Susan, but rather by a serious, bald man. Given that both were in police uniforms, the receptionist did not stop them and allowed them to proceed directly to the second floor. In less than a month, Onik entered the director's office for the third time. Everything felt familiar. Director Ron was smoking a pipe, and there was a small open bottle of whiskey on the desk. Upon seeing them, he inquired, "Parker, you both have come to report progress on the bank robbery case?" "Yes, Director. Today, we visited the suspect's fiancée, E, and after our conversation, we unanimously believe this woman is likely privy to the details of the case. Furthermore, it is probable that the suspect will attempt to contact her once the situation calms down." "Excellent. Did I ask that all?" "No, we have deployed surveillance. Director, as you know, the port precinct is short-staffed, so we hired reliable informants for this task. Could you reimburse the expenses?" Director Ron set down his pipe and tapped the ash from it. "You lad, not only do you drag our precinct into these investigations, but you also expect us to foot the bill?" "Fine, this case is significant. Just prepare a report for me. Surveillance costs $1 per day, capped at £3. Any excess will come out of your own pocket. Giving a penny a day to a brat is already generous to How generous of you, Director. Furthermore, Onik and I have delved into the suspect's background and discovered that this robbery is likely not as simplistic as 4 bank robbers. It may also involve the Dunland descendants gang." "How so?" Director Ron's expression grew serious at this revelation. "The Dunland gang is not your average local gang. They are reckless and unrestrained in their actions. The suspect is indeed a descendant of Dunland, residing near North Suburb Street. Moreover, Onik uncovered irregularities in his loan transactions with an import-export company. After he ceased to manage loans, the bank robbery occurred within a month. Your findings are commendable. The IT seems a high intellect combined with Parker's assistance proves effective. I had assumed you would be merely a legal scholar like Mr. Russell, but I did not expect your aptitude for police work." Onik silently criticized himself, thinking, a legal scholar. I am merely a law novice. And my greatest asset is likely the potion provided by the orb. Therefore, Director, please instruct the North Suburb Precinct to investigate any suspicious individuals or activities without framing it in the context of the bank robbery. We should use the guise of routine security checks to probe into the black market concerning revolvers. Fine, as long as this chaos does not fall on us. You may proceed with your investigation. Director Ron dismissed them. Director, look at the time, Parker interjected with a grin. It's nearly noon. What's the matter? Director Ron feigned ignorance that we'll return without having had lunch. That aren't you going to take Onik to sample the cafeteria special today? Huh. All you think about is food, and oh wonder you've become so brawny yet simple-minded. Very well. In light of my junior's presence, I shall indulge you this once. Director Ron led the duo to the cafeteria located behind the precinct, a modest two-story building. The first floor was already bustling with junior officers donning V insignias, eagerly awaiting their meal. Upon seeing Director Ron, they all saluted, and he waved them off dismissively. The three ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor, which featured square tables with backrest chairs, contrasting the crowded benches of the first floor. The upper level had only a few patrons scattered at tables, and two waitstaff approached to offer menus. Onik noticed that aside from his two V insignias, everyone else sported at least one star on their epaulets. They chose a table and sat down. The waitress quickly approached upon noticing the director's presence. "Good afternoon, Director Ron, Captain Parker, and you, sir. What would you like today?" "Good afternoon, madam. We'll have 3 servings of the regular lunch. Please that today's lunch consists of beef stew with potatoes, mushroom, and pea casserole, boiled cauliflower, with bread and rice as side options. Would you like any additional servings?" "Director, it's rare for us to dine here. Can't you add a little extra for us? You just came last week under the pretext of office supplies. And look, our waitress even recognizes you now." "Fine. Let us add 2 more juices for them." "Hello, madam, did I do like rice as my main course?" "Thank you." Anakin T had rice in 2 months since his arrival. The moment he heard rice was available, he made his request without hesitation. "Will you two be having bread as your main course?" "Yes. Please wait a moment while I notify the kitchen." The waitress noted their orders and headed to the kitchen. As they awaited their lunch, Director Ron pulled out an exquisite cigarette case from his pocket and extracted a long, yellowish cigar. Seeing this, Captain Parker promptly struck a match to light it for him. "Why are you so proactive today? I've always held our esteemed director in high regard. It's just that your smoking habit has piqued my interest. Coincidentally, I left my cigarettes at the precinct." "See, who goes out for a smoke without cigarettes? You never miss a chance to take advantage of this soon-to-retire old man. Help yourself to one," Director Ron grumbled as he handed the cigarette case to Parker. "Well, I want to be polite then," Parker chuckled, extracting 2 cigars, placing one in his pocket and lighting the other. "I'll save one for later." Director Ron said nothing further, reclaiming his cigarette case and carefully stowing it back in his pocket. Then, glancing around to ensure no staff were nearby, he spoke in hushed tones. "The bank robbery case you're handling likely involves more than just a gang. I suspect it might be connected to a significant figure or an unusual power. If you encounter such matters, do you know how to handle them?" "Ah, that's simple. If it involves a significant figure, I'll hand over all case progress and documentation to the higher dash-ups that AS for darker matters. We can delegate those to the Special Cases Department, which makes our jobs easier." Captain Parker's response felt a bit blunt. "You know, I don't wish to confront a throng of grieving relatives," after waiting for approximately 20 minutes. The waitress arrived with a wooden tray bearing today's lunch. On it promptly placed a small bowl of beef and potatoes directly atop the rice. Unlike the generations of hybridized and cultivated rice on Earth, the grains from the kingdom of Brugge were notably smaller and lacked the chewy texture. However, drenched in beef broth and mingled with the soft, sticky potatoes, it bore a striking resemblance to the rice bowls commonly enjoyed in his neighborhood. 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of Onyx's eyes as he pondered the well-being of his loved ones back on Earth. Chapter 40. The Advance of Coal. What's the matter? "Does it taste that good, Director Ron? Do you think we should request additional funding? Look at how your junior is reduced to tears." "I'm fine. Just choked a bit." Onik endeavored to rein in his overwhelming emotions and continued to devour his lunch. "Is the rice truly that delightful? Perhaps I should try it the next time I dine here. That you're just mooching off the meal, not actually dining. There's no need for you to come here in the future. When I asked the city council for funds, that bunch of rotund, pompous gentlemen nearly drowns me in their spittle. Missing 1 meal a week, 1 tea break you, that if you set a precedent. How will the folks from the branch office or other divisions learn? 1 meal may not seem substantial, but over a year, it adds up to, so, shall I come once a week then? Once a month? And if you want to come more frequently, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Paying for meals is out of the question. Why not just buy my own groceries? 2 weeks is the absolute maximum we can compromise on. You said it yourself, 2 weeks it is. Fine then." After finishing their lunch, the two bid farewell to Director Ron and proceeded to locate the so-called Bayes Import and Export Company as per the address. They hailed a horse-drawn carriage, which took approximately 20 minutes to arrive at the so-called Bayes Import and Export Company. Onik, do you believe this is the import-export company capable of handling transactions amounting to £50,000? I can barely believe this place can manage a yearly rent of £5. Before them stood a single-story wooden shack, the door secured with a brass lock, a tattered sign hung by the door, proclaiming it to be the Bayes Import and Export Trading Company. July 23rd marked the first day of young Cole's assignment to assist Captain Parker in the investigation of the bank robbery case. Rising at 7 in the lower bunk, he noticed his sister still peacefully slumbering above. Cole tiptoed to the washroom, splashed his face with cool water, and ignited the stove with shavings and scrap paper. He rummaged through the cupboard for a handful of barley, tossing it into a pot with a small jug of water. He then retrieved a small piece of yellowed inferior rock sugar from a clay jar and added it to the pot. As he stared at the flames, memories of his parents flooded back. Once, they had been a happy family of 4. His father was a skilled worker in a mold factory while his mother served as a maid for a wealthy family. They had resided in a 3-bedroom house with a living room. However, everything changed when his father sustained an injury at the age of 8. After a grueling night shift, he had become disoriented and was crushed by machinery. Fortuitously, he avoided infection and was hospitalized, but his life was irrevocably altered. The factory owner had merely glanced at his father in the hospital, tossing him 3 months' salary before departing, leaving Cole with the impression that the man regarded his father as nothing more than a stray dog. After his father was discharged, the loss of his right hand rendered him virtually useless. Not only was he dismissed from the factory, but he also became incapable of performing manual labor. Subsequently, he succumbed to the bottle and gambling, draining the family finances and turning to his mother for money. When she refused, he would lash out with a belt, hurling accusations of infidelity and betrayal. Each time this occurred, their mother would confine Cole and his sister Barbara to a small bedroom to shield them from the turmoil. Cole would often cling to his father's leg, only to be met with a furious slap from his father's healthy left hand. The violence was accompanied by the family's eviction from their townhouse by their elderly landlord. With the little savings they had left, their mother rented a small apartment, but when his father's funds for alcohol ran dry, his rage escalated. Their mother bore it all in silence, wiping away her tears in secret. On one autumn morning, his father returned home inebriated after a night of drinking, while his mother had yet to leave for work. Noticing the lack of valuable possessions in the home, his father seized Barbara, who was still asleep. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you taking the child? Having a girl in the house is just a waste of food. I'm merely seeking a suitable path for her. You beast, let go of my daughter. You plan to sell her, don't you? This little wretch doesn't resemble me at all. She perhaps the child of some male servant from your wealthy employer? How can you not recognize your own daughter? Ha! Regardless of who she is, the old bachelor across the street is willing to pay £50 for a wife." Upon hearing her husband's words, their mother rushed to reclaim Barbara, but the commotion caused the child to wail. "Give her to me, or I'll kill you both." His father brandished a pair of scissors at her. "Have you lost all semblance of humanity?" Their mother cried out in desperation as he advanced. Ignoring her pleas, he cornered her, and she shielded Barbara behind her, attempting to wrest the scissors from his grasp. With both hands, she seized his left hand, managing to wrest the scissors away and toss them aside. Upon seeing the scissors lost, their father lunged at her, and despite his disability, his physical advantage was apparent. He quickly subdued her, and blood soon streamed from her nose, rendering her dazed. In the chaos, she grasped the discarded scissors and struck her husband in the temple. Blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the floor, the scissors in her hands stained crimson. She gazed down at the weapon and the sobbing siblings nearby. With a final exhortation to Cole to take care of his sister, she plunged the scissors into her throat. Cole could not recall how the day unfolded afterward. At their parents' funeral, the stares of relatives toward him and his sister mirrored those of his father's employer. "Will you take in these 2 children? Do you not understand our situation? We have 3 children who cannot work, all needing to attend school. You have only 1 child, and he is already an apprentice. Why not take them in? We may not have children, but we do have 2 elderly dependents, like a deflated balloon." Cole and his sister were tossed from relative to relative until they were finally sent to an orphanage. Life in the orphanage was akin to a hellish existence. "Brother, I'm hungry." The barley porridge should be ready soon. Get up, wash up, and come eat. Okay. Cole fetched 2 bowls, carefully scooping the porridge into them until they were full, then placing them on the low table beside them. I need to head to the port this morning to gather some information for Uncle Parker. You behave yourself at home what time do you think you'll be back? Probably around 11. I'll want to be bringing fish today. I'll switch it up for you. Great. I'm so sick of fish. Cole managed a wry smile. Naturally, the cheapest food at the port consisted of various types of fish, and the market vendors would often sell him a small box of assorted fish for a penny. Seeing him struggle to provide for his sister, after finishing the steaming, sweet barley porridge, Cole placed the bowls in the sink and turned to his sister. Once you finish, place the bowls in the sink. And remember our knot code, that I'll be back at noon, and in a few days, Uncle Parker will have plenty of illustrated books. I'll read you stories when I can. Okay, it's 3 knots for once, 2 for twice, and 3 for thrice. I'll remember. Among children existed their own little network of information, and Cole was familiar with the kids who lived near the port, who weren't working or attending school. During his free time, he would collect shells with them on the beach, trading any beautifully patterned or rare shells for small packets of candy at the nearby general store. Cole glanced at the position of the sun. It was now approximately between 8 and 9 in the morning. He made his way to the beach where the children often played, spotting 2 or 3 sun-kissed boys already engaged in play. Approaching them, he greeted, "Hey, Monkey, Crocodile, King, where have you been?" Monkey, Crocodile, and King were nicknames they had given each other. Monkey was a slender, tall boy of about 10 years, while Crocodile was short and chubby, unable to swim, earning him the nickname of a freshwater crocodile. King was the leader of the group, around 11 or 12, whose father operated a small stall at the seafood market. Compared to the children of laborers and fishermen, he was considerably more generous. And under the allure of snacks, the others readily accepted him as their leader. "Gorilla, how long has it been since you last came?" King was pulled back by his father to attend arithmetic school, preparing him for a future in business. The boy nicknamed Monkey paused in his search for stones on the beach, lifted his head, and responded. The term school felt like a distant concept to little Cole, who, having attended a church school for 2 years, had only managed to grasp the most common words and was still struggling with basic arithmetic limited to addition and subtraction within 100. The primary focus of the church school was the propagation of divine teachings, and little Cole was among the most fervent dreamers during those lessons, often finding himself called out by the priest in charge to receive a slap on the wrist as part of the discipline. Reflecting on the meager wages of a newsboy, little Cole spoke with a tone tinged with resentment. "Well, that is quite the congratulations. What is so congratulatory about it? I heard from Ba Wong that the teachers at school are quite fearsome. And there are plenty of wealthy, spoiled young masters there that Ba Wong has already been beaten several times. If he weren't afraid of his father using a belt on him and cutting off his pocket money, Ba Wong would have stopped going long ago. Let us not dwell on that. Monkey, Crocodile, have you heard your fathers mention any recent disappearances of fishermen or sailors? Disappeared? I haven't heard anything. What about you?" "Crocodile, every month, someone sets sail on those smoke-belching ships and never returns. I would know who you're talking about." The plump boy also halted his actions. Little Cole understood that the so-called smoke-belching ships likely referred to the steamships crossing the stormy ocean, which many bankrupt individuals or those seeking a way out would choose to invest everything they had in a third-class ticket to the northern continent colonies to escape their debts or seek fortune. "Then have you heard if anyone's father nearby hasn't returned in the last few days?" "No, unless you're suggesting someone got drunk and drowned in the sewer, turning into some water spirit." "How could there be such spirits? Forget it. You all continue to collect shells that I'll take a stroll elsewhere. We won't be collecting shells anymore. Mom asked us to gather some small shrimp and crabs to take home. If dried, they can be made into porridge. Why not collect shells? The proprietor of the general store who exchanges our shells is ill. His son is substituting for him now that a few days ago. We took shells to trade for candy, but he threw us out with a wave, saying those things aren't worth even a franc, and told us not to come back." Little Cole peered into the wicker frame made of fine willow branches. And indeed, there were no shells inside, only various small shrimp and a few scattered crabs. He raised a large claw, keeping a vigilant watch as he poked his head out. Chapter 41. The suspect you all continue catching crabs. I'll take my leave. Little Cole waved goodbye to his 2 companions and departed the beach, It seemed that Uncle Parker's search for this person was not for someone with a family. He wondered what crime warranted such diligent investigation from Uncle Parker. Clop, 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 accompanied by the sound of hooves, a speeding police horse-drawn carriage brushed past Little Cole. Lately, the streets were filled with unfamiliar policemen driving carriages on patrol. He recalled that the biggest news from the seafood market recently was the robbery of a bank near the port. Upon arriving at the seafood market, Little Cole headed to a stall he frequented. Located near the entrance, run by an elderly couple, the gentleman had a slight limp, claiming to be a retired sailor from the Navy. The lady was a kind-faced old woman, and due to their fair dealings, their stall often sold out by noon. "Good morning, Grandpa Rupert." "Morning, Little Cole, that you're here early. It's still too soon for the leftover seafood to be sold," Grandpa Rupert remarked upon seeing him. No. Today my sister wants to try something different. I've come to ask you about something." Hearing this, Rupert set down the sign in his hand and beckoned Little Cole closer. "I ask it you who wants to ask? Or is it Parker who sent you?" "Ha. I wonder what you little rascal want to inquire about that. It's Uncle Parker who asked me to ask you," Little Cole replied with a mischievous tone. The little rascal has grown up. "What do you wish to know?" "Uncle Parker wants to know if there's been a fisherman or sailor missing from the port recently. Likely a solitary man or a widower, someone who enjoys gambling or owes a significant amount of money." "Well, solitary sailors or fishermen might have more savings than this old man. But if we're talking about a gambling addict who has recently gone missing, my dear wife, how long has it been since you've seen Jeff?" Mrs. Rupert, who was calculating their daily earnings, answered absent-mindedly. "There are more Jeffs at the docks than there are hairs on your chin." "Which one do you mean?" "The one who works as a sailor on fishing boats. Jeff, he still owes us 5 shillings and 7 pence and 3 francs. When did you secretly lend so much money without telling me? That drunken gambler probably has already been hunted down by his creditors. At this point, we might even find his limbs or head in the sewer or the trash heap. Last time he begged for my pity because he was ill, I saw him sweating profusely and looking pale. So I lent him the money that I fear that I may never see that money again. It's been at least a week since he last appeared. Logically, even if he found a new ship owner to go fishing offshore, he should have returned by now. Could he have fled to the northern continent? Such a scoundrel. Even if he collapsed in front of you, don't bother to help him. Unless you quit smoking, you can use the money saved from your cigarettes to give to others. Let us not go there. I, an old man, cannot part with my cigarettes. All right, dear wife, you go back to your work." Upon hearing this, Little Cole felt that this Jeff might very well be the person he was seeking. So he asked, "Grandpa Rupert, what kind of person is this Jeff? Didn't you hear? A drunken gambler, that's who he is. I watched him grow up. His mother raised him alone. When Jeff reached 15 or 16, he was sent to work as an apprentice sailor. Shortly thereafter, his mother fell gravely ill and passed away, following her long-deceased husband. Without his mother's guidance, Jeff succumbed to gambling and alcohol. No sailor can resist the allure of drink. After all, not many would willingly drink the greenish water. Recently, I heard he owed a hefty sum to the casino near the stall. A few oddly dressed men took him away, and he hasn't been seen since that. If you're looking for him, just go to the 5th stall from the west side of that row. The building is about to collapse, and I really wonder when it will suddenly fall. The term stall refers to the makeshift structures scattered around the port, primarily wooden buildings. Every year, there are casualties due to fires or collapses from rotting wood. There are also long-abandoned houses left vacant by those who have fled to avoid deaths. Little Cole had previously spent nights in these uninhabited houses with his sister. There, order was virtually non-existent, and violence, theft, robbery, and even murder were commonplace. Armed with this information, Little Cole prepared to head to the stalls. But as he turned, Rupert called out to him. "Recently, things have been rather unsettled. I don't know what case Parker wants you to investigate, but I advise you to report back to Parker first. It's safer that way." "All right, Grandpa Rupert, I'll heed your advice." Wednesday was a relatively leisurely day for Onik, having expended too much energy dealing with the recent robbery and the captain's investigations. Old Beiji also took good care of himself. After 2 hours of work in the morning, he had finished his daily tasks and began sipping red tea with Old Beiji while chatting. Perhaps due to his good mood, the stew served in the cafeteria at noon tasted considerably better. In this era, there were no fans or air conditioning. During the sweltering summer, Onyx sought a cool spot in the shade of the hall's entrance and settled into a lounge chair to take a nap. He quickly drifted into slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Anik felt someone calling his name in the pitch blackness, his arm gently shaken. Struggling to open his leaden eyelids, he saw a teenage boy to his left, with a 7 or 8-year-old girl resembling a doll hiding behind him. Without needing to think, Anik recognized them as the Cole siblings, the informants from the police station. "What's the matter, little Cole? Have you completed the task assigned by the captain?" Anik rose and moved the lounge chair back into the hall, inviting the siblings inside. "Uncle Anik, I've learned that the target we're looking for might be a fisherman named Jack from the port," little Cole said as he and his sister entered the police station. "Oh, that was quick. Come in and rest for a bit. It must have been tiring for you two to walk over." The office was empty. Old Beiji took his afternoon break in the basement, where he would smoke and rest while keeping watch over the weapons. He claimed it was cooler down there without the sun. "Have a seat and drink some water." Anik urged the siblings to sit on the bench in the reception area. He then rummaged through old Beiji's supplies for making red tea, which included dried fruit slices resembling lemons from the southern continent. Old Beiji was quite particular about this delicacy, only using a couple of slices in a large pot of tea. Anik took out 2 slices, placing one in each cup, and then used tweezers to add a few sugar cubes. As the steaming water was poured, it quickly transformed from transparent to a pale yellow hue. "Come, let it cool a bit before you drink. But not too slowly. I fear that old Beiki will return and discover that I have pilfered his treasure. This shall remain a little secret between you and Anik." He jested as Anik handed teacups to the 2 siblings. "Understood, Uncle Aniki, my brother, and I will safeguard your secret," Barbara replied with a sweet smile, accepting the cup. "Uncle, am I really that old? But consider my age on Earth. You might as well call me grandfather on this planet." "Well, it seems I won tea complain," Anik mused, abandoning the thought of correcting the siblings. Glancing at his pocket watch, he noted that it was now 1 in the afternoon. "Captain Parker will likely awaken in half an hour. You two should drink some water and rest a bit. Then tell me how you discovered our target." The siblings were silent, and little Cole lifted his teacup, blowing gently for about a minute until he deemed it cool enough. Then handed the lukewarm cup to Barbara. Be careful. It's hot. Drink slowly." Barbara took a gentle sip and turned to Cole, beaming. "Brother, this tastes wonderfully sweet and tangy, like juice. Shall we forsake tea for this from now on?" Cole, gently stroking his sister's hair, replied softly, "Once I become a full-fledged newsboy, I'll buy you some. But for now, let us stick to tea." "All right, but you mustn't go back on your word," while the siblings sipped their water. Anik prepared himself a cup of tea. He preferred green tea over black, but regrettably, in the kingdom of Brugge, green tea was a rarity from the eastern continent, rumored to be found only in the collections of earls or mayors. "Uncle Anik, let me tell you how I located the suspect," little Cole announced as he stood and approached Anik's chair. "How did you ascertain it was a suspect and not a missing person or one who had been kidnapped?" Anik's interest peaked, eager to test the maturity of this young individual, who surpassed most teenagers. "That it's quite simple, Uncle. Adults generally don't go missing as for kidnapping. Fishermen and sailors typically possess little wealth. The challenge of abducting an adult is significantly greater than that of a child. If I were a kidnapper, I would certainly target small merchants or the children of government officials. But why not kidnap the children of nobles or wealthy merchants? Logically, they would pay a higher ransom, wouldn't they? Because kidnappers must also fear being caught if they abducted a noble or a wealthy merchant. Not only would you and your team scour the city for them, but others would also create trouble. Wouldn't they? They seek individuals with a modest amount of money who won't cause much trouble. This way, even if they're apprehended, they might only serve a few years and not be exiled to the plantations of the southern continent." Anik was astonished by the precociousness of the child before him. "Cole, you should consider joining us as a constable. I believe you possess a remarkable talent. Now, tell me how you found the suspect." "I first inquired among my little companions and learned of a fisherman or sailor with a family and children who had gone missing. Generally, those with families don't fall into the depths of gambling addiction. Later, I found out at the market about a solitary fisherman named Jeff, who was missing, had succumbed to gambling, and owed a substantial sum of money. Living in the dock shanty area, the shanty, it seems we ought to arm ourselves and pay a visit." Anik remarked as he retrieved his revolver and loaded brass bullets one by one. After securing his handgun, he checked the time, 1:30 in the afternoon. After adjusting his attire, he declared, "Let us go find Captain." Chapter 42a. The casino. The three made their way to the second-floor office, knocking on the door. Captain Parker appeared to have just woken up, and upon seeing them enter, he inquired, "Have there been any developments?" "Our young detectives have pinpointed our target, a solitary fisherman named Jeff from the Shanty area." "Where exactly is he located?" "Entering from the east, his home is the fifth dwelling. Furthermore, according to Grandpa Rupert, he owes a significant amount to the local casino and was taken away a few days ago by a group of oddly dressed individuals. Anike, we must investigate this Mr. Jeff's residence this afternoon." "It seems you are well prepared," Captain Parker noted as he retrieved his oversized revolver from a drawer. "Let us go. Your driving skills are still lacking, so I'll take the wheel. Here, little Cole, take this and ride the public carriage." Captain Parker handed a silver shilling to the siblings. "We'll accompany you." Cole did not accept the coin. "You are our undercover intelligence agent. How can you expose yourself so early?" "Uncle Anike and I will investigate the information you provided this afternoon. Keep it for yourself. The remaining funds are reward. Additionally, starting tomorrow, if you monitor that female teacher, there's more money to be made." Only then did little Cole feel reassured, cautiously accepting the silver coin and clutching it tightly. Captain Parker and Anike took about 10 minutes to reach the dock shanty area, where wooden structures were haphazardly assembled, some even rising to 3 stories, and could see the entrance of the shanty area. A throng of ragged children frolicked, while women unable to afford market rent set up stalls selling various cheap goods. Some offered low-priced food, while others sold substandard clothing. Those without work or injured sat at their doorsteps, greedily eyeing every passerby's pockets. "Draw your weapon. While no one is foolish enough to openly rob those in uniform, who knows if the desperate will resort to petty theft?" Anike advised, drawing his revolver, which gleamed silver in the searing sunlight. Anyone attempting to beg or harbor other intentions would lower their gaze upon seeing Anike's revolver, refraining from making eye contact. The two ventured into the alley, where the environment was dim and damp. Anike looked up, unable to see the sky due to the various lofts and clotheslines extending from the second floor. Counting the buildings, he identified the fifth as a low, hovel-like structure. The wooden boards were even sprouting black fungi, showing signs of neglect, and the space between the roof and door was cloaked in cobwebs. "Step back. I'm about to kick the door in," Captain Parker announced, positioning himself in front of the door and raising his right foot to deliver a forceful kick to the wooden door, composed of several planks. With a loud crash, the door, along with its lock, toppled to the ground. The onlookers peered out, but upon seeing 2 armed policemen at the entrance, they quickly retreated. Inside lay a floor strewn with bottles and a greasy blanket draped over a single wooden bed. On a small wooden table sat a half-eaten, moldy loaf of black bread. There was nothing else. The phrase bare walls aptly described this place. "Let us go. There's nothing to be gleaned here." "We'll inquire with the neighbors," Anike suggested. Knocking on the nearest door, a frail old man slowly opened it, and upon seeing the two, he hastily exclaimed, "Gentlemen, we truly have no money left. That ungrateful son hasn't sent any in ages. I am relying on watching for others to earn my keep. If you need, you can take this." The old man pulled out a tattered pocket watch from his clothing, its glass face shattered, with a piece of twine threaded through where the chain once was. "Dear sir, we are merely here to ask a few questions. You may keep your watch. Would you allow us to enter?" Upon hearing this, the old man quickly stowed the watch away and ushered them inside. Compared to the neighboring room, this small space was tidy, with a fabric partition in the middle and a coal stove, kettle, and stew pot arranged to one side, along with 2 long benches and a long table that on the table rested 3 teacups and a teapot. The old man pulled out a bench, wiped it with his sleeve, and placed it in front of them. "Would you gentlemen like some tea? I can borrow some leaves from next door." He pointed to the teapot on the table and continued. "The last tea leaves I had went moldy a few months ago. I discarded them, and my son hasn't sent any money for months, so there's no tea left at home. There's no need for trouble, kind sir. We'll just ask a few questions and be on our way." "That's good. What would you like to know, gentlemen?" "I assure you, I will answer truthfully." "Do you know the fisherman next door, Jeff? He has been associating with some unsavory characters lately. Oh, that gambling fool. He spent all of last week's nights at a nearby casino, hoping to strike it rich." but ended up losing terribly. Now he is being pursued by the casino's enforcers for debts. Last Saturday, a group of individuals dressed in all black, wearing masks, approached him and helped him settle his gambling debts. He seemed quite thrilled to follow them. You might inquire at the casino for more specifics. The casino. Where is it located? Head towards the middle of the street. The only stone structure is it. And there are usually 2 guards at the entrance checking for concealed weapons to prevent trouble. Has anyone else come looking for Jeff recently? Who would seek out that solitary old gambler? Besides you gentlemen, of course. Let us go. We've disturbed your rest enough, old sir. Not at all. Gentlemen, take care. The 2 walked along the narrow alley for a while until they spotted the only brick building in the neighborhood. A 3-story white villa standing proudly amidst the chaos. The red roof and white walls stand out strikingly amidst the dilapidated neighborhood. Captain, shall we not intervene in the gambling? Onik remarked, gazing at the building, which appeared somewhat gaudy. As long as they pay their taxes, we cannot shut them down. The gentlemen in Parliament are indifferent to the origins of your tax revenue, Captain Parker replied, shaking his head. At the entrance, 2 guards wielding steel pipes scanned the surroundings, stopping anyone attempting to enter the casino for a cursory search. As Captain Parker and his companion approached, the guards exchanged glances, and one stepped forward with a broad grin. Addressing the 2 officers, "What brings you, gentlemen? We are a law-abiding establishment, diligently paying our taxes. Our boss was even recognized last year as an exemplary taxpayer in the Gonia district. We are merely here to inquire about a matter, not to cause any disturbance. There is no need for you to sneak off and tip anyone off. As long as there are no conspiracies or arms trafficking occurring within, you are quite safe," Captain Parker stated, raising his oversized revolver and aiming it at the retreating guard. "I was merely going inside to inform the boss of an esteemed visitor," the guard protested, attempting to justify his actions. "Why not accompany us inside, gentlemen? And please, sir, lower your firearm. With such a large weapon, I fear you might scare away today as clientele," he added. "Try to slip away." "Lead the way," Captain Parker commanded. Chapter 42b. Wolf the guard obediently ushered the 2 men up the steps and pushed open the door. Despite it being daytime, the casino was alive with activity. A grand chandelier with 20 lights hung from the ceiling, while gas lamps were spaced every 6 meters along the walls, illuminating the entire hall. At the center, a massive table occupied the space, where a bartender was shaking dice as a throng of people placed ivory chips in designated areas marked for high and low bets. More than half of the patrons were engrossed in poker. When the newcomers entered, only a few heads turned, as the casino was accustomed to a continuous flow of visitors. However, when the 2 armed officers stepped in, one bearing a star insignia on his shoulder, an air of dread spread like wildfire throughout the establishment. Those still lost in their gambling were tugged at by their neighbors, who urged them to abandon their cards and gaze towards the entrance. What had once been a bustling scene akin to a marketplace now fell silent, resembling a graveyard at midnight. The gamblers, with expressions of fear, surprise, and confusion, fixed their eyes upon the 2 officers. "We are merely here to consult with the owner regarding some business. We want to impede your card games. Of course, anyone attempting to flee at this moment is likely hiding something. Perhaps even a card sharp," Captain Parker declared, his voice rising significantly. "Lead us to your boss." Onik prodded the guard, who stood frozen. "Thank you for your understanding, Sheriff. If the customers were to flee, my colleague at the door and I would be left unemployed. The boss should be in his office on the 3rd floor. Please follow me." The 3 ascended the staircase, and once they disappeared from view, the casino resumed its lively atmosphere. How could 2 officers from rival kingdoms enter our establishment? Has this casino attracted trouble? Shoo, keep your voice down. Did you not see that the lead officer was wielding something far from standard police revolver? Judging by his insignia, it must be Captain Parker. He is the true authority of the harbor region. Even without a firearm, he could easily take down a dozen of us. That seems a bit exaggerated, does it not? Perhaps. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Place your bets. Will it be high or low? The whispers among the gamblers grew louder. Undeterred by the departure of the 3 men, before an opulently adorned office on the 3rd floor, the guard pointed towards the door, indicating that this was the boss's chamber. Captain Parker gestured for the guard to step aside, and the middle-aged doorman removed his hat, bowing respectfully before descending the staircase. Knock, knock, knock. Captain Parker rapped firmly on the door. "I'm not dead yet." Does that scoundrel intend to forfeit his wages? If you damage this door, which I had shipped from the eastern continent, your annual salary would suffice to cover the repairs. A torrent of curses erupted from within, followed by heavy footsteps. A balding man in his 50s opened the door. Upon seeing the two officers clad in blue uniforms, the expletives he had prepared died on his lips, replaced by a forced smile. Why, if it isn't Captain Parker, and this gentleman beside you is new. I presume? Do I know you? Captain Parker struggled to recall where he had encountered the bald man. You are far too busy to remember someone as insignificant as myself. I caught a glimpse of you at Director Ron's birthday celebration. Living by the harbor, how could I not recognize you? What brings you here today? The bald man invited the two into his office, which was decorated in a style reminiscent of the opulent coal barons of the gluttonous empire. With large swathes of gold leaf adorning the walls and plush red velvet cushions paired with black leather seating, that on the desk sat a globe denoting various nations and regions of the planet, crafted from silver and resting on a golden base. Would you care for a drink? I have some fine liquor from the eastern continent, said to be capable of burning directly. Onik chuckled at the bald man's words, uncertain of what this prized liquor entailed, but suspecting it might resemble something a provincial lord or a certain mountain dweller from the gluttonous empire might offer. I shall pass on the drink. I came to ask whether a fisherman named Jeff incurred a substantial debt at your casino last week, which he is yet to repay. That I heard that his debts were settled a few days ago. Do you recall what those individuals looked like? Captain Parker inquired directly. You mean the notorious gambler, Jeff? He lost about 50 pounds in one night. Considering he was a regular and a neighbor, we allowed him 3 days to settle his debts. The rascal claimed he had no money, and just as we were about to teach him a lesson, 3 men in black stopped us, offering to assist Jeff with his debts. 3 men in black. What did they look like, and what accent did they have? I can't recall their appearance, but their accent was distinct. They spoke Bruges poorly, sounding less like those from Bruges and the opposite kingdom of Luke, and more like someone from further east. You mean Dunland? Yes, their manner of speaking resembled that of those slow-witted Dunland folk. You remember what they call themselves? I can't recall, but I have a copy of the receipt they signed, confirming that the debts were repaid. Wait a moment. I'll find it for you. The bald man rummaged through the cabinet behind his desk, filled with folders labeled by month, and after a brief search, he extracted a narrow strip of paper. After verifying the date and amount, he handed it to Captain Parker. Wolf, a quintessential Dunland surname. It appears we have found the right individuals, Captain Parker remarked, returning the slip to the bald man. What sort of trouble has Jeff landed himself in that requires your personal attention? 3 men in black and a fisherman. Could they be involved in that bank heist on Monday? Jeff must be incredibly audacious. Robbing a national bank would lead to public execution, akin to a pirate assaulting a state treasure ship. Some things are best left unspoken. Just remember, no one came here today. Otherwise, if this case were to leak, even if you were Director Ron's godson, he wouldn't be able to protect you. I understand that well. I still need to earn my keep of the harbor, the bald man replied. By the way, Captain Parker, please accept this. He produced a 5-pound note from his drawer, preparing to hand it to the captain. Are you attempting to insult me? Not at all. This is merely part of the repayment from those 3 suspects assisting Jeff. If they're indeed involved in the case, this could be considered evidence or an exhibit. I'm simply handing over evidence to the sheriff. There is no precedent in the code for a police officer receiving evidence being deemed corrupt. The bald man winked. Captain Parker appeared to grapple with his thoughts for quite some time before softly conceding. If this is indeed evidence, then it can be accepted. You, sir, are indeed a model citizen, timely with your taxes and law-abiding. He accepted the note, tucking it into his pocket. Chapter 43. Progress naturally. If you gentlemen have no further matters, might I personally escort you downstairs? Onyx suggested. Let us depart. We wouldn't want to disturb the boss's business, lest we scare off potential customers allow me to remind you, in the stairwell, check the 3rd card table heading north, specifically the seat on the eastern side where a patron is seated. You may uncover a delightful surprise within the sleeve of their garment. Safeguarding the casino's reputation for fairness should undoubtedly be your foremost priority. Upon hearing this, the balding man displayed a look of astonishment, quickly regaining his composure to catch up with Parker and his companion, who had already exited the office. The 3 of them proceeded to the entrance of the hall on the 1st floor, with a balding man personally opened the grand door for Parker and his companion as a gesture of farewell. He then summoned 2 security guards and, following Captain Parker's suggestion, conducted a search of the man seated at the eastern side of the third table. Indeed, within the left sleeve, they discovered a stash of playing cards. Earlier, Captain Parker from the Harbor Precinct had merely come to inform us of the cheating taking place, and now the perpetrator had been apprehended. Sir, we must insist that you accompany us to the back to clarify how much you have embezzled from us. Once the damages are compensated, I shall escort you to the police station to mitigate the displeasure caused to everyone. The chip exchange fees will be waived today. The balding man signaled for the pale-faced cheat to be escorted away. The casino hall returned to its lively atmosphere. It turns out it was merely this trivial matter. I had imagined we had infiltrated some sinister cult or a band of pirates. Refrain from such foolishness. A pirate would not deign to concern themselves with this. Besides, if pirates existed, surely the Navy would handle them. What purpose would the police serve? Never mind. Let us continue our gambling. Speak your mind. I can see you've been struggling to hold back your words during our journey. Captain Parker addressed Anik, who was seated beside him in the carriage. Captain, do you genuinely believe that the £5 note he handed you serves as evidence? Utter nonsense. Present that to a judge and see if they take you seriously. That money was merely the gambling funds returned to the casino from last week, not the proceeds from a bank heist on Monday. Even if the trio returned the gambling money, they did not meticulously record the serial numbers of the bills. How would you ascertain whether this note indeed originated from the robbery? I thought you were not in need of money. Captain, what of it? My lack of need does not imply that young Cole is similarly fortunate. The funding from the chief will take time to materialize, and besides, I am not simply pocketing that balding man's money. Capturing a cheat serves to restore our reputation, which far outweighs the value of £5. Do you know what the greatest asset of a casino is? Lavish decoration or tantalizingly attractive female attendants? No, it is the perception of a fair environment for the gamblers, where success hinges upon skill and luck. If one enters knowing they are bound to lose, would they even step foot in such a casino? Absolutely not. Let us proceed to deliver the funds to young Cole. You are aware that the child is quite intelligent and gifted, yet without assistance, he may become a significant problem in the future. Conversely, should we extend our aid, he could evolve into an exceptional officer, rivaling your own capabilities. I am merely a drifter on this earth, unfortunate enough to become ensnared in this realm, yearning to return to my homeland. Anik lamented inwardly. The two found a carriage at the alley's end and drove to the residence of the Cole siblings. Upon knocking, they discovered the siblings preparing ingredients for the evening meal. Our little detective's information has proven to be incredibly useful, Parker remarked, ruffling young Cole's hair. I am glad to assist you. Starting tomorrow, shall I come by to collect newspapers and surveil? Speaking of which, we have applied for your bonus, and you should accept it. Upon finishing his sentence, Parker produced the £5 note. Uncle Parker, you are not intending to give us your salary again, are you? Young Cole did not reach for it. Since losing his parents, he had never possessed such a large denomination. It would suffice to cover his arithmetic school fees. Take it, if you doubt me. Inquire with Uncle Anik whether we applied for the bonus. Rest assured, this £5 note is certainly not from Captain Parker's personal salary. Accept it. Anik was not lying. This £5 was merely a token of goodwill from the casino owner. Really? Then I shall accept it. Thank you, Uncle. Young Cole took the note, his face alight with joy. It is best stored in a metal box or ceramic container, as this will prevent it from being gnawed by rats or termites. Very well, that be why the time Parker and Anik returned to the precinct. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Captain, if we manage to recover the cash that was stolen, will there be a bonus? A bonus? Why would you think those financial vampires would part with any reward for us? If we can avoid undue scrutiny during the end-of-year parliamentary inquiries, that would suffice. That we are merely working overtime for free. You feel it is overtime after just half an hour? I suspect you have been slacking off under old Betsy's watchful eye at an alarming pace. I hope young Cole will soon locate that manager. David. I too hope for an early resolution, but my instincts tell me this case may escalate considerably. I hope your intuition proves incorrect. On July 24th, young Cole rummaged through his 3 sets of clothing, selecting the cleanest one with the least damage. Once dressed, he ventured out, taking a rare bus carriage. Due to his youthful appearance, the conductor only charged him 6 francs in the morning. Anik and old Betsy combed through approximately 300 to 400 old newspapers in the precinct, ultimately passing 50 on to young Cole. You could purchase them separately. Last week's and this week's papers are priced at 2 francs each, as they are still considered somewhat recent as for older newspapers. They're sold for 1 franc. Anik reminded young Cole, then handed him a piece of cardboard on which was inscribed "Old Newspapers for Sale." Very well. Young Cole had never ventured to the northern outskirts. Upon arriving by bus, he discovered that compared to the port area, the streets of the northern outskirts were remarkably clean and orderly. The address provided by Captain Parker was a small building adjacent to the Church of Craftsmen and the God of Technology on Northern Outskirts Street. Young Cole adjusted his attire. Then, armed with a large stack of newspapers and the cardboard sign, he stood across from the church beneath a shady tree, officially commencing the sale of old newspapers. The morning crowd was sparse, with only the occasional housewives passing by to purchase a newspaper. By midday, he had earned a mere 8 francs, and upon inspecting his pocket, young Cole sighed, feeling both hungry and thirsty. Glancing at the church across the street, he decided to enter and request a drink of water. Most churches are relatively benevolent. Upon seeing young Cole's attire, a nun promptly poured him a cup of water and began to preach the doctrine to him. Faced with her discourse on the boundless love of God and the virtues of mercy, young Cole felt compelled to inquire why, during his father's injury, the omnipotent deity had not intervened to save him, or why no divine miracle was manifested when his mother accidentally killed his father. Even when he and his sister were bullied at the orphanage, some of those self-proclaimed servants of God had participated in the torment. As he was about to voice his questions, he noticed the kind-hearted nun before him. Young Cole simply finished his water and stood to take his leave. Back on the street, he pulled out a small homemade sandwich from his pocket and began to eat. Chapter 44. David considered himself a rather astute individual. After their marriage, his parents moved from Dunland to Bruges in pursuit of a livelihood. His father, initially an excellent apprentice metalworker, studied to become a distinguished steam engine engineer in Bruges, while his mother successfully secured a position as a teacher of Dunlandic in the Dunland community. During the era of great voyages and steam engines, the most lucrative endeavors undoubtedly lay with the financiers of the capital. White Street, where portly gentlemen adorned in top hats wielded power in the trading halls, leaving the young David envious. Although his father urged him to pursue studies in mechanical engineering, David altered his registration to finance. However, reality dealt a harsh blow to David's aspirations. His classmates were all scions of Bruges nobility or descendants of affluent financiers, rendering him as out of place as a shard of glass among diamonds. Upon graduating, brimming with ambition, David sought a position as a stock trader. The interviewer, initially pleasant, abruptly changed demeanor when the discussion turned to family and ethnicity, swiftly concluding the interview with a promise to notify him of any updates. Self-proclaimed as a high-achieving student and future elite, David found himself unemployed for 6 months post-graduation. His father, witnessing this plight, leveraged his extensive network to secure David a position at the National Bank of Augsburg. The grand vision of commanding the financial battlefield transformed into a mundane existence of counting deposits and withdrawals at the counter, akin to haggling with grocery store patrons, feeling his life reduced to that of a humble bank clerk. David's fate took a turn when, one rainy day, 2 nefarious descendants of Dunland knocked on the door of his small rented apartment. Without uttering a word, the 2 men handed David an envelope. You decide. Do you wish to achieve a life of affluence and return home in glory, or remain trapped in this dim, dilapidated apartment for eternity? One of the men, appearing to be the leader, stated. David, bewildered, opened the envelope, but a stack of 10-pound notes emerged, and his ingrained habit from work compelled him to count the bills. 50 notes, all bearing the image of Harold. Harold, I was the founding king of Bruges. And his 10-pound note represented the largest denomination. The envelope contained 5 years' worth of David's salary. This money comes at a price, does it not? David gulped. Before the enormous pile of cash, David did not lose his composure. In our line of work, financial sources are always somewhat problematic. One merely needs to turn a blind eye when we seek your assistance for a loan. Rest assured, we are merely borrowing your funds to replace our own. We will repay the loan punctually. Why me? You are one of us. If you do not extend your hand to help, whom else can we turn to? On one hand, you can achieve great business success and earn a promotion, while on the other, you can assist your fellow compatriots. This is truly a win-win-win situation that David's internal struggle did not linger for long. On one side lay the shattering of dreams, on the other, the glaring figure of Harold. Consequently, for the next 3 years, he borrowed from Bay's Import and Export Company, successfully executing a loan business worth £500,000. Even the criminal syndicate upheld its word, repaying on time. Due to his outstanding performance, he was promoted to manager, receiving an annual bonus of £500. His life not only became respectable, but he also found a girlfriend. However, recently, complications arose. His superiors seemed to question his loan dealings, transferring him away from that department. His girlfriend, Lauren, was aware of his precarious situation, cautioning him that if the criminal gang realized his usefulness had been exhausted, they would certainly not spare him. Only the dead can keep secrets safe. If the bank discovered his involvement in money laundering, they would undoubtedly send him to prison. Just as he was preparing to flee to the northern colonies in a state of dread, Lauren returned one day with the Wolf brothers. Though the brothers appeared somewhat dim-witted, Lauren devised a plan for an inside-outside robbery, also enlisting the Wolf brothers to find a scapegoat. David meticulously planned his escape route and identified valuable items within the vault over the next 2 weeks. On July 21, everything proceeded smoothly. They seized over £10,000 in cash and more valuable jewelry, successfully replacing the scapegoat with himself. Unexpectedly, that day they encountered a damned police dog, and he was shot. His initial plan to complete the heist and move to the northern continent to purchase a farm and live a prosperous life was shattered. The four fled to the outskirts, then changed into a spare carriage. Cautiously returning to the city of Eggsburg before parting ways, David slipped back into Lauren's residence, often keeping watch from the church bell tower nearby to ensure no police were surveilling her. 4 days had passed since the robbery. The fervor of the Brugge Kingdom's police generally dwindled after 3 days, and the streets were devoid of patrolling officers. His only concern now was the Wolf brothers. David worried that these seemingly foolish men might get caught and implicate him. Today, there were no suspicious characters on the street. David's heart finally eased. He planned to sneak across to the northern continent by ship through Lauren's introduction at the end of the month. And a month later, Lauren would also resign to join him in the north. Although they had lost the jewelry, the over £10,000 in cash, according to their prearranged split, would still net him £5,000, sufficient to purchase a medium-sized farm in the northern continent. With this thought, David's spirits lifted as he left the church and returned to Lauren's house, preparing for a restful sleep. As David exited the church, he noticed a boy of just over 10 years old selling newspapers at the entrance. After days of hiding, David felt intrigued and approached the BYD. People really buy old newspapers. The young lad eagerly opened the 2 piles of newspapers before him and pointed to the newer stack. "Brother, look, these are this week's and last week's papers. The events are still quite fresh and can be read as news. Originally priced at 1 or 2 pence, now just 2 farthings. Quite a bargain. Don't you think? And what about this pile?" David inquired, gesturing towards the yellowing newspapers. "Those are old papers. You could use them to wrap food, plaster walls, or cover windows. However, sir, given your fine attire, you probably wouldn't need them as wallpaper." The boy had a keen eye. David relished the compliment and tossed a penny to the lad. "I'll take 5 of the most recent newspapers. Any big news lately? Just a moment. Let me find them for you." "The biggest news this week is the bank robbery, right? I heard the robbers brutally killed a bank employee, making off with at least several £1,000s. The young newsboy produced 5 newspapers and handed them over." "Several £1,000s? That's quite a sum." "Indeed. I would be satisfied with just a few £100s. I can't imagine how to spend that much. That's not something for you to ponder right now." David secretly rejoiced, noting that the scapegoat plan had not yet been exposed. He merrily returned to Lauren's residence, delving into the recent newspapers. Most articles were mundane, aside from the recent bank heist and reports of several countries in the West defeating various tribes in the North and expanding their colonies. There were also accounts of explorers discovering new species in the South. Since the grand expedition of over 100 sailing warships and steam vessel from Frontania was annihilated in the East over a decade ago. There had been little news of significant wars. As he read through the rather dull articles, a sudden, Urgent knocking at the door jolted David awake. Checking his pocket watch, he noted it was 4 in the afternoon. Lauren's work ended at 5. Who could be at the door? David retrieved an unused handgun from the drawer. Although he had never fired a gun, holding it gave him a semblance of courage. Who is it? His voice trembled slightly. It's us, the Wolf brothers. Upon hearing this, David felt relieved and opened the door. Standing before him were the 3 Wolf brothers, varying in height and build. What brings you here today? Didn't we agree to meet at the end of the month? The 3 squeezed inside, tossing a bag to David. The tallest among them held another bag. Your share, a full 5,500 pounds. Counted that we, as descendants of Dunland, cannot cheat you and then run away. David opened the bag, finding the banknotes neatly organized by denomination, ranging from 10-pound notes to the smallest shillings. A rough estimate placed it between 5,000 and 6,000 pounds. David concealed the bag in his bedroom and returned to find the brothers pouring themselves tea. Aren't you planning to accompany me to the northern continent? We never said we were going to the north. The reason we robbed the bank was that we came into contact with a mysterious organization. If each of us contributes over 1,000 pounds, they are willing to offer sacrifices to the gods, enabling us to awaken as extraordinary beings. The eldest of the Wolf brothers spoke. Extraordinary beings? As an employee of a national bank, and with his fiancée Lauren also employed by the church, David was aware of such beings' existence. However, neither the bank president nor Lauren had ever mentioned that sacrifices could lead to awakening. Most extraordinary beings awaken due to life-threatening stimuli, while a fortunate few awaken simply by sleeping. These extraordinarily lucky individuals are often referred to as the chosen. You must be cautious of being deceived, David advised out of camaraderie. How could we be deceived? We personally fired a shot at those extraordinary beings clad in red, and the bullet merely left a red mark on one of their hands, not even breaking the skin. The eldest brother nodded, and the other 2 affirmed they had witnessed the event. David, not wanting to cause trouble just before his escape, cautioned the 3, I will be leaving Brugge at the end of the month. You should keep a low profile in the meantime. There were no unusual characters when you arrived, right? We were quite discreet. You see, we set up our base right across from the bank that was robbed. The police have turned Eggsburg upside down these past few days, yet no one thought to check the street opposite the bank. A.S. for unusual characters. There was no one around when we came, just passers-by and carriages. Hearing this, David felt a wave of relief. They had secured the money, and he planned to have Lauren buy some food to treat the 3 brothers upon her return. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Chapter 45. Capture Young Cole did not expect to encounter the very person he was tasked with monitoring today. That seemingly frivolous man was indeed one of the bank robbers. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and fortunately, the weather was warm, making his perspiration seem normal. Thankfully, the man before him did not suspect anything. After a brief exchange, the man purchased 5 newspapers and returned. Cole refrained from immediately fleeing to report, fearing that it might alert the man. Instead, he continued selling newspapers for another hour before packing up his stand and casually walking out of North Street to take a carriage to the port precinct. Observing the boy sprinting towards him, panting heavily and struggling to articulate a coherent sentence, Onyx smiled and offered him a cup of cool water. Take a sip and speak slowly. Young Cole took the cup, gulped down the water, and hurriedly exclaimed, Uncle Onyx, you told me to monitor that house, and today a man entered. I suspect he is the one you are looking for. What kind of man? Pale-skinned, appearing somewhat taller than the average person. With an accent that deviates from that of the local Kalong residents, he seemed to be in his late 20s, perhaps just shy of 30. He was alone. I didn't see anyone else enter. I noticed this around 3 o'clock, and no one else came in. Very well. Do make sure to avoid North Street in the coming days that I will inform the captain. We have caught a rat. Upon hearing Onyx's report, Captain Parker snapped his fingers that he then bent down to scribble something on a piece of paper, affixed his seal, and handed it to Onyx. Take this document to the basement and retrieve a few specially designed grenades from Commence. And also collect a lever-action rifle. I will summon Cook to a lever-action rifle. The M1886 model, .44 caliber. Our Cook is quite the marksman, the best in the precinct. Onyx accepted the note, which specified 5 Type 2 grenades. 5 Type 4 grenades, 1 lever-action rifle, and 20 rounds of .44 ammunition. Onik found Commence, who was smoking in the basement, and handed the note to him through the iron door. Well, going all out this time, are we? Upon receiving the note, Commence opened the door. He first retrieved the lever-action rifle and the 20 rounds of ammunition, handing them to Onik. This one is the best maintained. It must be for Cook. How did you know it was for Cook? Generally, patrol officers are not permitted to carry firearms, only allowed to use the minimum .22 revolver in large-scale incidents. You two clerks typically use your own small revolvers and need not go to the front lines. The captain usually retrieves his own weapons and ammunition from the station, while the remaining formal officers each have their preferences. Only Cook prefers precise shooting with a rifle. Let me check if we have any of these special grenades in stock. Commence rummaged through the shelves in the storeroom for a while, then found a cloth bag filled with metal cylindrical objects resembling corn cobs and handed it to Onik. The 10 grenades felt somewhat heavy in his hands. The white-cased ones are Type 2 grenades, and the red-cased ones are Type 4. The white ones emit a blinding flash upon explosion, temporarily blinding anyone nearby. The red ones release a foul odor when detonated. Do not use Type 4 grenades in your own home, or the stench will linger for a week. Onik, upon receiving the grenades, felt they resembled some non-lethal weapons from Earth and inquired, "Do these have shrapnel lethality?" They utilize low-intensity reduced-charge explosives, which generally do not kill, though of course, if one were unfortunate enough to have a piece of shrapnel lodged in their eye at close range, it could indeed be fatal. Onik, feeling anxious, shouldered the burden of grenades and carefully carried the rifle as he approached the police station's entrance. The captain and Cook, dressed in civilian clothes, were already waiting at the door. After handing the rifle to Cook, he retrieved a black wooden long box from behind and opened it to place the rifle inside. "What is this box for? If we drive the police car over, having someone monitoring from the other side will surely scare off the criminals." "This box is a duplicate I had made while customizing a long box for my son's trombone at home." Cook, shouldering the box, resembled a trombonist from an orchestra. "Hand me the grenades. If you're not wearing a coat, leave it at the station and just wear your shirt." The three of them boarded a private hired carriage at the entrance, unlike the usual uncovered carriages. This time they had hired a luxurious one with a roof and windows. "Where are you three headed?" The coachman regarded them skeptically. Dressed in neither formal attire nor police uniforms, they did not seem the type to afford such a lavish carriage. "You were hired by us this afternoon. Take us to the Church of the Craftsman on North Street." Captain Parker produced a leather wallet from his pocket and pulled out a £1 note to hand to the coachman. Although the three still appeared far from affluent, the banknote bearing the image of St. George was undeniably genuine. The coachman dismounted, lowered the carriage's built-in ladder, and opened the side door. The three stepped inside. And once the door was closed, the coachman set off towards the northern suburbs. "Rest assured, esteemed guests, I've been driving for over 20 years and guarantee a smooth ride." The coachman's demeanor improved immediately upon receiving the pound note. After approximately 20 minutes, the trio arrived at North Street. Onik glanced at his watch. It was around 3:40. Directly opposite the church was a stone bridge crossing the river, and diagonally across was a CF. "I shall take the high ground first. Captain, you and Cook continue to monitor. When it's time to act, make a gesture for an offensive from outside." After speaking, Cook exited the carriage, heading into the CAF across the street. "Guests, we will proceed from there. Just stroll slowly around the church. Do not rush." "Understood." Captain Parker crouched in the carriage, slightly parting the curtains to observe the church and the building where the suspect resided. The carriage slowly circled the church for about 10 minutes. "Captain, when shall we strike?" "No need to rush. Let us check if the church or the adjacent apartment has a back entrance if someone escapes through the back. It would be a loss." They circled the block, confirming that the rented apartment had no rear exit. Just as they prepared to disembark and enter the apartment to apprehend David, they spotted the Wolf brothers arriving to meet him. "This complicates matters. It seems we will have to utilize these grenades," Captain Parker remarked, kicking the cloth bag containing the grenades. "That you've encountered the robbery quartet before. Haven to you?" "I believe so. Let's south head to the street corner in the carriage. I'll disembark and see if there are any innocent individuals in the apartment." Captain Parker exited the carriage at the corner, disguising himself as an insurance salesman as he knocked on the apartment door. After what appeared to be an unpleasant exchange, the apartment door was slammed shut, and Captain Parker returned with a dejected expression, resembling a rejected salesman. You need to go to the Gonia police station and report that a bandit has appeared on North Street. Have them send reinforcements. Onik, we will continue our surveillance from the CF. Captain Parker extracted a grenade and displayed his badge to the coachman. After notifying the police, your employment ends today. You may return home. However, should you dare to abscond with my pound without fulfilling your duty, beware of being summoned to the police station for a wake-up call. The coachman urged his carriage towards the Gonia police station. Meanwhile, Parker and Onik approached the CAF at a leisurely pace. Just then, the apartment door where the robbery quartet was located swung open, and they poured out, sprinting towards the stone bridge. Damn it, the usually composed captain cursed. Drawing his gun to pursue the four, Onik hesitated for a moment before following suit. Upon noticing that they were being chased, the eldest of the three brothers seized a passing woman by the street. With his left hand gripping her neck and a gun pressed against her temple with his right, he shouted at Parker and Onik, "If you continue to chase, I'll blow her head off." The kidnapped woman turned pale, her legs to the Wolf brothers, upon witnessing the scene, leapt into the carriage with tears in their eyes, as the trio drove recklessly through the streets, fleeing from North Street. Captain Parker, accompanied by Onik, approached the fallen wolf, whose consciousness was fading due to excessive blood loss. Cook emerged from the CF, brandishing a lever-action rifle. Chapter 46a. A warning: the situation was not entirely dire. At least we managed to retain one. Captain Parker lit a cigarette. I should have merely punctured this unfortunate soul's right lung. Quickly summon a doctor to staunch the bleeding. He should survive, but whether he can endure the subsequent risk of infection, I cannot say. Cook waved his hand dismissively, indicating that with the presence of a hostage and the carriage obstructing their escape, he could single-handedly subdue all four of them. Let it be. Confirming the identity is sufficient. Tomorrow, I shall draft a detailed report for the chief. Let the entire city be on alert. Cook, you should search the streets for a doctor to assist our unfortunate friend. Onik, you go check the apartment for any remaining items. Onik pushed open the apartment door, revealing 4 overturned teacups, suggesting a hasty departure. In the living room lay a fabric pouch, which Onik lifted. It was surprisingly heavy. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled with neatly bundled banknotes of various denominations. It was undoubtedly the proceeds of crime. The door leading to the bedroom stood ajar, and a window facing the back street had been shattered, a stone lying amidst the shards of glass. A crumpled note had been discarded on the bed, which Onik picked up to examine. It bore a hasty scrawl in blue ink. "The police are outside, preparing to arrest you. Leave everything and flee." It appeared that someone had thrown the stone, wrapped in a note, through the window to alert the four inside. Onik tucked the note into his pocket and searched the bedroom, finding another pouch filled with cash. Struggling to carry the 2 heavy pouches, he made his way out of the apartment, where a gathering of concerned citizens had formed. A man in a white coat was assisting Wolf, applying bandages and staunching the bleeding, while a sea of blood-stained cotton swabs surrounded them. "What have you found?" Captain Parker inquired, greeting Onik. 2 large bags of cash in this, Onik replied, tossing the pouches beside Captain Parker and handing him a note. After reading it, Parker sighed deeply. "It seems we must invite the self-proclaimed uninformed Miss Lorndailer back to the station for questioning." Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 carriages arrived at the scene. 7 or 8 uniformed officers disembarked, and the middle-aged man leading them appeared to be well acquainted with Captain Parker, greeting him from afar. "Did it go awry?" "Not quite. We recovered the money and captured a half-dead man. Someone tipped off the others, allowing them to escape. Let us issue a citywide alert for former bank manager David and the Wolf brothers, as long as we retrieve the money. What else needs addressing?" "Well, let us transport this unconscious man to the hospital. Assign someone to watch over him and interrogate him once he regains consciousness. I will take the newcomer to fetch a lady for questioning, and tomorrow we'll complete the report for the Bureau. Also, settle the physician's fee." "All right, you lot assist in lifting him onto the carriage. This amount should suffice for the medical expenses." The middle-aged man directed several officers to help hoist the unconscious man onto the carriage, then produced a gold coin to toss to the doctor. "That should be enough. Services provided to the officers should not incur charges." The doctor, while stating this, pragmatically pocketed the coin. "Let's go seek out Miss Lauren at the church." Captain Parker led the 2 into the church, With a recent gunfire had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Lauren stood at the entrance, her expression void of emotion as she observed the trio approaching. I'm aware you have inquiries, gentlemen, but I must insist. I know nothing. Then we kindly request you accompany us to the station. Captain Parker, seeing her obstinacy, refrained from further words, hailing a hired carriage for their return to the precinct. You may clock out for the day. The remaining questions will be handled by old Betsy and me, Parker announced as he descended from the carriage. Turning to Lauren, Step down, madam. It appears you may be spending the night here. I shall not utter a word until my lawyer arrives, gentlemen, Lauren replied, disembarking and entering the precinct. Onik glanced at his watch. It was 5:30, and he had involuntarily extended his workday by half an hour. With a sigh, he headed to his office to retrieve his coat before heading home. The landlords, Mr. and Mrs. Jess, of the row of apartments opposite the National Banksport branch, had recently experienced a stroke of good fortune. Mr. J.S., a mere office clerk, had inherited a row house from a distant aunt, conveniently located across from the bank. It was a two-story apartment. The couple decided to create a partition in the middle to construct an external wooden staircase leading to the second floor, allowing them to rent it out for additional income. Last month, 3 brothers rented the property, and, without hesitation, they accepted the listed rent of £3 per month without negotiation, provided they were not disturbed until the lease expired. Mr. Jess was delighted to have such hassle-free tenants, who rarely ventured out except for essential shopping. On the night of July 24, after dinner, the Jayas couple found themselves quite busy during the recent bank robbery. They had coincidentally been at the seafood market purchasing groceries. According to neighbors, there were 4 masked robbers who made off with a significant haul. Mr. Jayas felt fortunate that his savings were hidden at home rather than in the bank. After dinner, the couple prepared to retire early in the dead of night. Mr. S was awoken by a series of thuds from the upstairs, resembling heavy objects crashing onto the wooden floor, followed by hurried footsteps. Then came the sound of sharp objects scraping against the floor. The noise continued for about half an hour before it ceased. Mr. Vs resolved to inform the upstairs tenants the next day to refrain from making such disturbances at night. The following morning, after breakfast, Mr. J.S. complained to Mrs. J.S., "My dear, you cannot imagine the ruckus those 3 brothers made last night. Whether they were hosting a gathering or engaging in some other activity, it was quite disruptive." While washing dishes, Mrs. J.S. turned to him. "Are you planning to confront them? Be careful not to provoke them. It is rare to find tenants willing to prepay 6 months' rent. Perhaps you should bring a bottle of the cheapest wine from your collection as a peace offering." "Must I also bring a bottle of wine?" "Very well. I shall see if I can find some inferior rum." That Mr. J.S., typically indecisive, had left the decision to rent out half the house entirely to Mrs. J.I.S. Despite their expenditure of all their savings on renovations, the property had begun to generate a steady income, and within a year, they were starting to recoup their investment. Chapter 46b. The conclusion. Mr. J.I.S. located a bottle of rum favored by dock workers and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the landing, he detected a pungent metallic odor of blood. He dismissed it, assuming the brothers had consumed seafood without proper preparation. Knocking on the door, he received no response, which struck him as odd, given the brothers' usual reclusiveness. Attempting to turn the doorknob, the door creaked open. Peering inside, Mr. Jis was horrified by the sight that greeted him. The living room was smeared with congealed blood, and remnants of dismembered bodies littered the floor. The head lay atop the coffee table. Its eye upon entering, Mr. J.S. was greeted by the visibly displeased old Basie. Onik ascended the stairs to locate Captain Parker, as it was customary for those encountering a homicide to refrain from handling the documentation themselves. Captain Parker, accompanied by Onik and the reporting Mr. J.I.S., returned to the scene of the crime. Onik observed that directly across the street lay the bank that had been robbed the previous Monday. That it's on the second floor. You may go up and take a look. I lack the courage to venture there again. Mr. Viss indicated towards the upper level. The door was ajar, and upon entering, they were met with the horrifying sight of congealed blood, now a dark stain upon the floor. The area was strewn with various dismembered human remains. On a coffee table lay a severed head, which Onik recognized as belonging to the youngest of the Wolf brothers. Meanwhile, the body of David, or rather, the upper half of it, lay sprawled on the sofa. Despite having previously faced corpses in the bank robbery incident, the brutality of the scene instinctively made Onik feel nauseous. Look at the weapons of the three men. How could such a fiend have slain those brazen enough to arm themselves for a bank heist? Captain Parker seemed to have developed an immunity to the ghastly tableau, unfazed as he began to investigate the surroundings. The coffee table was adorned with a revolver, 2 sawed-off shotguns, and scattered bullets. Wait a moment, this doesn't add up. 2 of the 3 men who escaped from North Street are here. But where is the second of the Wolf brothers? Onik blurted out. In such circumstances, perhaps the washroom might yield some clues, Captain Parker suggested, already examining the room's windows and belongings. Onik pushed open the washroom door to discover a male corpse floating in the bathtub. Pallid and bloated, it appeared he had drowned, yet it was bizarre how an adult could meet such a fate in a bathtub. There were no signs of struggle nearby, no water splashed about, as if the second Wolf brother had willingly succumbed to drowning in that very tub that on the wall adjacent to the bathtub. A dark red bloodstain formed a shape resembling a sinister symbol, akin to a deity's sigil, featuring an inverted triangle with a cross inscribed within. Nearby, there were scrawled, erratic letters that on the planet Gala, the majority of the script resembled cuneiform, composed of 30 distinct letters. However, the blood-lettered phrase before Onik, though distorted and misshapen, was recognizable. Despite his limited writing ability, his compulsory education in the gluttonous empire endowed him with the capacity to translate traditional Chinese into simplified characters. Indeed, the blood-formed letters before him were traditional Chinese, a passage of classical prose. The world is filled with suffering, and among the multitude of beings, only slaughter serves to honor my deity. Onik felt a sense of disorientation at the sight of the familiar script and its chilling message. Shaking his head to assure himself he was still on the planet Gala. Why was he encountering traditional characters here? Was he not the sole traveler across dimensions? What have you discovered? Came Captain Parker's voice from beside him. He leaned in and inquired, can you decipher these characters, rumored to be understood only by deities or malevolent spirits? Deities? Such symbols could be guessed by anyone educated in the gluttonous empire. Onik refrained from voicing his skepticism, instead gesturing towards the triangular sigil. What is this mark? Captain Parker examined the symbol before pulling Onik out of the second floor. Lighting a cigarette on the staircase, he elaborated, this incident has concluded. It will now be left to the local authorities. The local authorities? Onik asked, puzzled. The Special Operations Division. They typically don our black uniforms and are officially referred to as the police, intervening only when extraordinary forces are involved. Does this case involve such extraordinary powers? Onik seemed to grasp the captain's insinuation. The triangular insignia in the washroom is that of a malevolent deity. I cannot divulge further details, but consider this bank heist resolved. The 3 robbers will be reported in tomorrow's papers as having been shot while resisting arrest. I shall note that you, Cook, and I each dispatched one of the assailants, which may enhance our evaluations come year's end. Is that truly the case? Onik pondered. Though he understood the matter had transcended his capabilities, he did not, like in a morning drama or a cop and robber film, seize Captain Parker by the collar, demanding a resolution. The bizarre deaths of the 3 robbers echoed warnings from within the room. Years later, when people sought to uncover Onik's exploits, many would likely trace his involvement back to this seemingly ordinary bank robbery, speculating how he became ensnared in a series of tumultuous events, like a withered leaf caught in the surging tide of fate, swept towards the ocean. Chapter 47. Old Basie's final shift on July 28th. Today marked Old Basie's last day of duty. After today, he would officially retire. Reflecting on his 30-plus years at this precinct, having risen from a patrol officer to a senior sergeant, Old Basie had weathered many storms. The new recruit was particularly favored by Old Basie. While others referred to him as Old Basie, this young man consistently addressed him as Mr. Basie, although Old Basie did not mind the various titles. Being called Mr. Basie made him feel like a true gentleman of the old Kalang. Yet this young lad seemed to attract trouble, encountering various incidents within his first month, even engaging in a gunfight with 4 robbers on the street just last Monday. Old Basie wished to caution him against such reckless fervor, but the young man was no slouch either. Often, after a morning spent drafting reports, they would lounge in the office, reading newspapers and sipping tea. After receiving a month's worth of bonuses, Old Basie found little to complain about on his final day of duty. Old Basie arrived at the office early, gathering his belongings in a cardboard box. In truth, there was little to pack, primarily some tea sets and his coat left in the office. The remaining tea leaves and fruit slices were set aside for the newcomers. After all, he planned to retire and travel the world with his spouse for a year before returning to the countryside to enjoy a peaceful retirement. His savings, combined with a one-time 5-year pension, would be ample for the two of them to traverse the globe in third-class accommodations and still leave enough for a modest farm. "Good morning, Mr. Basie." The greeting came from a newly appointed clerk, Onik, who had recently apprehended the culprits behind the robbery at the National Bank's port branch, even compelling Old Basie to work an all-nighter. Old Basie felt a twinge of jealousy towards the dark-haired, dark-eyed youth, but considering the lad was essentially half his apprentice, though Old Basie never insisted he call him master, it added merit to his role as a clerk, countering the notion that clerks merely wrote and doodled without any understanding of investigations or apprehensions. With this thought, Old Basie felt at ease and smiled at Onik. "Your collar is askew. Straighten it up. If you appear disheveled, no refined lady will take notice of you." The young man scratched his head, then adjusted his collar in a mirror. "Today, it's just the two of us on patrol. The rest of the patrolmen were called in to search for those suspects you were after. It's just us today. Indeed, it has been a bit hectic lately." "I ascend tea at all you're doing?" Old Basie almost voiced his thoughts but held back. This lad, aside from being a taskmaster, also had a knack for solving cases. Having graduated to a mid-level sergeant, he had the potential to rise to inspector in the future. His own nephew was still trying to make a living here, and he hoped Onik would eventually earn accolades to help his nephew. Onik drove the carriage to the police station and hopped up. "Give me a hand." Old Basie extended his hand towards Onik, who was on the carriage, to, "Mr. Basie, aren't you sitting in the back? It's my last shift. I wish to see the places where I've worked firsthand. By the way, how about joining me for dinner at my home after work? My wife has prepared roast chicken." "Sure, Mr. Basie." Onik urged the carriage towards the port. The pace was slow, as the novice driver seemed overly cautious, fearing the horse might bolt or collide with a pedestrian. Old Basie lit his pipe and, along the way, began discussing the recent bank robbery with Onik. "How did you and Cook manage to catch the 3 that escaped?" One of the tenants across from the port bank thought his tenant was acting suspiciously and reported it on Friday morning. "We went to check, and it turned out to be the 3 robbers. They resisted fiercely and were shot down by the captain and his team. That is indeed the sequence of events." Old Basie scrutinized Onik, noting his gaze drifted upward to the right, and his posture while driving seemed somewhat unnatural. The rookie's skill in fabricating lies or weaving stories was still lacking. Old Basie chose not to delve deeper. This particular line of questioning was something he had taught Onik, and it appeared this case was anything but an ordinary bank robbery. Nevertheless, with retirement imminent, engaging Onik in discussion about it was merely a way to pass the time. The morning patrol unfolded as usual, exchanging familiar greetings, while newcomers instinctively stepped aside upon spotting the police uniform. Lunchtime found them dining at the inexpensive CAF by the port, just as Onik was about to pour himself a jug of cheap coffee. Old Basie interrupted. "Today, let me treat you to something better. 2 bottles of beer, please. For lunch, let us have 2 servings of ribeye steak accompanied by potato salad. I would prefer mine well done." The waitress promptly brought forth the meals for the 2 of us, while Onik struggled to contend with the somewhat charred mass before him. "I haven't seen Shao Ko today." Old Basie uncorked a beer bottle and poured himself a glass. "Perhaps Shao Ko is busy attending school classes," suggested Shao Kerr, with his mouth full of food. "You should swallow your meat before speaking." Onik gulped down the meat and took a sip of beer before responding. Shao Kerr recently received a bonus. He probably enrolled in a tutoring school to improve his skills, as he wishes to secure a formal position as a paperboy. That sounds splendid. My greatest fear is that he lacks the courage to rise from the abyss. Let us take a stroll around the docks and warehouses this afternoon. Without our little informant, we cannot afford to be too lax. Very well. What do you think of my distant nephew? You mean Bayer? He is a diligent worker, more enthusiastic about his job than I am. However, he lacks your education and does not have a mentor as good as you. Onik, do take him under your wing, especially when there are opportunities for him to shine. Certainly, no problem at all. Observing the serious expression of the younger man, old Bakey was tempted to advise him against involving himself in any gunfights. But he refrained and instead uttered some encouraging words. In the afternoon, old Bakey and Onik patrolled the area around the docks on foot. The familiar vendors seemed to be aware of the old policeman's impending retirement, greeting him warmly as he passed by. Some even handed him a fish or a few small trinkets. Old Bakey accepted them with a smile, discreetly placing a few pennies under the vendor stalls before urging Onik to move on. How does it feel to be on the brink of retirement? There's a sense of uncertainty, I suppose. I've spent my working days anticipating retirement, yet now that the final day is upon me, I find myself wishing time would slow down. Onik glanced at his watch. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. The day's patrol was drawing to a close. Tomorrow, Jojo has promised to take the two sisters out for a day of leisure. A much-needed respite from the week's tension. Just then, a bloodied man stumbled out from the Dock S warehouse area, exclaiming frantically, "They put that thing in the warehouse. They're all dead. The guards are all dead. Ha! They won't let me go." He collapsed at the border between the warehouse and the market area. Chapter 48. The giant wolf old Bakey sighed, realizing that he could not escape the fate of being dragged into trouble by the new recruits during his last shift. Let us follow the footprints and see where they lead. Someone nearby should carry this unconscious man to a shaded spot while we report to the port precinct for assistance. The vendors, who had been watching with keen interest, rushed to lift the fallen man to a cooler area, noting that his heart still beat faintly. Opinions were exchanged amidst the crowd as a trail of bloodied footprints extended into the warehouse area, and the two men followed them inward, with Onik already drawing his gun, vigilant of their surroundings. The footprints stopped before a warehouse usually guarded by personnel in black uniforms. Yet today, none of the patrolling staff were present, making it the most isolated area. The workers from other warehouses had also not seen the bloodied man rush out. Old Bakey raised his head and halted his search, drawing his handgun from his waist. This must be the place. Onik, how is your marksmanship? Quite ordinary, I suppose. If it's beyond 10 paces, hitting the target might depend on luck, and at 50 paces, one can only pray. Onik was not being modest. He could manage to hit the target at the shooting range, but his only real combat experience was from the chaotic scene outside the bank last Monday, where he had managed to score a hit by chance. Very well, I shall lead the way, and you keep a watchful eye on my flanks. Old Bakey pushed open the large warehouse door, revealing rows of shelves filled with various agricultural products, resembling an ordinary agricultural warehouse. However, the overwhelming stench of blood warned them of the imminent danger ahead. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the rear of the warehouse, where several bodies lay sprawled on the ground, all clad in black security uniforms. Aside from the old Bakey slowly rose to his feet, his arms a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Did you kill that beast? Wounded it, perhaps? That creature fled. We must investigate which warehouse this is. For such a loss of life is likely to incur significant financial repercussions. Chapter 49. Awakening as the two continued their heated exchange, a pair of eyes in the shadows fixated on them, poised to launch another attack at any moment. They were close to the main entrance. Bakey urged Ike to stay alert. Yes, we will soon be safe, he reassured. The two stood back to back, inching toward the door. With less than 10 steps remaining, a howl echoed through the air, chilling their hearts. Clang, 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 accompanied by a thunderous crash. The shelves within the warehouse collapsed. Run. Bakey pushed Ike to the left, but the fallen shelves and scattered grain half buried him. Mr. Bakey, are you all right? I'm coming to help you. I'm not dead yet. Be cautious of that wolf. Bakey's weak voice emerged from beneath the debris. With a thunderous crash, the massive wolf leaped directly in front of Ike. He hastily aimed his handgun, preparing to fire. The beast roared at him, the sheer force of its growl crashing over Ike like a tidal wave. I'm so scared. We must flee. We can escape. This thought surged within him, his legs trembling, and the gun in his right hand began to shake. Just as Ike turned to run, the icy touch of a thin pendant gifted by the strange man on the train sent a shiver through him. Snapping him back to reality, It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over a heat-stricken body on a sweltering summer day, injecting a tranquilizing clarity into his chaotic mind. As Ike regained control of his senses, The wolf charged at him without hesitation. It leapt, its front paws outstretched toward Anik. The impact of its tremendous weight sent Anik crashing to the ground. His firearm flying from his grasp. Pain shot through his ribs as he realized they might be fractured. The wolf's massive jaws gaped open, aiming to sink its teeth into Anik's throat. Desperately, Anik thrust his hands to the side, forcing the wolf's head away. The creature's claws raked across Anik's chest, leaving several deep gashes. Whether it was exhaustion from its relentless attacks or an injury sustained earlier, the wolf's assault this time did not deliver a fatal blow. Yet the incessant scratching continued to draw blood, and it was only a matter of time before Anik succumbed to the loss. The specter of death loomed ominously, and Anik's mind flooded with memories from his life on Earth, from carefree days spent playing in fields to his first day of school, his crushes, and his first date. Then came his journey to Tej Star, the search for work, and experiences steeped in danger. These memories unfurled in his mind like a series of black and white photographs, each scene playing on repeat. Is this how I'm to die on this planet? Have I not found my way home? Don't I wish to return to Earth to watch anime and play games? Anik's inner voice screamed in defiance. At that moment, it felt as though a colorful seed had exploded within his mind. His heartbeat, which had slowed, and his fading consciousness returned to normal, that he felt invigorated, as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Brimming with untapped strength, Anik bent his right leg and forcefully kicked the enormous wolf that was savaging him. The creature, weighing over 100 pounds, was taken aback by the sudden surge of power from a man it thought was on the verge of surrender. The wolf was sent crashing into the wall, landing heavily on the ground. Gritting through the pain, Anik scrambled to find his handgun amidst the scattered mix of wheat and corn. He spotted the barrel sticking out of the grain, its silver body glimmering in the sunlight that streamed through the warehouse door. Assessing his still-functioning right hand, Anik retrieved the gun from the grain pile. .4 bullets remained. He had to end this deadly struggle swiftly. Move left, be careful. A sudden instinct surged within Anik, and his heart raced. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground and rolled to the side. In the split second that followed, the wolf lunged at him from behind, its claws slicing through the air and narrowly missing him, tearing a large gash in his shirt. Anik fell to the ground but clutched the handgun tightly, determined to finish this. That he aimed at the wolf, ready to fire 4 shots to end its life. Damn it, why won't it fire? He cursed, pressing the trigger with all his might, but the hammer refused to budge, likely damaged in the fall. The wolf, missing its target, swiftly turned, driven by primal rage to end Anik's life. Am I to die here? I must think of something. Anik's mind raced, recalling scenes of hunting back home. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his mental energy on the scene before him. He felt a warm current gather in his eyes, transforming their color to a pure blue. His pupils became mere points of light, surrounded by a halo of vibrant colors, with tiny stars swirling around the center. In that instant, the world around him seemed to freeze. The colors of his surroundings faded like worn denim. The yellow of the corn, the brown of the wolf, the red of the iron door, all dimming into monochrome, save for a golden glow emanating from the triangular area between the wolf's nose and eyes. This moment was fleeting. The wolf adjusted its stance, muscles coiling, preparing to pounce. There was no time to evade. Instinctively, Anik thrust out his left arm. The wolf's jaws clamped down on his left arm, its massive fangs piercing flesh and bone. Agonizing pain shot through his nerves to his brain. The wolf's teeth became lodged in Anik's arm, and it thrashed its head violently, attempting to tear him apart. Without time to think, Anik swung his right hand, smashing the revolver's grip against the beast's gleaming black and white head. The steel struck the wolf's nose, ripping through its fur and sending blood spraying. Anik felt like he was in a daze. His mind dulled from exhaustion. He blinked, and the world around him regained its color. His pupils returned to normal, and the golden runes vanished. The wolf, as if struck by a sudden stroke, ceased its gnashing. After a few futile attempts to move, it gradually stilled, its body trembling intermittently until its eyes slowly closed. As the creature's life force ebbed away, its fur receded into its body, its protruding jaws and massive teeth returning to a more human form. Within 30 seconds, the towering beast had transformed into the corpse of a slightly taller middle-aged man. Anik forcefully pulled his arm free, feeling as if it were shattered. His left hand felt numb, fingers losing control, and his entire arm hung limply at his side. Collapsing to the ground, he felt utterly drained of strength and vitality. Chapter 50. The hospital. What in the world is this? Old Bakey emerged from the grain pile, bits of wheat clinging to his head. I don't know. Perhaps it was the legendary werewolf, Anik replied, giving the lifeless body before him a kick to confirm its demise. Just as he was about to move toward the door, the world suddenly faded to black, and he lost consciousness. The sharp scent of alcohol mixed with floral notes filled the air. Anik inhaled deeply, detecting even a hint of pumpkin. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with a blinding light. Once his vision adjusted, he saw a white ceiling above him. Turning his head, he noticed a thin white sheet covering him. To his left sat an elderly woman, holding a bowl of porridge, offering it to an old man lying in why dear, next time you come, bring me a newspaper. This is terribly boring. The voice belonged to old Bakey, who reclined on the bed, a small wooden table beside him laden with fruit. How can you get so injured on your last day of retirement yet still have the energy to read the news? Are we going to have to postpone our world travel plans? What is taking that fellow in the next bed so long to wake up? Did you run into some demons? The elderly woman inquired, her tone laced with irritation. Demons? No, just a few newcomers in the local crime scene. The youth these days don't know their limits and dare to assault the police, Bakey replied nonchalantly. The young Anik next door is probably just catching up on sleep. His heartbeat seems normal. He has only been asleep for a day and a night, Bakey added, his voice dropping in volume, perhaps feeling a pang of guilt. Mrs. Bakey, could you fetch me a glass of water? Anik felt as though her lips were about to crack, the sensation of thirst overwhelming the pain in her left hand. The two individuals engaged in conversation immediately redirected their attention upon hearing her words. Mrs. Bakey hastily rummaged through the wooden cabinet between the two beds to retrieve a teacup, pouring a glass of warm water and offering it to Anik. Drink slowly. Little sister beside you. Your brother has awakened. What little sister beside me? Mrs. Bakey pointed to the space between Anik's bed and the wall. Anik shifted her body, peering out to see a young maiden lying on the neatly spread bedding on the floor. Her eyes tightly shut, with a cascade of black hair, slightly curled and disheveled. A small tuft of hair was on the verge of slipping into her half-open mouth. Anik extended her hand to brush aside the hair covering the maiden's face. This action stirred the girl from her slumber. She slowly opened her eyes to see a man with a bandaged left hand, dressed in a white hospital gown, his right hand still hovering in the air. Then, with a sudden spring, she sat up, her hands exploring her face before confirming that there was no pain on them, and spoke. You didn't dare to scribble on your lovely sister's face, did you? Is that truly the first thing you say? Good morning, Irina, Anik replied with a smile. Humph, you slept like a log, completely oblivious to the wretchedness of the hospital. Last night, the child in the next room cried all night, keeping me awake. Irina tidied up the bedding before plopping down onto Anik's hospital bed. Be gentle. You're compressing my leg. Your brother is still a patient, you know. Are you implying that I've gained weight? How can you speak such things to a lady? After finishing her water in one go, Anik glanced around, confirming that only 4 people occupied the room, and inquired, What about Irina? Why haven't I seen her? She was here during the day yesterday, but went home in the evening. If you don't wake up today, I'll have her take a train tomorrow to notify our parents. She should be coming soon, Irina replied. That little girl has been keeping watch over you for more than a day. After you were brought here, the 2 sisters arrived at the hospital within an hour. On the first night, the young lady even sobbed beside you. If I hadn't asked about your relationship, I might have thought you were quite fortunate, having 2 little lovers. Old Bakey teased from the side. Irina's face flushed crimson. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? We are merely siblings. Just then, the door swung open, and a bright female voice rang out. Sister, I brought you fresh clothes. If you want, you could just rest for the day while I keep an eye on our brother. A girl with short black hair and brown eyes entered. Upon seeing Anik reclining on the hospital bed, she dropped the cloth bag she was holding, covering her mouth with both hands. Good morning. Irina, Anik waved. Irina picked up the fallen bag and sat down on Anik's left side, pulling out an apple from the pocket, peeling it with a small knife from the cabinet, and handing it to Anik. What would you like to eat? You've slept so long. You must be hungry. I want rice. I've heard it's delicious, Anik admitted, not feeling particularly hungry, but yearning for something she hadn't had in a long time. All right, my sister and I will go buy some for you now. You should think about how to write a letter to our parents. They might receive a letter today, and hurry over here. The sisters rolled up the bedding, each carrying a blanket as they exited. Old lady, I'll head back to prepare lunch. You two can chat, Mrs. Basie said as she collected the dishes, pushing the door open to leave. The once lively room was now left with just the two individuals in the hospital bed. What happened after Mr. Basie? Anik asked, munching on the apple. After you suddenly fainted, I struggled to move to the warehouse door, where workers had gathered from afar. Having heard the gunshots, I managed to convince two of the bolder ones to help carry you out, then had them secure the scene. Just as we were about to be taken to the hospital, the captain arrived. After assessing the situation, he instructed Bell to take us to the hospital. Was the captain the only one who came? I recall we encountered a few from the Special Operations Unit on the way. Yesterday, the captain accompanied a man in black whose epaulets indicated he was a senior inspector, an elderly gentleman who came to examine your wounds. The captain mentioned he would come to ask you questions once you woke up. Anik was aware that the Special Operations Unit specialized in managing extraordinary incidents. This time, there was no way to explain the werewolf she had slain in the line of duty. The last time, she had managed to deceive two novice-looking men in black. But this time, it would be much more challenging. The thought of escaping crossed Anik's mind, but with her left hand bandaged and suspended around her neck. She feared that any attempt to flee might result in being shot on the spot by any potential watchers outside. Anik felt she should be awakening as one of the extraordinary beings. Yet her current state was merely the initial awakening her father had spoken of. She knew she was still unable to withstand bullets. Resolving to embrace the situation, Anik tossed the apple core into the trash bin several paces away. The awakening to the extraordinary came with its benefits. The light orb had mentioned that awakening to the extraordinary would allow her to see it again. What was the essence of the extraordinary? And what was the nature of magical attributes? Anik was filled with numerous questions. Chapter 51. The long-awaited flavor. Approximately 2 hours later, Anik and old Basie engaged in idle chatter, though it was mostly old Basie lamenting about his two sons. The elder son was a merchant primarily involved in maritime trade between the Kingdom of Brugge, while the younger son, in a phase of rebellion, had disregarded his parents' wishes to attend law school and instead join the Navy. Straining their father-son relationship, Anik felt herself drifting into a light slumber, just on the verge of sleep, when the two sisters returned to the hospital room. Irina carried a wooden basket, while Irina led a glass bottle. Well, you wouldn't believe the hour we spent searching for a restaurant that sells rice, Irina said as she retrieved a miniature wooden barrel from the basket, handing it along with a spoon to Anik. Irina also offered the glass bottle, through which Anik could see a vibrant orange liquid inside. This not beer. Anik removed the cork, and a fresh orange scent wafted forth. Given your injuries, it's better you avoid alcohol. Try this instead. The merchant selling it claimed it's far tastier than ordinary juice. Upon tasting it, Anik felt revitalized. The familiar flavor was invigorating. The sweet and sour taste tantalized her palate, and the carbonation danced in her stomach. Although it lacked the robust fizz of soda on Earth, it could still be considered a form of sparkling beverage. They actually have soda? Anik pondered, recalling that the earliest sodas on Earth began to proliferate with the invention of the carbonation device during the first industrial age. After tasting this in the hospital, Anik resolved to abstain from alcohol, of course. But it's not cheap. This small bottle costs 2 pence, Irina replied. That is quite expensive. A pint of rye beer costs just a penny. Doesn't it? Anik quickly calculated in his mind, realizing that this small bottle of early soda amounted to roughly 10 Chinese yuan, making the plan to replace drinking water with soda seem unfeasible. You should eat your meal before it gets cold, Irina urged. Lifting the lid of the wooden barrel revealed a mixture of potatoes and beef, resembling a curry beef dish from Earth. Underneath lay the rice, which, in comparison to the domesticated rice cultivated on Earth for thousands of years, appeared as fragmented grains, shorter and smaller. Anik mixed the beef into the rice and took a generous mouthful, the rice exuding a nutty fragrance that harmonized beautifully with the savory beef. Before she could savor it fully, she swallowed it down. That moment, Tears began streaming from the corners of her eyes, overwhelmed by an inexplicable longing for home and family, triggered by the taste of rice and the soda. "Is it really that delicious?" Irina inquired, noticing the expression on her brother's face that, "Oh, it's nothing, just went down the wrong way. How much did this meal cost?" Anik wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "2 shillings, though Irina and I charmed the owner into waiving the last bit," she replied. Anik nearly tossed the wooden barrel along with the spoon in exasperation. It seemed absurd that such a simple dish could cost a dockworker a daily wage. Yet it had already been purchased, and he had no choice but to finish it. "Next time, let us explore those specialized import-export markets, and I can make all sorts of delicious rice dishes." Anik confidently declared that although her culinary skills were, to put it mildly, lacking in the gastronomically barren kingdom of Brugge, where most dishes were either fried or stewed, she believed she could still showcase her proficiency in stir-frying. She also intended to search for a wok. If none could be found, perhaps she would sketch a design to have one custom-made at the blacksmith's. "Can you truly cook?" Elena inquired skeptically, after returning the wooden tub to the two sisters and exchanging a few casual remarks. Anik reclined once more to tea midday. Mrs. Bezzy brought a thick copy of the Carrying Daily along with Mr. Bezzy's lunch sandwiches. Old Bezzy handed Anik half of the newspaper, approximately 2 or 3 pages, and the two began to read. Around 3 in the afternoon, the attending physician, clad in a white coat, arrived to change Anik's bandages. The left arm, savaged by a massive wolf and severely injured, had stopped bleeding, and tender pink flesh emerged alongside the 2-inch-long sutures. The doctor applied a reddish-brown iodine solution to the wound for disinfection and to prevent infection. "Your recovery is simply astonishing. It seems the stitches could come out in a week. When you were first brought in, we all thought you'd been bitten by a lion, given the size of the wound. By the way, why were you unconscious for so long?" the doctor inquired after completing the new dressing. "Wearing a cotton mask. I was indeed bitten by a lion. It's hard to believe, but someone was smuggling such creatures in the port warehouses, presumably to sell to a circus," Anik replied with an awkward smile, thinking to herself that if she were to tell him that both she and her companion had been attacked by a werewolf, he might send them to a mental institution for evaluation. "That's good to hear, in addition to the oral anti-inflammatory medication. If you're concerned about pain, I could prescribe you some painkillers." "Painkillers? They won't be addictive, will they?" Anik recalled that most early painkillers were derived from opiates and felt a twinge of concern. "It's an extract from small fruit found in the southern continent. Occasional use won't lead to addiction, though it might induce mild hallucinations that I believe I can endure it. I'll manage without them for now," Anik responded, albeit still a bit apprehensive upon hearing the doctor's words. "Very well. Should you find the pain unbearable, feel free to call for a nurse. Strong spirits can also alleviate pain. A small glass now and then is harmless. Take the anti-inflammatory medication twice a day, 2 tablets half an hour before breakfast and dinner." After the doctor left a small bottle of the oral medication, he departed. Shortly thereafter, Captain Parker entered with Officer Bell, who was dressed in civilian attire and carrying 2 small baskets of fruit containing a few apples and pears. "We heard you were awake, so we came to see you," Captain Parker said as he pulled up a chair. "Just put the fruit over there. I didn't expect that both of you would be injured. The captain has asked me to temporarily take over your duties." Bell placed the fruit on the wooden cabinet while also complaining. "You know nothing. Just do what you're told. When I'm gone, you ought to learn well from Anik. It would be best if you save enough money to attend a grammar school. That way, I could rest easy knowing I've honored your father, who succumbed to alcohol, and your mother, who followed him." Old Bezzy admonished from his bed. "Oh, understood, Uncle," Bell responded, behaving like a chastised schoolboy. "Bell, step outside and keep watch. I need to discuss something with Bezzy and Anik. If someone wishes to enter, knock first." Captain Parker instructed that. "Oh, all right, Captain. I'll keep the door secured," Bell replied as he exited and closed the ward door. Chapter 51b. Discussion. "All right. Gentlemen, let us discuss how you came to be injured," Captain Parker said as he turned the chair around, resting his hands on its backrest with his head atop his hands, adopting a posture that suggested he was prepared to listen to their fanciful tales. "We were patrolling the warehouse district when we saw a bloodied individual fleeing from the innermost warehouse. Anik and I went inside to investigate and discovered a scene strewn with corpses. I was then attacked by a massive wolf, and thereafter, it was Anik who subdued the creature, old Bezzy recounted, effortlessly distancing himself from the confrontation. Speaking of which, was that truly a wolf? How did it transform into a man upon death? Old Bezzy lit his pipe and took a drag, casting a glance at Anik, silently suggesting that it was her turn to speak. While the giant wolf was attacking Mr. Bezzy, I drew my gun and struck it in the back and arm, ultimately killing it during the struggle. Anik attempted to evade the details. The coroner examined the body and indeed found a wound on the left shoulder and abrasions on the back. However, the cause of death was not a gunshot. "Do you care to guess how it died?" Captain Parker asked, a teasing expression on his face as he regarded the two. "I have no idea. Perhaps it sustained a fatal blow during the chaotic struggle." The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the brain. The coroner informed me that such an injury would likely have resulted from a 20-pound hammer striking the wolf's head. Yet the only mark found was that of a pistol grip. Mr. Anik, would you care to explain how you managed to deliver a 20-pound hammer's impact with a 2-pound pistol? Speaking of pistols, I must complain about the quality control. The one you provided me misfired after just a single drop that I was left with no choice but to use it as a bludgeon. Anik continued to argue. Government procurement, I assume. They certainly don't select the highest quality or the most cost-effective options, but rather those that yield the highest kickbacks for the procurement officer. After all, once the money is paid out in kickbacks, the quality of the firearms is left to chance. At least they ensure that the exterior looks appealing. After all, the gentlemen disbursing the funds only care about appearances, and be using these weapons themselves in life or death situations. Oh, let us not stray off topic. I'll be frank. Have you awakened to your potential, having reached that level? Faced with the captain's direct inquiry, Anik could no longer maintain her facade and was compelled to reveal the truth. "I suppose I have awakened. When the giant wolf had me pinned down, just as I felt I was nearing death, a surge of strength flooded my body, and I kicked the creature away. When I focused my attention on its eyes, time seemed to slow, and the wolf's movements appeared as if captured in a series of still photographs, lasting perhaps a second that I risked my life to draw its attention by offering my left arm. While my right hand struck the wolf between its nose and eyes with a pistol grip, by the way, was that creature the legendary werewolf? How did it revert to human form after we killed it?" Anik only disclosed the most pertinent details, omitting the fading world and the golden markings on the wolf's body, as well as the inexplicable intuition she felt, especially given her experiences with the luminous orbs and the wisdom elixir. She feared that revealing too much might lead to her being whisked away to a special operations unit for dissection or committed to a mental institution for observation. "Goodness, you've leaped from a mere awakening to becoming an awakened one. I wonder if I should call you fortunate or if it is simply an inheritance from your father," Captain Parker remarked, seemingly having investigated Anik's lineage during her unconsciousness. "Perhaps it is hereditary." Anik chuckled. "Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of some notable figure? You've hidden it quite well, managing to fool even old Bezzy into thinking you were merely the son of a farmer." Old Bezzy interjected, having dropped his act. "What notable figure? He was just a naval lieutenant. If it weren't for my grandfather's inheritance, I would have struggled to attend school." Anik replied that a lieutenant in the Scorpion Division of the Navy's Special Abilities 12 Battle Group. "That means your father must be considered an awakened-level extraordinary being as well. That it seems both you and your grandfather share the gift of awakening. Truly, your lineage is remarkable, and you are indeed fortunate to have slain that lowly werewolf. For specific details, you'll have to inquire with the Special Operations Unit yourself. Am I to be discharged?" "I'm still injured," Anik protested. "I inquired with your attending physician upon my arrival. You've only injured your left arm, and getting out of bed should pose no issue. Now, let us proceed to the Special Operations Unit. They are in need of personnel, and should you desire, you may even report to them in a police uniform." Captain Parker stood, indicating his intention to assist Anik with her discharge paperwork. "I believe I still require a few days of rest. Could you reconsider? You think lying here in a high-end hospital room, where a doctor can be summoned at any hour, is inexpensive? It costs £1 a day, payable in advance. If you are willing to cover the cost yourself, I could grant you a month's leave. After that, you would only need to come in every 2 days for a bandage change. Awakened ones can recover from such injuries in a week. Don't waste taxpayer money." Captain Parker offered no chance for Anik to procrastinate. "And what about Mr. Bezzy?" "Kid, I'm an elderly retiree. Generally, the government should support citizens injured in the line of duty until they are fully recovered, right? With 2 broken ribs, I should be lying here for at least a month. But you still have an hour until your retirement, Anik muttered under her breath. Let us go, old Bezzy. You enjoy your peace and quiet, but aren't you curious why there are werewolves in the warehouse? Not particularly. The more I know, the more trouble I invite. I'm already a retired man. But if you care to check on me when you have some free time, please do, but don't drag this old man into trouble. Mr. Beji replied while picking his nose. Allow me to assist you, Bell said, lifting Anik's belongings before placing them onto the rear seat of the bureau's carriage and then sitting on the elongated wooden plank in front of the driver. Come aboard. I shall accompany you to the Special Operations Department, where I am well acquainted with the personnel, and they will not trouble you. Captain Parker indeed seemed quite familiar, considering his exaggerated pistol and his conduct at the casino, suggesting he might truly be an extraordinary being. Captain, aside from detailing the case, what else do we need to do? Anike inquired, somewhat apprehensively. That we shall discuss that upon our arrival. The Special Operations Department was located directly opposite the Gonia District Police Station, and the trio soon arrived. In contrast to the police station's austere demeanor, the office building of the Special Operations Department was rather opulent. The entire structure was square in shape, with circular domed bell towers at each of its 4 corners. The exterior walls from the 2nd floor to the top were adorned with columns, each separated by a room, giving the building an air of grandeur, akin to a miniature palace. Is this truly a place for handling special events? Do you expect it to have towering walls and barbed wire like a prison? Their budget is directly allocated from special funds, with the Parliament only intervening in the amount, never disclosing the specific uses. Parker remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Thus, they have a means to construct such a showy building that IT is not solely comprised of government employees. All 8 major faiths have representatives here, with each religious institution's architectural style differing, necessitating a compromise that all can accept. Come, let us enter and continue our conversation. Captain Parker urged on Nikkei to disembark. Chapter 52. The Special Operations Department, as the 2 men traversed the courtyard and entered the hall. Anike noticed not only a portrait of the current King Charles II, but also the emblems of the 8 righteous deities adorning the walls. They were greeted by an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 60s. Wearing glasses as thick as beer bottles, her snow-white hair tied up neatly. In her left hand, she held a newspaper-wrapped fried chicken, while her right hand busily filled out a form resembling a visitor registration sheet with a fountain pen. Which gentleman are you looking for? That typewriter is far too cumbersome. I prefer to fill out forms by hand, the elderly lady remarked, seeming quite at ease with the 2 of them. Madam, we have an appointment regarding the werewolf incident in the port on July 28th. Pierce informed us to seek him once the witness awoke. Oh, Pierce, yes, his office is in room 3 of District D. By the way, things have been rather calm lately. There was only 1 D-level incident this month, and the A-level theft from last month remains unresolved, which means I, an old crone, will have to investigate each case personally, the lady pointed out while directing them and offering a mild complaint. Dear lady, may I inquire what was lost? Anike felt an unsettling premonition and asked a newcomer, just an ordinary person. The ancient text safeguarded by the royal family was copied and taken away, although the original remains. The dissemination of such knowledge is nearly costless. Strangely, there has been little activity on the black market or within extraordinary circles to date, the elderly woman replied, taking a bite of her fried chicken. Did I inadvertently stumble upon a summoning ritual from another world related to that ancient text? The deaths of numerous individuals and the involvement of a werewolf could only classify it as a D-level incident. The severity of an A-level might far exceed my imagination. Fortunately, I burned that paper to ashes. Otherwise, I would have met the same fate. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. We need to address your issues first. Captain Parker stated, District D is located on the 1st floor of the building Anike, and the captain approached the office door. Anike noticed that the offices here all seem to have steel doors, each engraved with various emblematic patterns. Come in, a middle-aged man's voice called from within. Captain Parker opened the door, revealing one of the 2 men in black who had hypnotized Anike in June. Good day, Inspector Pierce. I have brought the witness for the werewolf attack case from the 2018. Thank you. Inspector Parker, please take a seat. Pierce seemed not to recognize Anike, after more than a month and extensive investigations. It was understandable that he would forget a minor character. Would you care for a cup of coffee? The cost of utilizing my abilities is drowsiness, so to avoid dozing off at work, I stockpile various stimulants, cigars, coffee, or black tea. Pierce retrieved 2 cups and poured steaming coffee from the stove. There are sugar cubes on the table. Feel free to add as much as you like. Young man, your recovery has been remarkably swift. I heard you were in a coma, and I feared it would take you quite some time, yet here you are, discharged today. I was not seriously injured. Merely some muscle bites. Very well. Please recount the details of the case from beginning to end. Anike then recounted the incident thoroughly, omitting the necklace and details of his abilities that I see. You awakened in the face of death. No wonder you could slay the werewolf. Now it all makes sense. Please, afterward, you'll need to register your case for our records to facilitate management in the future. Registration? Anike asked, puzzled. Of course, registration is necessary. Otherwise, how would we manage if extraordinary beings committed crimes using their powers? We must document your abilities and the costs incurred for effective management or recruitment. Naturally, it is not all negative if extraordinary beings find themselves unemployed. The Navy's battalions or Special Operations Department can offer positions. Although the pay may not match that of being a bodyguard or starting your own venture, it at least provides some stability. We will also gain experience in preventing uncontrollable or more powerful extraordinary beings. How about considering joining the Special Operations Department? Pierce suggested. Please do not recruit in front of me. Rather, why don't you enlighten us about the origins of this case? Captain Parker interjected. Very well. Given that we are all part of the same system and you are a first-hand witness, do you know whose property the warehouse where the incident occurred belongs to? Pierce posed a rhetorical question that it must belong to Viscount Perce. There are not many powerful individuals in Egglesburg involved in overseas trade who could cover up such an incident. Captain Parker replied nonchalantly. The warehouse indeed belongs to Viscount Perce, and those slain guards were also his. However, there are others involved in this case. Numerous smugglers have utilized his warehouse for their illicit dealings, and one fool recently bribed a local indigenous tribe on the southern continent to smuggle a mummy into Egglesburg. A mummy? Are they selling it to some collector with peculiar tastes? Anike inquired, as this era lacked the museums willing to acquire such ancient remains. That imbecile was unaware that it was rumored that powdered mummy could be used as an aphrodisiac, risking his entire fortune for a chance at overnight wealth. The leader of the warehouse guards was an extraordinary being capable of transforming into a giant wolf, one of Viscount Perce's personal bodyguards. Unexpectedly, that extraordinary individual believed the tale of aphrodisiac and ingested a small amount of mummy powder, resulting in a loss of control. Pierce recounted with a hint of mockery. Does mummy powder really have any effect? Anike questioned. Most mummy powder merely consists of human remains. What effect could it possibly have? This mummy likely belonged to a demigod. Even after all these years, its extraordinary powers have not completely dissipated. For a low-tier extraordinary being to dare consume such high-grade extraordinary materials without perishing on the spot is quite fortunate, Pierce replied. Demigod. Anike felt a jolt of alarm. This world seemed far from low magic, with the number of demigods so abundant that even their corpses could be utilized as medicine. What became of that merchant? What else could happen following such a significant incident? Although it was said that the guard consumed the mummy, it involved a demigod's body, and even if the divine power had mostly faded, the remains still held considerable significance. Even if that fool were not convicted, the compensation for so many deaths would strip him of his entire fortune. Bankruptcy would be the best outcome. And he has a daughter. What was her name again? Taylor Eddy, who is desperate to join the nobility. Viscount Perce would likely not even consider taking her as a maid. Taylor. The remnants of the original owner's memory suggest that the woman he seemed infatuated with bears the same surname as Eddy. Nevertheless, it does not concern me that I am merely a corporate drone from Earth. Come, sign here, and this case will be concluded at O. There is also compensation. Viscount Perce will personally provide it for you. Pierce produced a sheet of paper and an envelope, handing them to Anike. Is this a form of hush money? Anike asked with a wry smile that it could be seen as such. After all, you are a police officer and an extraordinary being. Even a Viscount cannot simply command you to silence, I in the event you were to hit the jackpot and become a saint or even a demigod. The Viscount would have to beg for your assistance, Captain Parker reassured. Anike did not open the envelope, but gently squeezed it, estimating it contained about 10 banknotes. Bribing a police officer likely wouldn't require this much. It must be the value of his extraordinary identity. Chapter 53. Physical assessment. After exiting Pierce's office, Anike finally opened the envelope. As he had anticipated, it contained 10 10-pound banknotes. Observing the pain in Edward's eyes, small mustached arm, Anike felt a significant alleviation of his own discomfort. Stop gaping at your money with that foolish grin. We must descend to assess your capabilities, Captain Parker remarked. Descend? But we are on the first floor. Shouldn't it be ascend? Anike queried with confusion. The main body of the building consists merely of various staff offices, the representatives of the 8 major Orthodox sects, and the D-Zone, designated for handling low-risk cases. There are 5 additional floors below. Your tests and registration will be conducted on the first and second basements, with the lower tiers designated as Zone C, B, and .is there in S rank. Anike pondered, recalling the common classification schemes on Earth.S rank. I have not heard of such. It is said that the Special Operations Office of Kairang has personnel responsible for AA-class incidents. But beyond that, I am unaware. The entrance to the basement was a door forged entirely from steel, at least half a meter thick. Guarding it were 6 soldiers wielding rifles with bayonets. The 2 presented their identification to the leading soldier, who meticulously compared their ID photos with their appearances. After a salute, the soldier permitted them to approach the door. Together, the 2 soldiers turned the wheel on the door, and with the clattering sound of mechanical gears, the door gradually swung open. Behind it lay a narrow staircase, and Anike occasionally heard muffled sobs or wails emanating from below. Why do I feel such a chilling atmosphere? This place can't be haunted. Can it? Anike expressed his concern. Haunted? Ha! You amuse me. This building houses at least dozens of extraordinary individuals, and with the presence of the 8 major Orthodox sects, there's likely a district bishop among the clergy here. Not like those assistant priests in the small churches outside. Not to mention, even if a demigod were to attack, it would take quite some time. That is what I know. Who knows if there are demigods guarding Zone A? Captain Parker chuckled. Then why do I perceive such an array of strange sounds? Anike inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy. That is entirely normal. Do you think only humans inhabit this place? Various unusual creatures, even spiritual entities, may be present. There are also a few non-biological items that can even converse, Captain Parker replied nonchalantly. Are they merely subjects for experimentation or dissection? Anike asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Most are prisoners, a minority of rational beings, or those willing to cooperate, such as half-controlled entities or vampires and werewolves, may become semi-free government employees, half-controlled. Indeed, let us proceed. The guard on the first floor is one such half-controlled individual. However, be courteous and do not regard them as monsters. Upon finishing their discussion, they swiftly approached the entrance to the underground first basement, which, unlike the steel door at the entrance, was merely a wooden door. The distinction was the guard, a giant standing 8 inches tall, with 3 swords, each as wide as a washboard, strapped to his waist. Good afternoon, Stan and I have brought a newcomer for registration and testing. Captain Parker seemed quite familiar with the guard. Ah, it's you. Has the little one awakened any abilities? Hand me a cigarette, will you? Mine's finished. Stan's voice was loud, yet muffled. Greetings, Mr. Stan. I believe I have awakened the ability to perceive high-speed objects, Anike responded. Here, this cigarette seems rather weak. Captain Parker offered a rolled cigarette. Common abilities aren't entirely without merit. The upside is that your chances of losing control will be significantly reduced, as with the price you must pay. Even if you do lose control. If you swiftly relinquish your eyesight, you can save yourself, unlike me, who has become a creature that cannot see the sun. Now, go in, Stan concluded, extending an arm from behind to accept the cigarette from Captain Parker. His third arm, which grew from his back, was longer than the usual toot. The combination of his towering height and 3 arms would undoubtedly frighten many if he were to walk down the street, which also explained why he carried 3 swords at his waist. The first basement resembled a standard office area, albeit dimmer due to only gas lamps illuminating the space. The The first office in front was the extraordinary being registration office. Upon knocking, they found 3 middle-aged women engrossed in paperwork, yet the nutshells strewn nearby indicated that even their moments of idleness rivaled that of soon-to-retire elderly women on Earth. "May I inquire, what brings you two sheriffs here?" One of the staff members closest to them asked. "We are here to register the extraordinary being's status. What are the necessary steps?" "Are both of you?" "Just me," Onik replied. The staff member glanced at Onik's bandaged left arm, seemingly about to inquire further, but ultimately refrained and produced several sheets of paper bound together, handing them to Onik along with a pen. "Fill this out, and then proceed to the testing area on the 2nd floor. Afterward, have the testing personnel complete it and bring it back for a stamp to finalize the process." Onik glanced at the first page, filled with basic information such as name, height, age, and address. After several minutes of filling it out, Onik exited the door with the form in hand. "Next, we will assess your strength, speed, endurance, and overall health. The final test will evaluate your extraordinary abilities and mental state," Captain Parker explained. "Mental state?" Onik inquired, puzzled, to be precise. "It pertains to your faith. What if you secretly worship some malevolent deity? Such entities resemble towering pillars. Each deity possesses their own holy number and representative color, as you may know. For instance, the winter god has a holy number of 12 and is represented by the color white. When you touch the pillar, it will emit the corresponding color. The brighter the light, the more sincere your faith. What if I am an inner atheist?" Onik internally grumbled. "Regardless, we shall proceed step by step." The staircase leading to the 2nd floor was devoid of guards, and they entered the strength testing room. The individual responsible for the strength assessment resembled a frail old gentleman in his 70s. His movements shaky. "Young man, how can you test with an injury? How about this? I will assess your single-handed strength as a multiplier of a normal male strength," the old gentleman said slowly. "Is that permissible? What's the issue? Do you wish to return for a second round?" "Not all." "Then let us begin." The old gentleman retrieved a large sack from the storage area with one hand and placed it on the ground. Onik felt the ground tremble slightly as the heavy sack hit the floor. "You will test your grip strength, lifting ability, and pulling strength." The old gentleman began pulling out various weights, grip strength testers, and spring-loaded pull gauges from the sack. He first handed Onik a grip strength tester, an oval steel bar connected to a fan-shaped mechanical dial. "Use all your strength in your right hand to press down." "All right." Onik exerted all his might, turning crimson as he pressed down with his right hand. 260 pounds. "Not bad," the old gentleman noted and allowed Onik to rest before preparing for the next test. Calculating in his mind, Onik estimated that 260 pounds equated to approximately 120 kilograms of grip strength on Earth. While this may not represent the absolute peak of one-handed grip strength, it undoubtedly surpassed that of an average person. The next task involved lifting weights, and the old gentleman produced an exaggeratedly large barbell with one hand, placing it before Onik. "Based on your grip strength, let us start with 200 pounds for the clean lift. Remember to squat down, keep your back straight, and use your legs to lift it. Avoid bending over to prevent back injury. Here, take a dry cloth to wipe your hands. I would rather you not injure your back while your left arm is still healing." Following the guidance, Onik wiped his right hand dry, squatted down, straightened his back, grasped the barbell with his right hand, and bit down as he pressed it upwards. Fearing an arm strain, he laboriously lifted it over his head, then straightened up. With a shout, Onik trembled as he stood upright, feeling as though his legs were electrified. 1, 2, 3. "You may set it down now," the old gentleman counted. Onik quickly released the barbell, realizing he had nearly reached his limit. "Shall we add another 10 pounds? I believe you have more potential." The old gentleman's words carried a somewhat enticing undertone. "No need. I can only use one arm effectively now, and I do not wish to become reliant on others for basic tasks." "Very well. The final test is pulling strength. I will stand here while you pull on the gauge with all your might. Let us see how much you can exert," observing the emaciated, frail old man before him. Onik couldn't help but ask, "Will this not harm you?" Young man, you truly amuse me. Just pull with all your might. If I move even a little, I shall reward you with 10 gold pounds." "How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Onik confirmed that this elderly gentleman was no ordinary person, likely possessing extraordinary abilities related to strength, and his frail appearance was likely the result of some cost he had paid. Anik contemplated how to fabricate a story regarding the cost of his abilities. It seemed he had been rendered unconscious by that glowing orb previously. He certainly didn't wish to claim that he would fall asleep or faint after activating his powers. He did not aspire to become the slumbering officer, Anik. Grasping the pulling gauge, Anik exerted all his strength, sweat pouring down his forehead, feeling utterly drained and ultimately calling out. That's enough. He awaited the old gentleman to check the data before returning. 300 pounds. Not too shabby. It appears you have skipped the initial awakening and directly reached the awakened state, haven't you? As the elderly gentleman filled out the form, he inquired, Indeed, how did you come to know? Anik, swinging her arm, responded, Data does not deceive. Your metrics are nearly the limits of an ordinary individual. Considering your physique and the state of your injuries, unless you're a chosen one, it is hard to imagine that someone who has just awakened extraordinary powers could possess such statistics. Here, I have completed it for you. The next step was a speed test. After bidding farewell to the elderly gentleman, the two entered the speed testing chamber, where the staff appeared considerably more ordinary. The first test was speed, a straight track of 100 yards with a starter holding a whistle, and at the finish line, a slender thread was placed alongside a timer. With the sound of the whistle, Anik dashed forward with all her might. Although only one arm was available to maintain her balance, she felt a newfound control and agility over her body since awakening her extraordinary powers. After breaking the thread at the finish line, the timer stopped at 9 seconds and 2/10. Considering her injured arm, Anik felt significantly stronger than before. The final test was endurance, covering 3 laps. Anik completed it in approximately 13 minutes, akin to a 5-kilometer run on Earth in that same time frame. She mused that if she returned to Earth to participate in a triathlon, she could likely make it to the Olympic finals. The subsequent health examination was a simple physical check. Several doctors clad in white coats measured her height and weight and listened to her heartbeat before allowing them to proceed to the final test. In a windowless room, Anik noticed various golden talismans hanging outside to go on in. It's quite simple. Captain Parker reassured her, sensing her unease. Upon entering, the room revealed a tall, pallid man with a handsome visage, clad in a robe adorned with various runes. Here to test your mental fortitude, the man asked without lifting his gaze, fiddling with objects resembling dolls in his hands. Isn't faith a consideration? Anik queried. The amount of faith correlates directly with the strength of one's mental power. The diversity of faith merely distinguishes whether one stands on the side of order or chaos, he replied, his words bordering on heretical. In a church, such sentiments might have led to a priest binding him to a cross for burning. Just place your right hand on that. He gestured toward the transparent column that appeared to be made of crystal. I fear that any display of this so-called faith will reveal nothing. Anik thought. Who knows, a lack of response might signify either atheism or madness. Hesitantly, she pressed her hand against the crystal column, only for nothing to occur. What is this, sir? She inquired. Oh, I forgot to mention, this contraption activates slowly. It's an antique, and they refuse to approve a new one. He continued to fiddle with his dolls. Anik maintained her pressing hand, and suddenly, the crystal column began to warm. She felt a pull, as if it were siphoning her magical energy. Gradually, the column illuminated, transitioning from transparent to a radiant white light, reaching a brightness akin to that of a smartphone screen. Yet, Anik sensed that her right hand was still being drained of power, and the crystal's brightness now rivaled that of a 30-watt LED bulb, surpassing the yellowish glow of the gas lights in the room. Interesting. This must be your limit, the pallid man remarked, having turned to observe her at some point. Anik felt the siphoning of her magical energy cease and nodded in acknowledgement that I am Spencer, a member of the bloodline, roughly equivalent to a spirit master in human terms. Of course, within the bloodline, we generally refer to ourselves as bloodline counts. Had the crystal column displayed the holy emblem of the winter god, I would have thought he had manifested in you. Just a jest, but while you lack the holy emblem, your strength is commendable, even if it is one tier below that of the chosen ones. Bloodline? You mean a vampire? Anik inquired, observing that the man indeed resembled the legendary depiction of a vampire. Mr. Spencer, how does my mental fortitude measure up? You are newly awakened, correct? In human classification, The tiers range from novice awakeners to awakened individuals, then to extraordinary beings, superhumans, spirit masters, saints, demigods, and even higher ranks. Your current mental power is approximately on par with that of a superhuman. If your body awakens a special ability in conjunction with sufficient mental power, you will be considered a formidable individual within that tier. But am I truly that strong? The emitted white light must signify that I am a follower of the winter god. It seems the pendant on my chest is effective. Anik mused internally. So, esteemed Mr. Spencer, what exactly are the chosen ones? She queried, noticing the vampire enthusiastically completing the paperwork. Just a moment. It is rare to encounter such a promising candidate. With this, my sentence can be reduced by 3 months. He chuckled. As for the chosen ones, they're a group both envied and pitted. Every chosen one has been blessed by a true deity, awakening extraordinary powers at birth. Historically, every chosen one has reached the demigod tier or higher, barring unforeseen circumstances. However, with their immense power and potential, each chosen one tends to become a fanatic, with some believing that they are merely vessels for the deities. The vampire's tone grew quieter as he spoke of this. What do you mean by your sentence? Anik asked, though it is of little consequence. I merely made a minor misstep and was apprehended by the Special Operations Division for some labor. They sentenced me to 30 years, but aside from the lack of freedom, I am not truly imprisoned, as they ensure a steady supply of blood, meat, and wine. Nonetheless, I am quite unhappy, were it not for my inability to defeat that old scoundrel at the bottom of the hierarchy. I would have fled long ago. However, they promised me a reduction in my sentence for identifying an exceptional candidate, and you, my dear, are quite remarkable. At least a 3-month reduction, perhaps even 6. The vampire appeared jubilant. Speaking with an air of levity, may I ask, esteemed Count of the Bloodline, are there further tests I must undergo? Aside from the enhancements to your strength and speed, have any of your senses or other aspects of your body acquired additional abilities? My vision, perhaps that I seem to be able to perceive fast-moving objects and actions as if they're slowed down. Would you like me to demonstrate? If possible, I would prefer not to demonstrate. I fear the after effects. Anik replied, since I am in a good mood today, I will make an exception and record it without a demonstration. From your description, it seems to be the C-grade Eagle Eye. While not exceptionally powerful, it can prove beneficial when combined with refined shooting skills that AS for side effects. Although many possess this ocular ability, the cost of utilizing it varies, depending on one's faith. Cost? Anik pondered, having heard that each individual incurs a price for wielding power. If my current condition is any indication, it seems I might simply faint from blood loss or the effects of light. She recalled Pierce, who appeared to have the ability of hypnosis, with fatigue being his cost. The elderly gentleman responsible for the strength test likely had enhanced strength. With the price of gauntness at AS for the so-called eagle eye, she assumed the price would involve some negative impact on her vision. However, having finally escaped the shackles of myopia on this planet, she thought, I cannot possibly claim my cost is merely the return of nearsightedness. What if they truly fitted me with glasses and rendered me half-blind once more? After contemplation, she ultimately stated, the last time I used my eyes, I was sensitive to light. Sunlight caused me to shed tears uncontrollably. That is a simple fix. I happen to have a pair of special tinted glasses for you. Spencer replied that he rummaged through a file cabinet, revealing a plethora of wooden, ceramic, and metallic dolls, alongside various miniature garments. Anik observed some dolls, resembling males, adorned in dresses and skirts, and pondered whether to accept his gift. Considering that a spirit master was a figure she could not afford to offend, perhaps the compensation for Viscount Pierce would suffice to appease him. Found it, Spencer exclaimed, retrieving a finely crafted ivory box and extracting a vintage pair of round glasses with lenses seemingly made of yellow crystal, shimmering with golden hues. Take these. They are nearly transparent in this dim light, but as brightness increases, they transition through yellow to red and eventually to black, filtering out harsh light. Anik accepted the glasses and case. Inquiring, esteemed Mr. Spencer, how much do I owe you? Money. Huh. What significance could it hold for an outcast with a sentence of several years left? Consider it a gift that if you encounter any exceptional candidates in the future, be sure to send them my way for sentence reduction. With that, he completed her testing paperwork. You may now proceed to submit your results. Upon Spencer's conclusion, he hastily dismissed the two individuals, after Onik graciously removed his hat in gratitude. He exited the room. Captain Parker, who had remained silent until now, remarked, "I never expected the miserly Spencer would actually gift you a pair of spectacles. They must surely be considered a remarkable artifact." Remarkable artifact? Oh, I forgot you're still a novice that a remarkable artifact refers to an item crafted or inscribed with magical power by a sorcerer or a saint. Generally speaking, their utility is limited and they lack significant destructive capabilities. However, they are not entirely impractical trinkets and bear no adverse effects. The item you hold is likely inscribed with several color-changing runes and light-sensitive runes, combined with runes for magical absorption that it will absorb a small fraction of your magical energy to maintain the spectacle's color-changing ability. Is it valuable? Onyx showed little interest in the details. After hearing from the captain that such creations could only be made by sorcerers, and knowing he was still 2 tiers away from that status. His only concern was how many pounds he could exchange it for. "Have you become so impoverished that you can only comprehend value in pounds?" Captain Parker said, supporting his face with his right hand. "Ordinary individuals do not sell remarkable artifacts. Even if they did, the materials for inscribing runes are best made of gold, combined with suitable extraordinary materials, and crafted with a sorcerer's meticulous labor over at least a week. Even a pair of spectacles like yours could easily fetch 4 to 500 pounds. 4 to 500 pounds. Anna calculated the purchasing power, realizing it was roughly equivalent to over 200,000 yuan on Earth. Remembering the 2 to 300 yuan pair of glasses he casually purchased near his university, Onik felt as though he were wearing an antiquity from Earth. The two then returned to the first floor and presented the testing report to the staff member. After reviewing it, she quickly filled out a small card with the testing details and handed it to Onik. "Sir, please confirm, and I will seal it if there are no objections. Every month, we hold a lecture for extraordinary individuals. Remember to come to the first floor on the 10th of each month, and the reception staff will inform you where to attend the class." Upon taking the card, he noticed it bore the following details. Name, Onik age, 21 nationality, Bruggy faith, god of winter extraordinary level, awakener strength, D speed, D endurance, D magic, a potential, C awakening area, I's awakening ability, Eye of the hawk C. Remarks, the state of this ability is stable. The cost is sensitivity to bright light. Onik glanced at the card. A D was likely the lowest standard. While an A could be considered advanced in the realm of the extraordinary, he was still an ordinary person. Although his ocular technique should be more than just a C, even if considered an A, his potential would likely still be C or B dash. With a wry smile, he handed it back to the staff, saying, "There are no issues. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Oh, if necessary, please refrain from exhibiting extraordinary abilities in front of ordinary individuals. Should you wish to leave the Kalong region, please report to other areas in a timely manner. If you feel you can actively release magical energy, congratulations on your upgrade. You will need to undergo testing again until you become a sorcerer or reach a higher tier. Please attend the lecture next time for more information on the classifications of extraordinary beings." After their eventful day, Onik and his companion returned to the surface, bidding farewell to the cold underground as the sunlight invigorated their spirits. Meanwhile, in the subterranean level 2 of the Special Operations Department, Spencer, a noble vampire count and self-proclaimed master of dolls, was tinkering with his latest handcrafted puppet. A gust of wind swept through, flinging open the door to his chamber. And a swirl of black smoke billowed in, taking the form of an elderly man. "Why did you lie? I felt that intensity even down here. Did you not know today was meant for a newcomer? I nearly thought a saint was arriving. Old man, couldn't you have knocked before coming up? Should I commend you for being the strongest saint or the weakest demigod? An old relic who possesses demigod power, yet cannot manifest a mythical being's state. Where was I? Oh, mental strength. Still a bit short of saint status. That lad's mental strength is roughly on par with mine, so, for the sake of your feeble pride, you downgraded his rank. That's one reason. The other is that being too outstanding makes one a target. I did this for his own good." The vampire cleared his throat. If this were a melodrama, it would shatter the young girl's fantasies of vampires. "Is that all? Or is there more?" The old man pressed. "I sense he lied about his special abilities. Whether underreporting, misclassifying, or perhaps all three. Is this how you conduct yourself at work? Look around. who isn't slacking off in this building. A couple of minor mistakes now and then are inconsequential to be by the way. Old-timer, how old are you this year? The elder pondered the immense cost of slaying a vampire, but decided against confronting the pitiful creature before him. I was born when Brugge and Luke were still locked in the 100 Years' War. By the time I was in school, the war had ended. Wow, so you're nearly 700 years old. In our vampire clan, that qualifies as longevity. You vampires boast of longevity, but most of your time is spent in slumber. Your ancestral progenitor has been missing for over 2 millennia, and the 4 great princes are either dead or in deep slumber. Out there, your kind is now represented by a council of 9 dukes. Your race's striking beauty has led you to misfortune. The demons from the source of corruption relish capturing your kin for their own dark purposes. While I may not stand a chance against your clan's dukes, they would find it exceedingly difficult to capture me. You'd best recall any details. Otherwise, I cannot bear the thought of losing another member of the vampire clan. The council wouldn't seek revenge for you. They'd merely demand monetary compensation. Spencer then realized that although the old man was the weakest of the demigods, he was certainly not someone he could provoke, leading him to obediently say, though that lad exhibited a white light, seemingly a devotee of the god of winter, such strong mental prowess did not manifest a saintly emblem, implying he is not a divine chosen one. Unless he possesses some artifact that amplifies mental strength, it is hard to fathom how a non-divine chosen one could possess such formidable mental power. Tiske, it seems the world is about to change. That lad doesn't appear to be a villain. Not him. The emergence of someone with such mental strength suggests that our connection to the celestial heights is strengthening. Perhaps the chosen ones of the 4 dark gods have already appeared. How about letting you out for a look? Spencer contemplated agreeing, but remembered the old man's previous intimidation. He decided against venturing out. Encountering a devotee of the source of corruption might lead to a fate worse than death. Hiding here was likely safer than hiding beside a vampire duke. I have some dolls to complete, so I won't be going out. Very well, I'll take my leave. Remember to inform me of any special circumstances. The old man said before dissipating into black smoke. Make sure to close the door, you rascal. Chapter 55. History professor on August 1, 1886, during the Iron Age, Anik enjoyed a rare day of sleeping in on a weekday. The captain had granted a day off, and with his left hand injured, he was spared from preparing meals for his 2 younger sisters. Why is there traditional Chinese script on this planet? Reminiscent of something seen during a peculiar ritual? Anik pondered, but despite sifting through his residual memories, he could not recall any relevant information. Remembering that his school had departments for both archaeology and history, he decided to seek clues there. Upon reaching the first floor, he found a note from his sisters, indicating that breakfast had been left in the cupboard. Anik retrieved a slice of white bread and spread it with jam to hastily satisfy his morning hunger. After half an hour on the public carriage, Anik arrived at the National Augsburg University. The IT was against Brugge customs to consult someone empty-handed. Anik spent 5 shillings to purchase a bottle of red wine produced in Luke. The history department shared an office building with the law department he had attended. As Anik approached the entrance, holding the wine, he was halted by the gatekeeper. Are you unaware that students are prohibited from drinking alcohol on campus? Show me your student ID. That arm of yours seems injured from a brawl after drinking too much. Anik could only manage a wry smile. Did he really still look like a student? Reluctantly, he retrieved his identification and presented it to the gatekeeper. I've already graduated, sir. This wine is merely a gift. And what sort of identification is this? The gatekeeper examined the document before returning it to Anik. You don't seem to resemble a police officer. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were here to mock this old man. Go on in. Anik proceeded to search for each office, guided by brass nameplates. He stopped before a brass door plate, slightly askew and coated in fine dust. Senior Associate Professor Leopold von Joyce. This must be the one that Anik confirmed that the doorbell had sounded. Who is it? The door opened on its own. Anik pushed the door open to reveal a room filled with towering bookshelves laden with tomes, alongside exhibition cases displaying various animal skeletons. To Anik's astonishment, there lay a skull resembling that of a human, albeit significantly larger. Desk by the window sat an elderly man with sparse, graying hair, fervently scribbling with a pen amidst a pile of books. Good morning, Professor Leopold. The old man glanced up from behind the stack and replied, Who are you, and what do you want? Never mind, it's not important. Please retrieve the book titled Research on the Far East from the second shelf on the left, third row. Following the professor's instructions, Anik located the book, which was about as thick as an adult man's thumb, its unadorned cover and yellowed pages reflecting its age. She extracted it and approached Professor Leopold's desk to hand it to him. "What brings you here?" the elderly man inquired, placing his pen down. "Esteemed Professor, I am Anik, a recent graduate, now serving as a police officer in the Gonia district. I attended your lecture last year, and this is a token of my appreciation." With that, Anik presented the bottle of wine she had brought. "Thank you for your kindness. You have 30 seconds. Professor Leopold accepted the wine and glanced at his watch. "That I have some historical inquiries to discuss, some of which may touch upon taboo subjects." "Oh, intriguing. Why come to me? There are plenty of history professors around." He gestured to a chair. Anik understood that she had made the right choice. This gentleman would likely not rush her away. She moved a chair closer and continued. "Other professors tend to interpret ancient history through the lens of church myths, while you seem willing to seek new explanations from different perspectives. Haha, are you suggesting that I am a madman who believes in no religion? Nonsense. Myths should be stripped away from history, revealing the most authentic facts based on relics and artifacts. Those deities and angels are merely long-lived, powerful beings. What do you wish to ask? Speak plainly." Anik retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to the professor, upon which were inscribed two traditional characters. "Hello," Anik murmured to herself. "Professor, could you assist me in identifying which era and region this script belongs to?" "Let me see," Leopold said, examining the paper before responding gravely. "This is a lost script from the Silver Age, found not only in various sacrificial artifacts of the Silver Age across both continents, but also in some murals. The Silver Age, the most obscure period documented in archaeology. The earliest Golden Age was akin to the dawn of creation, when various races began to establish civilizations. The Silver Age marked the time when the four great evil gods defeated the races and established their dominion. Could it be that these so-called four great evil gods were merely my fellow countrymen from over 1,000 years ago? I've heard it said that this is the script of the evil gods and their followers. Nonsense. Numerous artifacts and murals being unearthed suggest that the true owners of this script may very well be the heroes who vanquished the four great evil gods. The number of tools or relics used for sacrifices to the evil gods saw a sharp decline in the century following the Silver Age. As for the so-called 8 just gods rebelling against the evil gods during the Bronze Age, there are virtually no records of such events, while giants, elves, and dwarves seem to have nearly vanished. Elves? They're beautiful, aren't they? Anik's first thought was this. Do they truly exist, along with giants? The enormous skull at the door might very well belong to a giant, but most people had ceased to believe in such legends. Anik thought that perhaps elves and giants were simply different divisions or subspecies of humanity, gradually eliminated or assimilated by the rise of modern dominant races. Vampires and werewolves, too, might merely be fortunate enough to preserve the heritage of their dwindling races. Anik recalled the werewolf she had slain last week and the beleaguered vampire working at the Special Operations Department, nodding in agreement. "I guess there's no one who understands these scripts. Where might I find them?" The old professor lifted his gaze, regarding Anik earnestly. "It is said that various churches and royal families collect such items. The originals are inscribed on sun-dried clay tablets, known as ancient texts, with subsequent handwritten copies available." Handwritten? Is there no one with the knowledge to decipher them? Few ancient texts have survived from the Silver Age in translation. However, the original versions are mostly lost, making it impossible to decipher the scripts through a one-to-one correspondence. Why does a police officer care about such things? Have you discovered a method to decode them? No, merely curiosity. It is a pity that such secrets have not been passed down, though the translations of the ancient texts that circulate among the populace resemble sacred texts or philosophical masterpieces. Various churches are hunting down individuals who hoard these items. With this 300 years ago, merely writing these characters would have been enough to land you on the pyre. Today, at the very least, you would be required to hand over your collection and face charges of exile to the northern continent. Chapter 56. The meeting seems you have quite a collection of contraband, Anik remarked inwardly. It was just curiosity. I encountered these during an investigation a couple of days ago. The perpetrator inscribed these characters on the ground. Truly, no one understands them? at least not within the current academic circle. The perpetrator likely just copied them from the original literature, almost as if by rote.is that how you injured your hand. I was wounded while dispatching a wolf. Where else can I find the ancient texts aside from the church and the royal family? Those clay tablets from the Silver Age are indeed rare treasures, but some paper copies may still be found among collectors of antiquities, given the value of the wine you've brought today. I will gift you one of my treasures. With that, Professor Leopold rummaged through what appeared to be a pile of scrap paper, finally handing Anik a crumpled sheet. Take this and study it. It's getting late, and I want to keep you for dinner. Anik glanced at the crumpled paper in her hand. It was indeed written in traditional Chinese. Carefully folding it, she placed it in her pocket. Thank you, sir. I will return should I have further inquiries. Certainly, but if you find yourself in trouble, do not implicate me. Anik returned home, her mind racing with unease, suppressing the urge to read on the way. After hastily dining at a small eatery near her home, she secured the doors and windows before extracting the paper given to her by Professor Leopold for closer examination. Recent battles have claimed many of my fellow disciples. Fortunately, the third evil god has been sealed away, trapped in an alternate dimension. Counting, more than half of my brethren's souls have scattered to foreign lands that a few have been seduced by treachery. Posing a future threat that I hope that those who come to this planet will inherit our legacy, eliminating treachery and upholding righteousness. Yuan Guansong, the 53rd direct disciple of the Tianyin sect, final words that it appeared that Professor Leopold's deductions were accurate. The four great evil gods had indeed been sealed by individuals like herself who had traversed realms. The Tianyin sect, which had been passed down for 53 generations, was unfamiliar to Anik. However, if it were a lineage claiming descent from Confucius, it would have astonished her even more. Why the 8 just gods concealed this fragment of history? What was the true history of the Silver Age? How could this disciple of the Tianyin sect assert that more travelers were come? What was the current state of their fallen disciples and descendants? Anik felt as though she had stumbled upon one answer, only to be confronted with a multitude of new questions. Damn it. I wonder if these individuals have discovered the way back home, Anik muttered. What way back home? A melodious female voice chimed from just outside the bedroom door. Irina, I was pondering whether we might have the opportunity to return home for a visit. It is only 3 in the afternoon. Why are you back so soon? Anik tucked the paper away into the drawer of her desk and turned to greet his 2 younger sisters. Our math teacher hasn't arrived yet. He was supposed to be here by 2, but hasn't shown up. The principal let our class leave early to he'll check in the afternoon to see if something happened. Irina explained. All right then, what shall we have for dinner? What do you feel like eating? My sister and I can prepare anything for you. Rice. There enough money at home. You sisters rarely get a break. Why not go out shopping? Recently, Anik had earned a fair amount of extra income, and he had yet to save the hush money provided by the Viscount of Perth. He extracted 2 5-pound notes from an envelope and handed them to his sisters. Spend freely, but remember to buy some rice. You might also want to pick up some autumn clothing, as it might get chilly next month. The sisters exchanged glances with Anik. What is up? Has a wealthy widow taken a liking to you? You're being awfully generous. If she gives us 10 pounds a month as pocket money, we could help persuade our parents for you. Irina quipped. And oh, wealthy widows, nor poor ones either. This is compensation for your elder brother's injury. It comes from the wounds I sustained that go out and shop. I shall rest a while longer. The sisters chuckled as they accepted the money. Will you be asking for another injury if you run out of money again? Ileana teased. Do you think of your brother as a bank? If you keep speaking this way, your pocket money will be halved next time. Anik feigned anger, to which Irina responded by sticking out her tongue and making a face. In the evening, the 2 sisters returned from shopping, carrying a small bag of rice, some ingredients, and 2 sweaters along with a coat. Now, what about the remaining money? Elena received change of 3 pounds and 6 shillings. Why is there still so much left? Anik inquired with curiosity upon seeing the sisters return with so many items. We bought rice at the import market. You wouldn't believe how exorbitant it is, for pence per pound. It's 3 to 4 times more expensive than refined flour. On their way back, they purchased vegetables at the market, where a vendor was selling clothes. I thought the clothes there were both affordable and of good quality. Anik looked at her younger sisters, who were growing up so quickly, and couldn't help but smile. Next time you go shopping for winter clothes, take me along. There's no need to be so frugal. All right, are you going to show us your rice cooking skills? In the kingdom of Brugge, there was no concept of a wok, so Anik made do with a frying pan and a pot to prepare a dish of yellow braised chicken. Lacking both soy sauce and shiitake mushrooms, Anik resorted to using caramelized sugar and ordinary mushrooms as substitutes. For dinner, the two sisters devoured the chicken, eagerly expressing their desire for Anik to make it more often. Later that evening, Anik sat in a chair, perusing books in search of traces of the Tianyin sect, the Chinese language, or any signs of time travelers. However, most historical accounts made no mention of the Tianyin sect whatsoever. Rubbing her eyes, Anik speculated that perhaps only the ancient gluttonous empires or the celestial empire of the East might possess complete records from the Silver Age at 8 o'clock that evening. As Anik closed her eyes to rest, darkness suddenly enveloped her. Not this again. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a library. Before her stood the same comical glowing orb, accompanied by three human-shaped figures composed entirely of pure light. Resembling three-dimensional projections, though their faces were obscured by a thick mist, simultaneously, in the capital of the kingdom of Brugge, within the core area of the capital city of Romang, a young girl clad in luxurious attire was anxiously conversing with herself inside the Saint Mother Palace. Opposite the House of Lords, wasn't it agreed that tonight would be the night? Why haven't I entered yet? This can't be some strange deity, can it? Should I tell Father about this? No, perhaps I shouldn't. Last time, I was grounded for a week after secretly purchasing some odd items. If I mention that it seems my soul left my body and encountered a peculiar being, I might be confined even longer. The girl in question was none other than Elizabeth Wedding, the only daughter of Charles II and the princess of the kingdom of Brugge, just as the young princess was lost in her thoughts. She too was enveloped in darkness and awoke in the ancient library, where apart from the glowing figures, there were three others present. The stormy ocean, dotted with islands between the northern and southern continents, often serve as a haven for pirates. A double-decker gunboat, a standard sailing battleship equipped with 40 assorted cannons, sped across the sea. The main mast displayed not only the flag of the pirates, a black background with a white skull, but also a flag representing its owner, a blue background with a silver lightning bolt, that of Drake the Thunder King, one of the 10 pirate kings. Today, Drake was particularly exhilarated. Although he was nominally one of the 4 emperors and 10 kings of the pirates, being a notorious outlaw wanted by various nations, in reality, he was one of the many spies dispatched by the Navy and Special Operations of the Kingdom of Brugge. His primary mission was to sabotage other major powers' colonies on the northern continent or to rob treasure ships. The Kingdom of Brugge even deliberately selected unimportant supply ships to collaborate with Drake in his ruse. Starting from 20 cannon brig, Drake had transformed from an ordinary awakened individual into a spiritual being, now seeking the path to becoming a saint or even a demigod. With the growth of his power came the rise of his ambition. Drake gradually began to entertain thoughts of breaking free from the control of the Kingdom of Brugge. Yet it remained merely a thought. There were many formidable pirates, and his position as the Thunder King was still supported by the Kingdom of Brugge. Although his first mate, second mate, and the bosun had not openly voiced it, they were all somewhat aware of his connections with the kingdom. Tonight was the gathering promised by the mysterious glowing figure, and Drake felt no trepidation as he silently summoned his spirit to a strange realm. Something even the 4 emperors and 4 demigods of the sea could not accomplish at the annual pirate conference. The pressure from the 4 emperors merely made him feel the weight of their status, but it did not diminish his capacity for resistance. This glowing figure was at least an angel, if not an ancient at 8 o'clock in the evening. After securing the doors and windows of his cabin, Drake awaited the summons as he saw his spirit detach from his corporeal form and ascend towards the glowing orb. He wished to discern what was so captivating about that orb. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he awoke in the round table conference room of the mysterious library in a small town to the north of Dunland. A young bishop, Martin Calvin, sought divine guidance. Although he was a devout follower of the God of justice and order, the tithe imposed by the church in Dunland had driven many farmers to ruin. Numerous families, having petitioned the church for tax exemption, were expelled by the regional bishop. Shouldn't a God treat every believer with fairness? On one side stood the gluttonous clergy, while on the other were the homeless, destitute believers. Martin's faith wavered. And just then, the mysterious glowing orb appeared before him. Initially fearing it was a temptation from an evil deity, he soon realized that the orb neither offered wealth, power, nor extraordinary abilities as bait. Nor did it torment him. It merely informed him of a meeting taking place that day. Martin had been praying to the divine, yet he couldn't help but feel compelled to attend, wondering if perhaps someone might provide answers to his doubts. At 8 o'clock that evening, as before, Martin experienced a moment of darkness and found himself in the peculiar library, this time not alone, as three new figures of light stood before him. Chapter 57. The Nature of Magic Upon Regaining Consciousness. Anik gazed at the three individuals beside her, realizing she occupied the first seat on the right of the glowing orb. Next to her was a figure resembling a young lady in lavish attire. Though her face was indistinguishable, Anik deduced from her golden hair and tall stature that she must be a noble woman or the daughter of a wealthy merchant. The individual on the left. The first in line wore a triangular hat and a leather cloak, with a military knife and pistol hanging from his waist. Was he a Navy officer or a pirate? The second person on the left was unmistakable, a black-robed cleric adorned with a holy symbol of a balance and a book. A representative of the god of justice and order. The other three exchanged glances, likely reaching the same conclusion, with Anik being the only exception, clad in a common shirt with a bandage on her left hand. She appeared to be merely a patient, her professional background a mystery. It seemed that the glowing orb had indicated that not only she bore a significant burden. After a brief silence of about 10 seconds, Drake finally broke the ice, addressing the glowing orb. Mysterious and esteemed sir, may I inquire as to the purpose of our summons? The orb seemed to shift slightly, its arc-like mouth opening to speak. It is merely an experiment. The last one took place over 5,000 years ago, and it is time to initiate a new transformation. Your mouth can produce sound? Anik mused internally. 5,000 years. Isn't that the period marking the transition from the Silver Age to the Bronze Age? Drake felt a jolt of surprise. The entity before him was at least an angel, as he had never heard of a demigod surviving for millennia. Why us? Elizabeth posed the next question. Your mission is to usher in a new transformation dictated not only by your identities, but also by the whims of fate. And where is this place? And who are you, esteemed sir? Martin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Dunland, is it? Although he made an effort to correct his accent, traces of it still lingered, Anik thought. This place, different myths offered different interpretations. In the East, it is referred to as the supreme heaven, the high heaven, or the pure heaven. In the West, you may call it the land of origin or the land of endings that I asked for me. To put it simply, I am merely the librarian of this library. May I ask if all of you are extraordinary beings? I have heard my guard speak of the wondrous powers of various extraordinary individuals. Confined to my home daily, facing a plethora of insincere people, I yearn for adventure and desire my freedom before being subjected to an arranged marriage. The blue eyes of Elizabeth, inherited from her ancestors, sparkled with excitement, her restless spirit becoming increasingly agitated. Her speech quickened, bordering on incoherence. Anik observed this and felt certain in her assessment. Indeed, this young lady was of noble lineage, destined from birth for a political marriage. My lady, please compose yourself. Observe my left hand. This is the price I paid to awaken as an extraordinary being. Noticing Anik's bandaged left hand, Martin asked with a hint of confusion, is there a cost to awakening? After I was baptized at 8, I simply woke up one morning and became extraordinary. The wicked fortunate one, Anik scoffed. Drake contemplated the few individuals present in the meeting. Was one a rookie transcendent and the other merely a novice? The small priest beside him appeared oblivious to the depths of the situation. One moment asleep, the next a transcendent. Almost akin to a divine favorite, he wondered what purpose this entity had in gathering these individuals. Nevertheless, he resolved to project an air of seasoned transcendence, unwilling to allow the newcomers to seize the conversational reins. Madam, it is generally understood that awakening as a transcendent often requires a stimulus derived from the brink of life and death. Of course, royal armies or various sects possess potions crafted from transcendent materials that can enhance the likelihood of success. The fortunate few, blessed directly by powerful entities, may awaken instantly. Yes, he spoke. Drake glanced at the luminous orb nearby. Should this entity choose to assist, awakening into transcendence would likely be quite simple. However, relying on external aid typically incurs a price. Should one utilize the army's transcendent potion to awaken, one would inevitably be bound to serve the army. Drake recalled his own experience of being selected for an awakening experiment at the Naval Academy. Among the 20 participants, half succeeded in awakening, while 7 or 8 experienced no effects from the potion, and 2 were never seen again after the following day. Naturally, awakening is more probable under conditions of near death, yet the chances of awakening through transcendent potions are significantly higher, though it is said that such a choice sacrifices one's future. Those who awaken naturally have a far greater chance of becoming demigods, which is why Drake willingly accepted the summons in search of this path. However, he felt compelled to accompany these young souls in their games for now. Esteemed Administrator, what can we expect to gain? Elizabeth inquired. Each time you level up or complete an event significant enough to influence the course of history, you may pose a question to me. Naturally, the extent of my responses will depend on your level of advancement and the impact of your actions. Will there be opportunities regarding the chance to become a demigod? Drake asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Absolutely. I can even provide insights into the principles of becoming a god and information to assist you in achieving divinity, the orb declared, dropping a bombshell revelation. Drake was momentarily speechless, casting a glance around the room. The lady to his right appeared curious, intrigued by the notion of demigods. The patient beside her seemed indifferent, as though the prospect of godhood held little allure for him. The priest on his side, likely aware of the implications of demigods, merely exhibited envy without revealing greed. Are they all saints? No sign of avarice at all, Drake mused, realizing that his ordinary reactions as a transcendent felt out of place in this gathering. Administrator, you may now fulfill your earlier promise, Anik recalled, having become a transcendent herself, prompting the orb to honor its word. Indeed, you have 2 opportunities to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Anik posed what she believed to be the most valuable question. Respected Administrator, what is the essence of transcendence and magical power? Upon the utterance of this question, silence enveloped the room. It was a query fundamental to the realm of transcendence. All eyes were fixed on the orb, awaiting its response. Technically, this question exceeds your contribution, but as it is your first inquiry, I shall answer. The orb paused, surveying the surroundings. In simple terms, the essence of magical power lies in resonance with the origin. This world can be broadly divided into 4 realms. 4 realms. Elizabeth expressed surprise, her understanding of the world limited to her immediate surroundings. The material realm encompasses everything your physical bodies directly interact with, including celestial bodies, mountains, and rivers. This is easily understood, the group acknowledged. The star realm exists independently outside the material realm. A dimension you can enter once you become a saint at IT is also the dwelling place of vengeful spirits, entities lacking physical forms. Only a step away, Drake thought, aware of the star realm's existence, yet had never entered it. The ether realm allows angels and higher beings to manipulate the laws within the star realm, creating independent spaces infused with attributes approaching the materialization of magical power. Anik envisioned the divine realms of gods, realizing they likely corresponded to the ether realm. The origin realm is the source of extraordinary abilities. You refer to it as magical power, while on the eastern continent, it is called celestial power, existing in a different dimension within this universe. What, then, constitutes magical power? Anik inquired, growing impatient as the orb still had not clarified. In the origin realm, unique physical rules manifest as projections or resonances within the material realm. When you wield magical power, you are essentially harnessing the new energy generated from the collision of the origin realm with the material realm. Anik grasped the explanation, articulating, so, magical and celestial powers are forms of unique energy, akin to kinetic and potential energies. But since magical power arises from the interplay between the origin realm and the material realm, it can only be utilized by spiritual entities, precisely as it leverages the spirit to access the forces originating from the origin realm. Each use imposes a burden on the spirit, the orb confirmed. Is this why every transcendent must pay a price when utilizing their abilities? Anik queried that I in simpler terms. Yes. Now, allow me to elucidate what constitutes transcendence. The orb affirmed Anik's understanding that the primary distinction between transcendent beings and ordinary individuals. The ability to wield magical power, Elizabeth timidly suggested. That is the reverse of the truth, Drake, the most seasoned transcendent, corrected her. All sentient beings are composed of both body and spirit. However, the majority of ordinary individuals cannot perceive the existence of their spirits. The orb paused before continuing. Transcendents awaken their spirits under sufficient stimulus, thereby utilizing magical power through their spirits. Anik inquired, is the classification of transcendent beings based on their utilization of magical power and the development of their spirits? Standards of classification vary across different systems, but broadly speaking, you are correct. What are the elements required to become a demigod? Drake could not restrain his curiosity. Your contribution is insufficient for that inquiry. Please complete your tasks before returning. The orb responded in its mechanical tone. Aside from influencing the course of history, what other contributions can be made? Drake pressed, urgency creeping into his voice. Sharing knowledge, collaborating, or assisting in altering the trajectory of history also constitutes a contribution. Hearing this, Drake felt a surge of joy. He could now accrue contributions in front of these novices. Anna considered her second question carefully, ensuring it would not be excessive. Administrator, what is the nature of my awakened abilities? Are you referring to your active or passive abilities? There are two. Anik was taken aback. Both, please, she insisted, unwilling to miss an opportunity for advantage. Your eyes have awakened a composite ability. One is the eye of magical power, and the other is the eye of weakness, allowing you to perceive different attributes of magical power and discern the weaknesses of objects or beings. Chapter 58. The Classical Literature Society sounds more advanced than the Eye of the Eagle. Anik mused, feeling quite satisfied. Composite ocular technique. This patient is indeed fortunate, Drake remarked in admiration. Awakening with composite abilities like mine? Martin, the Invisible One, pondered aloud. Your passive ability enhances your instinctual warnings against impending danger. You may refer to it as danger perception. Most transcendent beings possess this ability to some degree. How common, Drake thought, though Anik remained pleased, awakening with 3 abilities all at once. Esteemed one, I have no further questions. Elizabeth stated, her resolve to become a transcendent solidified by the prospect of numerous enjoyable experiences ahead. Then, what is your recommendation, sir? How may I become a transcendent? Elizabeth inquired, addressing the orb after the 3 had finished speaking. I am merely here to facilitate your meeting. I will not involve myself in other matters unless fate dictates otherwise. You may seek assistance from others present at this meeting. The orb maintained its stance of not bestowing power directly. If you wish to obtain a transcendent potion, that is also possible. I possess a list of materials, though the preparation is somewhat complex that it is advisable to purchase finished product from the black market. Though there are no guarantees regarding potential fraud or efficacy, Drake suggested, could I commission you to concoct it for me? Of course, the payment will be substantial, Elizabeth declared grandly. Observing their exchange, Martin interjected, why don't we all adopt code names? Otherwise, conversing becomes cumbersome. Since we are hosting a meeting, we might as well think of a name for our organization, a truly mysterious organization. Do they all worship specific deities? Elizabeth's interest peaked, her tone rising, her attention shifting from the transcendent potion. Anik, unable to contain himself, remarked, some even revere the 4 great evil gods. Just last week, I encountered a case that seemed suspicious. Originally, are they members of a special operations department or the police? Drake immediately formed his own judgment about the man suspended with bandages, then added, aside from the worship of malevolent deities, there exist underground organizations of blood clans and werewolves, as well as free associations that purely wish to evade the governance of the government and the church. They do not adhere to a unified belief system. Rather, they resemble a merchant guild. The Brotherhood of Mutual Assistance at Sea and in the northern continent exemplifies this type. In Dunland. There are also secret societies that proclaim both the righteous and malevolent gods as usurpers of the supreme authority. A few years ago, they even split, giving rise to the Dawn Morning Star, which advocates for the return of the true God to recreate the heavenly kingdom. and a faction that preaches a return to the destruction of the present world. The dusk, waning moon, Elizabeth's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She adjusted her chair and addressed the luminous orb. "Esteemed sir, could you bestow a name upon our organization?" The orb remained unresponsive, akin to a computer that is frozen. Elizabeth, feeling a bit awkward, proposed, "Then let us be known as the League of Justice." "Justice, you say?" Anik considered himself merely a transient soul wishing to return home. As for the gentleman to his left, who bore the appearance of a pirate, he likely held no belief in such a concept as justice. Just as Anik intended to interject, Drake cleared his throat and remarked, "The name League of Justice is too ostentatious and would easily attract the scrutiny of the righteous cults, particularly that of the God of Justice and Order." Martin, being a cleric of the God of Justice and Order himself, understood the church's stringent measures towards organizations that evidently sought to exploit their name. "That won't do. Since we are in a place called the Origin, let us simply call ourselves the Origin Society. I do not recommend that. It would make you susceptible to scrutiny from various organizations." The orb interjected, "This place resembles a library. Let us instead name ourselves the Classical Literature Society." Anik recalled the classical literary department from his favorite novel on Earth and decided to borrow the idea. "Why such a mundane name?" Elizabeth inquired. "Simple and unpretentious names allow for discretion. Our title should sound like a book club or a pen pal exchange organization. This way, we can remain hidden beneath the noses of the major churches." Anik replied that in the future, we can claim to have made acquaintances with a group of pen pals. But our mission is to enact change, is it not? Shouldn't such an endeavor be a beacon of light rather than something to be concealed? My dear lady, to achieve a new transformation, certain interests will inevitably be disturbed, especially those of the existing nobility and ecclesiastical classes. You think instigating change is child's play? Anik aimed to impress this upon her. "Very well, everyone. Let's choose code names. That I shall be called Rose. It is a name befitting a lady, and it is my favorite flower." Elizabeth immediately thought of this. "Rose? That emblem is found on the shield of the Sysac region. Is it not? It seems this noble lady hails from the capital, Lamont." Anik deduced instantly. Not only Anik, but Drake also reached the same conclusion, noting that aside from the bandaged fellow who kept to himself, the other two were rather straightforward in nature. "Seaman, you may call me Captain," Drake continued. "Oh, you truly are a sailor. I presumed your attire was merely for a masquerade ball," Elizabeth remarked. "Forgive me, Miss Rose. I'm not a sailor, but my work does bear similarities," Drake clarified. "More likely a pirate than a naval officer." Onyx silently scoffed. "I shall be called Scales. You could deduce from my attire that I am a cleric. As for specifics, I shall reveal them once we establish mutual trust," Martin declared, having witnessed the others adopting their code names. "Detective, then, for now on, let this be my moniker," Anik thought, as he considered himself an official investigator, even though he had only been assigned clerical duties upon joining. Thus, the Classical Literature Society is established. Oh, by the way, Captain, could you prepare a potion for extraordinary awakening for me? Of course. I am willing to provide cash as payment. Elizabeth felt a surge of joy. She had not only joined a mysterious organization, but was surrounded by extraordinary individuals, and she hoped to become the next possessor of extraordinary power. If she were to awaken, she could venture out without the need for numerous guards or hidden protectors. Hearing this, Drake felt a twinge of difficulty, but, glancing at the orb, he gritted his teeth and said, "I could disclose the materials for this awakening potion. In fact, one could procure the information at sea for £100. The materials are not overly difficult to locate, but the potion must be consumed within half an hour of its preparation, which entails certain risks. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Yes, Captain. I can pay you cash for the materials, provided it does not exceed 10,000 gold pounds. Should it surpass that sum, you may have to wait a few weeks." 10,000 gold pounds? In cash. I recall that the recent Port Bank heist yielded a similar amount, and it took 4 desperate men quite a while to amass it for such a result. All 4 perished. This lady is willing to part with such a sum for a mere chance at awakening. It was evident to Drake that Miss Rose was no ordinary heiress. He was taken aback. This lady could casually offer enough cash to hire an entire crew of pirate kings for several months, unless one were to stumble upon a treasure ship, even his crew, which had no fixed salaries. earned only 5 to 6 pounds a month at most, while his bounty varied from several thousand to tens of thousands across different nations. However, the lady still had not grasped the crux of his warning. The potion must be consumed within half an hour for it to be effective. Miss Rose, the awakening potion must be ingested within half an hour of preparation. As for the materials, they are rather straightforward. The primary ingredient is 50 milliliters of blood from the flying fish found along the northern coast. And the auxiliary component is a small piece of rock crystal from the eastern continent. Combine these in 2 pounds of pure water and boil them in a silver cauldron until roughly 50 milliliters remain. Of course, if you fear the taste may be unpleasant, honey can be added. The method for concocting the potion sounded deceptively simple. "How much gold pounds must I pay you for this?" Elizabeth inquired with excitement, sensing the possibility of becoming extraordinary. "The total for these materials is approximately 70 to 80 pounds, but the real issue is how to deliver it to you within half an hour after preparation. I reside in the narrow islands of the northern continent, while you are likely in the kingdom of Brugge, unless you enlist the aid of some powerful entities," Drake said, casting a sidelong glance at the orb, subtly implying that Miss Rose might seek assistance from it. Elizabeth stood and bowed towards the orb. "Esteemed administrator, might I trouble you to permit the captain to bring the potion and me to bring the cash into this space for our transactions when the Classical Literature Society convenes next?" "Granted," the orb replied in its emotionless, succinct tone. "Thank you for your generosity. When we reconvene, Captain, please ensure the potion is prepared, and I will have 200 pounds in cash ready as your payment. The materials only require 80 pounds at most. You need not pay 200 pounds. 120 pounds for labor is excessive," Drake replied. "No, Captain. 100 pounds is your consultant fee, while 20 pounds constitutes your labor compensation." Elizabeth smiled. "That I appreciate your generosity, that I too wish to earn such sums," Onik thought, envious of how easily the captain could earn 120 pounds with mere words, while he had to toil and sacrifice a hand for only 150 pounds. He wondered when he might also earn a sum from Miss Rose. Let us conclude this meeting here. Next Monday, August 11th, at 8 o'clock, you shall continue to exchange intelligence or offer mutual assistance." The orb stated before vanishing, and the meeting along with the other three began to fade. Onyx still wished to inquire about the travelers or traditional Chinese characters, but time had run out, and he would have to return another day. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself lying in bed at 9 Valent Street. Now he was not alone in his quest to bring an end to the age of deities. The feeling of having found an organization and companions to collaborate with was quite delightful. The Onyx mood mirrored that of a high school student on Earth, finding companions to skip class and head to an internet CAF. How often he reminisced about Earth. Though only 2 months had passed, Onyx had gradually adapted to this world devoid of air conditioning and internet. Chapter 59, Turbulence Resumes in the year 1886 of the Black Iron Era. On August 1 SD, Earl was an ordinary dock worker in the Gonia district. Both of his parents had also been dock workers and washerwomen in Gonia. After his father passed away from illness when Earl was in his teens, his mother raised him alone as a young boy. Earl apprenticed under his father's former colleagues at the docks, and by the age of 18, he officially became a dock worker. Over the past decade, he had weathered many storms. And now the boy was on the verge of becoming an old man. Recently, Earl had been experiencing severe back pain, but a maid introduced by his mother was to meet him next week. And if all went well, they would marry the following month. Earl had managed to save a bit of money, contemplating that after marriage, he would seek employment as a sailor, leaving behind the laborious work at the docks. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the day shift dock workers began to clock out, and Earl concluded yet another day of toil. At the end of last month, a grave murder incident occurred in the most secluded warehouse. It was said that 7 or 8 security guards and dock workers had perished, and the lone survivor had been driven mad and taken away by a group of African men. The assailant was ultimately shot dead by the veteran officer Bezzy and his rookie partner, both of whom sustained considerable injuries. Various rumors circulated around the docks, suggesting the murderer was a ruthless criminal, a war veteran, or even a werewolf. Several workers at Ural's transport company had taken leave over the weekend, too fearful to come in. The foreman, cursing under his breath about the cowardice of these workers, finally sought the approval of the frail, bespectacled supervisor in the office, who reluctantly agreed to increase wages by 5 pence for the next few days to quell the unrest. He warned that this raise would only last until the week's end, and any unexcused absences or failures to show up would not only forfeit the raise, but could also lead to termination. Under the threat of wages and dismissal, the workers finally gathered for the day. "Hey, old Ural, care for a drink tonight? We're short a player for cards," one of his colleagues called out, after washing off the sweat in the break room. Ural was being beckoned by his fellow workers to join them. "No, my mother has made chicken soup tonight. I must return early. You're nearly 30 and still heed your mother's words? Very well then, we shall take our leave." The group chuckled, teasing him as they departed. Yes, if there's any chicken soup at all, Ural mused to himself, realizing he was merely crafting an excuse to avoid a night of debauchery. In truth, that so-called debauchery amounted to little more than a pint of locally brewed barley beer at the tavern by the docks, with nibbles costing just a penny. Ural still harbored dreams of marrying and moving into a 2-bedroom flat. He could hardly remain cooped up in a single room with his mother after tying the knot. However, the influx of people into Aegisburg had made finding work increasingly difficult, and rents had surged considerably. Ural could only afford to pinch every penny, as he needed to save enough for 6 months' rent. Yes, the hour approached 8. The summer night had already enveloped Aegisburg in darkness, and the path home from the docks stretched several miles. Ural would need at least half an hour to walk back, though public carriages were available at night. Unfortunately, they ran infrequently, about once an hour, and the fare was double that of the day. Ural opted for the walk, considering it a form of exercise. The night road was dark and eerily quiet, with most of the gas lamps along the way damaged after a severe hailstorm in June. The city government had long promised repairs, yet 2 months had passed with no sign of workers. In contrast, the King's district had already been fitted with new gas lamps, rumored to be made of brass. The dock workers often speculated whether the King's district had no thieves, given the extravagance of its brass lamp posts. Ural could only rely on the faint glow from the windows of nearby houses to illuminate his path. Humming a tune to distract himself from the insistent growl of his stomach, Ural trudged onward, feeling wearier with each step. Approaching home, he sensed his energy waning. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind him. Ural instinctively stepped aside to allow the rider to pass, but the hoofbeats grew louder without overtaking him, and no lantern illuminated the vicinity. "Lost are we? Where's your lantern?" Ural turned to inquire of the horseman. A pitch-black steed floated ominously in the air, its rider clad in a peculiar white mask, draped in a scarlet robe emblazoned with a triangular emblem. In his left hand, he wielded an exaggeratedly large scythe. Fixating his gaze upon Ural without uttering a word. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Ural felt his legs weaken, the figure before him exuding an aura of malevolence. The man remained silent. Producing a card and tossing it before Ural, he picked it up to discover a single capital letter inscribed upon it. After glancing at his watch, the man continued to stare at Ural. "Sir, I have no money on me. If you need a drink, take this small amount that I must return home. My mother is waiting for me," Ural stammered, increasingly convinced of the man's sinister nature. He contemplated surrendering his meager earnings of 2 shillings and 5 pence in a desperate attempt to escape. Surely, in a place bustling with life, a loud shout would deter any pursuit. "It is nearly 8 o'clock, the man stated coldly, devoid of emotion. What does that even mean?" Ural thought, his mind racing. This fellow not quite right in the head. The rider slowly raised his scythe, sending a crimson crescent wave slicing through the air towards Ural from a distance of 4 paces. Instantly, visions of a blood-soaked battlefield filled Ural's mind, the ground littered with corpses and severed limbs, while the twin moons above glowed a deep crimson. Not far off, a giant sat upon a throne of human bones, brandishing a colossal sword. An overwhelming dread consumed Ural's heart. He lamented, "Forgive me, Mother, I should have listened to you and stayed home today." A solitary tear escaped the corner of his eye, betraying the fear of a man nearing 30. "You should consider yourself fortunate to be one of the chosen sacrifices for my lord's arrival," the horseman declared, approaching the lifeless Ural, and with one swift stroke he brought the scythe down to it. Was indeed a sweltering day. Under the midsummer sun of August, Anik felt the pain in his bandaged left arm had considerably diminished. Yet, The tight bindings had begun to itch. After a quick wash, Anik prepared to head to work. Before leaving, he donned the sunglasses gifted by the vampire, although he no longer required them on this planet. His years of wearing glasses on Earth had ingrained in him a sense of discomfort without something perched upon his nose. Anik took a public carriage to the precinct and pushed open the office door. His belongings had been moved to the desk by the window, where a young man sat at his former workstation. That I nearly forgot that Mr. Bezzy has retired. Good morning, Bell, Anik greeted as he settled into a cushioned chair. Good morning, Mr. Anik. The captain said I should assist here until your arm heals, Bell replied, quickly rising to address Anik. Much appreciated. Any incidents to report today? Anik inquired, flipping through the recent files, secretly wishing for a day devoid of events so he could enjoy his salary while idling away the time. Indeed, there has been a case that a dock worker was murdered on his way home last night. The crime scene was right on the street. The patrolling officers stumbled upon the body while on their rounds. Neighbors claim they heard nothing unusual. Besides the body, there was only a blank piece of paper with a capital written on it. The body was missing a left leg and has already been taken to the police station for the family to claim. Here's the preliminary report. The evidence is in the file cabinet to your left, labeled with the time. The captain wants you to check the morgue at your earliest convenience, Bell explained, handing Anik a sheet of paper before returning to his documents. Why do I encounter a murder case as soon as I clock in? The captain expects me to handle it. Anik grumbled. Yet despite his complaints, the allure of his 5-pound weekly salary silenced any further protest. Glancing at the pristine white paper, Anik noted the neat handwriting, a stark contrast to Mr. Bezzy's haphazard scrawl, suggesting the young man was still brimming with enthusiasm for his work. Let me see what the investigators have deduced. Victim's name, your location of incident, Birch Street occupation, unloader at Quick Star Shipping Company. Time of death, between 7:30 p.m. and 9:00 p.m. Remarks. Colleagues have been interviewed. The victim left work alone around 7:10 p.m., while others went to a nearby tavern or gathered for cards. Officer Green discovered the body while patrolling Birch Street at 9:10 p.m. No suspicious individuals were present at the scene, and investigations of nearby residences yielded no leads. The body was missing a left leg, but personal belongings were intact in the victim's pockets. Cause of death: suspected exsanguination. However, there were hardly any blood traces at the scene. The thigh had a clean severance. For further details, consult the coroner, Kleisinger. Speculation: the victim had a simple social life, with no known enemies or rivals. The likelihood of revenge or premeditated murder appears low. Given the victim's modest means, robbery during a struggle seems improbable. It may indicate a psychologically twisted act of rage, as evidenced by the mutilated corpse. After quickly reviewing the document, Anik smiled at Bell. Your speculations are astute. Did you come up with these? Bell scratched his head. Just a wild guess, Mr. Anik. The captain has instructed you to check the morgue. Let us go together. Perhaps not. I still have the weekend logs to complete. Bell hesitated. Logs are hardly a concern. Come with me to see for yourself. Validate your assumptions firsthand. Surely, you're not afraid of corpses? The morgue was located behind the precinct's office building, adjacent to the cafeteria. Anik had little impression of the precinct's sole coroner, Kleisinger, having only seen him during lunch breaks in the cafeteria, in his 40s or 50s. Anik, standing at approximately 1.80 m, appeared rather conspicuous among a group of malnourished individuals. The forensic expert towered over Anik by a good half a fist, with disheveled hair and an equally unkempt beard. He was not clad in a white lab coat. Anik initially mistook him for a beggar on the street. Is Mr. Kleisinger married? Anik inquired as he walked. Rumor has it he is divorced. Mr. Kleisinger never discusses personal matters. He essentially sleeps at the precinct except on holidays, Bell replied. Yet another odd character, Anik remarked, shaking his head as he pushed open the door to the morgue. Chapter 60. Provocation. A pungent stench of decay, mingled with the acrid scent of formaldehyde, assaulted their senses. Within the room, 2 iron tables were positioned, and beside them, wooden shelves were laden with ceramic jars containing preserved human organs, suspended in formaldehyde. Near one of the iron tables lay the corpse of a man, missing his left leg. Presumably the unfortunate victim from the previous night, that on another table rested a body covered with a white sheet, concealing its face. Mr. Kleisinger, are you here? We are investigating the death of a dock worker from last night. Hello, Bell called out loudly. The corpse on the second iron table slowly sat up, the sheet draped over its head. Bell gasped in horror. "Anik, quickly draw your weapon. Is this a case of the dead rising?" "Calm down, little Bell. Take a closer look," Anik interjected, halting Bell's attempt to draw his revolver, which, having been damaged in a previous incident, now served merely as a decorative piece at his waist. "Kid, I'm not dead yet. So what is all the fuss about?" A hand emerged from beneath the sheet, yanking it away to reveal the face beneath. Upon seeing the true identity of the corpse, Bell exclaimed, "You scared me half to death. Mr. Kleisinger, why are you lying in the autopsy room? This place hardly has enough space for another bed. It's all that fool Green's fault for dragging a corpse in here in the middle of the night." Insisting I finish my report, which has left me sleep-deprived, Kleisinger jumped down from the makeshift autopsy table and approached the two men. "You slept here overnight among the corpses? Aren't you frightened?" Bell asked. "Frightened of what? There's nothing fresh here. Just look at all those preserved organs on the shelf. Every year, that bunch of medical students comes here for a tour. The body from last night is right over there. Be careful not to knock over the urns on the shelves. Cleaning that up is quite a hassle." "Urns?" Anik inquired. "Some unidentified corpses from our jurisdiction, either frozen to death, succumbing to illness, or starving homeless individuals, are typically sent for cremation and temporarily stored here. Once every 6 months, we take them to a communal graveyard. This case should have family coming to claim it. At least it's not another nameless corpse." Anik was once again struck by how unflappable this odd character was. If this room were to feature in a horror film, no embellishment would be necessary. "Come on, we don't know when the family will come to claim it. Perhaps we could persuade them to consent to an autopsy. After all, externally, there's only the severed left leg." Kleisinger pointed at the corpse on the autopsy table. Anik examined the body closely, a man in his 30s. His skin darkened from long hours laboring at the docks. His hands were calloused and riddled with minor wounds from years of toil. The man's eyes bulged slightly, with traces of tears at the corners. Apart from his severed left leg, there were no other wounds. His body was marred by faint livor mortis, and his oral cavity appeared pale. What was the cause of death? Anik, lacking medical knowledge, could only ask. There are no obvious external injuries. Without a family member's consent, I cannot perform an autopsy to inspect the internal organs. However, judging by the livor mortis and the condition of the mouth, it appears to be a case of exsanguination. Strangely, though, Green mentioned there were almost no bloodstains at the scene. Come and take a look at the wound on the left leg. Oh, you see anything unusual? Anik examined the wound, noting the clean cut that severed the thigh. It's too cleanly severed, as if the thigh was cut in one stroke and taken away, requiring no second cut. There's no evidence of a second incision at the base of the thigh. Indeed, a mature man's thigh is quite substantial, and the musculature is robust. Typically, such a precise and nearly perfect dismemberment would require the leg to be positioned on a guillotine, with a weighty blade descending to sever it. The crucial point is that if this were the case, blood would surely have splattered everywhere. Yet the scene bore scant bloodstains. So, where did this man's blood and his thigh go? Kleisinger pondered. Could be that Birch Street is not the actual crime scene. Perhaps this man was killed elsewhere, drained of blood, and then transported to Birch Street after his leg was severed. Anik proposed a rather straightforward theory. That theory is plausible, but why would the perpetrator drain the victim's blood and sever his left thigh? If it were merely for the sake of blood consumption, there would be no need to dismember the body. The bat-like creatures in our country are generally regulated. No one dares to engage in such activities. If the aim was to dismember the body to evade capture, why discard it in the street? Kleisinger seemed dissatisfied with Anik's explanation and presented his counterargument. If there's no progress with the physical evidence, we must consider the motive. What do you think was the motive behind this murder? Anik inquired. Was it a random killing or the act of psychopath? Bell ventured his speculation. The method of murder does not suggest a spontaneous act of violence. I firmly believe there was some premeditation involved. That's the opinion of an old forensic expert. You needn't speculate. This is directed at us. Captain Parker's voice preceded his entrance, his expression grave as he entered the room. Holding a copy of the Agelberg Daily from that morning. What do you mean it's directed at us? Anik asked, perplexed. Bell read the top column of the second page. Captain Parker handed over the newspaper. Bell took it, flipping to the second page to begin reading aloud. The headline read, A challenge from Kate. In the early hours of today, our editorial department received a letter, which upon opening was found to be bloodstained. After several hours of deliberation, we have decided to publish this letter from the K organization. As for the authenticity of this letter, our reporter will be interviewing officers from the Ganya District Port Bureau today. Please stay tuned for further coverage. The content of the letter. We are the K organization, devoted to an immensely powerful deity. The July robbery at the port bank was conducted under our directive to gather sacrifices for our God and to fund our endeavors. Regrettably, we were thwarted by the profane Captain Parker of the Port Bureau and his subordinates. Consequently, we have resolved to challenge the Port Bureau. On the evening of August 1 ST, a man will die within the jurisdiction of the Port Bureau, and we shall leave behind a note as a clue. Over the next 4 days, we will kill one person each day and leave behind a note. If by the 8th day the officers of the Port Bureau have not deciphered the clues left from our actions, we will launch a random attack, demonstrating that the officers of the Port Bureau are mere salary thieves, just like those in other districts. If you unravel this case, please publish in the Agelberg Daily the reasons for our actions and the significance of the clues we have provided. A bunch of lunatics deliberately committing murder just to challenge us. Onik felt a deep sense of disillusionment with the world's disregard for the rule of law. Let us head to your office to examine the note and discuss this further. If reporters show up, be sure to employ my coping techniques. Captain Parker appeared unfazed, suggesting that this was not his first encounter with such matters. Chapter 61. The old woman and the 4 men made their way to the document room, where young Bell retrieved the note left at the crime scene, now collected as evidence. Here, everyone take a look. The note bore a large letter E inscribed in black ink. Onik, upon receiving the note, cleared his throat and spoke. The letter, if I'm not mistaken, the victim's name is Yorl, which corresponds perfectly with this letter. This K organization has foretold that they will kill 4 individuals over the next 4 days. I suspect that the initials of the 5 victims will spell out the meaning behind this operation. Forensic expert Kleisinger shook his head and replied, "It's not that simple. The connection between the letter and the name might be easy to deduce, but the absence of a leg raises questions. What significance does K attribute to this act? Moreover, the condition of the victim's death does not resemble injuries inflicted by an ordinary individual. This is beyond the scope of a typical organization or gang. That I suggest we hand this over to the Special Operations Division and let them grapple with it. Currently, there is no clear evidence linking this to a secret society. They want to take action without it. The best they might do is send a novice to assist you. Also, investigate whether this individual recently encountered any unusual circumstances. The murderer must have had prior contact to know the victim's name." Captain Parker naturally handed the matter over to Onik after he finished speaking. Onik replied with a wry smile, "Well, I'm still injured. Captain, I have a new hypothesis as well. Perhaps among the upcoming victims, only one is the true target of the murderer, while the others are merely a ruse, intended to mislead us down the wrong path. And oh worries, look at how sharp your mind is, given your injury. You needn't visit the crime scene in person. We will compile the details into written materials to provide you later," Captain Parker concluded. After his words, Onik wished he could slap himself for speaking up when he could have feigned ignorance instead. "I apologize for the interruption, everyone. Captain, Miss Ford has arrived," Officer Loom said as he pushed the door open and addressed Captain Parker. "Please let her in. We have a few inquiries to make," he replied. That a woman in her 50s, her hair streaked with gray, entered the room, her eyes swollen and devoid of luster. Seeing the 4 officers present, she mustered her spirits and said, "Good morning, officers. I'm here to identify the victim's body and answer questions." "Good morning, ma'am. Please accept my condolences. Before we confirm the body, we have some questions that require your input," Captain Parker said, motioning for the elderly woman to take a seat. She trembled slightly as she settled onto the visitor's bench. Bell hurried to prepare a cup of tea, while Onik took out paper and pen to begin recording. Captain Parker initiated the inquiry. "Ma'am, did you hear this morning about your son as possible murder?" Tears shimmered in the old woman's eyes, as if she were reluctant to revisit the memories. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "Last night, my poor son didn't come home that I thought he might have stayed at a friend's house. But this morning a neighbor brought the terrible news. Do you have any leads? For instance, did Earl have any enemies? He was a very honest and straightforward person. He never argued or fought with anyone. Have you encountered any strangers recently asking for your name, surname, or other personal information? Captain Parker decided to cut straight to the core of the matter to know. In our rundown house, not even insurance salespeople are willing to come by. We recently decided to move, and a colleague has a daughter of marriageable age, so we thought to help them get together. Earl had also decided to pursue a seafaring job after marriage. The mention of this made Mrs. Ford even more sorrowful. Is the rental agency reliable? Was Earl looking for work there? The Welfare Housing Rental Center found a house, and after the job, Earl found a new job through a professional agency that promised to charge the fee only after he started working. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances as the situation began to take shape. Ma'am, do you know where this professional agency is located? What is its name? It's called Goda Employment Agency. I remember the address is 88 Valent Street. Onik paused his writing. Valent Street? ISNT, that where I rent my place? It seems I should consider moving after my lease expires, but finding a similarly affordable house is the real challenge. All right, ma'am, we have a lead now, but we need your signature for something else. To investigate Earl's cause of death, we will need to perform an autopsy after you confirm the body. This will expedite finding the murderer. A coroner interjected, as it was within his purview. An autopsy? Does it cost money? Our savings are barely over £9. We also need to find a burial plot for Earl. The funeral can be simple, but we truly cannot afford the autopsy fees. Can the fee be deferred? Perhaps I can request an advance on next month's wages from my employer. Onik looked at the unfortunate woman before him. Even after losing the only man in her family, she remained resolute. He wanted to say something comforting, but was interrupted by the coroner, Cleesinger, who spoke. Madam, the costs for autopsies required due to criminal cases are covered by government funds, and no personal payment is necessary. Oh, thank you. How soon do I need to notify the crematorium? We have a set quota each year that allows us to provide cremation services free of charge. And fortuitously, we haven't exhausted this year's quota. As for the ashes, you can collect them on the 3RD, he replied. Onik produced a £5 banknote and handed it over, because the motive for this crime was to deliberately cause disruption in the community. The government has an obligation to provide financial compensation to the victims. Ma'am, your son has unfortunately been entangled in this case. Here is a condolence payment from the police department. The elderly woman hesitated before accepting the banknote, quickly murmuring her thanks. The coroner then took her to the back room to confirm the body. Captain Parker glanced at Onik and said, if the investigation doesn't proceed smoothly, you might have to cough up £25 in cash as government compensation. Sometimes being a good person doesn't pay off. I just felt sorry for that poor woman. The condolence payments for this year have already been distributed. If any more victims' families come, I want to have any funds left to compensate them. By the way, young Bell, please fill in the victim's details. The victim's full name is Earl Ford. All right, I'll take care of it now. Onik, let's go deal with the reporters who have likely arrived by now. The press in the kingdom of BRGGE is quite robust, especially in a capital area like Augsburg, where there are dozens of newspapers, some affiliated with the government and others owned by the nobility or wealthy tycoons, indifferent to profitability. Many people avoid speaking to reporters or simply run away. Onik wondered why Captain Parker was so eager to meet them in the second-floor office. Captain Parker opened the door to find a girl in her 20s rummaging through his things. With golden, curly hair and gold chain glasses, her petite stature made Onik question whether she was still a student. Rita, didn't I tell you not to go through my things when I'm not around? If you do it again, I'll take back the key, he warned. The girl, startled, quickly put down the documents and turned to reveal a sweet, albeit forced, smile. The editor at the newspaper is pushing urgently. Knowing I'm your sister, of course, they sent me to secure an exclusive interview. The editor said if I can get first-hand exclusive information, I'll be promoted and won't have to remain an intern anymore. My dear brother, you wouldn't refuse your sister's one and only request, would you? Who's that disabled guy next to you? He looks decent, just a shame he is disabled. Otherwise, I could introduce him to a few of my single friends at the newspaper. Onik could only offer an awkward smile upon hearing this. He is merely injured, not disabled. Allow me to introduce our new secretary, Onik. He was responsible for last month's bank robbery case. And that rather silly woman over there is my sister. Rita, Captain Parker remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Onik extended his uninjured right hand to shake hands with the young woman before taking a seat. Speaking of being single, you're not exactly taken either. Why not consider this young man before you? He is a top graduate from Augsburg University and earns more than you do. Captain Parker teased, seemingly setting up a matchmaking scenario. I'll consider it if you agree to my interview. Rita began to negotiate. All right. What do you wish to know? Rita pulled out a small notebook from her pocket and snagged a pen from the desk, sitting down obediently across from Captain Parker. I want to know the details of the murder case from the night of August 1 SD. Is it true that a secret, extraordinary organization is involved? Due to the ongoing investigation, I cannot disclose the details of the case. Captain Parker replied leisurely as he began to grind coffee beans. How did the victim die? According to bystanders, it was said the victim was missing a leg. Rita seemed particularly intrigued by such cases. The cause of death is currently unknown. An autopsy has been arranged, and we will determine the outcome based on the medical report. Captain Parker continued, unfazed as he prepared his coffee. What exactly is that organization? Do you have any leads? Not at the moment. We plan to escalate the case and request assistance from the Special Operations Department. Rita scribbled nothing in her notebook, clearly frustrated. Then what can you disclose? The case is indeed under investigation. Please advise the public to remain vigilant, especially at night, and to avoid going out alone if possible. Those with the means should carry legal self-defense weapons. Is that all? What about the paper left of the crime scene? What did it say? Rita pressed on, seemingly undeterred. I could tell you that the scene only had the letter E. Would you believe me? I wouldn't. Even if I did, saying that would likely get me fired by the editor before I even get my promotion to IT is well that you have opened up. Perhaps you should abandon your aspirations of becoming a journalist and instead seek employment with us. No, I have no desire to spend my days confined to an office, merely watching you old-timers sip tea. After finishing her sentence, Rita sprang up and seated herself beside Anik, continuing in a hushed tone. How about you reveal a little secret? Handsome. Of course, if you report it, I'll split the reward with you. But I know nothing of any inside information. I've only just returned from vacation today. Anik mused that just moments ago Rita had referred to him as a disabled person, and now he was a handsome guy. Indeed, people tend to show kindness when one possesses value. Do you not think of dragging our lad into this? He has barely been with us for 2 months and has already earned $250 in cash. What could your impoverished newspaper possibly do to him? Wow, that's quite a sum. Perhaps I should consider joining you. Rita exclaimed, that weren't you just lamenting the abundance of old men among us? If you can earn $250 in 2 months, I wouldn't mind if you were all old men. Tell me your secret to wealth. Dear sir, Anik couldn't help but chuckle. $150 was a fortunate reward for helping someone retrieve a necklace, while the remaining $100 came from the trade of his left arm, as one could see. Rita glanced at Anik's left arm, which still hung by his neck, and the sparkle in her eyes faded. Well, that is unfortunate. Your arm isn't even healed, and my brother has already dragged you back to work. 101T sufficed to mend the physical and psychological wounds. Just remember to write as I instructed. As for the dialogue, you can fabricate that yourself, and do avoid any mention of extraordinary evil or mysterious organizations. This case genuinely may require the intervention of special operations. If that group of men in black suits comes knocking at your newspaper, your editor will undoubtedly throw you to the wolves to shield himself. Your dream of a journalistic career may very well come to a disastrous end. Rita's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Is it truly that grave? This isn't just a prank. Is it? A corpse lies over 100 yards away. Do you honestly believe any organization or individual would engage in such a farce as to deliberately murder someone, should you find yourself on the special operations list? No newspaper would dare keep you on. Don't try to frighten me. We in the media fear not even politicians. Those members of parliament invite me to their soiree, yes. After all, special operations do not require your assistance to garner votes like those politicians. They're directly governed by a committee formed by the parliament, the crown, and the 8 major faiths. When dealing with matters that cannot be seen in the light of day, they can even detain someone without a court order for 6 months. Trust me, you would not wish to witness the underbelly of special operations. If you doubt me, ask Anik. He has been there. Curious, Rita inquired, brother, is special operations truly that dreadful? Familiarity breeds contempt. Who are you calling brother? After all, she is the younger sister of our captain, Anik replied, compelled to respond. It is indeed a grim and oppressive environment. and one can even hear terrifying sounds. There are certainly many peculiar individuals within. Is that so? Rita's eyes sparkled once more. There are indeed many oddities, but they differ from the public's imagination of winged beings or four-armed creatures. Yes, that all? No elegant vampires or dashing werewolves? Would you prefer to meet the boorish vampires who pick their noses or the werewolves who cannot control their murderous impulses? Anik thought to himself. Enough of this. When is dinner? Dinner. It's only 11 o'clock. We have half an hour yet. What, is our journalist so impoverished that he must mooch for a meal? Isn't it simply fortuitous that we await the coroner's results? Do not think you can deceive me. Mooch meals are secondary. The primary motive is to save money. The morgue is just behind. You know Clazing. Why not go see for yourself? Are you afraid he might, like me, refuse to say anything? How could you send an unmarried lady to observe an autopsy? I suspect my brother is a complete pervert. The siblings bickered until 11:30, when a meal of steamed pumpkin accompanied by white bread was served, with fish soup as the broth. Mrs. Lisa, the chef, seemed quite familiar with Rita and teased. The old maid returns to mooch again, prompting Rita's face to darken instantly. After the three settled at a table, Mr. Clazing entered, looking fatigued, and handed a note to Captain Parker. We have encountered something peculiar. Take a look at this. I'll fetch the food first. Captain Parker, after examining the paper, remarked, This is indeed troublesome. It appears we must seek the assistance of special operations. Rita extended her hand towards Parker, asking for the coroner's report. Let me see. Can you even comprehend it? Setting aside your medical knowledge, can you decipher Clazing's illegible handwriting? Rita scratched her head, admitting, I indeed cannot make heads or tails of those forensic reports from your office. Do not rummage through my office again. Fair enough. You two siblings seem to have a rather good rapport, Clazing remarked as he took a seat beside Anik. It appeared that the autopsy work had drained Clazing considerably, as his plate held 3 whole loaves of bread. Good afternoon, sir. What was the true cause of death for the victim last night? The report should have been given to your brother. He ought to have an opinion. P.S. mute. Dear Mr. Clazing, do enlighten me. Clazing glanced at Parker, who nodded, and continued. I commenced my examination with the stomach, finding no evident signs of poisoning. The internal organs showed no indications of toxicity either. However, the victim's organs displayed marked atrophy, akin to those of an elderly individual on the brink of death. At this point, Clazing paused to resume his lunch. How did he die? Do not publish this in the daily report. If you do, please attribute it to your brother. I suspect the victim was deprived of his life force by some extraordinary power, much like those who naturally pass away in old age. Despite appearing youthful on the outside, their insides resemble those of an elderly person. Clazing resumed his meal, seemingly forgetting his previous statement. Rita, however, looked conflicted. As a journalist, she felt compelled to report the truth, yet what he had just said was utterly unpublishable. Just write a portion of the truth. Most of the public reads newspapers merely for conversation fodder. Sometimes the truth holds little significance for them, for it will inevitably become distorted through repeated retellings. Anik suggested. For instance, Rita retorted. You could say that there exists a malicious criminal organization, K, that enjoys killing and removing parts of their victims. This would be less damaging than claiming that a mysterious cult is executing some sinister plan. Writing it this way does not deceive the reader, and you won't be summoned to tea by the men in black. Very well. Anik, perhaps you should join me in journalism. Rita seemed persuaded. What is the weekly pay? You're still just an intern. After all, anything below 5 is beneath my consideration. Anik pragmatically inquired. What good is being a journalist if all they do is find excuses to sneak out during the day under the pretense of gathering information? My impoverished sister still mooches food and shelter from me. How much could she possibly earn? Captain Parker appeared quite disdainful of his sister. This is a spirit of dedication. How could one sully that with such trivial matters as pounds? Very well. This afternoon I shall return to write a report, condemning you petty thieves of wages who squander the taxpayers' money without contributing. Then please do ensure that the public's attention is diverted from the murder case to us. The esteemed members of Parliament care not whether we squander a few pounds of weekly wages, only if their electoral votes are at risk. Chapter 63. A middleman at 88 Vallon Street. Just a few hundred yards from where Anik now resided, he prepared to visit the Geta agency with Bell at 3 o'clock, hoping to uncover any potential mischief. "Can you handle a firearm?" Anik asked Bell at 2:30 in the office. "I can manage a bit. The patrol officers undergo training once a year. While we are not usually issued firearms, we can apply for one from the captain if necessary." Young Bell seemed somewhat excited. "I see. Go ahead and request a temporary firearm from the captain. Additionally, inquire about when my wretched revolver will be repaired. We'll be going out for a call this afternoon." "What sort of weapon should I apply for? Can I request a rifle or a shotgun?" Bell appeared quite fond of firearms, though his position limited his access to them. "We are merely investigating the Geta agency. We are not heading to the battlefield. A handgun will suffice." Upon hearing this, Bell seemed a bit deflated. "Very well, Mr. Anik. I shall apply right away. Do not forget about my revolver s repaired, of course." Approximately 10 minutes later, Bell returned with a form in hand. Speaking to Anik, "The captain said you should write a repair request yourself, and for 5 shillings, you can use an old revolver until yours is fixed. Once it's repaired, you can return the old handgun. Am I also required to cover the repair costs for the damaged service pistol?" Anik could hardly contain his frustration over this regulation. The captain stated that it was to prevent officers from carelessly damaging their weapons. Hence the rule was instituted. It seems Captain Parker anticipated Anik's grievances and prepared his justification in advance. Let us proceed to see what weapons are available at Kang's. Kang's, the armorer, remained leisurely sipping tea in his basement. When Anik handed him the list, he merely glanced at it before extending his hand. Reluctantly, Anik produced 5 silver shillings and the broken revolver from his side. Kang's chuckled, saying, "Next time, remember, a firearm is your second life. That I will need to send this new revolver to headquarters for repairs. If all goes well, it will take a week, but it could stretch to half a month. For now, take this experimental pistol, and you, Bell, can use the training .44 caliber revolver." After Kang's finished speaking, he extracted a small revolver and handed it to Bell, along with 6 rounds of ammunition. "Could you spare a few more rounds? Why do you need so many bullets just to accompany Anik on a simple investigation?" Kang's inquired. "I'm looking for the new experimental items they mentioned at the armory last week." Kang's rummaged through a wooden box and produced a peculiar pistol, distinct from the typical revolver with its exposed long barrel and a breech featuring an ejection port above it. The elongated grip below housed a magazine loading port. This appeared to be one of the earliest semi-automatic pistols, unlike common handguns, as the breech did not fully cover the barrel. Perhaps the absence of smokeless powder on this planet necessitated a longer barrel to ensure effective range. The armory claimed this device could hold 12 rounds, boasting firepower and rate of fire far superior to that of a revolver. They were preparing to produce a batch of 5,000 units for officer use. But upon inspection, the evaluating colonel outright rejected it, which is how it ended up in our hands. Otherwise, we would have never been able to utilize such modern weaponry. The designer seemingly overlooked a crucial detail, resulting in the officer's reluctance to adopt it. Anik remarked with a mix of seriousness and jest. "What detail?" Kang's asked earnestly. "In our country, those who ascend to officer ranks are typically graduates of formal military academies. They are either nobles or the sons of wealthy merchants. That a handgun is often more of a decorative item. And while this semi-automatic pistol possesses formidable firepower, its lack of a fully enclosing breech renders it rather unsightly." Kang's examined the pistol closely and then shook his head, retrieving 24 rounds of ammunition to hand to Anik. "May I simply keep this pistol? Once the revolver is repaired, I can just set it aside as a backup." Anik stated as he received the weapon and began loading the bullets into the magazine. "Do you not find it ugly?" Kang's inquired, puzzled. "I do find it unattractive, yet I am not an officer sheltered behind the front lines. The doubled ammunition capacity clearly sways my choice." Anik replied with a mischievous grin. "Imagine, after firing 6 shots, the villain thinks your gun is empty and comes out to confront you. Wouldn't it be quite a surprise to unleash another 6 rounds? That is hardly gentlemanly. I have never claimed to be a gentleman. Moreover, being gentlemanly towards the enemy could very well lead to my demise in service to my country." Tea precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Anik and Bell departed the police station, taking a public carriage to 88 Warren Street. Contrary to expectations of a locked door and fleeing patrons, the agency named Gota appeared much like any other small enterprise, with a dilapidated sign hanging above the entrance and dusty windows obscuring the view inside. Through the glass, Anik could barely discern 4 or 5 customers filling out forms, while 2 female clerks attended to them behind desks. As Anik pushed open the door, he noticed that most of the job seekers inside were men in their 30s to 40s, many clad in dark uniforms typical of dock workers, with a few others in faded shirts missing buttons. "Excuse me, could you step aside? I have matters to attend to," Anik said to the queue of job seekers. Upon hearing this, several in line turned to reprimand the impolite man behind them, but upon seeing Anik's police uniform, they promptly fell silent and parted to clear a path. Anik and Bell were able to approach the clerks without obstruction, who appeared quite busy. The female clerk did not lift her gaze but spoke directly. "Age, education. Have you filled out the form? For an office clerk position at £3 a week, you will need formal higher education. There is also a shipping company from the northern continent hiring sailors next week, offering £2 and 8 shillings for skilled workers. Interested? A £2 deposit is required first. The contract will detail the weekly wage, which will either be collected or refunded upon completion. Miss, we are not here seeking employment. Please summon your manager or owner. We have business with him." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged clerk glanced up at Anik and then continued with her work. "Those not seeking employment are wasting my time. Who are you?" A disabled man accompanied by a half-grown child, demanding to see my boss. "We are police officers from the port precinct, here to inquire about your employer regarding certain matters." Anik produced his identification and handed it over. The clerk scrutinized the photo and Anik's appearance, her impatient demeanor transforming into one of obsequiousness. "Oh dear, I sincerely apologize. My boss has too many impoverished relatives or acquaintances. He often claims it is unnecessary to summon him. Would you gentlemen like to sit and have a cup of tea while I fetch him?" "No need. Is your boss on the second floor?" Anik interjected. "Yes, let me call him down for you. How could I allow esteemed guests to ascend on their own?" The clerk responded, "No, we will go up ourselves." Upon hearing this, the female employee displayed reluctance, while the nearby security guard, seeing both men armed, dared not intervene. The two ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor, where they found an office that appeared better decorated than the others, with a red-painted wooden door and 2 potted green plants. Anik tested the door and pushed it open. Inside, the room was shrouded in smoke, and a man in his 50s reclined on a sofa, accompanied by a crystal liquor bottle and a box of cigars, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the smog prevalent in the northern industrial districts. "Are you the owner of this agency? What on earth are you smoking? It's quite suffocating," Anik complained, fanning the air in front of him. "Mr. Anik, that would be a premium cigar imported from the Windward Islands, reputedly made from a blend of sun-dried tobacco leaves, rolled by local unmarried maidens on their laps," Bell added. "Get out. Who allowed you to enter?" The old man, interrupted, appeared furious. Anik swiftly approached, drawing his firearm and pressing it against the man's temple. The cold sensation jolted the elderly man into a state of alertness, his legs trembling as he slumped in his chair. "The money is in the safe behind me. Take whatever you need, just don't shoot." "I have," Anik inquired, "reliable, although the salary is a bit low. It is undoubtedly a legitimate shipping company. We collaborate every year. And for each person I refer, they will provide me with a referral fee of £1. "Bah, you unscrupulous merchants, profiting from both ends," Bell exclaimed upon hearing this. "Hee, a little trick to earn money." The man chuckled slyly. "How should we handle the illicit use of poppy?" Anik winked at Bell. That it seemed Bell understood Anik's hint, responding, "Mr. Anik, we typically impose a fine of £20 and 2 weeks of confinement for such cases." The man, upon hearing this, began to plead, "Gentlemen, I can pay double the fine, but please do not imprison me. My reputation will be ruined, and no one will seek my services again that I could pretend I saw nothing today." "But that depends on your cooperation. Do you understand?" Anik added. "Understood. Just a moment, gentlemen," the man replied, setting down his briefcase and turning to unlock the safe. "What are you thinking?" I asked if anyone besides the shipping company has seen the files pertaining to Air and the others. Anik pressed. The man appeared troubled, caught in mental turmoil for a while. "Hurry up, or I'll take you in right now." "You have 1 minute to think," Anik urged. The man, sensing the urgency, finally relented. "You must promise to keep this confidential, or I fear they won't spare me. Last month, 2 men approached me, expressing interest in purchasing my files. They appeared quite formidable and offered a substantial sum. In a moment of weakness, I agreed. How much did you show them? Just the one starting with E? Are you certain? If someone is harmed tonight and happens to be one of your former clients, I believe 2 weeks in our custody would be quite lenient. If those men in black get their hands on you, who knows what fate awaits you? The man, upon hearing this, spilled everything as if he were a chick pecking at grains. Not just those. They paid me £100 for the information on all job seekers this year. You sold them out for £100. Damn, if there were any information protection laws, you would surely be incarcerated. Enoch said, visibly irritated. This transaction is worth 50 times the commission of a miserly wretch, the boss sneered. What did those men look like? I can't recall clearly. I only remember they were dressed in scarlet robes. And the leader wore a cloak. Scarlet? Very well. I will return to you if there are any discrepancies once this case concludes. Now, extend your head. Enoch gestured with his finger that I know I've disclosed everything. Sheriff, why must I extend my head? The man questioned, yet he complied, placing his hands on the table and leaning forward. Bell approached and delivered a punch. Upon hearing this, Bell decisively stepped forward and struck the man squarely in the face. Ah, it hurts. The man cried, clutching his swollen cheek. You should be grateful it wasn't me who struck you. Otherwise, you'd be facing a concussion or worse. You're a real piece of work, Enoch added, delivering a swift kick. The two exited the room, closing the door behind them. The staff downstairs seemed to have heard their boss's wails, yet none dared to approach. Where to next, Mr. Enoch? Young Bell inquired. Back, this lead ends here. I really wish I could return and give him another beating. Enoch seemed still unsatisfied, rubbing his fists. Chapter 64. The second case, Nick Ed is a private carriage driver who co-owns a carriage to run late-night shifts. Although the pay is modest, it suffices for a living. Recently, Nick's partner decided to sell their carriage, believing it unprofitable. Thus, Nick was compelled to seek work as a public carriage driver. Life is tough. I thought there might be some hope, Nick murmured to himself. He heard rumors that a worker was murdered at the port last night, and a body had been dismembered. Deaths in the Gonia district have become commonplace, often resulting from robbery or brawls. However, dismemberment is rather alarming. Throughout the day, Nick struggled to find passengers as word of the murder spread that it was rumored that the capital, Ramon, had begun replacing public carriages with trains, dubbed the subway. Only those who become private drivers for the elite have a chance. Making competition fierce at 7:30 in the evening, Nick decided to complete one last fare if he found any passengers before heading home. His old horse was visibly exhausted, but on the roadside, 2 men dressed in scarlet robes raised their thumbs, a signal for a ride. Nick quickly halted his carriage and called out, "Where to, gentlemen?" East Star Street by the port. The leading man's voice was hoarse. It's night now. For such a long distance, you'll need to pay 1.5 times the fare. Money is not an issue, the man replied, producing a £1 note. All right then, please hop on. Nick thought it had been a while since he encountered such generous customers. Once the 2 men boarded, they fell silent. Nick, seeking conversation, asked, "What do you gentlemen do that requires such a late-night journey?" The man in the back remained mute, leaving only the sound of hooves clattering against the cobblestones. Realizing the men preferred silence, Nick chose to refrain from further conversation. Though the August night was not as sweltering as the day, the residual heat combined with the coastal humidity felt stifling. The temperature often left Nick drenched in sweat, and he wondered why he felt so clammy tonight. T7:55, Nick was nearing Star Street. Suddenly, his horse neighed and refused to advance another step. Nick cracked the whip, but the horse remained obstinate, attempting to break free from the reins that moment. The crescent moon vanished behind the clouds, plunging the road into deeper darkness, with only the dim light from the carriage lantern providing illumination. "I apologize, gentlemen. My horse seems to have taken ill and refuses to move. How about I refund you 2 shillings, and you can walk the rest of the way? We're quite close to the Star Street intersection now." Nick turned to explain to the 2 men in the carriage. However, upon glancing back, he found the rear seat empty, save for a single white piece of paper. Confused, Nick questioned whether he was merely exhausted and had imagined the passengers. The reassuring touch of the gold-pound notes in his pocket confirmed that someone had indeed ridden in his carriage. Just as Nick pondered this, a man on horseback approached, narrowing his eyes. Nick observed a robust, tall horse with sleek black fur. The rider donned a scarlet cloak and a white mask. As he drew nearer, Nick noticed the man wielding a translucent scythe. Realization struck him. This man bore a striking resemblance to the two who had just been in his carriage. "Sir, are you perhaps the companion of those two men who just rode with me? Your attire is quite similar," Nick inquired. The man remained silent, merely waving his scythe, and a crimson light flashed through the carriage. The old horse immediately ceased its struggle, collapsing to the ground in submission. Nick hesitated, contemplating a leap from the carriage, but the crimson light seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing him and accelerating skyward upon contact. Just as he stood up, he collapsed against the carriage's driving seat. On the morning of August 3 RD, Anik prayed for a day devoid of disturbances, hoping that the peculiar individuals would not cause any trouble, allowing him to pass the day in peace. Upon arriving at the precinct, he noticed a woman with golden short hair, clad in a black professional top and a short skirt, peering from behind a flower bed. Anik approached and tapped her shoulder. "Good morning, Miss Rita. What are you doing hiding here?" Startled, Rita stood up, and upon recognizing Anik, she vented her frustrations. "I intended to sneak into that man's office at 6 this morning to check for updates. But to my surprise, he changed the locks. I've been struggling with the old key since 5 o'clock, and he didn't even give me a hint. Merely watching from the corner, in the end, he kicked a lady out. I will never forgive him until he apologizes that it seems Captain Parker has reached his limit and decided to tease his sister a little." Anik chuckled. "Well, good luck wrestling with the air. I'm going in." "Wait a moment. We are friends, aren't we?" Rita puffed out her chest, attempting to exude some feminine charm. Anik scratched his head. £5 in cash. Although I'm unsure what you wish to enlist my help for. My minimum hiring fee is £5. My charm truly not worth £5. I entered under the pretense of being your friend to have a look at the deceased coachman from last night, who, along with a dead horse, was dragged into the courtyard of your precinct early this morning. How is it that there is yet another death? Is this K organization merely a group of deranged serial killers? Anike has decided to personally pick up her two younger sisters from school after work today. Otherwise, the daily anxiety is simply intolerable. So, what do you say if you agree to take me inside? I might consider introducing you to someone." Rita continued. "Miss Rita, I must confess, I have little interest in women resembling washboards. Feel free to enter if you wish. I presume the precinct staff are already familiar with you." "Indeed, I simply cannot forgive that man. The others have not wronged me in the slightest. It seems the young man possesses a natural talent for investigative journalism. Rita's ability to self-forgive and exonerate herself is truly remarkable." Anike thought, shaking her head as she stepped in her office. Rita followed her in, unceremoniously taking a seat in Anik's armchair, leaving Belle looking utterly bewildered. "Mr. Anike, this morning we received word that a coachman was murdered last night. Shall we discuss the particulars of the case?" Belle gestured toward Rita, who was busy scribbling notes. "To go ahead, you have met the captain's younger sister. After all, even if she is unreliable, her editors are well aware of what should and should not be published." Belle sighed before continuing. "The body was discovered by residents on Starlight Street, east of the port, along with a horse that also lay dead by the roadside. That IT has been sent to Mr. Kleisinger, the coroner, for an autopsy. The identification found in the victim's pocket indicates he was Nick Ed. Based on the scene and attire, he appears to have been a coachman. This time, the right leg is missing." "Why do these incidents keep happening? Were there any wounds this time?" "Aside from a lack of visible injuries on the right leg, we can ascertain that this murder is likely connected to the previous incident involving the dock worker. We will need to await the coroner's report for further details. Were there any eyewitnesses? Still none, but we do have a specific time frame now. 8 o'clock last night, during which someone reported hearing the sound of horses neighing outside. Did no one venture out to investigate? The person who reported it claimed it was too dark, so no one dared to go outside. This piece of white paper left on the coach at the scene seems to be the clue referenced by the K organization." Belle produced a sheet of white paper, upon which was scrawled a capital letter, and Anike took the paper, noting that the victim's name began with the letter and that the letters from the two cases form in. "What word comes to mind that starts with these letters?" "Enchanter," Belle suggested first. An enchanter would hardly engage in such intricate schemes. If there were indeed an organization of enchanters, they would have been either recruited or hunted down by the Special Operations Department long ago. They wouldn't waste time playing games with us lowly police officers, Anike replied, shaking her head in dissent. "Enjoy. Rita chimed in. Could it be that these individuals find amusement in provoking the police? Just then, Dr. Kleisinger, looking even more haggard than before, entered the room. Forgive my interruption, but this incident mirrors the last one. The victim exhibits severe signs of internal decay, yet there are no fatal external wounds. Isn't an autopsy supposed to be conducted with family consent? The old widower has no children. This morning, a nephew from an outside relationship came to take a look, and upon hearing that the autopsy would provide free cremation services, he signed immediately and rushed off to work. Kleisinger lamented, "Are there no other relatives? I heard there was a partner. Officer Loom has gone to search for him." Anike ascended to the second-floor office, where Captain Parker was engrossed in paperwork. "Captain, this marks the second death related to the K organization. Should we not request reinforcements? We have already sought assistance this morning. By the way, Rita is still outside, right? See if you can persuade her to drop this case. What sort of individuals are the little black folks sending?" Thus far, only a handful of citizens have perished. The perpetrator likely does not possess mid to high level extraordinary abilities. That it is probable that they will dispatch a mere rookie in turn. The practical experience is likely inferior to yours. At least you have slain a werewolf. If brute force is lacking, could they not send someone with intellect? This case provides no leads apart from confirming that the killer sought victims through a brokerage firm. Anike complained. Most extraordinary beings, once endowed with specialized powers, prefer not to engage their minds. You, as a conventional university student, are a rare breed among extraordinary individuals, unless in the military, where officers, upon acquiring extraordinary abilities, delegate the strategic responsibilities to their aides and advisors, preferring to charge headlong into battle with rifles and machine guns. Chapter 65. The collaborator in the afternoon, Anike and Bell, continued to analyze the case in the office. Anike retrieved a wooden board adorned with a map of the Gonia district. "Here are 2 thumbtacks." Bell handed the thumbtacks to Anike, who affixed them to the locations of the 2 victims, labeling them with the deceased's names. The first victim resided on Birch Street in the western part of the Gonia district, while the second was found on Starlight Street in the east, separated by approximately 8,000 yards. The killer must reside somewhere between these 2 points. However, the area in between is densely populated, with no fewer than 10,000 residents. It is unrealistic for the mere dozen personnel at the port precinct to conduct a thorough investigation. The only known detail is that the killer was clad in a scarlet coat. Yet, who can assert that the individual would wear the same outfit without disguise? That would be exceedingly foolish. There are no leads, Anike lamented, grasping her hair in the traditional manner she had developed on Earth. Whenever faced with a conundrum, she would tug at her locks. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the door. When did Rita leave? Since when has she become so courteous as to knock? Anike inquired. Bell shrugged. After hearing our analysis and reviewing Kleisinger's autopsy report, she returned, stating she could still meet the deadline for tomorrow's news with a fresh report. Such politeness is hardly characteristic of Miss Rita. The door is unlocked. She can let herself in. With that, a woman clad in a black vest, white shirt, and brown trousers entered, topped with a gray round hat. After hanging her hat on a hook, Anike recognized her features. Her fair skin was partially obscured by the gray hat and brown hair, and her brown eyes sparkled in a round, watery gaze. She was a beauty rivaling Anique's 2 younger sisters, Anike mused. She poked Bell, who had been lost in thought, and the young man finally snapped back to reality. "Madam, this is the records room that if you wish to report a case or require other services, please proceed to the duty room on the left. I have come specifically to the records room. Are you Anike?" The woman's voice was crisp, tinged with a hint of acerbity. Anike found himself disliking her already. "I am. And you are?" He replied, "I believe we have not been introduced. Did Captain Parker not inform you? I've been dispatched by the Special Operations Department to assist you in apprehending that K organization." Anike scrutinized the woman before him. "Madam, I was informed that this was support, not guidance. Your attire hardly resembles that of the black-clad officers from the Special Operations Department. They say interns are not given uniforms. And I find their all-black attire unappealing. Does this prove my identity?" The woman handed over a piece of paper, upon which was written a hasty scrawl that, despite its illegibility, Anike managed to decipher as a note from the captain during a good mood. "You must assist Miss Emma Granger in handling this case." Anike read aloud, realizing that this was an attempt to shift blame should the case be mishandled. No wonder the captain was in good spirits. Having found someone willing to shoulder the responsibility, the name Granger seemed familiar. He dismissed the thought. Miss Granger, would you care for a drink? From today onward, we shall assist you in your investigation. Do you have any soda? Surely, one cannot drink tea in this sweltering summer. Not at the moment. I can procure some for you. Belle, why don't you share the case details with Miss Granger? Although the price of soda was a bit painful for Anike, he was more than willing to spend it for someone willing to take the fall. After reluctantly parting with a silver coin for 5 small bottles of soda at the corner shop, Anike felt as though the owner's usual genial smile bore an air of shrewdness. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he returned to the office, where Emma was already perusing her notes. Here you are, Miss Granger. Do you have any thoughts? Why is it not chilled? I suppose in such a small place there wouldn't be enough ice, so I shall make do. The clues you have gathered are decent. But why not conduct a search? Miss, our port precinct has only a handful of personnel, including administrative, financial, and logistical staff, to oversee more than a dozen blocks. Our daily patrols barely suffice. Finding these 2 individuals was a struggle. Then, this afternoon, you shall accompany me in search of clues. Did you not see that I am still recovering from my injuries? Only the left hand is injured, not the leg. Why can't you move? Anna gave up arguing, realizing that one must heed the opinions of others before letting someone else take the fall. After all, if this individual became enraged and refused to assist, Annik would ultimately bear the blame herself. So the question arises, Miss, can you drive? Annik gestured, indicating that her hand prevented her from doing so. Drive? I possess my own private carriage that it seems she's quite wealthy. Well then, Miss Emma, the total for the soda is 1 shilling. Would you prefer to pay now, or after you've finished these 5 bottles? Emma sprayed soda all over Annik's face, which she calmly wiped clean with a handkerchief. How can you be so stingy? Does this lady need to calculate the cost for me to enjoy a mere soda? 1 shilling is my daily allowance. I still have 2 younger sisters to feed and clothe, and I cannot afford to squander even a franc. I apologize. I didn't realize you had such heavy burdens. Here, let me cover your drinks for these few days, Emma said, pulling a lavish wallet from her clothing and producing a banknote for Annik. To her astonishment, it was a 5-pound note featuring Emperor Alfred. Does this young lady have no concept of money? Annik reflected as she accepted the note, equivalent to 10 days' worth of her salary. Where are we headed? Annik inquired after settling into Miss Emma's exclusive carriage. This vehicle was even more opulent than the one she had ridden in with Director Ron, furnished with velvet cushions and silver-trimmed window frames. The curtains were adorned with gems in vibrant hues, which Annik, a country bumpkin in both past and present lives, could not recognize to the scene of the second murder. Perhaps we will uncover something relevant nearby. Then we shall head to Starlight Street. Annik glanced at her watch, feeling anxious about being late to pick up her 2 younger sisters from school. She sighed, hoping for their safety. What's the matter? Are you unhappy to be out with me? Emma seemed to sense Annik's concern. It is an honor, but I have a few matters to attend to shortly. I hope Miss Emma's detective escapade concludes swiftly. We are not playing games in our investigation. Could you please take this seriously, officer? Yes. I shall follow your lead, Miss Emma. Annik chose not to engage further, resigning herself to the whims of this novice. Since she enjoyed the chaos, she would accompany her, especially since her pockets were filled with 5 pounds. Chapter 66. The Brave Bar at 4 in the afternoon. Annik checked her pocket watch. There was little hope of returning home on time today. She only wished this young lady would refrain from causing any trouble. Starlight Street was one of the tidier areas near the port, and the 2 alighted from the carriage at its entrance. Emma instructed the coachman to return in 2 hours, and after a brief exchange, he reluctantly drove off. Where shall we begin our investigation? Let us start with the surrounding residents, Emma replied with evident enthusiasm. Miss, may I ask what time it is? 4 in the afternoon. Why do you ask? It's just that it will be difficult for you to gather any valuable information at this hour. Emma appeared puzzled and began searching for passers-by on the street. The afternoon sun was still quite harsh, and aside from a few children playing in the heat, the only other figures were the occasional women passing by. Emma stopped a woman carrying a large bundle of laundry, who looked to be a laundress in her 30s, her face already marked by the passage of time. "What does the officer require of me?" The woman completely disregarded Emma and addressed Onik, indicating that the presence of a uniform carried more authority. "We are investigating the murder of the coachman from last night. Do you have any leads?" Emma interjected directly. "None at all. I'm just passing through to deliver cleaned clothes. If the officer has no further inquiries, I must be on my way." The woman hurried off, clearly uninterested in engaging further. "How can you act this way? A life was lost. Haven't you heard anything of value?" The woman remained unmoved and hastily continued on her way, just as Emma was about to chase after her. Onik pulled her back. "Oh, you know how many children are waiting for her meager wages. The truth you seek is merely casual conversation for most people here, but we cannot ignore it entirely. Have the pressures of life made you numb? If you truly wish to learn something, follow me." Onik pointed to a bar on the street corner, its sign adorned with a sword and shield, carelessly inscribed with the words "Brave Bar," that "I will do the questioning. Please refrain from interrupting and do not mention that we are here to investigate," Onik instructed, removing her shoulder insignia. She tucked her gun holster into her pocket. And aside from her clean shirt, she bore a resemblance to an injured dockworker. Pushing open the bar door, they found a crowd gathered around a makeshift stage. Many held small white slips of paper, shouting loudly, "Kill it! Go for it! I've wagered my entire week's salary on you. Give it your all." Onik squeezed through the crowd and managed to find 2 stools at the bar. "What are they playing over there?" The bartender, polishing glasses, glanced up at Onik and Emma. "Newcomers, I see. They're playing cockfighting over there. This match has begun, so if you want to join, wait for the next round. What would you like to drink? Is your arm injured?" Onik picked up the drink menu and perused it for a moment before responding, "I'd have a large glass of local rye beer, and a glass of lukewarm champagne for this lady, and a plate of salted peanuts, please. The beer is 2 pence, the champagne 4 pence, and the peanuts 2 pence, totaling 8 pence. Onik produced a silver coin and handed it over. The bartender opened a drawer to retrieve change. Onik stopped him, saying, "Keep the change as a tip." "Any news lately?" The bartender eyed the silver coin in his hand, placed it in the drawer, and pocketed 2 copper pence. "Just a moment. Let me pour your drinks first, and I'll share any news afterward." Emma looked at Onik with a hint of disdain. "Is this your method? Bars usually have a mix of people, and the bartender is often the most accessible source of information. Isn't it a bargain to glean news for just 2 pence? I want to try that rye beer you ordered. I am tired of champagne. It's all I drink at every gathering to tea that moment." The bartender returned with a wooden mug, nearly the size of a small water bucket, filled with murky, yellowish beer, frothing at the top, accompanied by a glass of amber liquid and a small plate of peanuts. Emma snatched the beer from Onik and pushed her champagne toward her, taking a swig from the wooden mug. She sprayed a mouthful of beer all over Onik's face, marking the 2nd time today. Unfazed, Onik pulled out her handkerchief to wipe her face. "Why is it so bitter and harsh?" "Miss, it's 2 pence for a small barrel. What more do you expect? Sorry, could you bring me another wooden mug?" The bartender shook his head and handed Onik an empty glass. Onik poured the remnants of her only sip of beer into the new mug. "Here, drink this." Onik pushed the champagne toward Emma. Raising her beer, Onik took a sip. The bitter, icy liquid slid down her throat. Grabbing a handful of peanuts, she inquired, "Have there been any strange individuals around the bar lately?" The bartender continued cleaning his glass. "Strange individuals? In recent months, there's been an increase in smuggling, and just a few days ago, some sought refuge here. Aside from that, there is only one suspicious man and woman." "Tell me more about this man and woman. What do they look like?" Emma asked. "Don't bother. The suspicious man and woman are right here." Onik replied with an impassive expression. "Where? Aren't you looking at us?" At that moment, 2 or 3 drunken men stumbled over, the leader sporting a scarred face, wearing a filthy shirt with a single button fastened and a skull tattooed on his arm. "Why is such a lovely girl with this disabled wastrel? Why not switch to me, and I'll make sure you reach the heavens. Indeed, if one isn't enough, you have us 2 brothers. Let us go. We want to glean anything useful here." Onik downed her beer in one go. "Don't run off, little girl." The drunkard reached out to stop Emma. "Please, sober up. No need for thanks." Emma splashed the untouched champagne in the drunkard's face. Onik had an ominous feeling. "What are you doing? You inch?" The drunkard lunged at Emma, while his 2 companions blocked Onik's path. Emma extended her hands, seizing the drunken man's collar and belt, and with a mighty heave, lifted the portly fellow off the ground. With a resounding thud, the approximately 180-pound inebriate was hurled through the air, crashing onto a nearby table occupied by patrons enjoying their drinks. Glasses and snacks were sent flying to the floor, and the entire wooden table splintered, cracking in two. Observing this, two other drunken men drew small knives from their pockets, intent on ambushing Emma. In response, Anik swiftly kicked one of the assailants in the knee, causing him to clutch his leg and howl in pain like a boiled shrimp. After incapacitating one, Anik retrieved a handgun from his pocket and pressed it against the temple of the other drunken man, who was preparing to flee. "Don't move, or I'll have to report you for assaulting an officer, and you won't survive the encounter." The other man, feeling the cold metal pressing against his skull, relinquished his knife and knelt down. "We truly had no idea you were police officers. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to act against you." Ignoring his protests, Anik turned to the stunned onlookers and the bewildered bartender, pointing at the shattered table and spilled drinks. "How much will this cost?" The bartender, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Sir, what do you mean? I am asking for compensation for the furniture and the drinks spilled on the patrons." Only then did the bartender comprehend, glancing at the scene of destruction. "Sir, it might come to £3. The table is ruined, and there are broken glasses, but the spilled drinks aren't worth much. Oh, you have £3 in cash." The only sober or drunken man chuckled ruefully. "Officer, do we look like we carry £3 in cash?" "Damn it," Anik exclaimed. "Emma, check how much that leading drunken man has in his pockets, and gather any cash from your accomplices as well." The crowd parted to let the remarkably strong girl pass, and the drunken man who had fallen beneath the table, hearing the commotion, scrambled to his feet, brushed off the wood shavings, and obediently surrendered his cash to Emma before kneeling aside. Anik surveyed the crumpled bills and coins before him, knowing without a doubt that it wouldn't exceed £1. "Damn it, no money, and you're bothering women." The man knelt before Anik remarked, "We were merely making light banter. Perhaps a little pat on the backside at most." "What did you say?" "A mere pat on the backside." Emma was ready to teach the three scoundrels another lesson when Anik restrained her. "If we start fighting again, I fear we won't have enough cash to cover the damages." Reluctantly, Anik handed over the paper currency bearing the visage of Alfred the Great that he had acquired just hours earlier to the bartender. "That'll be £2. No tip this time." The bartender, still in shock, handed over 2 bills to Anik. "The beer that was spilled will be on the house. I'll cover it. You 3 scoundrels, get out of here. If I see you again, I expect you to repay what you owe me." Hearing this, the 2 drunken men hastily assisted their companion out of the bar, while the other patrons resumed their drinking. On the way back, Anik regarded Emma, who appeared to be a delicate maiden but was, in reality, a fierce warrior. "You're awakening your strength, miss. Next time, find a less embarrassing way to engage in a brawl." In the physical sense, those ruffians dared to harass me, claiming it was just a touch on the backside. "I show them mercy by not breaking their bones," Emma retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right, if this happens again, your £5 1T cover the damages. Are you so obsessed with money? If I offered you a £10 weekly salary, would you resign to be my bodyguard? If you could provide a long-term contract, I might consider it. However, in this arrangement, who would protect whom is uncertain." Emma looked at him with disdain as the coachman halted at the street corner. Once the luxurious carriage came to a steady stop, Anik leaped out with agility, vanishing around the corner as if fleeing from a plague. Chapter 67. The third case within the Braveheart Tavern. After confirming that the strange duo had departed, 2 drunken men hoisted their fallen companion upright. "Stop pretending, Ruby. They've left. I could see this." The surrounding patrons erupted into laughter. "Huh, how amusing. It's the first time I've seen a drunken man daring enough to harass a policewoman. These 2 are no ordinary characters." Ruby Dawn, a construction worker, felt quite unfortunate today that on a rare day off, he had ventured to a tavern near the docks with 2 colleagues, and in his drunken stupor he had attempted to flirt with a lovely young lady and a man wrapped in bandages. After being effortlessly tossed aside, Ruby found it hard to believe that the slender girl, whose thighs were not even as thick as his arms, possessed such strength. Yet, being flung through the air served as a stark reminder that he had crossed paths with individuals he should not have provoked. Let us leave. We can't afford to be embarrassed here, Ruby shouted. This how we let it end? His companion exclaimed. What else do you suggest? One of them has a gun, and the other is a powerhouse. Their attire suggests they are not from our social strata. Do you think we can afford to provoke them? Ruby reasoned. Let it go. Didn't you hear that blue-coated fellow say he'll make us pay if he sees us again? Best not dwell on this. Let us head home. Ruby urged the two men to leave, not wishing to linger on the matter. Ruby resided in a modest room north of the docks, on North Station Street, where the rent was remarkably cheap. Those with even a modicum of wealth avoided the area, as the cold dust and smoke from the north would settle a thick layer of grime in one day. Having been thoroughly relieved of his cash by the two earlier, Ruby had no choice but to walk back to his solitary abode. Upon entering his dimly lit room, devoid of any vitality, he expelled the remnants of the meager meal he had consumed earlier that afternoon. His stomach, now growling with hunger, reminded him of his dire situation. Searching through the cupboard, he unearthed several sprouted potatoes. Ruby sliced away the sprouted parts, recalling a tale of a neighbor who had been hospitalized after consuming sprouted potatoes. Glancing at the scant bills on his bedside, he feared he might soon find himself at the mercy of the hospital staff. Boiling the potatoes, he sprinkled them with a touch of yellowed coarse salt, and thus his dinner was settled. Lying on his rickety bed, Ruby pondered the peculiar duo he had encountered earlier. Truly stunning. So unlike those women who'd come around for a few pennies in their 30s or 40s. That vibrant young lady. I wonder what she's like. How infuriating that the disabled pretty boy got the better of me. Yet he didn't turn me into the police, so perhaps he's not entirely bad. But was he really a police officer? I wonder if that oddly shaped gun of his can even fire bullets. Ruby dared not gamble. If they were indeed law enforcement, an assault on an officer with no connections could easily lead to his demise. Especially considering that the seemingly frail man with the bandages was more formidable than the powerful woman. As night fell, Ruby could not afford gas lamps. Even if he had candles, he hadn't used them in ages. The sporadic lights from across the street filtered through the shattered windows of his home, casting a faint glow in the pitch-black room. Knock, 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 that a brief series of knocks echoed at his door. Who is it? Ruby did not rise. Typically, no one sought him out at such an hour, after the landlord had angrily collected 3 months' rent from him at the end of last month. He certainly wouldn't return now. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, and Ruby shouted, Who is it? Is anyone home? There's nothing here worth stealing. Rumor had it that thieves often knocked before posing as insurance or newspaper salespeople, ensuring no one was home before committing their crimes. Yet Ruby's living conditions hardly warranted a thief's interest. Knock, knock, knock. The relentless knocking continued, and still, no response came. Could it be those two from earlier? Come to collect their debts? Ruby thought, reaching for the knife he used for cutting vegetables. While it was hardly a match for a gun, he sought some semblance of courage, feeling slightly more secure with a weapon in hand. Ruby opened the door, revealing a profound silence outside. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that apart from a few late-night food stalls flickering oil lamps at the street corner, all other homes were securely shut. Who in their right mind would come here to play pranks? Ruby grumbled as he stepped back inside, preparing to shut the door when a chilling breeze swept in. Achoo! Ruby sneezed, closing the door behind him and returning to his bed. Attempting to lull himself to sleep in the stillness of the night, apart from the chirping of insects outside and the occasional sound of passing carriages, Ruby distinctly heard a faint breath, like a long-distant inhalation. He shook his head, ensuring he wasn't mistaken or suffering from tinnitus. Is someone out there? I may take action. Ruby called out loudly, hoping to scare away any intruder. Yet, outside, there was only silence, and the light filtering through the window gradually dimmed. Ruby wished to strike a match to illuminate her surroundings. After rummaging through her belongings for quite some time, she concluded that she must have lost it during the brutal encounter with that monstrous girl in daylight. While searching near the stove, she stumbled upon a box of matches that had not been used in ages, uncertain if they would still ignite. With a series of futile attempts, the last match in her hand sparked to life. She fervently hoped it would catch fire. With a crackle, an orange flame flickered to life, and Ruby quickly scanned her surroundings in the fleeting light, only to discover a glowing, cerulean eye on the balcony. Fixed intently upon her, Startled, she took a closer look and realized it was merely a black cat perched on the railing. Hastily, Ruby returned to shoo the cat away before settling back down with a sigh of relief. The distant chimes of the clock tower echoed 8 times, and suddenly, the rhythmic ticking of a watch resonated within the room. Ruby recalled that her old pocket watch had long been pawned for liquor. So where was this clock's sound emanating from? Listening intently, she discerned that the noise originated from above her head. Perhaps the tenant upstairs had acquired a wall clock? Yet, it seemed implausible that the residents of this place could afford such a luxury. Raising her gaze, she noticed a shadowy figure pressed against the ceiling, wielding a massive scythe that glinted with a silvery sheen in the dim light. That on August 14th, Anike felt utterly drained, as though the week had barely passed its midpoint. The morning sky was heavy with gloom as she hastily fed her 2 younger sisters a light breakfast before sending them off to their tutoring school. "It might rain today, if I'm not there to fetch you. Take a private carriage home," she advised. "Understood, brother," the sisters replied in unison, clutching their books as they bid Anike farewell and descended from the public carriage into the 3-story tutoring institution. Anike scratched her head, realizing that her sisters had likely noticed her fatigue as they had refrained from their usual playful banter. "Good morning, Mr. Anike. Here is the testimony provided by the second victim's partner from yesterday afternoon," Belle announced, rising to hand him a small stack of papers. Anike accepted the testimony without glancing at it, placing it on the table. "Perhaps you could summarize it. Is there any connection with that agency?" According to the partner, their business had taken a downturn, prompting them to sell their horses and vehicles. Meanwhile, the victim, Nick Ed, had sought employment as a public carriage driver at the agency AS for the horse dissection. Anike inquired. The horse was not dissected. The partner and the victim's nephew took it directly to the canning factory, claiming it would incur fewer losses, and they could still sell a few pounds. Came the reply. "Horse meat in a can." Anike found that utterly absurd, pondering what sort of meat would fill the cans of this era. She resolved to cook for herself in the future, steering clear of canned goods. "Has anyone reported anything this morning?" she asked. "Not yet, aside from the usual theft cases, which I've already filed," replied Belle. Anike felt a weight lift from her heart. It seemed the deranged, mysterious society had ceased their torment for the time being. "Shall we indulge in some soda? It's on me today. What would you like? And could you bring me a bottle of orange flavor?" she suggested. "Peach flavor for me. This lady requests cantaloupe," came a familiar voice. "Ah, Miss Emma has already paid, and Miss Rita's soda costs 2 pennies, Anike stated, extending his hand for payment. "Your hands are quite fair. What is your secret?" Rita feigned ignorance. After a brief silence, Anike replied, "Belle, here are 6 pennies. Please fetch 3 bottles of soda." "Are you really so stingy? You won't even spend money to befriend a lovely young lady," Rita complained. Anike scrutinized Rita and remarked, "I hardly perceive you as a lovely young lady. With no curves to speak of, even your looks are rather unremarkable. How rude to speak such disrespectful words to a lady. For your punishment, treat me to a soda," Rita retorted. With a resigned sigh, Anike produced a shilling and handed it to Belle, prompting Rita to beam with triumph. "What brings you here today with no cases to discuss? Perhaps the secret society, Kate, simply forgot to commit any crimes yesterday. Or maybe they were intimidated into temporarily halting their activities," Anike stated, eager to dismiss the 2 ladies' frivolity. Rita pulled out paper and pen, questioning, "How do you know there are no cases? Perhaps the latest victims remain undiscovered. Or they are of the sort that no one cares about. Oh, by the way, do you have any new leads or developments?" "None whatsoever. Please refrain from sensationalizing your reports. If panic ensues, your brother will bear the consequences," Anike cautioned. "Let me see all the materials you've gathered for this case." Emma boldly took a seat opposite Anike in Belle's chair. "Here, it's all in this pile," Anike replied. Emma began perusing the documents, prompting Rita to protest. "Why can't I look? Is this lady your secret lover?" Anike shot her a glare. Emma was the lead sent by the Special Operations Unit yesterday, though still an intern like Rita. She would likely outrank him post-internship. Rita leaned closer to Emma, attempting to snatch the pages she had reviewed, but Anike's hand blocked her. "I'm sorry, but ordinary citizens do not have the right to view these." "Just a glance, come on. Who would know if you don't say anything?" Rita pleaded. Upon Belle's return with the sodas, she found Anike squeezed onto the guest bench while the two women perused the files at the desks across from them. "The sodas are here," Belle announced. "Please open one for me." "I'm rather busy," Anike requested. "Mine too, if you would." Glancing at his own arm still in a sling, Anike realized how fortunate he was to be the injured one. Otherwise, he would be the one commanded to perform various tasks by the two ladies. As everyone leisurely enjoyed their sodas, the two women took half an hour to sift through the thick stack of files. Rita, unable to contain herself, remarked, "What nonsense have you all written? The majority is merely background checks, with the remainder speculating the cause of death and the identity of the murderer, alongside Kay's clues." Chapter 68a. On-site investigation with no eyewitnesses and no murder weapon left at the scene. The only leads currently available pertain to Kay's organization and the names of each victim. The victim's information have been stolen via broker to as of now. Only the letters E and N were known. What clues could possibly arise from that? Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted, and Captain Parker stepped inside. "Sorry to intrude on your discussion, but the third incident has occurred." Following him were two men clad in dark overalls adorned with pockets. Wearing straw hats and smeared with white lime dust, their faces betraying sheer terror. Upon seeing them, Emma instantly recalled last night's encounter. "What brings you here? Are you here to cause trouble at the police station?" The two men exchanged glances, and the more astute one spoke up. "Please, we wouldn't dare. Ruby is dead, and we have no intention of teasing you any longer." "What do you mean? Your accomplice is dead?" Anike inquired. "Yes, we didn't see him at work this morning. The foreman sent us to check on him, and after knocking for quite a while without a response, we peered through the window to find him lying motionless in bed. Missing his left hand. Please spare us. The one who laid hands on you is gone. They pleaded we still have families to support." "What are you suggesting? That I am a murderer?" Anike interjected that no, we wouldn't dare say that. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Anike proposed, "Let us not dwell on this here. It's a rare opportunity to investigate a crime scene that should be preserved intact. We shall go see for ourselves. You two will accompany us. Don't look at me like that. I was the one who compensated you yesterday." The two men finally noticed Anike seated on the bench and offered a wry smile. "You really are a police officer, but we have no money to repay you. Take us to the scene. Answer any questions you can, and we won't ask for any compensation," Anike replied. "You are quite magnanimous." "Sir, let us go." "Emma, how many can your carriage accommodate?" "It can fit 4 in a cabin, with room for one more beside the driver," she replied. "Then, Belle, take your paper and pen. We have just enough space." As they exited the office, the midday sun warmed their faces, and Anike caught sight of Emma's luxurious carriage. He waved to the driver and climbed aboard. Moments later, the door swung open, allowing Emma and Rita to squeeze in, along with another worker. "Belle, aren't you the one looking for someone to help you take notes? I could do just as well since I write quickly and accurately, unlike the rambling you all do," Rita remarked, turning her head towards the window. Unable to meet Anique's gaze, "Is this a form of coercion? Very well. In the end, he will still have to file the reports himself, digging his own grave." Anike mused. "Driver, we are ready to depart." After approximately 20 minutes, Anik and his party arrived at the crime scene, where lowly wooden houses stood scattered and murky water flowed chaotically down the streets. Emma pinched her nose as she stepped out of the carriage, while Rita, brimming with eagerness, hurriedly jumped down. The two workers who reported the incident pointed toward a somewhat dilapidated door, saying, "Ruby lives here." Anik attempted to push the door open, but it did not budge. Walking over to a window half covered with newspaper, he peered inside to find a man lying motionless on the bed, his left arm severed, likely already cold that a piece of white paper covered his face. Resembling the earlier cases. "Does anyone know the landlord? Please ask him to bring the key," he instructed. One of the two workers, who had attempted to ambush the man yesterday, rushed to the only brick structure on the street. A few minutes later, an irate old man emerged, clutching a set of keys. Upon seeing the luxurious carriage parked outside and the crowd gathered at the door, he closed his mouth and approached with a smile. "What brings you here, Sheriff?" Anik gestured towards the door. "Your tenant may have been murdered. Kindly unlock the door for me." The old man's expression shifted as he urgently replied, "Sheriff, please don't say such things. A house where someone has died can still be rented out, albeit for a lesser amount. But if it's a murder scene, it becomes a haunted house, and it's not easy for an old man like me to earn some rent. The rent from a haunted house wouldn't cover maintenance costs. Onik was amused by his audacity. With windows in such disrepair, what maintenance costs are you worried about? Open the door quickly, or I'll have to invite you for tea. This lady here is a reporter from the Egglesburg Daily, and if she writes about a murder involving your tenant, it might just have your rental income. The old man, hearing this, hurriedly rummaged through his keys. Finally finding one that fit, he inserted it into the lock, turned it, and pushed the door, but remained steadfast. Embarrassed, he addressed the crowd. It seems to be bolted from the inside, although the lock turned. There is still a bolt engaged. Damn Ruby. Even in death, he is causing trouble, he muttered. Emma could no longer contain herself. You heartless landlord, do you not feel any sympathy for your deceased tenant? The old man glanced at Emma. Realizing that the woman chastising him didn't appear to be a police officer, yet her attire suggested considerable wealth, he murmured, Miss, you are right. I misspoke. Onik observed the window and the door, then inquired. This house has only these two entrances, correct? By the way, do any of your tenants work as carpenters? How much would it cost to have them make a wooden door? The old man quickly responded. Yes, just these two entrances that, if I were to hire a carpenter to make a wooden door, it would cost 1 shilling for a day's work, and a simple wooden door would take at most half a day. As for materials, a piece of common pine this size would be about 2 shillings. Onik, upon hearing this, produced 2 banknotes and 8 copper pennies, handing them to the old man. This is compensation, based on your quoted prices. Now, everyone please stand back. The landlord, bewildered by the money, asked Sheriff, what is this for? Compensation, as I said, Onik replied. Now move back. The landlord remained confused until 2 workers pulled him away. Onik then raised his left foot and forcefully kicked the door at the height of the lock. With a loud bang, the door fell to the ground, leaving a gaping hole. Go inside. Landlord, you may return home for now, but we will inform you when we have finished. The landlord, still in a daze, gazed at the ruined door. Muttering to himself, I should have asked for a higher price. The room was cramped, with only a bed taking up most of the space. There was barely enough room for a table, a stove, and a stew pot. Onik inspected the window, which was securely locked from the inside, and noted that the door was also bolted from within. The focal point was the body. Ruby lay face up on the bed, and Onik pulled back the white paper covering his face to reveal a large letter. The corpse's eyes were wide open, and its mouth hung agape, as if attempting to utter a sound. The left arm, along with the clothing, had been severed at the shoulder, with a few drops of blood staining the bed and dripping to the floor below. Onik examined the entire body, aside from this evident injury. There were no other wounds. The key to the door remained in the pocket of the deceased's clothing. Chapter 68. Part B. Clues. Scanning the surrounding walls, Onik pointed at them and said to Emma, Miss Emma, please assist by checking for any hidden doors or damage on the walls. Rita, you will be responsible for recording my subsequent inquiries. Rita took out her sketchbook, while Emma began examining the walls. At what time did you part ways with Ruby last night? And where did you go afterward? The 2 men stood at the door, and the clever one replied, After you all gave us a thrashing. We returned home. After you educated us that we parted ways around 6 in the afternoon. Ruby told us to go home and not to trouble you. Good, so you didn't cause any more trouble. Has Ruby offended anyone recently or encountered any peculiar individuals? No, our team has been getting along well. The foreman often treats us to meals. There was an odd incident once when we were heading home and encountered someone distributing small bottles of beer. They only asked us to fill out a form with our names, relationships, and home addresses. This wasn't a real estate agency, was it? Onik pondered. When did this happen? Do you remember what the person distributing the beer looked like? It was at the end of last month that I can't recall their appearance. 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. The woman seemed to hold a higher status, directing one to distribute beer while the other filled out forms. Any other distinguishing features? Oh, they were all dressed in crimson hooded robes, and the leading woman had a letter embroidered on her clothing. Any other details? Think carefully. At this moment, a silent man standing nearby spoke up. That woman's pocket watch seemed quite expensive, likely a custom model. What sort of information is that? Don't confuse the sheriff, someone admonished. No, it's very important information. How did you recognize it as a custom pocket watch? The man scratched his head and replied, I noticed that her watch chain was made of gold, so I glanced at it a bit longer. The exterior of the watch had intricate engravings. Resembling a shield-like emblem was engraved on the back, much like a French coin. When I tried to look closer, she quickly put it away. Onik understood the implication and smiled. This is quite helpful. I now have a general idea of the murderer who took your colleague's life. You've been very helpful. Does Ruby have any family or friends? Who will handle the funeral arrangements? How should I thank you for your assistance? The two men waved their hands, indicating no need for thanks. Just find the murderer quickly. As for Ruby's family, he was an orphan with no relatives or friends. That if you complete your investigation, please send us a letter. We will take care of the arrangements. We left our address at the police station when we reported the incident. With no further questions, they departed. Onik waved them off and handed them a shilling note. Take this and buy something to eat on your way home. The two men accepted the money without protest, thanked him hurriedly, and left the room. Onik called the landlord over and pointed at the house, saying, We will send someone to clean up the scene this afternoon. You can arrange for repairs tomorrow. The landlord nodded eagerly, a sycophantic look on his face as he addressed Rita. Miss Reporter, could you refrain from mentioning my address directly in the newspaper? Otherwise, my future days will be quite difficult. Clad in a faded suit, his notebook polished from use, Onik almost mistook him for a pauper had he not seen the large set of keys earlier. He teased, Does a drop in your monthly rental income from £50 to £40 not affect your livelihood? The old man quickly retorted, It's not that much. It's only a little over £20. With this unfortunate situation, it will be hard to rent out this house. I only evict tenants 2 days after they fall behind on rent. They don't appreciate my efforts and call me a miser. Where else in the Gonia district could they find such a cheap place? Onik paid him no mind, propping the broken door back into place with a loud clang as he installed it. Onik and the others returned to the precinct, holding newspaper-wrapped fish and chips. The sea fish had a stronger odor, fried to a crisp and seasoned with chili powder. Onik found it quite palatable, while Emma devoured hers ravenously. Hasn't he, the young lady, ever tasted common folks' food? He teased, I'm just hungry. You wouldn't understand, she retorted. Onik decided against further debate with the young lady, especially since she was the one footing the lunch bill. After the meal, Rita lingered on, and Onik glanced at her, extending his hand. Miss Rita, you still have the testimony you wrote, correct? Here is the refined translation of your text. Indeed, you mentioned that there are potential targets. Do enlighten me. Rita handed over a piece of paper, on which the inquiry process was hastily scribbled. Onik felt a twinge of sympathy for Belle, who would be responsible for archiving this mess. She knew that if she were to see such a jumble of words, she would certainly be cursing. The letters provided little clue. The third letter was R, and regardless of how the trio of letters N and R were arranged, they failed to yield a definitive conclusion. However, today's inquiry did furnish me with some fragments of insight. How did you ascertain this? Rita inquired. First, the scale of the organization. 3 individuals or more. Yet certainly not a large entity. Any moderately sized organization that has engaged in activities with the Special Operations Department would surely have left a record. The K organization has not attracted much attention. They merely dispatched Miss Emma as evidence. That I feel your remark is somewhat offensive. Never mind. Please continue. Emma did not take offense at Onik's comment. Secondly, the K organization likely does not suffer for financial constraints. Acquiring data from a brokerage and disseminating beer for information gathering incurs expenses. However, K does not seem to challenge us due to monetary issues. At least, finances are not the primary concern. You are correct. Yet this still does not clarify much. Thirdly, it appears that the K organization involves nobility. The construction workers likely observed the family crest on the back of a pocket watch, and the coin from the French mint signifies the crest of the entire Kairang region. There should be a similar hereditary noble crest. Newly affluent nobles, bought with money, do not possess exclusivity. However, this noble is probably not of high rank. Otherwise, they would not need to personally seek information from the brokerage, as City Hall could provide it through connections. Individuals from noble families, regardless of their parents' support, generally do not stoop to become supporters of clandestine societies. That sounds plausible. Rita quickly noted Onik's statements, thus synthesizing the available intelligence. The K organization is likely a small, newly formed secret society led by a female noble. They are probably orchestrating some activity at the port, ostensibly engaging in murder to provoke the police, while in reality diverting the attention of law enforcement and the Special Operations Department. This female noble is likely unmarried, belonging to a family with a lineage of over 200 years, from a baronial or knightly lineage. Their financial status is stable, yet not excessively wealthy. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to personally oversee matters. Consequently, I believe that after screening, the potential candidates among the nobles in Aegisburg and those within a day's journey would be reduced to around 20 to 30. Chapter 69. Further discussion. Rita seemed to notice another aspect and added, concerning the deceased from last night, how did the perpetrator gain entry to murder him and subsequently create a locked room? I examined the walls and found no secret passages. The windows are intact, Emma responded. Anik regarded the two of them thoughtfully and remarked, "You've reminded me. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed quite challenging to create a genuine locked room post-murder. However, our adversary is no ordinary person. The K organization must have someone capable of passing through walls or teleportation. Miss Emma, please investigate how many individuals possess such extraordinary abilities. Pay particular attention to those employed by or related to minor noble families." Emma took out paper and pen to document this. Minor nobility, unmarried females, associates with teleportation or wall-passing abilities, correct? Yes, and Rita, be sure not to disclose any of this. You may write freely once this matter is concluded. Rita bit her pen. Just promise me an exclusive interview. Anna glanced at her. No problem. She thought it wise to agree for now, intending to later thrust Belle forward to fulfill that promise. Anik felt she was paving the way for Belle's promotion, thus repaying old Becky's kindness. Checking the time, Anik rose. "Let us see what Mr. Kleisinger, the coroner, has to say." The trio arrived at the police station's morgue and autopsy room, where Mr. Kleisinger was squatting at the door, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Anik and her companions approach, Kleisinger's expression shifted. "I truly did not wish to see your face. Every time you appear, it invariably means there is a corpse awaiting my dissection, followed by your barrage of questions. This cannot be blamed on me. Miss Emma is here to inquire, and I shall remain silent. One's mood tends to brighten in the presence of beauty, does it not? Very well, let us proceed. What would you like to ask?" Kleisinger discarded his cigarette and spoke directly. "What was the approximate time of death? Was the cause of death also organ failure? Based on the remnants of undigested material in the stomach, it appears to have occurred between 7 and 9 in the evening. The cause was organ failure. Apart from the incision on the arm, there are no other external injuries." Anik nodded, noting that this case mirrored previous ones. Except this time, the left hand was missing. "Additionally, I have a question for you, Mr. Kleisinger. In a room where the doors and windows are securely closed and no secret passages exist, how could the murderer kill the victim and then leave while the doors and windows remained locked?" Kleisinger retrieved another cigarette. "A demigod or higher could entirely spiritualize their body or enter a state akin to myth, thus bypassing any conventional architectural barriers that, of course, a demigod is unlikely to indulge in such games with us. Besides the innate abilities of teleportation or wall passing, there are 2 other supernatural methods of committing a crime." "There are 2 more?" Anik inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor as she lit Kleisinger's cigarette, knowing that humility is essential when seeking assistance. "A large figure such as that would not fit through a doorframe, that if they could transform into a liquid or even gas, that would be one method. Another possibility is that the murderer was still inside the room when you opened the door." Anik felt a jolt at this suggestion. "Are you implying that the murderer could be invisible or disguised? They could have remained in the room after killing the victim, watching us as we entered, and then leaving once we departed?" Hearing this, Kleisinger nodded in agreement, and the other 2 quickly gestured in affirmation. Anik forced a smile. "Do not frighten me. I am not afraid of demigods. Death is merely a possibility. However, if an invisible person were to watch me daily, I would find that intolerable." Yet, by stating this, it became evident that the K organization had little regard for the lives of ordinary people. Nor was there a need to orchestrate a locked room murder to challenge a typical murderer.